pro-Palestinian counter-protest took place next to a much larger rally calling for the more than 130 Israeli hostages held by Hamas to be freed.
Should not be allowed. I mean, it's our protest, and they just stand there and everything is so loud we cannot hear anybody.
At one point, a larger group stood facing the counter-protesters, a metal fence in place, and police stepping in at times to ensure separation.
Everybody has the right to express themselves, so I would grant them the right. On the other side, I think that the city government should do a better job about it, and they should do more separation.
The vast majority here ignored the counter-protest. It's been an agonizing 6 months for this community, even more so for families with relatives who are hostages.
I want her here, next to me. That's my hope. I don't want her to have her 40th birthday in captivity. Next month, she's supposed to turn 40.
On Saturday, pro-Palestinian demonstrators took to the streets, including people with Jews Say No to Genocide, not part of this rally.
All excruciating. I think what's become eminently clear is that, and what I'm not hearing here today, is that really Netanyahu and the Israeli government are what's standing in the way of the release of all the hostages.
After 184 days with Hamas, many here feel the hostages have been forgotten and how the conflict began.
People forget that if there was no attack by the Hamas terrorist organization on October 7, we wouldn't be here, they wouldn't be here, nobody would be here. And it doesn't matter what they say, 90% of it is lies.
Canada's opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, in attendance, speaking to the crowd against Hamas.
The homicidal, genocidal death cult that is Hamas, a death cult that must be destroyed so that we can free the hostages and restore peace for all.
6 months later, on this grim anniversary, a chance to shine a light for the hostages to be let go.
And that was Beth McDonnell reporting. 3 people have been arrested, more than 20 vehicles recovered that were stolen in a joint investigation between Peel Police and the Canada Border Services Agency.
An investigation began in a local trucking yard in Brampton, expanded to Bolton and the Port of Montreal, where these particular vehicles were destined for overseas. In March of 2024, 3 men from the Greater Toronto Area were arrested and charged.
The investigation began, police say, in December, leading officers to that industrial area in Bolton that was allegedly being used to load stolen vehicles to be shipped to the Middle East. At least 20 vehicles valued at almost $2 million were recovered. 3 men arrested on March 26th. It faced several charges, including trafficking of stolen goods. 3 people have been taken to hospital after a multi-vehicle crash in Brampton. It happened just before 5:30 p.m. near Mississauga Road and Wanless Drive. Paramedics say 1 person was airlifted to a trauma center in serious condition. 2 others taken to hospital with minor injuries. The cause of the crash unknown at this time. Police asking drivers to avoid the area while the roads are closed for the investigation. Staying in Brampton, 2 people have been sent to hospital after a vehicle crashed into parked cars. Police say a driver hit multiple vehicles around 4 a.m. on Mountainbury Road near Beauvert and Airport Road. Paramedics say a female driver was taken to a trauma center with serious injuries, a male passenger with minor injuries. It is unclear whether charges will be laid. To Scarborough now, 1 person has been arrested for alleged impaired driving after crashing a vehicle into a tree. Emergency crews called to the scene overnight on Phyllis Avenue near Kingston and Brimley. Paramedics say the driver was taken to hospital with serious but non-life-threatening injuries, and no other injuries were reported. This is Toronto's breaking news at CP24. We'll have more on a rally called to save the Ontario Science Centre at its current location when we return.
Down 19. As a woman in charge, you have the weight of every woman in the department on your shoulders.
The subject has explosive chemicals.
Get down! No one is dying today.
It's not enough to be strong. You have to be tough.
You're the love of my life.
Here we go, 19. Buckle up.
A new episode of Station 19, Thursday, 10/8 Mountain on CTV. Stream on all your favorite devices.
Have a little space? Make money. Have a lot of space? Make more Z. Store Z.
Live from Chuck's Roadhouse, Relief Fandom, Song, and Charms are lucky. And when the puck drops, eyes go way up. And where we all wear blue. Blue? It's a Chucking miracle! Chuck's Roadhouse! Here, every year could be our year.
$4 18-ounce Molson Canadian pints on Leafs games. Chuck's Roadhouse. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
These words matter when you've been seriously hurt in an accident. At Sokolov Personal Injury Lawyers, we're there every step of the way, so call for your free consultation.
Don't put it off, call Sokolov.
A rally was held at Christie Pitts calling for the Ontario Science Centre to stay where it is. The rally, organized by the group Save Ontario Science Centre, is one of several that has taken place in recent months. These rallies have been in different locations around town. Organizers say to show how the current location in Flemington Park of the Science Centre is cherished across the city. The Science Centre is going to be moved to Ontario Place as part of its redevelopment.
People are just feeling that the Ford government is not listening to them, and that's why they're rallying and they're coming here today to say, keep the Science Centre where it belongs in Flemington Park, so that these communities can continue, the jobs, the learning opportunities, and the love of science. We can continue having that for many generations to come.
There wasn't consultation with the City of Toronto, which actually owns the land. There wasn't any consultation with the people in Flemington Park or Thorncliffe Park, Don Mills or Leaside. And there wasn't any consultation with any of the GTA school boards as well. It was an arbitrary decision without any input. So in our case, I would like to see the minister here or even the premier here so they could state their case and tell people why they think that it's a good idea to relocate the Science Centre to Ontario Place.
Now, the Ford government has said moving the Science Centre to the waterfront would save taxpayers about $250 million over 50 years. The Jamaica Carnival is underway in the Caribbean nation, but some people got a celebration here in our city. The Jamaica Tourist Board held a Taste of Carnival event at Chelsea Hotel, bringing together Canada's travel and tourism agents. The main goal to promote the country as a tourist destination, especially during Carnival season, which kicks off just after Easter. Carnival in Jamaica draws thousands of revelers and boosts the tourism industry every year.
So we have Reggae Some Fest that has a rum-infused festival in that event this year in July. And we have tons of other festivals like BRT Weekend. We have Mocha Fest in the Grill. So all this activity that is happening in Jamaica, we're trying to bring an awareness to our audience here in Canada to tell them what's happening on island so that we can invite them down to join us. We're giving them a little taste of what Jamaica is all about.
Fortunately, Monday is the day that Carnival wraps up in Jamaica. You're watching Toronto's Breaking News, CP24. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau making another pre-budget announcement, this one directed at the AI sector. Those details next.
If you want me, if you need me, I'll be yours.
Hi, it's Doug Ford. Just giving you a call back. Well, it's the people. That's what gets me up every single morning. Really busy. Morning to night. I'll be there in a little bit. Thank you. You take care. They're working hard every single day because they believe in a better future right here in Ontario. And so do I. I think the future of Ontario is very, very bright. It's the best place anywhere in the world to raise a family. I always ask my team, what are we doing to make life better and easier for folks out there? You can change people's lives with one phone call. You really can. If I can help them, it makes my day. And that's what I'm here for, to listen and to do what we can to try to help the people. You can't always get it right. And let me tell you, When I don't, I hear from the people. But that's what it's all about, listening and working hard to make things better for every single person in Ontario. Getting it done for the people. If there's anything else I can help you with, don't hesitate to reach out. A message from the Ontario PC Party.
Georgia.
This isn't just golf. It's the Masters.
Georgia.
On TSN and TSN Plus. Presented by Mercedes-Benz Electric. Lead the charge.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with a heart so big, it shows. Visit desjardins.com/heart today.
A lot of spending promises coming from the Trudeau Liberals. The Prime Minister has announced the upcoming budget will include a $2.4 billion investment in artificial intelligence. Justin Trudeau making the announcement in Montreal as part of this pre-budget tour he is on. He says the investment will help harness the full potential of AI by accelerating job growth in Canada's AI sector while boosting research and business productivity through its adaptation. The funding will be divided into different measures, with the largest amount going towards Canada's AI researchers and startups and industry expansion.
We want to help companies adopt AI in a way that will have positive impacts for everyone. To do that, we will invest $200 million through regional development agencies to boost the adoption of AI in critical sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, and manufacturing. $100 million in the AI Assist program to help small and medium-sized enterprises scale up and increase productivity by developing and deploying new AI solutions, and $50 million to provide training to workers who may be disrupted by AI, for example, to give new tools to workers in creative industries.
The upcoming federal budget is set to be tabled on April the 16th. Now, over the past week, the Liberals have announced at least $27 billion in new spending as part of the 2024 budget. The House leader for the Liberals is telling CTV's Question Period housing is an urgent national priority, and the Liberals are doing their part, he says, to address it.
Well, what the Prime Minister said is that the federal government will be there with the tools, the programs, the resources to do its part. I would argue that we're actually now doing more than our fair share in terms of bearing the weight of this problem. I think the long-term prospects for housing in Canada are very good.
Federal government has already announced top-ups to the Housing Accelerator Fund, the Apartment Construction Loan Program, as well as a new $6 billion housing infrastructure fund. But some premiers are criticizing the announcements because they come with a lot of strings attached, funding that needs conditions and benchmarks that the province needs to meet to get it. Federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre was at a rally in Mississauga where he was ridiculing the Trudeau government for the current cost of living.
When you double the national debt, you drive up demand, which bids up goods. You print $600 billion of cash, and that causes inflation, just like it has everywhere and always over the last 5,000 years of economic history as far back as we can go in human records. Whenever governments create cash, they cause inflation. And what is he doing now? He's out making multi-billion-dollar announcements of inflationary spending that will drive up the cost of your living again. It's like he's spraying billions of dollars out of a fire hose, but it's more like spraying gasoline on the fire.
The Bank of Canada is set to deliver its second interest rate announcement of 2024 this Wednesday. Philip Pedersen, Chief Investment Strategist at IG Wealth Management, says we're not expecting a rate change this time once again.
The Bank of Canada has spoken about the housing market in Canada in the past, and that could be a concern, that any rate relief for prospective home buyers will just drive up home prices. The other side of it is that rate cuts could drive the loonie lower, which could be inflationary down the road. So they're trying to balance the impact against a weaker Canadian dollar and a weaker economy and lower inflation.
Pedersen says we're likely to see our first rate cut of the year in June. You're watching Toronto's Breaking News, CP24. Canada's adding another evacuation flight out of Haiti because of last-minute requests. More on that next.
Crave is home to the best reality shows.
Oh my God, here we go.
Wow.
every twist and every turn. They'll keep you coming back for more.
Too much?
Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month.
We wanted to find the best deals for our next fabulous trip.
So we hired a private travel hacker.
The top airlines, travel sites, she searches them all.
She's a technical genius.
I just use Skyscanner. It searches billions of prices to get you the best deal in just one tap. I tried showing them how easy it is to use Skyscanner, but the ultra-wealthy don't like change.
Who says kids these days are lazy and don't know how to work?
I say that all the time.
Get the jump on a new sump pump. Book with Roto-Rooter before May 1st and save $50.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Call 1-800-GET-ROTO now.
Victims of car accidents are exactly that, victims.
Everyday people who need help getting justice.
We've helped thousands of innocent victims.
Get the compensation they deserve.
Call us today
and find out why there's nothing tougher than a diamond.
It's the Cyber Super Sale at Leon's. Get cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. The Cyber Super Sale is on now. Visit leons.ca for details.
Feel the summer heat with Boots and Hearts. Featuring Jason Aldean, Thomas Rhett, Matchbox 20, Cody Johnson, and more. August 8th to 11th at Burroughs Creek. Tickets on sale now at bootsandhearts.com.
The founder of World Central Kitchen, Jose Andres, is calling for an independent investigation into the Israeli airstrike that killed 7 of its aid workers in Gaza last week, including a Canadian man.
This really, at this point, seems is a war against humanity itself. That's why, yes, I'm requesting Israel, I'm requesting Prime Minister, I'm requesting IDF, that this investigation and many others should be done right.
An internal probe conducted by Israel found significant errors and protocol violations leading up to the deadly airstrikes. The Israeli military says it believed it was targeting armed Hamas operatives, not aid workers.
We got to see some changes in the way they're prosecuting these operations, or we're going to have to think about making changes in our own policy towards Gaza.
The U.S. says it's still reviewing Israel's investigation, but has condemned the attack on the aid workers. The Biden administration has been calling for Israel to better protect civilians and aid workers. A commemoration held in Rwanda marking 30 years since the deadly genocide there. Rwanda's president was joined by several African leaders for the ceremony. A flame of remembrance was lit. A wreath was also laid at a memorial site for 250,000 of the victims. An estimated 800,000 people were killed by government-backed extremists over several months in 1994. A Canadian soldier is presumed dead after being caught in an avalanche while on leave in Switzerland. The Department of National Defense says Captain Sean Thomas went missing in the slide April 1st. The incident happened at a resort in southwest Switzerland, according to local authorities. 3 people were killed in the avalanche. The military says Captain Thomas joined the armed forces in 2018. He was last deployed to Jordan in November as part of the Canadian Trading Assistance Program, and he was set to return home next month. Canada has added another evacuation flight out of Haiti after a surge in demand. Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly says this flight was added at the last minute due to a number of requests for people trying to get out of the Caribbean country. An evacuation flight that left Haiti on Sunday was supposed to be the last one. Global Affairs Canada said this week that it had helped more than 250 Canadian citizens, permanent residents, or close relatives leave Haiti. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24. The Blue Jays were in the Bronx facing the Yankees. We'll have highlights coming up.
Bichette sends one to right. This is over the head of Soto.
Rolex, my cash for your used or new Rolexes. Bring me your Submariners, your Yachtmasters, your GMTs, your Dates, your Datejusts. Oliver Jewelry pays the highest prices for Rolexes. oliverjewelry.ca. Oh, yeah.
We all know a rich life means different things to everyone.
With a FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest now and in your future on your terms.
Whether it's a new business venture or that kitchen reno you've been thinking about. we have the solution.
Could you use 80,000, 280, or even 2.8 million?
If you're ready to take the next step, call us today and let's get started on your financial journey.
CapitalDirect.ca.
A lot of valleys, I've seen a lot of peaks. I've seen the bitter with the sweet, victory and defeat. Sometimes I fell, but a voice kept saying, son, stick to your vision. Keep the composition. Seen a lot of shame in the game. Seen a lot of pain with the fame. Seen a lot of highs and lows, but that's just the way life goes. See my name written in lights. I've seen a lot of things in my life. Seen a lot of highs and lows, but that's just the way life goes. Yo.
We do more than anyone thought possible, with less than anyone could imagine. Imagine what we could do with more.
Hello! Now that I'm in Yorkville, I am the class man. Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Tiffany, Rolex, you name it, we've got it. Look rich, stay rich. 88 Yorkville, baby. Oh, yeah!
The Blue Jays have wrapped up their series with the New York Yankees.
Bichette sends one to
the Jays gave up 5 runs early, did try to rally, but couldn't come from behind, losing 8-3. The Jays returned to Toronto for their home opener against Seattle on Monday. As for the Raptors, they were hoping for a second straight win as they took on the Washington Wizards.
Quickly.
Emmanuel Quickly leading the way with 31 points. The Raptors winning 130-122. The first back-to-back victories since February. Their Dinos returned to the court on Tuesday, hosting Indiana. South Carolina has capped off a perfect season with an exciting NCAA championship victory.
Perfection with a touch of sweet redemption. Undefeated South Carolina.
South Carolina downing Iowa 87-75, becoming just the 10th Division I team ever to go undefeated in a season. But it was a heartbreaking end to Iowa star Caitlin Clark's college career. She did all she could to lead the Hawkeyes to their first championship, scoring 30 points, including a record-breaking 18 in the first quarter.
It's really hard to win these things. I think I probably know that better than most people by now. And to be so close twice, it definitely hurts. But at the same time, like, you know, we were right there. We battled. We took down some really great teams to get back to this point. And it's something that's really hard to do. And, you know, I think when I think about women's basketball going forward, you know, obviously it's just going to continue to grow, whether it's at the WNBA level, whether it's at the college level. Like, everybody sees it. Everybody knows. Everybody sees the viewership numbers. When you're given an opportunity, women's sports just kind of thrives. And I think that's been the coolest part for me on this journey.
We'll go at Burns now. The jump hook is good.
As for the boys, the NCAA March Madness National Championship game has been set. Toronto's Zach Edey leading the way for Purdue against NC State this weekend. The 7'4" center played all 40 minutes, posting 20 points, 12 boards. The Boilermakers beat the Wolfpack 63-50 to reach the final. And they will be facing UConn in the championship game. All 5 Huskies starters had double-digit scoring figures. UConn beating Alabama 86-72 this weekend. Monday night's final will feature a battle of these #1 seeds. UConn looking for a back-to-back title, while it's Purdue's first appearance in the big game since 1969. TSN's Clara Hanna is in Arizona and has more.
He puts up a lot of points, but it's going to be hard against UConn. They've got a player named Donovan Clingan, similar height, stature, also puts up a lot of points. So 2 bigs going up against each other in the biggest game in college basketball for the men. So that's going to be a lot of eyeballs on those 2 players.
Tip-off on TSN Monday night, 9:20. You're watching Toronto's Breaking News, CP24. And thank you, as always, for joining us tonight. The top stories in Toronto are straight ahead.
Good morning, Toronto. It is Monday, April the 8th, day of the solar eclipse. Welcome to the show. I'm Jennifer Shung.
Good morning. I'm Courtney Heels, and here's what you need to know this morning. It is a big day. The stage is now set. We are live in Niagara Falls, where tourists might not know which natural wonder to look at in just a few hours. Here's a live look at the falls. Bill is there for us this morning. Just beautiful.
And we're also live at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie, where the population is going to surge today because of its prime spot along the path of the eclipse, path of totality, which will be visible in all its totality. That's just a little after 3 p.m. Nick Dixon keeping his eye on the ground and the sky today there.
Bichette sends one to right. This
and
is
if you're a Jays fan, well, probably won't let anything eclipse your mood today as the Boys of Summer play at the Dome for the first time this season.
Okay, so it is a day of many firsts. First time the Jays are going to play at the newly renovated Rogers Centre. Also, the first time we're going to be seeing a solar eclipse in 40 years. We're live with Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter. One's in Niagara Falls, one's in Crystal Beach. Guys, good morning.
Morning, guys.
Hey, good morning, Jen. Good morning, Courtney.
Hey, so let's start with you, Bill. We saw that beautiful shot of the falls. The water looked roaring, but it's pretty quiet there. I mean, when you got in yesterday, what was it like?
It was bustling. It felt like a summer day in terms of the traffic, and even the temperatures were warming up. The sky was blue. If only that high pressure had held completely on for one more day, this would be even more spectacular. But it's still going to be a heck of a day. The traffic, the tourism. I went for a burger at a local restaurant, and yeah, it was really busy. I think people are super excited to see how this day unfolds. And the weather might be a little bit better here in Niagara than Toronto come 3 p.m., but we'll talk about that coming up.
Okay, and Nick, what about you? You're at Crystal Beach. I see that sign illuminated behind you. What was it like for you getting into town there? And what's it kind of like looking like before the eclipse this afternoon?
Well, I mean, you know, right now it is extremely quiet. They have had a festival here for the last couple of days, you know, effectively celebrating what's going to be happening this afternoon a little bit early. They had some bands, you know, activities for families, kids, that kind of thing. The beach, of course, is just behind us here. You can't really see it right now. That's why we're out here by the sign. Just to give you a sense, but I mean, later today, it is expected to be packed with thousands upon thousands of people, all with their eyes, of course, up in the sky, crossing their fingers, hoping that what Bill has said here, that hopefully the Niagara region will at least get a chance to see more, since we are in the path of totality. And this is the key. This is why we're here, because Fort Erie Crystal Beach is expected to get 3 minutes and 46 seconds of the totality of the eclipse. So we should have the longest possible opportunity to check it all out. So yeah, we're here for now and throughout the day, in fact, Jen and Courtney.
Yeah, it's going to be so incredible to see this, and I know we will have full coverage of this event this afternoon. Let's bring in Bill once again. Bill, the big question here, how is the weather looking for the moment of the eclipse?
Yeah, you know, the further west you go, the brighter the skies will be. I had some friends going to Port Burwell and Leamington, but you know, it looks like there's enough clearing, or at least potential clearing, getting close to the Niagara region to get a little bit of a dry slot, or at least a mix of sun and cloud around 3 to 3:30. So I'm not making promises, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed. It looks like we'll get up into the mid-teens, 14, 15 for Niagara Falls. We have a light east wind. It brought some mist overhead early this morning, but that seems to have calmed down. Winds will remain light, likely shift to southerly, and there is about a 30% chance of a late morning shower here in Niagara Falls, but the boundary that's bringing the cloud and showers is weakening as it pushes in, and that's why we're going to get a little bit of breakup mid-afternoon here. But for Toronto, it looks like it might take a little bit longer. In fact, the future modeling and the future radar that I was looking at, and here's your at a glance, shows that there is still a chance of a shower overhead in Toronto around 3:30, and it will take till about 5 for the clearing to get underway. But again, if this boundary speeds up a little bit more, and it continues to dissipate as it runs into the high pressure that was in place yesterday, we may see some breaks in the cloud deck for Toronto too. So don't give up hope. I'm super excited either way. It's going to be definitely an experience here in the Falls, Crystal Beach, or in Toronto. Going to send it back to you.
Thanks so much, Billy. Good morning. I'll piggyback since you guys are, dealing with the excitement out there. Let's talk about if you're planning travels, perhaps into Niagara, Fort Erie right now, Crystal Beach. And now, of course, there are numerous closures in and around those immediate areas. But as far as the major routes are concerned, we'll take you through a couple stretches of the QEW. That was a look at the Skyway in St. Catharines. And then I'll take you out as far as the 405, which is as far as I can see. I cannot see further south. But right now, it's actually looking really good if you're planning travels into Niagara region. I'll take you through the Mississauga area. There was some overnight roadwork, a bit of a grainy camera, but they've wrapped up QEW Toronto bound past Erin Mills Parkway out through Mississauga Road up to the 401 right now. Look out of Milton through Mississauga, particularly through here, Ontario. That's also in great shape. Nothing out of the norm on the westbound 401 through parts of Durham or into Scarborough. So far, you can see everything is moving along up to speed. The only issue I do have, which is actually out of camera view, it'll impact you into Brampton, North 410 ramp to Beauvert. Had a couple right lanes out there. Courtney, Jen, I'll send it to you. Good morning.
Good morning, Lisa.
Good morning,
Thank
Lisa.
you. Okay, so once again, Nick is live in Crystal Beach in Fort Erie, which is a really picturesque place this afternoon. There's going to be plenty to look at no matter what direction you really pose your eyes at. Let's take it back to Nick Dixon at Crystal Beach. Nick, it's going to be so exciting. I mean, we miss you, of course, here in the studio, but pretty cool assignment today.
It's a great assignment. I'm really looking forward to this. I mean, this is something realistically in this area where we are. This is just really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sure, there are eclipses, throughout different parts of the world, but this is the one that's in our area, in our neck of the woods. It's driving distance, and so that's why we're here today, because it should be a pretty spectacular scene. I was just saying earlier on, that they had an event here this weekend, kind of, marking and sort of, paying tribute to and sort of enjoying themselves and getting into the sort of eclipse mood. And again, the weather, as Bill mentioned, was beautiful here. The thing is, the interesting part about, Fort Erie, once again, this, as you take a look at the path of totality here, as the eclipse moved from west to east here, this is going to be, again, I want to emphasize the reason we're here, 3 minutes and 46 seconds of that total eclipse here. That is effectively the longest in our region, really giving us a great chance to sort of experience that, of course, at that time. And only at that time is it actually safe to get those glasses off. So we understand there are going to be more events here starting a little bit later this morning, kind of a food truck festival. There are going to be more events, some choirs, there's like a yoga person coming as well. So we've got kind of a whole bunch of things that are all set up for the rest of the day here. But again, it is super, super quiet right now. And I can't even emphasize how quiet it is in this town right now. I can hear a couple of birds chirping, and that's going to be the interesting thing to watch as well, because what do the animals do when the eclipse happens as well? That's going to be one of the other interesting aspects, as much as, getting a glimpse of the corona of the sun and all that. So, yeah, it's going to be a really interesting place to be here. So Crystal Beach will be here right the way through. Courtney, Jen?
Yeah, it's going to be so much to watch for. A really exciting time. Nick, thank you. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the morning, and also expect some road closures starting this morning and running into early this evening. This will be in the Niagara Falls area and Fort Erie. Road closures in Fort Erie and Crystal Beach. That all begins at 8 a.m., so pretty soon, and there will be closures in Niagara Falls beginning at 11 a.m. For all of the information on this, you can visit niagarapolice.ca for a list. That way you can be prepared.
And Metrolinx is also increasing GO Train service today in anticipation of a record number of travelers. There's special service on the Lakeshore West Line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips are being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls. Return trips are being added and modified as well to give customers more departure options. There's also going to be a special event service on Lakeshore West, Lakeshore East, and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays home opener and the Leafs game tonight.
And if you're going to be staying here in Toronto for the eclipse, there are many places in the city holding events. So you can buy your tickets in advance and go up the CN Tower. That's an option. You can go to the Toronto Metropolitan University for Sci Exchange's Solar Eclipse Watch Party. This is in the TMU Quad. Also, many branches of the Toronto Public Library holding some free viewing events. And then lastly, the Royal Canadian Institute for Science hosting a viewing party at West Toronto's Etienne Brule Park.
In other news are following, Jelly Roll was the big winner at the CMT Music Awards in Texas, and the singer, who spent years in prison, hasn't forgotten where he comes from.
It's important that I stand up here tonight and represent those that are looking for second chances. The kids back in the Metro Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility, the kids down here in the Austin Juvenile Detention Facility are watching this tonight. I'm cheering y'all boys on. You can be this guy. You can change. You can turn it around. I promise you can, baby.
Nick's favorite artist, Jelly Roll, took home 3 awards at the event that celebrates the best in country music videos. He won Performance of the Year, Video of the Year, and Male Video of the Year.
As country singers, we live and breathe this music, and we're proud to be part of this night and this moment.
With this house on this ground, burn it down.
Tanner Adele, Tiara Kennedy, Raina Roberts, and Brittany Spencer represented CMT's Next Women of Country initiative. They presented the award for Duo or Group Video of the Year to Dan and Shay. The quartet also backed up Beyonce on her version of the Beatles song Blackbird on her new album Cowboy Carter.
Everywhere you go right now, you hear Beyonce's new album. I feel like it's in all the stores, literally everywhere.
Yeah. Have you listened to it yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure I know it's good, obviously,
right.
but eventually I'll add it on the list to
I actually like her song with Post Malone, Levi's Jeans.
Oh yeah, it's a good one.
Which is funny because Nick confused Jelly Roll and Post Malone.
Oh,
so
did he? That's why he's obviously a favorite.
That's the inside joke, exactly.
Well, another album to watch for there. Let's get to some sports news now. Blue Jays play their first home opener tonight. This is going 4-6 on their opening road trip.
Well, Bichette sends one to right. This is over the head of Soto. And that's strike.
Well, yesterday in their final game of the series against the Yankees, the Jays gave up 5 runs early and couldn't generate enough offense in an 8-3 loss. Toronto welcomes in the Seattle Mariners to the renovated Rogers Center tonight, and first pitch flies at 7:07 p.m. Exciting stuff.
Yeah, it'll be cool to see what they've done with the center. It's already changed so much, so I'm sure a lot of people looking forward to that one. All right, the Raptors were looking for a second straight win as they took on the Washington Wizards last night.
Quickly. And he ties a season high at 29 in Portland. His 8th double-double.
Okay, so 2 wins in a row now. Emmanuel quickly led with 31 points as the Raptors beat the Wizards 130-122 at home. This was their first back-to-back win since February. The Raptors return to the court tomorrow to host the Indiana Pacers. They, of course, beat the Milwaukee Bucks, breaking their 15th game losing streak. So that was great to see. And, yeah, finally on the up and up, but it's a little too late.
Only up from here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that you'd like to see that.
All right, when we come back, we're going to speak to News Talk 1010's John Moore over on the couch. And it is, of course, the day of the solar eclipse. So no doubt we'll be talking about that. Bill Coulter also tracking the weather for us, right, Courtney?
Yeah, so many people will want to know exactly how the weather is shaping up for this big moment this afternoon. All those details. Here's a live look at the falls this morning. Just gorgeous. Stay with us. We have lots to cover here.
Chum 1045 wants you to stack that cash.
Who's stacking what?
Money, Marilyn. Piles of it. Listen weekdays for your chance to win thousands of dollars. Stack that cash. Stacking up the cash. Chum 1045.
I love lowballing employee severances, then having a rousing laugh about it at the country club. That's why I hate Whitten and Lublin, because they empower employees to take control and get what they're owed. And there's nothing rousing about that.
The Jeep No Limits event is here, which means more trails to blaze, more challenges to meet, more sights to discover. Get into a Jeep Gladiator, the only open-air pickup truck in its class, or Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. Jeep No Limits is here. Time to test your limits. Get up to 10% off MSRP on select Jeep models for up to $8,700 in discounts.
A deep freeze caused the power grid to completely collapse, and we had a client that was in some trouble. Using specially modified cameras and drones, he took care of it all from a safe distance.
We are Paul Davis!
I am Paul Davis, and I am a difference maker.
People from all around the world running together at the same time. Sign up now at wingsforlifeworldrun.com. Let's run for those who can't.
A name you can trust, a menu inspired by tradition. Jimmy the Greek is preparing daily meals for you. Let our family feed yours. Visit jimmythegreek.com and find your nearest location today.
What's happening these days? Gas and food prices are through the roof, and mortgage rates are skyrocketing too. Talk about bad timing. There's bills, car payments, kids' lessons, and what about the fun stuff? You need room to breathe and someone to help figure it out. You need New Borrow to show you how to solve your debt and save money with the equity in your home.
Use your home to get a loan with New Borrow.
Start your new tomorrow at newborrow.com.
All right, it is 5:44, and look at that over my left shoulder. One of the wonders of the world, Niagara Falls, and what a place to be in. What a day to be here, as a total eclipse is set to happen around 3:18 today, and all eyes are on the forecast, I think, to see how we can take in the celestial event with hopefully at least some breaks in the cloud decks. Looking a little bit more promising for the Niagara region than it is Toronto. We have this boundary swinging through a low pressure system moving from the upper Midwest into northwestern Ontario, but it's running into high pressure. It's kind of weakening, and it's speeding up a little bit. So both are promising, especially for here in Niagara under a light wind. There was some mist overhead earlier. That seems to have pushed off a little bit. We're going to get a light southerly wind later on today, a high 15 in Niagara, 10 in Toronto. And because everything's moving from west to east, it's going to take just a touch longer for Toronto to clear out. In fact, there's still about a 30-40% chance of a shower around 3 p.m. this afternoon. The further west you go, the brighter the skies. But I haven't given up hope. If this continues to speed up a little bit, we could see some breaks for Toronto as well, but a better chance right now for Niagara. So Toronto looking at about 10, 11 for a high today. Risk of a few showers midday. It is weakening. 17, though. Behind that boundary, the introduction of warmer air. 17 for tomorrow, 18 for Wednesday. I'll have more from Niagara, not only on the eclipse, but your forecast as well. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, I do say it's a special edition of what Toronto is talking about because everyone is talking about the solar eclipse today. John, good morning.
Good morning. Happy Eclipse Day.
Happy Eclipse
And you're
Day.
right. It seems like any news story we talk about today, we can just go, and the eclipse.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll let Bill, Nick, and Dan Riskin do all the heavy lifting because they're actually there.
Yeah.
I'm headed out to Burlington. There are extra GO trains being laid on. They are longer GO trains as well. But I think people really have to be prepared. I mean, even we don't know what we're going to encounter on our way to Burlington if we're going to end up on a, in a massive traffic jam.
Especially
but it's
on the
an
way
exciting
back.
show.
Right.
Yeah, on the way back as well, because a lot of people, our guys have been in place since yesterday, but a lot of people show's over at like 4 o'clock and they're going to hit the road back.
Yeah, you can imagine if people are just driving, it's going to be like this apocalyptic car scene situation where the cars
hopefully
are just
not.
like, yeah, hopefully not.
Abandoned and doors open.
Pack a camp
we'll
in your
have full
car.
coverage if that's what happens. But I mean, I'm certainly curious what the traffic situation is going to look like after.
That's a big story.
Big moment. So that's the big story. Another story I know we'll be following really closely from university courts, the Umar Zamir trial. We are expecting to hear from Zamir today.
Zamir is the guy who was accused on the 2nd of July in the early morning hours of 2021 of deliberately, that's what he's accused of, running down a police officer. His wife has already testified, and the defense has already mapped out their strategy, that the family did not know these were undercover officers, and he didn't even know that he'd actually struck the police officer and run him over. So that will be riveting testimony today. We were discussing just before going on the air as to whether or not the trial will be adjourned so people can watch the eclipse, because I can't imagine it's easy to concentrate on testimony while you're thinking the greatest show on earth is happening right now outside.
Right.
I'm very curious if that's going to happen. I guess that's something else we'll have to watch for this afternoon. But that's going to be a really big trial. I know so many people have a lot of questions and want to know from him what he has to say about the events there that day.
Yeah, totally. Turning to some politics, John, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has announced a $2.4 billion investment in AI to be included in their 2024 budget.
This is all part of mapping out way ahead of time. Back in the day, budgets used to come out and you had no idea what was going to be in them until the finance minister stood up. But now they basically put all the announcements out there. And this is going to be $2.4 billion invested in AI technology. Apparently Canada's like number 5 in the world for our ability to process AI and our knowledge of AI. So he wants to foster the industry. Some of this, though, is about security, because everybody's terrified of AI.
A lot of questions around what it's going to look like because it's evolving so quickly, right?
I know.
So and it's absolutely everywhere. That'll be interesting to see kind of the breakdown of the budget for that one. Finally, what's the story? Sick of online, extra fees online? I mean, who isn't, right? You add something to shopping cart, and then how does this cost me an extra $5 or $10?
It's called drip pricing. I can certainly testify. It wasn't even online shopping, but I was in a hotel this weekend, and there had to be 6 different fees applied to every single day, and then the HST on top of those fees. But there are class action suits coming out for a lot of things, like, for example, Cineplex, which adds, I think it's $1.50 per ticket when you buy online, even though you know the technology was already there. There are flour companies that tack on, and actually Canada Post tax on a fuel fee, even though most of its fleet is actually electric trucks. But there's a class action suit there as well.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I know that if you sign up for some like delivery services, you know, even with whatever it is, food delivery, there's always like the service fee, but then there's like other little fees. So you just got to be wary of what you're being charged, because sometimes you just assume it's taxes and tips and whatnot.
You don't always look at the breakdown.
For sure. There is a big breakdown now. Okay, and lastly, John, curious about this one. Why Gen Zs always have their phone on Do Not Disturb?
I guess I don't talk to enough Gen Zs because I hadn't noticed this phenomenon. But apparently about 90% of Gen Z are anxious about speaking on the phone. So they don't want the phone to ring. And as a matter of fact, which just seems, you know, a little precious perhaps, I'm not sure. But they want you to, for example, text them before you phone them, and they prefer not to process the phone call anyway.
Wow.
It's a very strange generational phenomenon.
I feel like I kind of understand it. Like, I mean, I prefer texting more often than answering the phone, depending maybe on who I'm talking to. You know, like family I want to talk to for sure,
right
close
away.
friends. But anybody else, I don't know. I don't know if I'd put it on Do Not Disturb, though.
You could miss some emergencies, especially if you're a parent.
Yeah, it always cracks me up. I mean, even people my age, I'll get a message from them by text, but then it says that their notifications have been turned off. And I thought, well, why are you texting me?
But then don't you have the option to still notify them? You can be that person.
Oh, my gosh.
Really important.
Communicating is really becoming a challenge.
Well, especially since I lost my phone in Montreal.
Good luck to you for the rest of the day, John.
Godspeed.
Yeah, tweet at John Moore if you need to get a hold of him this morning. Okay, thanks so much, John. Happy Eclipse Day. Really appreciate you being here. It'll be exciting for sure. And we'll be back on CP24 Breakfast with this. So since the eclipse is such a big topic of conversation today, we want to get you involved. Time for the viewers to chime in. We'll tell you how you can do that right after this break. Stay with us.
Shop Etsy until April 15th and get up to 30% off thoughtful pieces made by real people to brighten your home. Save on lighting, furniture, gifts, and more. When you need just the thing to make your space feel like new, Etsy has it.
No one told Jason that adulting sometimes requires you to stretch time.
It said karate at 4 and swimming at 1600. Who knew that's the same time?
Everyone, Jason.
Everyone knew that?
Literally everyone. But you can up your adulting game with Sonnet Home and Auto Insurance. Just go online and in minutes you're covered. Plus, Canadian University and college grads can get a juicy discount.
Hey, I went to university.
And look at you now.
Kids, look.
Get up, Dad.
Join the heat pump revolution with an all-electric or hybrid heating and cooling system. Save up to 50% on utility bills while using only one system to cool and heat your home. Make the switch to Mitsubishi Electric, Canada's #1 brand in mini-split heat pump technology.
Do you have a wet, damp, or moldy basement? Call the oldest and largest waterproofing company. Call RCC. Whether your basement needs to be repaired from the outside or the inside, we'll consult you on the right solution. Call RCC Waterproofing today. Family owned and operated since 1920.
Do you want a healthy home? Get your rugs cleaned by Love Your Rug. Steam cleaning your rugs won't remove dust and allergen. Love Your Rug's 6-stage process means your rugs get cleaned properly. Free pickup and delivery services all over Ontario.
It's time to love your rug.
For over 55 years, Green Park Group has consistently built communities people proudly call home. Introducing Thompson Towers, Green Park's newest condo in Milton, with suites starting from the low 600s. Residents will enjoy a full range of unique modern amenities, a rooftop pool, stylish lounges, and state-of-the-art recreational facilities, inspiring the people who bring communities to life. Green Park is the people's builder. Visit greenpark.com for condos, now selling across the GTA.
Closed captioning of this CP24 program is brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers, Canada's largest injury law firm with over 60 lawyers across Canada.
Well, many school boards decided to reschedule a PA day for today out of an abundance of caution. That means some families might be making a day of the eclipse. Perhaps you've also made some plans to step outside for a few minutes to check it out.
So we want to know, what are your plans for this big event, the solar eclipse? You can reach out to us this morning at now@cp24.com, and we will share some of those responses with you. Really excited about this too, Jen, because, you know, so many people are talking about this. I'm sure many unique ways people will take in the moment.
Yeah. Okay, so let's bring in Bill and Nick. One's in Niagara Falls, the other in Crystal Beach, to talk about, well, we obviously know what you guys are doing today to view the solar eclipse. You're in the path of totality. So exciting. I guess I'll start with, well, Courtney, why don't you tell us what you're going to be doing with your kids today after work?
I actually thought about this just a few minutes before we went to air. I'm home with my toddler, so I don't think I'll be looking at the sun even in a safe capacity, because if I do it, of course, he will as well. So I'll have to probably just watch our coverage, and I know we are going to be getting this from every different angle. I know one of our cameramen, Tom Stefanak, he has a really cool shot. He's going to have a telescope attached to his camera.
Wow.
I'm really looking forward to that perspective as well. So much of this is going to be covered by us here at CP24, and I think it'll be worth tuning in for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And Bill, have they got like a special area for you? Do you know exactly where you're going to be when the eclipse happens?
Well, I'm actually driving, attempting to drive. We'll probably broadcast from the road from Niagara Falls to Crystal Beach to join Nick for the eclipse when it happens. We're just kind of teeing it up here, creating a little bit of drama, and Mother Nature doing that too with the clouds. But I was at the one in Nashville. You do this like Sophia from the Golden Girls. Picture it, Sicily. No, picture it, Nashville, August 21st, 2017. It was an incredible experience. So much so I almost got a tattoo of an eclipse afterwards, and I knew right away that this was going to happen, and I started planning for this one. I was hoping for better weather. These are pictures for me. I was at a parking lot of a Cracker Barrel just south of Nashville. I couldn't even get a flight into Nashville. I had to fly into Birmingham, Alabama, rent a car, drive up, stay overnight, and then head right back to the airport after this. But this is what Toronto will kind of dim, but here in the zone of totality, it will look like this. That was actually a picture from my phone, and it did not do it anything close to justice. When you were in that zone of totality, when it was totally eclipsed, you could safely take off your glasses. Obviously, I had timed it very carefully so that my glasses were back on for when it started to come out of full totality. But the fiery dance of the sun around the moon was unlike anything. I could barely even describe how spectacular an event it was. So I'm really hoping we do get breaks in the cloud deck, both here, Crystal Beach, and everywhere we can, to get that kind of experience. It is kind of life-changing in some ways.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
I'm excited.
And Nick, very quickly, I know we got to go, but like you're on the beach. Is that where you're going to be for the eclipse? And do you think it's going to be packed there?
I think it's going to be absolutely jam-packed. Yeah, I mean, we've taken a look out of the beach. They've got the beach immaculately set up right now. It's beautifully raked. There's tons of space out there, but there are going to be thousands upon thousands of people descending on this place. Keep in mind, Crystal Beach's population is less than 10,000. It is going to just, I don't even know how many times that population is going to grow. It's going to be quite the place to be, so really looking forward to it.
Okay, all right. We're going to get a better view of your scene as it brightens outside. Nick, Bill, thanks so much. Once again, we want to know from our viewers, what are your plans for their solar eclipse this afternoon? Email us now at cp24.com. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Russell Oliver, and I am the cash man. Bring me your used jewelry, and I will give you cash. Oh, yeah!
Everyone has opinions when it comes to the stock market, predicting what they thought would happen in 2023. But only one system took the noise out of picking the right stocks at the right time: VectorVest. Not opinions, straight answers. Clear market timing that signaled every major move for 3 decades. And strategies that beat the S&P, including 2023. Try it today. 30 days under $10 at VectorVest.ca. VectorVest, because everything else is just noise.
We need to switch. Oh, sweet. 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 But can we do it?
Oh, yeah. We can definitely make the switch.
Sweet.
People think you are only owed 2 weeks' pay when you lose your job. EmploymentLawyer.ca says that is a myth. You may be owed much more than 2 weeks per year. Don't settle for less. Always check with the employment lawyer first at EmploymentLawyer.ca.
It's the Cyber Super Sale at Leon's. Get cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. The Cyber Super Sale is on now. Visit leons.ca for details.
Hello, I'm Russell Oliver, and I am the cash man. Bring me your used jewelry, and I will give you cash. Oh, yeah!
You will remember this day for a long time. Monday, April the 8th, 2024, day of the solar eclipse. Welcome to CP24 Breakfast. I'm Jennifer Shung.
It is a huge day here. I'm Courtney Heels. Here's what you need to know this morning. The big story, the stage is set. We're live in Niagara Falls, where tourists might not know which natural wonder to look at in just a few hours. Bill is there for us this morning.
And we're also live at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie, where the population is going to surge today. Usually a population of 10,000. It's going to be way above that because it's a prime spot along the path of the eclipse, which will be visible in its totality a little after 3 p.m. this afternoon. Nick keeping a close eye on the ground and the sky today.
It's also going to be a pretty big day in downtown court. A man accused of killing a Toronto police officer expected to testify in his own defense.
All right, as we mentioned, Nick in Fort Erie on Crystal Beach, and Bill Coulter is in Niagara Falls. They're keeping an eye on the sky, but right now on the ground, very quiet, right, guys? Nick?
Super quiet. I mean, it is, you know, it's the sun. We can kind of see the sky brightening up in the east here, and so we're seeing a little bit of light coming here. But yeah, it is incredibly quiet right now. But this weekend here has already been celebrating the eclipse, and there's still so much more to come here at Crystal Beach, really throughout the day, of course, reaching its peak as the eclipse, of course, reaches its peak later on this afternoon. It's going to be quite an exciting day.
Yeah, I bet. It'll be great to see, you know, people start to trickle in and really see the crowd start to surge there. Let's bring in Bill now. Bill, big question. How's the weather looking so far? You mentioned there's a possibility of some rain in Toronto later today.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get some breakup. It's beautiful behind me, partly cloudy, and I'm going to apologize to Mike Nguyen, our camera operator. I was bugging about opening the iris 45 minutes before sunup, and it is getting bright in the east, so maybe he's not opening it quite as much as I bug him about. There is a boundary on the way in. It's going to thicken up the cloud. It could present a couple of showers late morning, but it is weakening as it works its way towards the west end of Lake Ontario. So isolated showers, it may, just to create a little bit of drama, may start to break up around 3 p.m. to a mix of sun and cloud here in Niagara with about 15 for a high. But Toronto, it may take just a little bit longer, and there's still about a 30% chance of a shower around eclipse time. The clearing looks like it's going to take place later afternoon, closer to the dinner hour, and a high of about 10 or 11 for Toronto. It'll get up to about 15 in Niagara. The further west you go, the clearer the skies. But if this speeds up a little bit, we may all benefit from some breakup around 3 p.m. We'll continue to track that. I'm going to set it inside to Lisa because, boy, traffic is going to be an issue outside the GTA, but in it as well today.
Yeah, I imagine so, Billy. Although so far I've been checking some of my traffic cameras as far as I can see heading towards Niagara, and so far it's looking pretty good. And a friendly reminder, a lot of the road closures around Niagara, Crystal Beach area start at 8 o'clock this morning. So just be mindful if you're planning travels out that way, pack your patience. Let me show you the drive in the GTA right now. The westbound 401 starting to get a little busier past McCowan out to Kennedy. Another busy route, South Don Valley Parkway in spots between the 401 and Winford. I didn't spot any issues. Here's your Gardner drive into downtown. So far, it is smooth sailing. Send it back to you, Court and Jen.
Okay, Lisa, thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. So Crystal Beach in Fort Erie, just a picturesque place. And this afternoon, there will be plenty to look at, really, no matter what direction you look in. Let's bring in Nick. Okay, so we are going to be checking in with Nick in just a few minutes. There he is. Okay, not minutes, seconds.
Hey.
It's going to be one of those days, Nick. We got to stay on our toes. You mentioned it's obviously very, very quiet, but give us a sense of just how busy you expect it to be there later.
Yeah, I mean, like I was mentioning, the population of of Crystal Beach is like less than 10,000 people. It's a very small community here, but it is going to explode today. And they're definitely prepared for it. Over the weekend, they had basically a solar eclipse festival with some bands, food, crafts, food trucks, that kind of thing, getting people into it. I was actually talking to a gentleman here this morning, talking about walking his dog. And he was even talking to me just about the once-in-a-lifetime experience this really is. Because if you're in the path of totality, this is really going to be your shot. Yeah, sure, you could drive or fly other places to catch something like this, but this is really that opportunity. So I think people are really embracing this. Courtney and Jen, we've been talking to officials in Niagara for the last couple of days and weeks now as they sort of do their plans, and then we spoke to them on breakfast the last couple of days, talking about the planning, talking about that emergency declaration, talking about the expectation, perhaps upwards of 1 million people sort of descending on the area here. When I hear Lisa talk about the road closures and things, I really wonder about what this place is going to start looking like in about an hour or so, because this beach is perfect. I mean, it is perfectly set. There's big skies, obviously. You're on the beach, so you get the lake, the beach, hopefully some good weather, and I think this place is just going to explode with people all looking up with their glasses. We've got some scientists. We're going to talk to Niagara Police coming up too, talking about the preparations they've been making, whether it's traffic or emergency-wise, just to make sure that everything is sort of good to go to make this day the best it really can possibly be. So much more still to happen here at Crystal Beach.
Yeah, Nick, and you also mentioned yoga. You're going to be speaking to someone from like kind of a yoga studio. So you better show us your downward dog later on.
I don't know if you want to see that necessarily. Okay. Yeah, but they're going to have like kind of crystal bowls and all kinds of music. It's going to really set an interesting scene for the actual time of the complete eclipse. So yeah, it's going to be just, I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, that's so cool. And we'll be checking in with you later when it brightens up there. We're going to see a lot more. Thanks so much, Nick. Okay, chat soon.
Okay.
Meantime, the Toronto Zoo will be watching to see how the eclipse will impact animals. The zoo is inviting students to help its welfare sciences team document what the animals do during and after the solar eclipse.
I think this is just a great reminder for all of us of how curiosity about the natural world is something that unites us all. And there's amazing things that go on around us every single day. But this is truly one of those literally almost once in a lifetime experience for our local community. And I love the fact that people are rallying about it, they're learning about it, and really taking a moment to see our place in the broader universe and in our community. And hopefully that will translate to more broader thinking around conservation.
So that's something to watch for. Also, Toronto Police Marine Unit will be keeping an eye on the water today. They are expecting an increase in boat traffic because of the eclipse. So they have issued a reminder about boat safety, the risks of cold water immersion, and the laws surrounding drinking on boats. They are also cautioning boaters, keep an eye out for any sudden changes to the weather conditions while out on the water.
In other news, we're following short-term rental hosts such as Airbnb and VRBO saw year-over-year demand increase by 207.4% for listings in the path of totality. Okay, so we are staying on the same subject. That's according to data by short-term rental data company AirDNA. The red dots on the map show cities with over 50% listing occupancy compared with the blue dots that represent less than 50% occupancy.
Get that perfect line there. All right, this is another big story we'll be following closely. A man accused of killing a Toronto police officer expected to testify in his own defense today. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup. Northrup died after he was struck by a car in a parking garage near City Hall while investigating a stabbing in 2021. Prosecutors allege Zamir caused Northrup's death by making a series of maneuvers with his car. The defense claims the incident was an accident and Zamir didn't know Northrup was a police officer.
3 people have been arrested and more than 20 stolen vehicles were recovered in a joint investigation between the Peel Police and the Canada Border Services Agency.
An investigation began in a local trucking yard in Brampton, expanded to Bolton and the Port of Montreal, where these particular vehicles were destined for overseas. In March of 2024, 3 men from the Greater Toronto Area were arrested and charged.
Police say the investigation was launched in December and led officers to an industrial location in Bolton that was being used to load stolen vehicles that would be shipped to the Middle East. At least 20 vehicles valued at almost $2 million were recovered. 3 men were arrested on March 26 as part of the investigation. They're facing several charges, including trafficking stolen goods.
3 people have been taken to hospital after a multi-vehicle crash in Brampton. This happened just before 5:30 p.m. yesterday near Mississauga Road and Wanless Drive. Paramedics tell CP24 one person was airlifted to a trauma center in serious condition, while 2 others were taken to hospital with minor injuries. The cause of this crash is still unknown at this point. Police are asking drivers to avoid the area as some roads still closed for this investigation.
Dozens of Toronto businesses will be taking part in Spectrum Works today. The event is Canada's biggest job fair for people on the autism spectrum. It aims to find the meaningful work and features virtual interviews, job skill workshops, and even resume help. Recruiters from companies including RBC, IBM, MLSE, and Scotiabank Arena are taking part this year.
The true inspiration behind the event was actually my co-founder, Xavier Pinto's son, Xavi. He had come to me in 2017 and he was like, Neil, I'm really concerned for my son's future. He's autistic, but he's got abilities to work in the workforce and there's not a lot of opportunities. And I'd like to do something with that. And my profession is I'm in a marketing agency. I own a marketing agency and I get paid to be creative. And I just came up with this idea when I started to learn a bit about sort of the statistics behind, autistic unemployment. And I said, let's just do a job fair for people with autism. Here we are 8 years later. It's now a national affair, and I didn't realize how big of an issue it was for that community.
And a recent survey finds 86% of Canadian autistic adults are unemployed.
Well, South Carolina has capped off a perfect season with an exciting NCAA championship win.
Perfection with a touch of sweet redemption. Undefeated South Carolina.
South Carolina beat Iowa 87-75, becoming just the 10th Division I team to go undefeated through a season. But it was a heartbreaking end to Iowa star Caitlin Clark's college career. She did all she could to lead the Hawkeyes to their first championship. Clark scored 30 points, including a record-breaking 18 in the first quarter.
It's really hard to win these things. I think I probably know that better than most people by now. And to be so close twice, it definitely hurts. But at the same time, we were right there. We battled. We took down some really great teams to get back to this point. And it's something that's really hard to do. And, I think when I think about women's basketball going forward, obviously it's just going to continue to grow, whether it's at the WNBA level, whether it's at the college level. Like, everybody sees it. Everybody knows. Everybody sees the viewership numbers. When you're given an opportunity, women's sports just kind of thrives. And I think that's been the coolest part for me on this journey.
We'll go at Burns now. The jump hook is good. And shakes his head. You can't guard me.
Well, he took a shot from DJ.
And it's going to be a big day for Toronto's Zach Edey as he and the Purdue Boilermakers get ready to take it to the court in the men's NCAA final. Edey led the way for Purdue against North Carolina State on Saturday night. The 7'4" center played all 40 minutes in this game, posting 20 points, 12 rebounds. The Boilermakers beat the Wolfpack 63-50 to reach the final.
Pretty. Going to the sky for the jam.
And just he's back up though.
It's 5-on-4 right now.
Purdue will be taking on UConn in the championship game. All 5 Husky starters scored in double figures as UConn beat Alabama 86-72 on Saturday. Tonight's final will feature a battle of number 1 seeds. UConn is looking for back-to-back titles, while it's Purdue's first appearance in the big game since 1969. Okay, a lot's happening in the world of college basketball, but a lot happening on our show this morning, Courtney.
Certainly the case.
Yeah, when we come back, we'll take you back out to Niagara Falls, where Bill Coulter is standing by with CTV science and tech wizard Dan Riskin.
Look at this
shot
view.
This morning.
Beautiful.
Canada has one of the best backyards in the world. Don't let allergies prevent you from breathing it all in. Get relief fast. Reactin acts fast to relieve allergy symptoms and lasts 24 hours.
As a contractor, I know how important quality and trust are when choosing a manufacturer or supplier. And that's why we choose DraftLock for all our projects. Manufactured right here in Canada, it's a level of quality that can't be beat. They have a full line of windows, patio doors, and tilt and turn products for all your construction needs as a contractor or builder. Join me and countless other contractors and builders who have chosen DraftLog, because at the end of the day, it's your reputation on the line, and every detail matters.
Often, insurance companies are denying disability claims on the basis that there's insufficient medical evidence. If you've been denied long-term disability, don't give up. We can help.
Your long-term disability firm, Kotak Law.
We need to switch. Oh, sweet. 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 But can we do it?
Oh, yeah. We can definitely make the switch.
Sweet.
Shopping for a new Jeep or Ram truck? Looking for the GTA's biggest selection of new and used vehicles? Searching for the GTA's best deal? Looking for expert service on your car SUV? Come on down to Downsview Chrysler, where you get more and pay less. From sales to service, we're here for you. Come on down to Downsview Chrysler, your one-stop shop. The biggest selection, the best deal. It's never been a better time to buy. We make it easy, just dine and drive. Come on down to Downsview.
You're watching CP24 Breakfast on the day of the eclipse. Here's a recap of some of the stories we're following.
One of our big stories, a man accused of killing a Toronto police officer expected to testify in his own defense today. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup. The defense claims the incident was an accident, and Zamir didn't know Northrup was the police officer when he struck and killed him in a downtown parking garage.
Meantime, the federal government is set to release its long-awaited update to Canada's defense policy today. The new policy replaces one that came out in 2017 that sets out the military's priorities for 20 years. Defense Minister Bill Blair is scheduled to unveil the policy later this morning in Trenton.
And we are live at the Rogers Centre this morning. Looks beautiful at this hour. The Blue Jays play their first home game after going 4-6 on their opening road trip yesterday. In their final game of their series against the Yankees, the Jays gave up 5 runs early, couldn't generate enough offense for an 8-3 loss. We'll turn things around today, right? Toronto welcomes in, that is, the Seattle Mariners to the renovated Rogers Centre tonight. First pitch is set for 7:07.
Yeah, and here's Lisa Morales. She's heading to that game tonight. Lisa, you're so lucky. I know you got your tickets well in advance. You're a huge fan. They're going to win, right?
They're going to win. It's a tradition. My Blue Jays blue. I feel like I've always worn blue on the home opener or red lip. Today I'm opting for the blue and hoping, we're going to get a win. It's a vibe, and really excited to see all the new renovations. Of course, try some of the food. So I'll keep you guys all posted on how it goes tonight. I might be a little sleepy tomorrow. If you're heading out today, of course, lots to talk about. Not in the sense of issues right now. It's more so just volume delays filling in on a couple routes. West 401 from just past McCowan out towards Kennedy, and South Don Valley Parkway starting to build off the 401 through the York Mill stretch. Really nothing terrible right now. If you're planning travels into and out of Niagara, Fort Erie, right now everything on the major routes is looking good.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Hey, Billy, you got some exciting stuff going on today. We were noticing some of the hues in the sky. I was noticing on my traffic cameras through St. Catharines right now, the sun's starting to make an appearance. So what's the vibe looking like over there?
Oh, the vibe is amazing. You know me well, Lisa, and boy, this smile on my face kind of tells it all, doesn't it? I'm super excited for this. I was at the Eclipse in 2017, and I immediately planned to be part of this one, and I'm glad to be such a huge part of it. I mean, look over my shoulder. Could you imagine a more beautiful place to kind of tee up what's going to be going on and also to be experiencing it? And, you know, there's light in the sky. There's a mix of sun and cloud right now. For a lot of people that may be waking up to this, they're thinking, oh, this is really really promising. Well, there is cloud. There's a boundary, albeit a weakened one, that's going to roll through late morning, midday, early afternoon. Now, it weakens a little bit because the center of this low is headed up towards northwestern Ontario, and this boundary kind of running into the high pressure that we had yesterday. So there's a little drama in the forecast, but we could see some breakup in the cloud deck for Niagara, Fort Erie at around 3 p.m. For Toronto, it's going to take a touch longer to clear its way east, and that could still present about a 30% chance of a shower and mainly cloudy skies. 15 for a high here in the Niagara region, about 10 or 11 for Toronto, and we may not get that clearing until after the eclipse period, maybe closer to 5. However, if this speeds up just a little bit, that clearing will take hold and we'll get into better viewing conditions for the eclipse. So I'm going to continue to watch this and update you. 11 degrees today for a high in Toronto, 17 tomorrow with evening storms. Watch for some of that on Tuesday, and really warmer conditions on Wednesday as well with a high of 18. All right, well, every day at this time we give you the pollen forecast, and I'm out in the air. I have spring allergies. They don't seem too bad, but here's what we're looking at today. Overall pollen count expected to be high. Sitting at moderate, the individual pollens, cedar, juniper, aspen, and poplar, and high is elm today for the individual pollens that we're tracking today.
This CP24 Breakfast Pollen Report is brought to you by Reactin. Breathe it all in.
Having Dan Riskin, CTV science and technology expert, with me is like the icing on the cake. Obviously, the cake is the eclipse that's happening today that we're teeing up to. But it's cool to have a chat with you. I don't get a chance to see you all that often, but I know you're as excited about this as I am, and I get to live vicariously through you, because I was shocked to hear you have not actually been through a solar eclipse. But tell me about how you're feeling about what's happening today.
Well, yeah, this is my first time. You've done one before.
I have.
I've never done one. So what I'm running into right now is a lot of people saying, like, what's it going to be like? What's that moment like? And I don't know. You know, this is going to be my first time, but I've got so much adrenaline. And I'll tell you, I couldn't imagine a more romantic place to experience an eclipse than this. This is just gorgeous.
Yeah, 100%. A little deceiving behind us right now, because we're looking at what looks to be pretty good viewing conditions, but the boundary that's bringing in the cloud is going to arrive mid-late morning, but may clear just in time to allow at least you and I to get a pretty good viewing, and anyone to the west. So a lot of people have questions, like they were asking you, what's it going to be like? I can kind of answer that. It felt really life-changing for me. You understand why the early civilizations thought the gods were angry, because midday, the day turns into darkness. But tell me a little bit about, because the other question I'm getting is, why does the length of the time in totality change as it crosses its path from Mexico up towards Atlantic Canada?
Yeah, you have to sort of like imagine if you were moving a light across a ball. Like if you had a little flashlight and you're moving it across a basketball, it would kind of go fast up the side, slow in the middle, and then faster across the other side. And that's what's happening to the shadow. The shadow is moving across the sphere of the Earth. So by the time it gets to the midpoint of its path, which is in Mexico, it's going at its slowest. That's about 2,500 kilometers an hour. And then as it moves up through the states, it's accelerating. And by the time it comes here to Ontario, it's going 3,500 kilometers an hour, and then it only takes 33 minutes to get all the way to Newfoundland, where it's going 7,000 kilometers an hour. So this thing's zipping off the Earth as it goes past us. It's going to be great, but you know, that might be the silver lining to the clouds. I have heard from people who talk about these things that if it's cloudy, sometimes you can see that shadow as it approaches in a way that you can't see on a clear day. Because on a clear day, the shadow's on the ground and you can't see it. But if it's in the clouds, you can see it coming. And so that's something for people to be, you know, hoping for. If they're stuck somewhere with clouds, they might see that shadow as it approaches.
I'm excited for that. Don't you love science? And the other thing too is, a lot of people say, oh, well, if I'm outside that zone of totality, I'm obviously going to see something as dramatic. You know, Toronto's 99-point-something%, but because the sun, even that little sliver, is so strong, it's going to be different.
Yeah, so totality is going to be a different ball game. Even just a little bit outside of it, you do get, it doesn't take much sunlight to light things up. Think about that crack of light coming in the windows and what that does to your bedroom, right? Same thing. So just a sliver of light is going to make a difference, but I do think that Toronto should experience something where you can tell something's up, right? It'll look different. Yeah. Whether it's cloudy or sunny, you will definitely have a different level of light.
And it's amazing, too, because it allows us to really tangibly feel how powerful our sun is, because the temperature will actually drop if you're in the zone of totality. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you've experienced that I'm so looking forward to, right? Just this whole experience, and I've got my family with me here in Niagara Falls, because for me, this is almost like it's spiritual. Like, this is really going to be a really cool thing, and I'm just so happy to be part of it.
Yeah, and I know you've been on the show talking about this in the past, too, and we had people who work with animals. That was one of the things I found. One, the day turned to night. It cooled down dramatically, and there were flocks of birds just kind of going back and forth, not like the one that just flew by there. He has no idea what's going on. But the animals really, I think for them, this is as weird for them as it is for us.
Yeah, so anybody who's outside, pay attention to the animals around you, pay attention to the sounds that you hear. Those could be different. And listen, if you're looking for something to do and you still haven't planned something, the Toronto Zoo is actually a great place to go. They're doing a whole program where people can pay attention to the animals and take notes on what the animals do, and then report those to the zoo so they can learn about animal care. There are anecdotal stories of giraffes at the Nashville Zoo going nuts during the eclipse last time, when in 2017. So the giraffes, the wolves, all those animals might have little quirky things. And if you're looking for something to do with your young kids and to keep them busy until that moment of totality, or that moment of extreme darkness in Toronto.
And we're going to have things to discuss, too, because NASA's sending up all kinds of instruments to measure, but we don't have time to get into that. I can talk science all day with you, Dan.
I know, you do.
Appreciate you being here. We're going to send it to break. We'll have much more from Niagara Falls and Crystal Beach and Toronto. It is the day of the eclipse, a day I've been waiting for a long time. We'll be back with more on CP24 Breakfast right after this.
Introducing Tim's new savory pinwheels.
As a fashion designer, I feel like I am on the go all the time. I like knowing that I have something ready that tastes great.
Pinwheels are baked fresh throughout the day and come in 2 delicious flavors: roasted red pepper and Swiss, and caramelized onion and Parmesan. They're buttery, flaky, and delicious.
It tastes amazing. Definitely something that I'd look forward to having again.
Try Tim's new savory pinwheels today.
It's time for Tim's.
Since 1978, Claire Windows and Doors has embodied quality and trust. Limited time offer. Get 50% off all installation and pay nothing for 1 year. Upgrade your home with Claire today.
My debt's too big. What can I do? Gold has got solutions for you. Collections keeps calling. What can I do? Gold has got solutions for you. They're garnishing my wages. What can I do? Gold has got solutions for you. Free consultation, no obligation, pound debt.
Call Goldhar & Associates, licensed insolvency trustee, by dialing pound debt on your phone or going to shedthedebt.ca.
To 50 years with my best friend.
Quick, the Quicker Picker-Upper. 1 sheet of Bounty is all you need, and Bounty's 50% more absorbent so you can use less. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
If you want me, if you need me, I'm yours.
Did you shave in my hot tub?
Just my pets.
Let's get to work. Come on. What the?
And it's time for what's trending right now. Today's eclipse has people flocking to X to give their thoughts on the historic event. So here are a few posts that are trending.
Let's take a look here at what Emily has to say with us this morning, saying, I've made peace with the fact that it could be cloudy during the eclipse. But what is killing me is that there has not been really a cloud in the sky for days, and all of a sudden it wants to get cloudy again, really. Is that much of a surprise? I don't think so. That's really our weather lately, right? But hopefully things will clear up a little bit during that peak time this Saturday. afternoon.
Fingers crossed for that. This next one says, how am I supposed to agonize over the fact that the sun and moon only get to kiss each other a few times each year during an eclipse, doomed to chase each other across the sky the rest of the time? Star-crossed lovers in every sense.
Okay, next one here. An earthquake followed by an eclipse 200 years ago. This would have been the perfect time to accuse someone you hate of being a witch. Dad, can you explain the eclipse to me? No, son.
I think that's the next one. The one about the witch is interesting, though, because, you know, during Y2K, everyone was like, oh, no, it's going to be, you know, the end of the world. But that didn't happen. This next one says, eclipses don't impress me. I am abruptly overcome by darkness every day.
It's a little depressing. All right, here's a cool piece of history. Here's a newspaper clipping that someone kept from the last full eclipse, 1970 this is from, and the headline says, millions see eclipse, next showing 2024.
Wow.
And here we are. That's a really cool clipping that somebody
That is
actually
really
kept.
cool. And, you know, the next one's going to be in a long time, so make sure you don't miss it today. We'll be right back on CP24 Breakfast. Stay with us.
Chum 1045 wants you to stack that cash.
Who's stacking what?
Money, Marilyn. Piles of it. Listen weekdays for your chance to win thousands of dollars. Stack that cash. Stacking up the cash. Chum 1045.
Selling your valuables is easier than ever. With Oliver's insured mail-in option, we offer a free, safe, and convenient way for you to appraise and sell your items from anywhere in Canada. Go to oliverjewelry.ca.
If you want me, if you need me, I'll be yours.
Did you know the most car accident claims for pain and suffering have a deductible of over $44,000, even if it wasn't your fault?
What?
It's true, and that's real money out of your pocket. Let us help get you the compensation you deserve, because what you don't know can really cost you. Call Presler Law now. 1-800-JUSTICE, and you don't pay unless you win.
The best place to store your extra stuff is in your neighbor's extra space.
Oh, yeah.
Storzy.
A rich life means different things to everyone. With a Capital Direct Flexi line, you have the freedom to invest on your terms. Call us today.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Selling your valuables is easier than ever. With Oliver's insured mail-in option, we offer a free, safe, and convenient way for you to appraise and sell your items from anywhere in Canada. Go to oliverjewelry.ca.
Okay, the day is finally here. Monday, April the 8th, day of the solar eclipse. Welcome to CP24 Breakfast. I'm Jennifer Shung.
You can feel the buzz in the air, right? I'm Courtney Heels. Here's what you need to know this morning. The big story. This is Crystal Beach in Fort Erie, a beautiful spot really year-round. And today the sun will project a spot from the moon on this community during today's eclipse. Gorgeous now at this time as well, Jen.
Yeah, Nick Dixon is live there. We're going to check in with him soon. Meantime, though, getting around today could be a little complicated, especially if you're traveling in some of the eclipse hot spots. So we'll tell you what you need to know in terms of public transit and how the roads are shaping up.
And if you're a Jays fan, you probably won't let anything eclipse your mood today as the Boys of Summer play at the Dome for the first time this season. We'll also get a sneak peek here at the renovated Dome. Looks good so far.
Okay, so Nick Dixon is live at Crystal Beach this morning in Fort Erie, and he's going to be tracking all things on the ground and in the sky. Nick, it's going to be packed there.
It should be pretty busy. I mean, I was just talking to a local official off camera a few minutes ago. You know, that they can't really even estimate what the numbers might be. Could there be 5,000, 10,000, 20,000? The number of guests that could arrive here could be partly weather dependent and partly just based on people's moods. But there is a real excitement from a couple of people we've spoken to here just about the fact, you know, this is happening today. And look at this beautiful shot of Fort Erie, Crystal Beach here this morning. This is just about 100 meters from where I am right now, and it looks absolutely spectacular. But you can expect that Courtney and Jen, is going to be packed with people today. They're definitely prepared for it, and we're going to have a conversation with the Niagara Region Police coming up in a little while, just to give you a better sense of kind of what they're doing, how they plan, and all the preparations that have gone into this.
Yeah, we know they've been planning for quite some time, so it'll be interesting to see what they have in store for today. Nick, thank you. We'll check in a few minutes. In the meantime, let's bring in Lisa, keeping an eye on the roads. Lisa, you mentioned the last time we talked it wasn't too bad. How are things now?
Yeah, it's not bad as far as incidents are concerned. We are definitely starting to see some more volume delays. I'm going to start with the East 401 this time because it's packing on slowdowns in sections past the 427 out to the 400. And then I came across some new problems, and now I can't show you. My camera froze. It's East 401 collectors east of the Allen, sticking into the right lane. West 401 through parts of Scarborough loading up, but trouble-free. South Don Valley Parkway building off the 401 down towards the Winford stretch. QEW, the Gardner so far looking okay. Let me actually take you, if you're heading towards the Niagara region, maybe Fort Erie right now, we'll take you through St. Catharines and look at the sun in the background. I'm going to see if MTO can shift up the camera shot, but you can see so far everything is actually moving up to speed. If you are going to muster the drive, actually my brother just told me he might get into Hamilton Brantford this morning to maybe catch a glimpse of the eclipse. My suggestion, if you are going to plan any travel to any of those areas, Niagara, Fort Erie, Crystal Beach, pack your patience, give yourself a lot of extra drive time because it is definitely going to be busy out there. I'll send it back to you, Jen and Court.
Yeah, busy indeed. A lot of people trying to get around the city and, you know, to the path of totality. Let's check in with Nick again at Crystal Beach. He's there near Fort Erie, a very picturesque place. I mean, it looks gorgeous right now. So let's talk to Nick. Let's bring him in. I know, Nick, logistics are so important and also security as well. I mean, this looks so serene, though. Perfect for yoga. But you've got someone you want to chat with right now.
Absolutely. It is beautiful. It really, really is beautiful here, Jennifer. And today could be a really banner day here. So I've got Staff Sergeant Dan Savoy with me from Niagara Region Police. Good morning, Dan. Nice to Staff Sergeant. Pardon me. Good to see you this morning.
Good to see you as well.
What kind of preparations have you got in place for specifically Crystal Beach, Fort Erie today for Niagara Police?
For Fort Erie and Crystal Beach, we have some road closures that will assist with traffic management. And the closures are for traffic solely so that we still have pedestrian traffic and that the pedestrians can get to the events and to the viewing areas safely. So in Crystal Beach, we have Derby Road that will be closed between 11 a.m. and 7 p.m. And that's for the events. Local businesses have some entertainment there. That'll be between Erie Road and Cambridge Road. Then we have Point Avenue and Erie Road, which is closed so that the lighthouse will not be a viewing area. And then we have the Crystal Beach Waterfront Park, which is the boat launch, which will be closed here in Crystal Beach. And then in Fort Erie, we have Mather's Arch, which will be the emergency response area. So that will be closed to the public. Then we have Lakeshore and Central Avenue that will be closed. We have Lakeshore and Dominion Road, Lakeshore and Adelaide and Dominion. Essentially, that is around the old fort and all the way to Mather's Arch,
So
which will
obviously,
be closed.
I realize you can't get into any operational details here, but is it safe to say this is an all-hands-on-deck kind of a day, that you've got everybody here ready basically for anything?
Absolutely. So we've been planning for the last year and a half with our local, with our regional, with our provincial governments, with local law enforcement, with the towns, the city of Niagara Falls, town of Fort Erie, all the law enforcement agencies, the community partners as well, and so that this day is a safe day. We want to make sure that the messaging is that be prepared for large crowds. If you're stuck in a vehicle, make sure you have water supplies, your medication, food. we're hoping that it's not as bad as we may anticipate, but anticipate you could be in a vehicle for 3 or 4 hours, and if that's the case, you have all your things with you.
So much of today is quite unpredictable. We know the timing of the eclipse. That much we can predict.
Yes.
Thank you, Math, for that. But let's talk about typically. This is a great summer resort. Like, people love coming here in the summer, spending time at the beach. What are the numbers typically like in the summer? Like, how many extra people come into the town?
Well, in the town of Fort Erie, typically in a summer day, we'd have an extra 10,000 people.
Okay.
Now, that would include Crystal Beach and Fort Erie proper.
Yeah.
So what are we expecting today? Will that double or triple is what we're anticipating.
Yeah.
And that's why we have all these traffic closures in place. And we want to make sure that it's safe for everybody. It is an all hands on deck for the Niagara Regional Police. We have redeployed all our specialty units, our detectives are all redeployed to the front line today to assist with traffic management. We have contingency plans in case there are some issues, disruptions. It may be challenging at times for us to get to calls, but we are definitely planning as best we can. There's some emergency routes that will allow us to get through crowds quicker and easier, and we have upstaffed considerably today, as well as Niagara EMS, fire departments. So that will assist with us as well.
I mean, Niagara Falls typically has New Year's Eve, and they have big events there. Is that kind of like planning like that? Is that sort of where
we're thinking New Year's Eve maybe tenfold.
Tenfold, okay.
And so that way we're making sure that we have the proper resources to deal with that, and so that we are able to make sure that if there is an emergency that we can get to people. There's been some emergency relief shelters and reunification centers also set up. There's one in Fort Erie at the Leisureplex, and there's one in Niagara Falls at the Scotiabank Center. So if you do lose a loved one along the way, you can reunify there.
That's good.
And then we do have some emergency shelters there or relief centers that will assist. So
sounds like you've done all the planning you can, and we'll just have to see what happens as it unfolds later today and as the crowds descend on here. Staff Sergeant Savoy, thank you for being here. Appreciate your time this morning, and good luck with the policing today, because I know it's going to be a big job ahead of you. So thanks to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, absolutely. All right, Jen and Cordy, really, that gives you a sense there. You know, they don't really know. That's the bottom line here, is how many people will come, what's it going to look like, how crowded will the beach be, how crowded will the streets be, the parking, etc. So many questions still, and we are noticing a few more people filtering in. I can tell you in the last 20 minutes or so, a woman from Toronto came up to us asking whether she could pay for parking in the lot that's across the street here. She's like, I wanted to get here early and beat the traffic. Well, she definitely did that. But the question is, how many more people will arrive? We know there's going to be a lot. Back to you.
It'll be interesting to see what happens even in the next couple of hours here. Nick, thank you. And speaking of traffic, people hitting the road to get a good spot for all of this, Metrolink's increasing GO train service today, all in anticipation of record number of travelers. There is special service along the Lakeshore West Line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls. Return trips are being added and modified as well to give customers more departure options. There will also be a special event service along the Lakeshore West, Lakeshore East, and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays' big home opener. And there's also the Leafs game today.
It's going to be a very busy day in and around the GTA for sure. And if you're going to be staying in Toronto for the eclipse, like I am, like Courtney is, there are many places in the city holding events. So you can buy your tickets in advance and go up to the CN Tower for a higher vantage point, or you can go to Toronto Metropolitan University for something called SciEx Change's Solar Eclipse Watch Party. That is happening in the TMU Quad. Many branches of the Toronto Public Library are also holding free viewing events. And lastly, the Royal Canadian Institute for Science is hosting a viewing party at West Toronto's Etienne Brûlé Park.
The federal government set to release its long-awaited update to Canada's defense policy today. This new policy replaces one that came out in 2017 and sets out the military's priorities for 20 years. It has been in the works since shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. This new policy also lays out plans for major equipment purchases that are part of a $164 billion in capital spending. Defense Minister Bill Blair scheduled to unveil this policy later this morning in Trenton.
Okay, so it's a big day because of the eclipse, but also because the boys of summer are coming home. The Blue Jays play their first home game tonight after going 4-6 on their opening road trip.
Bichette sends one to right. This is over the head of Soto. And that's
Yesterday, in their final game of the series against the Yankees, the Jays gave up 5 runs early, couldn't generate enough offense here in an 8-3 loss. Toronto welcomes in the Seattle Mariners to the renovated Rogers Center for tonight. First pitch set for 7:07.
It's going to be so exciting there, and there's a bunch of new food. I don't know if you've seen some
I haven't seen the list. There always is new food.
There
I feel like
is. There's mac and cheese, jerk chicken, all kinds of hot dogs with the fixings. So, yeah, strap on your feeding bag for that.
Yeah.
But also it could be a little pricey. Meantime, let's turn to music now. Jelly Roll was the big winner at the CMT Music Awards in Texas. And the singer, who actually spent years in prison, hasn't forgotten where he came from.
It's important that I stand up here tonight and represent those that are looking for second chances. The kids back in the Metro Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility, the kids down here in the Austin Juvenile Detention Facility are watching this tonight. I'm cheering y'all boys on. You can be this guy. You can change. You can turn it around. I promise you can, baby.
Jelly Roll. Well, Jelly Roll took home 3 awards at the event that celebrates the best in country music videos. He won Performance of the Year, Video of the Year, and Male Video of the Year.
As country singers, we live and breathe this music, and we're proud to be part of this night and this moment.
With this house on this ground, burn it down.
Tanner Adele, Tiara Kennedy, Raina Roberts, and Brittany Spencer represented CMT's Next Women of Country initiative. They presented to the award that is for Duo or Group Video of the Year to Dan and Shay. The quartet also backed up Beyonce on her version of the Beatles song Blackbird on her new album, Cowboy Carter.
Beautiful album. If you haven't checked it out already, please do. And today is a huge day in the city, in all of Canada, really. And it's interesting, Courtney, because for the first time, the Eclipse will be in totality in U.S., Mexico, and Canada. So it's kind of a tee up to the World Cup, really.
You could look at it that way, sure. It is, something that we've been talking about for months now, and so many people are traveling to get the best spot for this. Since the Eclipse is such a big topic of conversation today, we want to get you involved. That is right after this quick break.
Only 4 days to the Princess Margaret Home Lottery early bird deadline. Win the $2.6 million early bird prize, a lakefront cottage, plus $100,000 cash. Only 4 days left. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Feel the summer heat with Boots and Hearts, featuring Jason Aldean, Thomas Rhett, Matchbox 20, Cody Johnson, and more. August 8th to 11th at Burroughs Creek. Tickets on sale now at bootsandhearts.com.
Ecotech Windows and Doors offers cutting-edge EcoSmart technology in its latest product line, meeting Energy Star compliance for substantial savings on your energy bill. Right now, we pay the tax or don't pay till 2025. See more at ecotechwindows.ca.
Welcome to McDaddy's Open House with CFL Hall of Famer Pinball Clemens.
Hey Pinball, how did your nickname come to be?
The coach said we have this new guy that bounces around like a pinball.
What do you love most about Canada?
The people, yes!
What inspired you and Diane to start the Pinball Foundation?
We just want to help people, that's simple.
Must-haves in a house.
A kitchen and a bedroom.
We are the leaders in the GTA for 13 years and have the best players to get your home sold.
Choose the all-star brokerage in the GTA. Visit McDaddy.com.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. But a little Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil psyllium fiber gels to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down, and also helps lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. So you can feel lighter. Lighten up every day the Metamucil way. And try Metamucil Fiber Plus Collagen Peptides to help promote digestive health and reduce joint pain.
Only 4 days to the Princess Margaret Home Lottery early bird deadline. Win the $2.6 million early bird prize, a lakefront cottage, plus $100,000 cash. Only 4 days left. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Closed captioning of this CP24 program is brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers, Canada's largest injury law firm with over 60 lawyers across Canada.
You're watching CP24 Breakfast this morning, day of the eclipse. Here are some of the stories we're following.
And quite a few stories we're following at this hour. 3 people taken to hospital after this multi-vehicle crash in Brampton over the weekend. It happened just before 5:30 p.m. yesterday near Mississauga Road and Wanless Drive. Paramedics tell CP24 one person was airlifted to a trauma center in serious condition, while 2 others were taken to hospital with minor injuries. The cause of this crash remains under investigation.
Meantime, the man accused of killing a Toronto police officer is expected to testify in his own defense today. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup. The defense claims the incident was an accident and Zamir didn't know Northrup was a police officer when he struck and killed him in a downtown parking garage.
We'll go at Burns now. The jump hook is good. And shakes his head. You can't guard me. Well, he took a shot from DJ Burns as well with that left.
And it's going to be a big day for Toronto's Zach Edey as he and the Purdue Boilermakers get ready to take to the court in the men's NCAA final. Purdue will be taking on UConn in the championship game. There is so much to keep track of this morning. So many different stories. Traffic also a huge one here because, Lisa, we know a lot of people are going to be hitting the road and they may be caught in some traffic on the way back from the eclipse viewing.
You know, it's funny. So I was telling you guys that I have the game tonight with the Jays, and me and my brother, it's been a tradition for years. He just messaged me to tell me that he wants to go to Hamilton or Brantford to catch the eclipse, and I'm like, are you nuts? What are you thinking? Traffic is going to be crazy getting back, and then we got to get into the city anyway. I could tell you right now, it's actually not bad. If you are going to plan travels into Niagara, Fort Erie, Crystal Beach, look at this beautiful shot. My friends at the MTO, I was hoping they would be able to turn the camera. The sun rising, you could see some cloud cover, but most importantly, the Garden City Skyway, which takes you through St. Catharines, right now is smooth sailing. So now's the good time to head out. I can't promise in a couple hours. We'll keep tabs on that for you. Let me take you on to the 401, though, eastbound, which is a jam-packed drive already. 427 out past Islington in the Express. Since I last laid eyes on this problem, now the 2 left lanes are out. Emergency crews are on scene. Westbound delays through here as well. South Don Valley Parkway, the Gardner just starting to build with your typical delays. The good news, no other live lane issues. I'll send it back to you.
All students and teachers across the GTHA have a PA day today for this once-in-a-lifetime solar eclipse, and people may be blocking off their calendars to view the celestial event.
Of course, we want to know, what are your plans for this big event, for the solar eclipse? Reach out to us this morning. You can email us at now@cp24.com, and we will share some of those responses this morning.
Okay, so let's bring in Nick for this. He is live on Crystal Beach this morning near Fort Erie. So we're going to get to some of the solicits. We obviously know what you're doing today, Nick and Bill. We're going to be in Toronto.
My boss made me work today.
Exactly. What a cool assignment. Okay, so let's start with our first viewer who's written in. This is from Anon, who says the family is heading to Niagara Falls by Metro bus, arriving hopefully at 2:20 p.m. when the eclipse has already started. Fingers crossed everything will work out.
Well, we hope that is the case. That'll be very, very close, but I'm sure it'll be incredible. Melanie says, we are going to stay in and watch on your news later. Be safe from our couch with snacks. I think this is a great idea because we have every angle covered for you today. You will get all those different perspectives and hear from so many people, including Nick, who's out there watching things for us live.
Yeah, that's right. We'll have it covered from a bunch of angles here, especially down at Crystal Beach for sure. Let's go to another viewer now, just to give you a sense of what Maria is saying this morning, saying we live in the Kawarthas, so the plan is sitting on the dock with our eclipse glasses and mimosas.
Ooh,
oh,
nice.
Maria, I wish you were here. Yeah, that's a way to do it. Yeah.
For sure. Okay, next up, our viewer Faith writing in to say, I'm a manager in a retirement residence in Mississauga. We've actually created an activity for all of our residents to go out to the park that is right behind us to witness the eclipse. We've purchased eclipse glasses for all of the residents, and hopefully some staff can come out there and enjoy it as well. What a great idea.
I love that. I love that there's an opportunity for everyone to get involved.
And this is from Carol. Carol says, my golden doodle Archie's second birthday is today. Well, happy birthday, Archie. He will have his birthday hat on, taking a birthday picture outside at 3:19 p.m. And that's going to be, you know, Carol, happy birthday to Archie. You know, for the animals, right? We talked to Hands on Toronto, you know, on Friday, of course, about the different reactions we may see from animals. So that will definitely be, you know, a part of the story here today. There's plenty of waterfowl. We're hearing gulls and geese all around here. So I'll be really fascinated to see what they do, again, 3:18 to 3:22, because we have like 3 minutes and 46 seconds of totality here. So there's going to be a long time to see kind of all the different behaviors and reactions. So it's great to see. And let's keep that conversation going with our viewers, right? Let us know what are your plans for this afternoon, because this is realistically a once-in-a-lifetime kind of a thing.
Yeah, it really is. And I can't wait to see how many people are celebrating their other milestones today. I'm also curious if some people have maybe even timed their deliveries or pregnancy so that their baby might be born on an eclipse day.
Can you time that perfectly?
Yeah, you can't guarantee it, but I'm sure some people, you know, might think it's auspicious, and it certainly is once in a lifetime. So we'll definitely continue to hear from our viewers. Nick, thanks so much. Our director Sue wants you to take a lovely stroll down the beach. I guess she wants to get a shot of
Working
you
hard today, Nick.
I am working very hard, Okay,
enjoy it. The background is just gorgeous. Every time we talk to you, Nick, I just can't get over how lovely that sunrise is.
Okay, Nick Dixon walking along the beach. Very serene. Namaste,
Do we have
everyone.
some music to go with it? Okay, we got too for music there.
It's kind of like an 80s like love video, like as he walks away from his lover. Oh, he's running. Okay.
Hopefully he comes back. We need his perspective later.
Leather jacket. Oh my gosh. Okay, so stay with us. We'll be right back with more on CP24.
Next time on The Amazing Race.
Ready to go, baby. Take back our #1 spot.
In Santiago, Chile. Teams scale new heights.
The Amazing Race, Wednesday at 9:30, 7 Mountain on CTV.
Is your roof over 10 years old? I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations.
Mike, roofs over 10 years old cause mold and major water damage to a home's interior.
Always. Many homeowners don't even think about the roof until it's too late. Damaged ceilings, walls, flooring, furniture, I've seen it all.
These disasters can be easily avoided by just replacing your roof on time.
Don't wait. Replace your roof now.
AGMRenovations.com. Call now and get $3,000 off.
When you live with diabetes, confidence comes from knowing your glucose levels and where they're headed.
So fresh, now you know that only the best. You can't stop me now.
Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7. Visit Dexcom.com to try it for free.
Shopping for a new Jeep or Ram truck? Looking for the GTA's biggest selection of new and used vehicles? Searching for the GTA's best deal? Looking for expert service on your car SUV? Come on down to Downsview Chrysler, where you get more and pay less. From sales to service, we're here for you. Come on down to Downsview Chrysler, your one-stop shop. The biggest selection, the best deal. It's never been a better time to buy. We make it easy, just dine and drive. Come on down to Downsview.
Jesus Christ Superstar, playing at the CAA Ed Mirvish Theater from May 3rd through 12th only. Get tickets at mirvish.com.
Good morning. Here's a live look at the Rogers Center Blue Jays home opener later on today. So many people are excited for this. The weather is looking good. Hopefully the dome is open. We'll have to wait and see. First pitch set for 7:07. This also happening at a time when we will get a look at the renovated Rogers Center. That's exciting.
And hopefully the weather will agree for that. We are starting on a pretty mild day. Right now, let's talk about your kind of financial stories. Paul Bagnall is away today from BNN Bloomberg. But we'll get into this. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has announced the upcoming budget will include include a $2.4 billion investment in artificial intelligence.
Prime Minister Trudeau made that announcement in Montreal as part of his pre-budget tour. He said the investment will help harness the full potential of AI by accelerating job growth in Canada's AI sector while boosting research and business productivity through its adaptation. The funding will be divided into different measures, with the largest amount going toward Canadian AI researchers, startups, and industry expansion.
Access to computational power and capital are two of the largest barriers to developing new AI models or applications. Compute power may seem abstract, but think of it as the tools available at a construction site. Just as more advanced tools allow workers to build faster, smarter, and with greater precision, increased compute power enables AI systems to construct more sophisticated applications and solutions. Whether it's for developing a new vaccine, synchronizing a city's public transit system, or empowering you to do even more easily in your job, these investments are going to be a game changer.
And the upcoming federal budget is set to be tabled on April the 16th.
So we are live this morning, Crystal Beach. We want to take you there, give you a nice perspective, the sunrise. It's going to be such a busy day, Jennifer, and I feel you can feel the excitement, right? People are really looking forward to this moment. Certainly not something that happens every day.
No, it isn't. The last time this happened in Canada, it was 1979, and the next time it happens will be in the U.S. in 2044. So we'll be right back with more coverage of the solar eclipse on CP24 Breakfast.
Is your roof over 10 years old? I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations.
Mike, roofs over 10 years old cause mold and major water damage to a home's interior.
Always. Many homeowners don't even think about the roof until it's too late. Damaged ceilings, walls, flooring, furniture, I've seen it all.
These disasters can be easily avoided by just replacing your roof on time.
Don't wait. Replace your roof now.
AGMRenovations.com. Call now and get $3,000 off.
Did you know there's another form of debt consolidation? It's called a consumer proposal. This government-regulated alternative to bankruptcy helps you repay a smaller portion of your debt based on what you can afford. Simply make one monthly payment and put an end to both interest charges and collection calls. Take the first step with a free consultation. You'll wonder why you didn't do this years ago.
Nuclear power is lighting the path to the future. A future where clean, reliable electricity meets rising energy needs. A future with a prosperous economy founded on job growth. A future where new medical isotopes triumph over disease. For decades, Bruce Power has provided clean, reliable energy to Ontario and cancer-fighting isotopes across the globe, and will continue to play a vital role in powering a clean economy for the next generation.
Did you ever dream of seeing the wonders of the world? Breathtaking landscapes, historic ruins and treasures, incredible creatures. Look no further than the Florida Keys. You'll discover a place that's magical, colorful, and unforgettable. The Florida Keys and Key West.
Okay, rise and shine on this potentially once-in-a-lifetime day, April the 8th, here on CP24 Breakfast. Welcome to the show. I'm Jennifer Shung.
Good morning. I'm Courtney Heels. Here's what you need to know this morning, and this is the big story. We are live in Niagara Falls. This is where millions of gallons of water falling, and you can see the area will fall into darkness later on today. We're giving you this live look at the sunrise. It's just gorgeous at this time, too. Stay with us. Bill is also live on location with a look at the forecast for the eclipse.
And another gorgeous spot all year round and today. This is at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie. The sun will project a spot from the moon on this community during today's eclipse. Population usually less than 10,000, but today we're going to see so much more people. Nick Dixon is live there for us.
Looks like we've got the special glasses there, too. Okay, we'll check that out in a few seconds. And if you're a Jays fan, well, probably won't let anything eclipse your mood today as the boys of summer play at the Dome for the first time this season. We'll also get that sneak peek of some of the renovations.
Okay, Bill Coulter standing by live at the Niagara Falls this hour where it's looking beautiful. Bill, I see you've got your hood on and the gloves on. So what does that tell us about what the weather is going to be like? Because it's pretty mild here in the city.
Yeah, the temperature dropped 2 degrees here in Niagara Falls in the last hour. Not shocking. Usually it can be cool, especially with clear conditions right after sunup. The sun's rays haven't become focused enough to warm it up yet, and with radiational cooling, that's the point at which it cools the most. So it's 4 degrees here, and the mist is kind of blowing in off the falls. We're going to move up, though, once the sun climbs a little higher over the horizon. We're going to get to a high today of about 15 for the Niagara region. We do have a light easterly wind shifting around to come in more out of the south a little bit later on. Now, there's a band of cloud that's going to work in with the risk of isolated showers later this morning and through the midday. But Mother Nature offering us a little bit of drama. It looks like we could get some breakup just in time for the eclipse here in the Niagara region. May not be as lucky in Toronto as everything kind of clears from west-east. Unless it speeds up a little bit more, it looks like it'll be mainly overcast with the chance, 30%, maybe 40% chance of a shower drifting into the early afternoon, and eclipse time may be obscured with cloud cover. It'll still be impressive, but just not as much as if it were clearing out a little faster. So we'll keep on top of that, let you know if anything changes. For now, I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, Bill, thank you so much. We'll check in with you later. And from the waters of Niagara Falls to the waters near Crystal Beach, let's bring in Nick Dixon now. Actually, we'll bring in Lisa for a look at the roads. Sorry, I was like, that's not Nick.
No,
Lisa, the roads are going to be quite busy. It's already getting busy out there right now, but I mean, a lot of people are trying to get to different places today.
Absolutely. So transit and vehicular traffic, it's all just going to be busy is what we're anticipating, of course. So planning ahead is really key here. Right now, this is the only problem of the morning, but it really is doing a number to the drive on the 401. So that's East 401 Express past Islington. Here's another vantage point. 2 left lanes are off limits. It's causing delays from as far back as Renforth. And then on the westbound side, I want to take you through some volume delays. You can see heading towards the 400 starting to get busy, and it stays busy actually out past the Kipling overpass, but no live lane issues. East Gardner into downtown, it's just starting to get a little bit slow. Basically South Kingsway out towards Jameson. Rest of the major routes right now trouble-free. I'll send it back to you.
So thank you.
We are live right across the GTHA this morning. Different perspectives for the solar eclipse. We have Nick standing by in Crystal Beach, Fort Erie. Nick, beautiful background behind you. How is it looking at this hour? Are you starting to see more people trickle in?
There are a few more people out walking the beach, walking their dogs, going for their morning runs. Probably just something the community does on a typical day. But of course, today is going to be a much more special day here in Fort Erie, Crystal Beach, when of course at 3:18 we get into the sort of totality of the eclipse. Joining me now is someone incredibly excited about it. Scientist and researcher with the Ontario Science Centre, Raluca Ellis is here. Raluca, good morning. Thanks for being here this morning. How are you feeling on this morning of the eclipse, and what would you say your excitement level is at?
Maybe like 1,000? Yeah, I'm very, very excited.
Why so excited?
Well, this is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's so rare that it happens where you live. So getting to experience this event with family and friends is just really great.
And before we go through it, you brought a whole bunch of different sort of props and things that you can sort of use to sort of better take in the eclipse or enjoy the full experience. Let's talk about the fact that you were here over the weekend. What were the crowds like? What was the mood and the enthusiasm like for the people here as well just over the weekend?
Yeah, we were here yesterday from the Ontario Science Centre, and people were really excited. They're waiting for for the big event. A lot of people worried about the weather, so hoping that the clear skies hold out. And yeah, there's just a lot of excitement in the air.
Okay, so Raluca, there are many different ways you can sort of take in today's eclipse safely. Safety, of course, is the priority. I see you've got your glasses up there. So you got those, but what else have you brought with you here? What do you want to show us, and what's unique about these things?
Yeah, so of course, you should never ever look directly into the sun. That could cause really bad eye damage. The only way to look at the eclipse is through solar viewing glasses. We've actually made some
Look at these folks.
Giant glasses over here that we are going to be having at our solar viewing tent later on today. But if you don't have glasses, you can still enjoy the eclipse using indirect methods. So for example, this is a pinhole viewer, and it's just a cereal box, and I've cut a hole in one side, and on the other side I've covered it with tin foil and put a tiny pinhole in it. And the way you use this is with your back to the sun. You look through this hole, and then the sun comes through the pinhole, and you'll be able to see a projection on the back.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Let's move on. I'm curious really about the colander in particular, because I'm wondering about reflection and any sun potential damage there, because there is a reflective nature to that.
It's a bit reflective, but it's not as strong as, you know, staring directly into the sun. The way we use these is actually anything that has holes in it, similar to the pinhole camera, you can use to project the sun's image onto the ground.
So again, with the sun behind you.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So we're not looking at the sun with any of these indirect viewing methods, a slotted spoon, but you'll be able to see a projection of it on the ground.
Okay. So mums and dads, your kitchens may be raided by your kids today if they don't have their safety glasses or whatever. In terms of the significance of this, we had a call about a week or so ago, and you told me that you were at an eclipse about 25 years ago, I think. Is that why you became a scientist? Like, is that what drove your fascination, or what was it about that moment that's so special?
It was a really special moment. It was just the wonder of it all. It really is this awe-inspiring moment when you see, especially in totality, so many changes occur. The temperature drops. There's 360-degree sunsets all around you. Plus, getting to see that corona, the atmosphere of the sun, is so special and beautiful that you just experience this wonder and this awe. And that's definitely something that made me want to be a scientist, because that's what we do every day as scientists. We wonder.
Absolutely. Now, I wonder, you know, the Ontario Science Centre has sort of gone completely in on this, as have so many other scientists, right? I mean, this is such a significant thing here. What is the sort of, what do you hope to maybe learn today from what happens this afternoon?
Well, one of the things that scientists can learn is actually just studying the corona, the atmosphere, because we don't often get to be able to measure the atmosphere of the sun, because it's too bright to observe in any other duration. And we can also look at animal behavior. So animals will behave a little bit strangely, perhaps, during the eclipse, because it gets dark in the middle of the day, and some nocturnal animals might be waking up. Some birds will start their nighttime routines, perhaps go quiet. So it's also a chance to look at animal behavior.
Yeah, absolutely. So Raluca Ellis, I know we're going to talk to you a few times today. Thanks so much for sort of setting this up and sort of giving people the options, if they don't have the glasses already, to still enjoy it safely. We'll talk soon. Okay, so Jen, Courtney, that really does give you a sense, and you can see the sun is beautifully coming up behind us here at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie. Setting up to be a gorgeous morning. How much of this cloud will be here this afternoon? Well, we'll find out more from Bill on that, but in the meantime, I'll send it back into you.
Okay, Nick and Raluca, thank you so much for that conversation. Very exciting indeed. And expect some road closures starting this morning and running until early this evening in Niagara Falls and Fort Erie. That's where Nick is close to this morning. Road closures in Fort Erie and Crystal Beach begin at 8 a.m., so less than an hour. And closures in Niagara Falls will begin at 11 a.m. You can visit niagarapolice.ca for a full list of areas that will be blocked off to vehicle traffic.
And the Toronto Zoo will be watching to see how this eclipse will impact animals. The zoo is inviting students to help its welfare science team document what the animals do during and after a solar eclipse. So that'll be something interesting to watch for.
I think this is just a great reminder for all of us of how curiosity about the natural world is something that unites us all. And there's amazing things that go on around us every single day. But this is truly one of those literally almost once in a lifetime experience for our local community. And I love the fact that people are rallying about it, they're learning about it, and really taking a moment to see our place in the broader universe and in our community. And hopefully that will translate to more broader thinking around conservation.
And the Toronto Police Marine Unit will be keeping an eye on the water today. They're expecting an increase of boat traffic due to the eclipse. They've issued a reminder about boat safety, the risks of cold water immersion, and the laws surrounding drinking on boats. They're also cautioning boaters to keep an eye out for any sudden changes to the weather conditions while out on the water.
And rental properties have been a hot commodity along the path of the total eclipse. Short-term rental hosts such as Airbnb and VRBO also saw year-over-year demand increase by 207.4% for listings in the path of totality. We're giving you a look at that path now. This is according to data by short-term rental company AirDNA. The red dots on this map show cities with over 50% listing capacity compared with the blue dots that represent less than 50% occupancy.
Okay, and we want to take you back live to Bill Coulter over at Niagara Falls. Bill, it is getting sunny out there. I can see the sun beaming down on you. You are at the epicenter of where the totality of the eclipse is going to happen, and you've got some tourists already out and about this morning.
Yeah, I do. You're talking about the sun. That might be a bit deceiving because there's a boundary, weak as it is, pushing its way in, going to bring some cloud later this morning. The mist floating around my head right now, which is giving me this beautiful hairdo. Wish we had hair and makeup here this morning, but we don't. Yeah, a light easterly wind kind of carrying some of that mist off of Niagara Falls, and you know it's going to be blowing around a little bit. It's not too uncomfortable, with the temperature dropping to 4 degrees in the last hour. A lot of people here maybe wearing the thicker jackets and the gloves. So we're going to give you the full forecast for Niagara and Toronto. But I'm here with Tim and Maurizio here from Virginia. Thanks for talking to us this morning. Tell me a little bit about, I know this isn't your first eclipse. What are you expecting to see? What are you excited to see later on today?
So I'm excited to see the eclipse by the falls. That's why we came up here. So it's going to be great.
And you drove up here? How long did that take, and what was kind of the mood in the car?
It was about 8 hours drive. It was a lot of fun. We carpooled, so stopped a few times, took it easy, wasn't in a rush. Yeah.
Okay, so show me the instruments you have here, because this looks like a pretty high-power telescope. What is the filters? How are you going to get the best shots today?
So this is a telescope I had for a few years. We've got a filter to put on the end so that we can look at the partial eclipse, and then we'll see what we can get. And we got binoculars and other things here, and glasses, of course. So just brought everything I could think of.
Are you a little concerned about the weather? I mean, it looks nice now, but there are some clouds moving their way in.
A little bit, yeah. Hopefully it clears up right around totality. So.
Okay. There's a chance. There's going to be a little bit of clearing. Maurizio, let's hear from you. What are you looking for? You haven't seen one before, or you have?
I have. When I was a little kid. But we're excited just to be here, the scenery, and with family and friends. It's a really nice experience. That's mostly what we're looking for. And obviously the eclipse.
Yeah, and obviously. It's a little cool this morning. You're from Virginia. Is it warmer in Virginia right now? I know the cherry blossom pretty close to coming out in Washington.
Yes, it's a little warmer there.
Yeah.
Plus the wind and the mist is not helping.
I know. It's part of the experience with Niagara Falls, though. But yeah, you gotta grin through it, and it's going to be a spectacular day. At the end, how long are you staying in Niagara Falls after this, just to kind of enjoy?
We're leaving tomorrow.
You're leaving tomorrow?
Yeah, correct.
Well, I hope that, like everyone else, that the clouds do kind of stay mix of sun and clouds so we can get the full experience of the eclipse. Right. Tim, Maurizio, thank you for speaking with me today, and enjoy your day. All right, we're going to send it back to studio. We'll have much more from Niagara Falls and Crystal Beach coming up.
Okay, Bill, thank you so much. It's so exciting to see the tourists already there and all the preparations that have been made. We'll check in with you later.
Okay.
All right, we are certainly going to pivot here now to one of our top stories, another top story, because there is so much for us to follow here at this hour. The man who's accused of killing a Toronto police officer expected to testify in his own defense today. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup. Northrup died after he was struck by a car in a parking garage near City Hall while investigating a stabbing in 2021. Prosecutors allege Zamir caused Northrup's death by making a series of maneuvers with his car. The defense claims the incident was an accident and Zamir didn't know Northrup was a police officer.
3 people have been arrested and more than 20 stolen vehicles were recovered in a joint investigation between the Peel Police and the Canada Border Services Agency.
An investigation began in a local trucking yard in Brampton, expanded to Bolton and the Port of Montreal, where these particular vehicles were destined for overseas. In March of 2024, 3 men from the Greater Toronto Area were arrested and charged.
Police say the investigation was launched in December and led officers to an industrial location in Bolton that was being used to load stolen vehicles that would then be shipped to the Middle East. At least 20 vehicles valued at almost $2 million were recovered. 3 men were arrested on March 26 as part of the investigation. They're facing several charges, including trafficking stolen goods.
3 people have been taken to hospital after a multi-vehicle crash in Brampton over the weekend. It happened just before 5:30 p.m. yesterday near Mississauga Road and Wanless Drive. Paramedics tell us 1 person was airlifted to a trauma center in serious condition, while 2 others were taken to hospital with minor injuries. The cause of this crash is unknown at the time.
Thousands of people gathered at Nathan Phillips Square yesterday to mark 6 months since the start of the Israel-Hamas war. Demonstrators called for the release of hostages and an end to the conflict. Hamas is believed to be holding roughly 100 hostages, as well as the remains of about 30 people who were killed on October 7th or died in captivity. Families of hostages demanded more action to ensure their return after 6 months of war.
Very uplifting to know that the community, and not only the community, Iranian and other nationalities are here to support the cause of life. You know, it's not necessarily to say support Israel or support Gaza, it's support life, because all we want in the end is all our people home. That's it. We don't want anything else. We're not asking for anything else. All we're asking is bring our people home. That's it.
Throughout all of our experience, whether it be the Egyptians, whether it be the Persians and Haman and the Purim story, whether it be the Romans, the Greeks, the Spanish, the Nazis, and now Hamas, this is a story we understand. It's an experience that is all too familiar with us. And as we've done throughout our history, we will continue to not only survive, but thrive. And so we're coming together now in support of Israel, in support of our values, in support of combating anti-Semitism and hate, and in support of freeing the hostages is the most important message that comes out of today.
A pro-Palestinian counter-protest took place next to the rally at Nathan Phillips Square. Police set up a metal fence to separate both groups of demonstrators. No incidents have been reported so far.
Well, the Blue Jays play their first home game tonight after going 4-6 on their opening road trip. So exciting here, Jen.
Give you a live look inside the Rogers Center, which has been renovated recently. Beautiful. I think they had to lay down kind of the field or the grass again, and those new seats with the cup holders on the side. So yesterday, in their final game of their series against the Yankees, the Jays, they did give up 5 runs early and just couldn't generate enough offense in their 8-3 loss. Toronto welcomes in the Seattle Mariners to the renovated Rogers Center tonight, and first pitch flies at 7:07 p.m. Let's hope they win.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will be hoping for that.
Exactly.
Entertainment news now. The latest Godzilla movie dominated the domestic box office again this weekend.
Something is coming. Something even they're afraid of.
Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire added $31.7 million in its second weekend of release. The action thriller Monkey Man, starring and directed and written by Dev Patel, opened in North American theaters with an estimated $10.1 million. And Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire took third place with $9 million in its third weekend of release. So a lot of people watching that over the weekend, but today everyone's going to be watching the Eclipse, Courtney. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people will be.
I think it'll be hard to miss, especially if you're in the GTHA. So we are going to go back to Niagara Falls, give you this live look. It's just gorgeous this morning. We have the CEO of Niagara Park standing by with Bill. We have many chats lined up for you this morning. So many different perspectives. Everybody ready to go for this solar eclipse? Stay with us.
Selling your valuables is easier than ever with Oliver's Insured Mail-In option. We offer a free, safe, and convenient way for you to appraise and sell your items from anywhere in Canada. Go to oliverjewelry.ca.
These words matter when you've been seriously hurt in an accident. At Sokoloff Personal Injury Lawyers, we're there every step of the way, so call for your free consultation.
Don't put it off, call Sokoloff.
Of all the things here that'll take your breath away, music is surely one. There's a certain rhythm to this place. Leave no song unsung.
It starts with a grill, but it becomes so much more. An extension of your home. Not just a weekend retreat, but an everyday getaway right in your backyard. New Age makes it possible with beautiful all-weather cabinetry, grills, and appliances that transform your backyard into a complete outdoor kitchen. Visit newageproducts.com to book a free design consultation and create the outdoor living space you've always wanted.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Selling your valuables is easier than ever. With Oliver's insured mail-in option, we offer a free, safe, and convenient way for you to appraise and sell your items from anywhere in Canada. Go to oliverjewelry.ca.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with a heart so big, it shows. Visit desjardins.com/heart today.
Oh, beautiful shot from CP24. That's a fresh feeling morning. Toronto sitting at 5, Niagara Falls at 4. It looks a little ominous in the backdrop of the CN Tower as the clouds start to work their way towards us. Your bad boundary is going to bring some cloud and the risk of a few showers is weakening as it moves towards us. And there is some promise that there could be some breakup over the Niagara region. A little bit less promise for Toronto around eclipse time. This is Crystal Beach, a beautiful shot. Many friends gathering today to be able to take in this eclipse. And here I am at Niagara Falls, and what a gorgeous shot in behind me with one of the wonders of the world. We woke up to a bit of sunshine. That might be a little deceptive. The low pressure system moving from the upper Midwest of the U.S. into northwestern Ontario. Some boundaries extending from that, and there's kind of stalling to our west, but the ripple is bringing the cloud cover and the risk of showers speeding up a little bit. So the better viewing is to the west. 15 degrees in Niagara, the expected high, risk of a late morning shower, and then Mother Nature giving us something to talk about, a little drama. We could see some breakup in that cloud deck right around 3 p.m. Lesser chance for Toronto, as we do still see about a 30% chance at eclipse time of even a shower in the Toronto area. Better chance of late afternoon, early evening clearing, but if it continues to degrade or move a little faster, you can see some breakup in Toronto as well. No promises, but I am hopeful. 11 degrees today for a high in Toronto, 17 tomorrow, but we could see some late day evening showers and thunderstorms. The warm air definitely punching in for Tuesday and Wednesday with a high of 17 on Tuesday, and then morning clearing and a high of 18. All right, I want to introduce you now to David Adames, the CEO of Niagara Parks. Thanks for being here this morning. What an exciting day for you and for the Niagara region this morning. What are you anticipating and what are you hopeful for?
Oh, we're waiting for a big crowd. We had a great crowd over the weekend, beautiful weather on the weekend. So it's going to be a special day as people gather. In fact, they're already gathering this morning for the sunrise, so it's great to see people coming into Niagara Falls early this morning.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. You know, a lot of people have never experienced an eclipse before, so that's a big draw. And a lot of people who are smart pre-planned this a long time in advance. I know a lot of crowds are going to be filling in, almost doubling your population. How can people, or how are you hoping people will really make the most of this to enjoy it safely?
Well, first of all, bring your ISO certified glasses for the big event this afternoon. Plan ahead. You can take the GO train in. Metrolinx has added extra GO trains, GO buses. We're going to pick up with our WeGo bus at the train station. Plan ahead if you're driving in where you can park. Wear comfortable shoes, bring some water, bring a snack bar. But lots of restaurants are open too, so enjoy the attractions, the restaurants, and get ready for this afternoon.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, Niagara has its obvious draw, one of the world's wonders. But to have this kind of coincide at a time in the year where maybe it's not your busiest season, what does this mean for the Niagara region?
Great way to start the tourism season. You know, we did have a tough time during COVID, so to see that gradual recovery that we are seeing in 2022, 23, and now just to kick off 2024 with the solar eclipse, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, very special.
Yeah, people coming from all over the world. You were talking about some new projects that are underway. I know your power station is going under a revamp or a whole rebuild there.
Yeah, we announced last fall Pearl Hospitality is the identified proponent to redevelop the historic Toronto Power Generating Station, boutique hotel, spa, restaurants, museum, gallery, viewing space. So we can't wait to get that project going.
Yeah, the sun shining a spotlight and then being obscured and then shining a spotlight on the Niagara region again. Any last tips for anyone just coming down to the falls? It's going to be busy, but I think we can all enjoy this together as a really once-in-a-lifetime experience.
That's really the advice. All the planning's gone in now. Let's enjoy it. Right. Here, the day is here.
I love it. Okay, we're going to have much more for the Niagara region. Thank you so much, David. David Adames, CEO of Niagara Parks, taking good care of us this morning. I'm going to send it back inside the studio to Courtney and Jen.
Okay, Bill, thank you so much for that. That is really cool. We're going to check in with Bill later. That, of course, is where all the action is, the path of totality. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that the weather is going to agree with us there.
And so many people have been preparing for this for so long. So we have all the details on how you can make the best of this moment. Stay with us.
Meet Noodles. She's part short hair and part ninja. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and ninja nemesis. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
At Burgell-McGenzie, we know that an accident doesn't just affect the injured person.
It affects their entire family. We'll listen and help you understand your rights.
We'll treat you with respect and compassion.
And we'll fight to get you the compensation you deserve.
As if you were family.
For almost 50 years, Burgell-McGenzie has recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for injured clients and their families. Let our family take care of your family.
Burgell-McGenzie, 416-665-2000.
Hi, I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations. It's shocking to me how often homeowners hire the wrong contractor for their basement renovation.
At AGM, our trades have decades of experience in basement renovations. We get the job done on time, on budget, and it's done right.
Don't risk hiring just any contractor. Trust AGM. They're the basement renovation specialists I recommend.
AGMRenovations.com.
Get $5,000 off your new basement.
Your renovation destination.
We all know a rich life means different things to everyone.
With a FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest now and in your future on your terms.
Whether it's a new business venture or that kitchen reno you've been thinking about, we have the solution.
Could you use $80,000, $280,000, or even $2.8 million?
If you're ready to take the next step, call us today and let's get started on your financial journey.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Not happy with what you got?
Honey, what are you doing?
Sorry, just really enjoying these new floors. Don't imagine it. Upload a photo and visualize it at endoftheroll.com.
Nuclear power is lighting the path to the future. A future where clean, reliable electricity meets rising energy needs. A future with a prosperous economy founded on job growth. A future where new medical isotopes triumph over disease. For decades, Bruce Power has provided clean, reliable energy to Ontario and cancer-fighting isotopes across the globe, and will continue to play a vital role in powering a clean economy for the next generation.
It's showtime.
Crave is the place to stream the funniest shows.
Can confirm?
Like the final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, there you go.
Get Crave now. Plans starting at $9.99 a month.
Good morning. It is Monday, April the 8th, a day that you will probably remember for a very long time. It's the day of the solar eclipse. Welcome to CP24 Breakfast. I'm Jennifer Shung.
Good morning. I'm Courtney Heels. It is a very big day. Here's what you need to know this morning. We are live in Niagara Falls this morning, where millions of gallons of water falling here, and the area will fall into darkness later today during the solar eclipse. Even this view right now, it's just beautiful. Our Bill Coulter on location. He'll have your full weather forecast for it.
And from the waters of Niagara Falls to the waters near Crystal Beach, it is Crystal Beach in Fort Erie, a beautiful spot all year round. And today, the sun will project a spot from the moon on this community during today's eclipse. Nick Dixon is live for us here.
Really seems like a perfect spot to be.
Wow.
Okay, Chopper 24 over the Rogers Center. If you're a Jays fan, you probably won't let anything eclipse your mood today as the boys of summer play at the Dome for the first time this season. There really is a buzz in the city this morning, Jen.
Yeah, everything is converging. So many people. I just would be interested to see the migration patterns. So, yeah.
They'll be busy. I'm sure. They'll be busy outside the Rogers Center. We've got the Leaf game. Obviously, it's all about the solar eclipse. Oh, look at this. A sneak peek inside of the Rogers Center. So we're getting in ahead of the crowds later on today. Now we're getting a chance to see some of those renovations, too.
All right, this morning joining us live, Nick Dixon, Bill Coulter. They've got the coolest assignments because they are both in areas where the path of totality is happening for this eclipse. Guys, I won't say sad, but I heard that in Toronto, even though it's 99.9% coverage, some people are saying that we're not really going to maybe see anything like what you guys are going to be witnessing where you are.
That's true. I mean, that's why we're here. Right? That's the point of being here. Go Bill. Go Bill. Yeah.
Go Bill. Sorry, I should have said.
Yeah, I mean it's gonna dim the sky a little bit, but it will not be the full blackout. And because there'll be cloud around, it's hard to know if you'll even notice because sometimes the sky dims when you get a passing cloud over the sun. So you really will not get the same effect. If it's overcast in the Niagara region and it goes black, you'll definitely notice even if there's clouds.
Yeah. And Nick, what about
when you think about where we are, yeah, here at Crystal Beach, I mean, right now the sun's coming up and it's absolutely beautiful. Yes, there is some cloud cover here, but people are already starting to sort of, get onto the beach. There's a few different crowds setting up their blankets and chairs, getting ready to sort of take this all in today. But everyone really is, I think it's fair to say, crossing their fingers, just hoping that at that time, and again, we've got 3 minutes and 46 seconds of totality here in Crystal Beach, that they're hoping that, okay, maybe if there's a bit of cloud cover, maybe it moves, maybe it gives us that opportunity here. But there's just a lot of excitement down here and curiosity. How many people are going to show up? How much of the actual eclipse will we see? And what's it going to be like? What's the build-up going to be like? There's different events happening, performances, a yoga and some crystal bowls. It's going to set a really interesting mood here. So I can't wait to sort of, see how it all plays out as people are already arriving now.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about the weather forecast because, ideally you want kind of clear skies so that you can really see it. Bill, I know you're saying that the clearing's going to happen maybe sometime after the time of the totality, so maybe you could tee up how the weather's going to be like.
For Toronto, but Niagara still. I've been geeking out with some of the meteorologists that are here to also cover it, and there is a little slot on at least the European model that suggests there could be breakup right around the eclipse time, about 3:18. It's misty and damp here, but that's actually a light easterly wind coming in off of Niagara Falls. We used to have a camera operator who said when it rains, it's just a free car wash. So I'm just getting a free cool mist facial, right? It's going to get up to 50, and it'll get a little warmer. And the winds will shift to come in out of the south this afternoon here in Niagara, and there's the possibility of that breakup just in time for the eclipse. Mother Nature giving us some drama. In Toronto, though, it looks like it will stay mainly cloudy, and we could even see a shower linger into the early afternoon, which may butt up against your viewing time for the eclipse. So maybe not perfect viewing for Toronto, and a cooler high with that easterly wind, 5-15 kilometers per hour off Lake Ontario for Toronto. It will warm up for tomorrow and Wednesday. And this is kind of the leading edge of that warm air giving us the cloud cover today. But currently, a mixed sun and cloud over Niagara Falls. It is a pretty place to start the day, eclipse or not. But I'm excited for the eclipse that's coming. I'm also excited to send it back into studio to you, Lisa Morales. How are the roads out there?
Actually, Billy, starting to get a little bit sluggish for this time of the morning on the QEW Niagara bound, heading through parts of Mississauga. Toronto bound as well. That's normal for this time of the day. But let me show you the QEW Niagara bound, which is slowing in sections off the 427 out towards Mississauga Road. And I've also started to notice a bit of volume heading into Oakville. So looks like maybe a lot of people are starting to make the trek out towards Niagara Falls, Fort Erie, Crystal Beach. Please plan your travels accordingly. Give yourself that drive time. This is the East 409, which is really slow heading on to the East 401. There was a problem. East 401 Express past Islington gone. You can see the westbound delays. They continue from Kiel out towards Dixon Martin Grove. South 404 DVP building, south of Finch down through Lawrence. Just a case of volume, though. Send it back to you, Jen and Courtney.
Okay, let's go live to Crystal Beach, Fort Erie. That's where our Nick Dixon's standing by. Nick, you've had a chance to talk to quite a few people this morning, including police. I mean, they've been planning for this, they said, for about a year and a half now.
Yeah, I mean, the amazing thing is, of course, this is so predictable that we knew it's coming. But, of course, what's unpredictable from the policing and sort of security side of things is how many people will show up, what's going to happen as it all unfolds, is everything going to go smoothly? Obviously, they're crossing their fingers, and there is a ton of preparation in place for that. But, of course, the other side to this is this amazing celestial event, to see, the moon eclipse the sun like this is going to be such a rare opportunity. And I'm bringing Raluca Ellis back in, and she's brought a couple of, children, your children you brought with you this morning. So tell us about your kids and what are their names and ages?
Well, these are my little scientists. This is Morgan, and she is almost 8.
Yeah.
And this is Rowan, and she is 3.
Hey, Rowan. Morgan, how are you? Let's talk. How excited are you for today?
I'm pretty excited.
Why are you excited?
Because this is my first time, and I've never, explored it.
Yeah. What are you holding? Is that like a ball of fire? What is that, the sun?
It's the sun.
Yeah. And has your mom sort of explained to you what to expect today?
A bit.
Yeah? What are you expecting? What's in your mind? What do you think you're going to see?
I don't know, a bunch of things. One is maybe one that is shorter time, and one is a longer time, and one sort of in the middle of it.
Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right, Morgan. And Raluca, let's talk, because for kids, this is, I think Morgan will definitely remember this, right? Almost 8 years old. You're same age as my daughter, my youngest daughter. Yep. So what about for children today? What's the message, or how should we sort of explain to them what strange event is going to happen this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, just getting out there and experience it with the whole family is really important. Even for younger kids like this, they can be excited about it. She's been holding on to that moon stuffy for weeks now, loves it so much. And just explaining that the moon is moving in front of the sun, and there'll be a little moment of darkness, and it's exciting and interesting, and it doesn't happen very often. And just to experience it together and not to be afraid of it.
And what about, I think that's a great message, because there really is nothing to be afraid of if you're prepared and you have your safety preparations. What are the safety sort of rules or regulations or advice for children as well today?
Well, for kids, everybody has to be wearing their glasses, of course. And for kids that can't wear glasses, we do have some viewers that we're giving away here later on. But just to make sure that they're not looking directly at the sun, just like everybody else. Yeah.
Can we replicate the eclipse right now? Because we've got the Earth, we've got the sun, and we've got the moon. So, Rowan, can we borrow your moon for a sec?
Oh, she's just going to hold it up high.
Are you going to hold it up high? Okay, perfect. Yeah, let's see.
Absolutely.
So here we go.
So here we go. This is what happens. So the sun is much, much, much bigger than the moon, about 400 times bigger than the moon. But the moon is about 400 times closer to us than the sun. So there's this beautiful cosmic coincidence that the moon appears the same size as the sun in the sky and can completely cover it. So when all the 3 align like this, boop, 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 the moon casts a shadow onto the Earth, and that shadow right in the middle of that, the umbra, is what we call the path of totality, and it's where we are today.
So we've seen it happen already. We can just go home. That was it. I'm just kidding. That was amazing. Raluca, Morgan, and Rowan, thank you so much, all of you, for doing this. This is amazing. What an exciting time. How cool is it your mom's a scientist and can explain all this? Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Rowan? Fun? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I like that. I like just a few words. Very good. Okay. I'll send this back over to Jen and Courtney, but thank you for that demonstration. That's excellent. Back to you guys.
Okay, those kids are adorable. Just love their answers. So exciting for them, I'm sure. Nick, thank you. We'll check in with you later.
So many great conversations this morning. Okay, we want to talk about transit plans. If you are going to be taking transit, you need to plan ahead. And Metrolinx is increasing GO Transit service today in anticipation of these record number of travelers. There is special service on the Lakeshore West line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls, and return trips are being added and modified as well to give customers more departure options. There will also be special event service on the Lakeshore West, the Lakeshore East, and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays home opener, and we also have the Leafs game. So it is going to be busy in the city later today.
Now, if you are going to be staying in Toronto for the Eclipse, there are many places in the city holding some events. You can buy your tickets in advance and go up the CN Tower if you'd like a closer vantage point. You can also go to the Toronto Metropolitan University for Sci-X Change's Solar Eclipse Watch Party in the TMU Quad. Also, many branches of the Toronto Public Library are holding free viewing events as well. And lastly, the Royal Canadian Institute for Science is hosting a viewing party at West Toronto's Etienne Brûlé Park.
So the Eclipse is a big story. Another big story we're following. The Blue Jays are back in town tonight for the home opener against the Seattle Mariners at the newly renovated Rogers Centre. We're giving you a look over top of the Rogers Centre with Chopper 24. Let's bring in Jian Li, who I believe is inside. Oh, she is. Good morning, Ji. You have a great assignment today.
Good morning, Courtney. Good morning, Jen. Yes, we are here. The Boys of Summer are back, and this will be their home opener for the season. And as you know, last year we showed you the brand new renovations in the outfield and on the upper level. Now we get to show you the brand new renovations, brand new seats here in the lower level. All right, so the seats are a little bit wider. There's more leg room. The seats point towards home plate. And guess what? What's making everybody happy? There are now cup holders. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought there were cup holders before, but apparently not. So I'm going to take a seat, feel the moment, and enjoy this moment. Look at that. And everyone coming to today's home opener will get this beautiful rally towel. Now, the boys have been on the road for 10 games to give a little bit of extra time to complete these renovations. Currently, they're 4 and 6 on the road, but maybe that's what they need. They need to come back home and get this season going and get fired up. We know that tonight, Jose Barrios will take the mound. First pitch just after 7 o'clock. And again, you can feel the excitement. A lot of fans waiting for this moment, waiting to sit in these brand new seats. And also, there's going to be a ton of new foods and drinks being offered on the menu. So a brand new season. We'll see how it goes. Now, stay tuned, because in my next half hour, I'm going to be speaking to President and CEO Mark Shapiro, and we'll get all the inside information that you need for a fantastic season. In the meantime, we'll send it back to you, Courtney.
That's great. Lots to look forward to there. And G, I quickly want to ask, how are the seats? Are they comfortable?
Super comfortable, and I'm told there's extra leg room. Look at this.
Yeah, no, it looks very
great.
comfortable. I was just thinking you're one of the first then to sit in these seats, right?
100%.
That's great. All right, Jian Li reporting live inside Rogers Centre. We'll continue to check in with you. Thanks, G. And stay with us. Bill will dig a little deeper into the forecast. We'll also have a look at traffic. Certainly a lot to watch for this morning. It is a very big day with the solar eclipse. Stay with us.
Hi, it's Doug Ford. Just giving you a call back. Well, it's the people. That's what gets me up every single morning. Really busy. Morning to night. I'll be there in a little bit. Thank you. You take care. They're working hard every single day because they believe in a better future right here in Ontario. And so do I. I think the future of Ontario is very, very bright. It's the best place anywhere in the world to raise a family. I always ask my team, what are we doing to make life better and easier for folks out there? You can change people's lives with one phone call. You really can. If I can help them, it makes my day. And that's what I'm here for, to listen and to do what we can to try to help the people. You can't always get it right. And let me tell you, when I don't, I hear from the people. But that's what it's all about, listening and working hard to make things better for every single person in Ontario. Getting it done for the people. If there's anything else I can help you with, don't hesitate to reach out. A message from the Ontario PC Party.
The Jeep No Limits event is here, which means more trails to blaze, more challenges to meet, more sights to discover. Get into a Jeep Gladiator, the only open-air pickup truck in its class, or Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. Jeep No Limits is here. Time to test your limits. Get up to 10% off MSRP on select Jeep models for up to $8,700 in discounts.
Do you have a wet, damp, or moldy basement? Call the oldest and largest waterproofing company. Call RCC. Whether your basement needs to be repaired from the outside or the inside, we'll consult you on the right solution. Call RCC Waterproofing today. Family owned and operated since 1920.
Do you want a healthy home? Get your rugs cleaned by Love Your Rug. Steam cleaning your rugs won't remove dust and allergens. Love Your Rug's 6-stage process means your rugs get cleaned properly. Free pickup and delivery services all over Ontario.
It's time to love your rug.
New Head & Shoulders Bare. Clinically proven dandruff control with just 9 essential ingredients. No sulfates, no silicones, no dyes. Dandruff control. Minimal ingredients. Job done.
This is our private travel hacker.
See all the ways that I can save you money?
Ooh, she works harder than any of our other employees.
I just use Skyscanner. It searches billions of prices to get you the best deal in just one tap.
Billions?
How luxe.
Sharpen your knife. We are back.
Let's go.
This season, you'll have to earn your place on one of our teams. Are you ready?
Next Level Chef, Thursday, 8/9 Mountain on CTV.
7:46, 7 degrees outside. Here is a live look at Niagara Falls. CP24 breakfast is there for you. We have Bill Coulter standing by. Bill, you've been talking to so many different people who are so excited about the solar eclipse, of course, you included. And we're also talking about this weather forecast because it kind of depends where you are and how the weather will impact this big moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the temperature's already climbed to 7 degrees in Toronto, but we're still holding at 4 here in Niagara Falls. We've got an easterly wind, which is carrying a little bit of mist off of the falls and overhead. So it's kind of damp. It's a little bit of a fresh feel, but the temperature will actually climb higher here in Niagara than it will Toronto. We'll get up to a high in Niagara of about 15, or it will top out at 10. And it's also really significant, the timing of the eclipse being at 3. It looks like right between about 3 and 4, there may be some breakup in the cloud deck just in time for great viewing, or at least good viewing in the Niagara region, whereas Toronto, it'll take a little longer to clear, and we're looking at variable to mainly cloudy skies with even the risk of a shower lingering into the early afternoon for Toronto. But Niagara seems to be faring better, so if you made the smart move by coming to Niagara, you're probably going to be rewarded by better viewing conditions. Here's Toronto, 10 degrees, and again, we're looking at the cloud holding on there a little bit longer, but it's running in a high pressure. This boundary's weakening a little bit and speeding up a little bit, so we may even see, I mean, I don't want to make any promises, but if it does move any faster or weakens further, you may see some okay conditions a little closer to Toronto as well. 11 today, 17 in Toronto tomorrow, with the risk of evening showers and storms. And then Wednesday, we're looking at another warm day, 18 degrees with morning clearing and afternoon sunshine before wet weather does come in for Thursday and Friday. So maybe take advantage of the warm up and the sunshine. And if you have allergies, you need to know this. Every day at this time, we give you your pollen report. Overall pollen counts expected to be high today, sitting the individual pollens at moderate cedar, juniper, aspen, and poplar, and at high elm. If you're allergic to elm, you're probably feeling it today.
Very good.
This CP24 Breakfast Pollen Report is brought to you by Reactin. Breathe it all in.
So just a case of volume right now on sections of the 401. I'm going to stick with the westbound side right now through parts of Scarborough into Midtown and pretty much all the way out towards Dixon Martin Grove. You can see the eastbound side busy as well. So the Don Valley Parkway building both ways between Eglinton and the 401.
Okay.
Where's that?
All right. Thank you. Boy, traffic will be busy on the routes in and out of Niagara, of course. There have been all kinds of measures taken to make sure that you get to enjoy the eclipse safely. And it is going to be an incredible, for me, life-changing event when I saw it in Nashville. I'm going to introduce someone who needs no introduction, the famous mayor of Niagara Falls, Jim Diodati. You know, I was going to say, after I heard you telling my friend John Moore that you could turn off the falls for this, that you could turn the mist down a little bit this morning. I love that you have this kind of personality that is so welcoming, inviting to people to your region, and it's such a great region to visit on a normal day. But tell me how special it is to have things converge. You got the eclipse and one of the world's great wonders behind you.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm turning the fans on momentarily. We're going to blow the mist that way.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been putting in that call all morning.
Well, so I'm glad you reminded me. So yeah, you know, this feels like a combination of Super Bowl, Woodstock, and Christmas morning. Everybody is so excited. There's people camping out, and the buzz around the world. I did so many international media interviews, and I love the fact that Niagara Falls, we got killed during during COVID, and domestic tourism's largely come back, but international has not. And this is a way to get the headlines and take Niagara Falls from the back burner onto the front burner. And I think this is going to go a long way for our recovery. So regardless of what happens, it's life-changing. The next one won't happen for another 120 years in Niagara. And watch for the beautiful rainbow. When the eclipse happens, it goes pink.
That's amazing.
First time ever. So, I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm great. We get to hang out together.
Yeah, it's really cool. I came in last night, and I was automatically, the weather was beautiful, for one. I wish I could stay into today, but it's not a write-off. It looks like we might get a break. Not yet. But there was really traffic on the street, and there was this kind of feeling in the air that people are really looking forward to something, and there's kind of camaraderie, too, when you share an experience that's kind of once in a lifetime. Tell me about some of the other activities you can take part in around town.
Yeah, so next thing we're going to be doing, we're going to attempt a world record, a Guinness record. Really? We're going to go down to one of the boats. We're going to do that shortly here, from here, and it's going to be the most people wearing a sun costume at the same time. Huh. The exact same. So the record was set in China a number of years ago, so we had these yellow sun costumes fabricated, so you can join the party.
I've got a yellow shirt. Does that work?
Does that make it? It's a big sun thing.
Okay.
And then so we're going to attempt to break the world record. Then afterwards, we're going to come up top, do a little more media. We're going to get ready for the big eclipse. And while it's happening, the Niagara Symphony Orchestra is going to play very appropriate music as we're taking it in. And when it goes full, blocked out, we're going to look for the rainbow going pink. Then we're going to kick it off with a ton of great Canadian entertainment. We got the Canadian Space Agency. We've got NASA, of course, Guinness Book of World Records. And then you can get some neat souvenir things like this.
Hey, look at that. Right? I got moon. Can I say that on TV?
You can
I can say that. Yeah.
It's a moon.
That's right. And it's a sun. You know.
And it's our joke in their minds. Remember that.
I love your personality. It really sums up what this day should be about. This is an experience to get to know your neighbor and also get to know a region. Like you said, people are coming in from all over the world. This is the backyard of anyone in Toronto who wants to come here. But it stands alone as such a proud city. And you've got so many things going on. I was talking to the CEO of Niagara Falls. Yes. About this whole regeneration on the power plant. That's going to be so cool. What else are you excited about the future of Niagara Falls?
Well, you know, you're exactly right. And David, outstanding CEO. You know, in Niagara Falls is the birthplace of hydroelectric energy. We've already fixed up one power plant. We've got two more we're working on. We're taking our rightful place and redeveloping and reinvesting. And what's really neat is this is one of the great natural wonders of the world. This is Mother Nature at her finest. And then you've got one of the great celestial events happening, same place, same time, and the magic and the energy. And hey, the falls belongs to all of us. Yeah. We're the gatekeepers. We're rolling out the red carpet, but it belongs to all of us. So we're saying, come and visit us.
I feel like I should be toasting you with some Niagara wines as you say that. Mayor Jim Diodati, thank you so much for being here with us this morning.
Pleasure.
Have an incredible day. I want to see that shirt again as we send it back inside the studio. I got mooned in the falls. You saw it here first. King, I'll send it back to you. And turn off that mist already. Come on.
Bill's going to be wearing that shirt very soon. I think that'll be a hot seller, too. What do you think?
I think so, yeah, for sure. Okay, very fun stuff with Mayor Jim Diodati there. We're going to check in with Bill and, of course, later on. But since the eclipse is such a big topic of conversation today, we want our viewers to get involved. So that's coming up after the break. We'll get to some of your responses.
Chum 1045 wants you to stack that cash.
Who's stacking what?
Money, Marilyn. Piles of it. Listen weekdays for your chance to win thousands of dollars. Stack that cash.
Stacking up the cash.
Chum 1045.
Get the jump on a new sump pump. Book with Roto-Rooter before May 1st and save $50.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Call 1-800-GET-ROTO now.
When we moved, I went online with Onlia and insured our home right from my phone.
No!
I went online with Onlia and submitted a home insurance claim right from my phone.
Some people say there are doers, and there are dreamers. But what's wrong with a little dreaming, especially when it's shared? With hard work, little dreams grow into big ones. At Kubota, we know that your work never stops, and we're inspired by those who dream. But our equipment is built for dreamers and doers, like you. Kubota, built for those who do.
From majestic fairways to challenging bunkers and spectacular greens to just about any hazard you might find, we'll keep you covered off the course. From cargo liners, bump step, floor liners, and more. Nothing protects like WeatherTech. Order the ultimate protection for your vehicle at weathertech.ca.
Hey, man.
Hey, so I know we agreed on price, but this car's taller than I was expecting. And you're taller than I was expecting. Egg?
I gotta go.
I thought this was going really well. What's with the uniform? You play soccer? Was I supposed to wear a uniform?
That's clutch.
Students across the GTHA have a PA day today for this once-in-a-lifetime solar eclipse, and people may be blocking off their calendars to view the celestial event.
So we want to know, viewers, what are your plans for the solar eclipse later this afternoon? You can email us at now@cp24.com, and we'll try to share your responses throughout the morning. So let's bring in Nick. He's been live at Crystal Beach since the wee hours of the morning. It's certainly brightened up behind him now, and it's going to be packed later on today. Nick, thanks for joining us. Let's start off with Kathy, though, who's already written in to say, I had read that an eclipse can potentially confuse or stress out animals. I don't know how likely that is, but I plan to take my 3 dogs and cat into the bedroom at 2 p.m., close the drapes, keep the lights on, and watch it on CP24.
Okay,
Nice.
That's one way you can do it. We'll also bring in this viewer response from Brian. My plans are to protect the cat Zoe from the eclipse and simply stand outside and enjoy the experience, rain or shine. And I think that's really what it's about, right, guys? Take this moment in, soak it in, because before we know it, it'll be over.
It'll be over, and the next one coming across our area won't be until 2044.
Fleeting indeed. Okay, Christina's joining the conversation this morning saying, I will watch only if the sky is clear. Otherwise, I'll watch the live feed. Looks like cloud and rain in Toronto, and Christina's been paying attention clearly to the forecast. But again, Bill's saying there are chances that we could get a clearing here or there. We'll keep our fingers crossed for that, Christina.
Yeah. Okay, and finally, our viewer Pat says, as a teacher, I actually do not get a day off. We are all going to school to get through a series of training throughout the day and won't be able to leave like a regular day. Enjoy the eclipse for us, kids. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pat.
Well, hopefully Pat can watch some of the coverage a little bit later on, because there will be so many great angles. I'm really excited about this too, Nick, because we have live cameras really all across the greater Toronto-Hamilton area. So anybody who maybe doesn't have a few minutes to step outside and see it, we can watch a little bit later on and soak this all in.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for today. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, Nick, we'll check back with you later. And of course, Bill's in Niagara Falls. We're going to take a short break here on CP24 Breakfast, but so much more coming up. A big day today, not just for Eclipse watchers, but our Blue Jays fans. Ji-Yeon Lee is live inside the Rogers Center with Mark Shapiro. She's going to be chatting with him when we come back.
Tim's greatest duos trading cards.
Matthew Tkachuk, great hands and even greater playmaking.
Brady Tkachuk, just pure toughness.
2 hockey players connected like never before. Tim's new greatest duos trading cards.
Too bad there isn't a trio card, eh, boys?
Feel the summer heat with Boots and Hearts. Featuring Jason Aldean, Thomas Rhett, Matchbox 20, Cody Johnson, and more. August 8th to 11th at Burroughs Creek. Tickets on sale now at bootsandhearts.com.
My clothes look fresh, but I need them to smell fresh too. That's why I add Downy Unstoppables to my wash. Now I'll be smelling fresh all day long. Still fresh. Still fresh! Still fresh! Still fresh, you nasty little goblins! Still fresh! Still?
Still.
Still here. Still fresh. Get 6 times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables.
Did you know there's another form of debt consolidation? It's called a consumer proposal. This government-regulated alternative to bankruptcy helps you repay a smaller portion of your debt based on what you can afford. Simply make one monthly payment and put an end to both interest charges and collection calls. Take the first step with a free consultation. You'll wonder why you didn't do this years ago.
Hi, I'm Brian Baumler, and I only trust one company for windows and doors, and that's Canadian Choice Windows and Doors. Because their products are manufactured right here in Canada, and they're not just any installer, they are the trusted installer for Canadian homeowners. There's a lot of other people selling windows and doors out there, but when it comes to making that decision, make the smart decision and go with Canadian Choice Windows and Doors for all your home improvement needs. For quality and my seal of approval, choose Canadian Choice Windows and Doors. Your home deserves the best.
Every locker tells a story. Find the space you need to live every chapter of your story. Access Storage, here for you. Try 4 weeks free. Visit accessstorage.ca.
Join the heat pump revolution with an all-electric or hybrid heating and cooling system. Save up to 50% on utility bills while using only one system to cool and heat your home. Make the switch to Mitsubishi Electric, Canada's #1 brand in mini-split heat pump technology.
Good morning. It is 8 o'clock, day of the solar eclipse, Monday, April the 8th, a day that will go in many people's memory books for a very long time. Welcome to the show. I'm Jennifer Shung.
Good morning. I'm Courtney Heels. Here's what you need to know this morning, and it is a big one. The stage is set. We're live in Niagara Falls, where tourists might not know which natural wonder to look at in just a few hours. Bill is there for us this morning.
We're also live at Crystal Beach this morning in Fort Erie, where the population is going to surge today because of its prime spot along the path of the eclipse, which will be visible in its totality a little after 3 p.m. this afternoon. There's definitely more people there right now than there were at 5 a.m. Nick is keeping his eye on the ground and the sky later today.
Just gorgeous there at the beach right now, too. And if you're a Jays fan, you probably won't let anything eclipse your mood today. That's because the Boys of Summer play at the Dome for the first time this season. We are inside. We'll get a good look at those new renovations, too. Stay with us for that.
Yeah, okay, so Nick is live at Crystal Beach, Bill in Niagara Falls. Nick, I'm so curious, have you gone by the water just to feel the temperature yet? Because I'm picturing this scenario where if the beach gets overcrowded, some people might be brave enough to maybe venture into the water for a few minutes.
Well, Jenna, because the temperature's actually dropped about 4 degrees since we got here. It was 8 when we arrived. It's now about 4, so it's definitely cooled down. I haven't gone down to the water, but that is our next stop because, as you can see behind me, people have already started setting up their spots on the beach here, and our next conversation is going to be with somebody over one of my shoulders here. They've got the drums going, and they're getting ready because they're going to be performing actually during the peak of the eclipse, so that's coming up here from Crystal Beach.
Okay, and let's talk about the weather, Bill, because it's going to kind of vary depending on where you are, and that could affect eclipse viewing.
Yeah, and I'm glad you didn't ask me to dip my toes in the water because that would be a little bit more challenging. Like a scene from Superman. Billy, no! Yeah, it potentially could be a little bit better viewing here in the Niagara region than in Toronto, and that's because there's going to be a little sliver, a little dry slot right around 3 p.m. Here's a beautiful shot of Toronto, and it still looks like fairly good sky conditions, but this little boundary is working its way in with some cloud, albeit weakening as it does approach, and it's even expected to bring a few isolated showers late morning, early afternoon. So potentially not as good viewing for Toronto right around 3:18 when it happens here in Niagara. We could get some breakup. Mixed sun and cloud to variable to mainly cloudy. 15 for a high in Niagara. Winds shifting from easterly to southerly. And we get late afternoon clearing. In Toronto, not as promising to see that breakup around 3 p.m. Likely mainly cloudy skies with the risk of an isolated shower lingering, and the clearing again takes hold a little closer to the dinner hour. So we'll watch it in case this speeds up a little bit and offers that break the Niagara is expected to get a little further to the north. It is a little chilly with the mist, but it will warm up. I'm going to set it inside or back over to Lisa for a look at traffic. I'm sure it's getting busy out there, Lisa.
It definitely is, Billy, yeah, and I'm noticing the QEW through parts of Mississauga and into Oakville starting to load up as well, and we've been suggesting it all morning. If you are going to head out to see the eclipse of parts of course, Niagara region, Fort Erie and Crystal Beach, give yourself that commuting time. This right here, though, is a new problem on the West 401 in the express pass to Leslie. It's a stall. Center lane is off limits. Nobody on scene. We might see more lane restrictions once crews arrive. And then North 404 just past 16th Avenue. Right lane is out with a collision. It's actually really slow this way. Southbound as well. Just a case of volume. Here's the look at the Gardner heading eastbound into the downtown core. Stop and go delays Park Lawn out towards the Jameson stretch. Send it back to you, Court and Jen.
Okay, Lisa, thank you so much for that update. And exciting today, too, because the Blue Jays are finally back in town tonight for their home opener against the Seattle Mariners at the newly renovated Rogers Center.
Yeah, we're getting a sneak peek this morning. Let's bring in our Jian Lee, who is standing by with a special guest. Good morning, G.
Good morning, Courtney. Good morning, Jen. Yes, after a 10-game road trip, the boys are back, and tonight will be their home opener against the Mariners. To get an inside scoop on how the team is feeling, we're joined now by President and CEO of the Blue Jays, Mark Shapiro. All right, so my first time sitting in the seats. This lower bowl renovation is spectacular.
It's spectacular. It was really like a feat, you know, incredible to consider. You don't think about it when you're looking at it now, but there was nothing here just about 4 months ago, nothing. When we completely rebuilt it, thousands of Canadian workers have been in here 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, over holidays, overnights. There's still a sea of activity underneath the stands behind home plate, but it is going to be a reimagined lower bowl that kind of connects the work that you and I talked about in the outfield last year and makes it more of a baseball specific, kind of takes it from that multi-purpose round, you know, concrete filled facility to a more baseball specific facility.
Yeah, you know, and I didn't realize that the seats were pointing in the past towards the field, but this time it's
the wrong direction.
Wrong direction.
Yeah.
Now to home plate.
Too narrow. There weren't cup holders, small things like that.
Yeah.
Just things that you would do if you were building a new facility. And that's really the way to think about it is below the concourse, it is completely new, everything. So it's going to be a new experience for anyone that loves the game of baseball and loves attending games at Rogers Center and pulling for the Jays.
All right, so because of the renovations, the boys had to be on the road for 10 games, and that's tough. They're 4-6 right now. Let's talk about how they've been doing so far. It's been very up and down, so let's start with pitching. A lot of fans concerned whether or not the pitchers can close it out, finish off a game, and be consistent.
Yeah, well, we've got two of our best relievers in Eric Swanson and Jordan Romano, both hurt, but they're coming quickly. They both threw in the past couple days in games down in Dunedin. Both guys should be back in a short period of time. That will significantly change the dynamic of the bullpen. And then we've got Alek Manoah still coming back, and he's throwing the ball well. And then Yariel Rodriguez, who was a Cuban player that we signed in the offseason, both preparing to contribute as well. So 4 major reinforcements potentially if we need to. But the pitching overall, we've had a couple rough spots, has been pretty good, but we're going to be as good as our star players, as good as Vladdy and Bo and the great players on this team are. They're going to need to carry us.
Okay, so let's talk about Vladdy and Bo and Springer all coming back. Offense, they need to fire it up. And again, consistency seems to be the word. What do you think it's going to take for these guys to get into a groove?
I mean, I think just our great players being as great as they can be. They're moving from being young players into the prime of their career. They understand what it means to take ownership, to take accountability, not just for their play, but for the team. They're some of the best players in the entire game. So if they play the way they're capable of playing, we're going to be fine.
Now, I don't want to harp on how last season ended, but we do need to touch upon, in that postseason press conference, you said there would be more transparency with the organization and the players. So what does that entail behind the scenes?
Well, we restructured the way we disseminate information, the way we communicate and game plan. We took down Mattingly, moved him in his role as overseeing the offense. And just we're more thoughtful about the way we game plan, the way we choreograph and kind of script games and think about using information. I think what's happened is as technology and analysis has increased so much over the past 10 years, the way we use it has increased, and we won't always talk about that with players, and that's what I was referring to.
Okay, because I know a lot of people were quite upset as how the season ended last year, that controversial call about pulling Jose Barrios out early. So the question is, what lessons have been learned from that and entering into this brand new season?
Just communicating more about the way we're going to run a game and the way what we think puts us in the best position to be successful, and making sure our players understand the reasons before instead of after.
All right, let's talk about defense. You've got Kevin coming back. We have Springer in the field, but we are missing Matt Chapman. So wanted to know your thoughts about bringing in Isaiah at third base.
Yeah, IKF is, you know, no one is Matt Chapman defensively in the entire game, but IKF defensively is, I think what we're going to miss between Chappie and IKF is going to be power and home runs, but defensively he's going to be seamless. We're going to have one of the best defensive teams in Major League Baseball. There's not much question about that.
I love it. I love that you call him IKF.
Yeah.
Okay.
Easier than saying.
That's true. And we'll wrap things up, but you know, we've got to talk about the biggest thing that's going to happen here at Rogers Center this year, and that's Taylor Swift coming in, right?
That's not the big. After we celebrate the World Championship.
After we celebrate. First Taylor, after we celebrate the World Championship, and then Taylor coming in. That's going to be a big deal here for the renovated center.
That is a major deal. Yeah, 6 shows in November, and it's a phenomena that and unlike anything, I've seen her quite a few times with my daughter, but this tour is beyond anything that I've ever experienced in entertainment and sports, and it fuses the two with the ability to have it here. So excited to bring that to our fans throughout Canada.
For sure. But first we'll win the World Series.
First we have that business to take care of.
Okay, good luck with the season. Thank you, Mark.
Always great to see you.
Thank you. And we'll send it back to you in studio.
Okay, G and Mark, thank you so much for that very exciting day today at the Rogers Center as well. And from the diamond to the ice, the Leafs will be looking for their second straight victory when they host the Pittsburgh Penguins tonight.
That's right. Toronto coming off a 4-2 win over the Montreal Canadiens on Saturday. Austin Matthews recorded his league-leading 64th goal of the season. He also reached the 100-point mark for just his second time in his career. Tonight's big game set for 7 o'clock at Scotiabank Arena. It is going to be busy downtown, Jen.
Yes, everyone's going to be crisscrossing.
And he ties a season high at 29.
Meantime, the Raptors were looking for a second straight win as they took on the Washington Wizards last night. Emmanuel quickly led with 31 points as the Raptors beat the Wizards 130-122 at home. So that must have been great for the fans to see. This was their first back-to-back win since February. Before this game, they beat the Milwaukee Bucks. The Raptors return to the court tomorrow to host the Indiana Pacers.
And South Carolina has capped off a perfect season with an exciting NCAA championship win.
Perfection with a touch of sweet redemption. Undefeated South Carolina.
South Carolina beat Iowa 87-75, becoming just the 10th Division I team to go undefeated through a season. But it was a heartbreaking end to Iowa star Caitlin Clark's college career. She did all she could to lead the Hawkeyes to their first championship. Clark scored 30 points, including a record-breaking 18 alone in the first quarter. And we've really seen her dominate throughout this entire championship series. And, you know, it's a shame that they couldn't win, but hey, she'll be remembered for sure. And this
so much.
Just the beginning of her career.
It's really hard to win these things. I think I probably know that better than most people by now. And to be so close twice, it definitely hurts. But at the same time, like, you know, we were right there. We battled. We took down some really great teams to get back to this point. It's something that's really hard to do. And, you know, I think when I think about women's basketball going forward, you know, obviously it's just going to continue to grow, whether it's at the WNBA level, whether it's at the college level. Like, everybody sees it. Everybody knows. Everybody sees the viewership numbers. When you're given an opportunity, women's sports just kind of thrives. And I think that's been the coolest part for me on this journey.
We'll go at Burns now. The jump hook is good and shakes his head.
And it is going to be a very big day for Toronto's Zach Edey as he and the Purdue Boilermakers get ready to take to the court in the men's NCAA final. Edey led the way for Purdue against North Carolina State on Saturday night. The 7'4" center played all 40 minutes in this game, posting 20 points, 12 rebounds. The Boilermakers beat the Wolfpack 63-50 to reach the final.
Pretty. the sky for the jam.
And just he's back up though.
It's 5-on-4 right now.
And Purdue will be taking on UConn in the championship game. All 5 Husky starters scored in double figures as UConn beat Alabama 86-72 on Saturday. Tonight's final will feature a battle of #1 seeds. UConn is looking for back-to-back titles, while it's Purdue's first appearance in the big game since 1969. So they've got a lot on the line there.
Well, coming up, we are going to celebrate all of your milestones. What a day to do that, too.
I know, to be born or to celebrate an anniversary on in Eclipse Day, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us here in Canada. A live shot of Niagara Falls this hour. Bill Coulter is standing by there, tracking all things happening. And Nick is live at Crystal Beach. He's going to be chatting with some people, doing some yoga, and so much more later on. The activities will get busier and busier throughout the day. We'll check in with both of them when we come back.
Today. You have to be tough.
You're the love of my life.
Here we go, 19. Buckle up.
A new episode of Station 19, Thursday on CTV.
Do you love deli meat but are careful about your sodium intake? Try new Schneider's Deli Meat. It has 25% less sodium, delicious taste, and it's an excellent source of protein. Plus, it comes in resealable packaging. Try new Schneider's Deli Meat. Is it time to renew your mortgage? Struggling with credit card debt? Owe money to the CRA? Have difficulty paying your mortgage? Or need cash for any reason? Northwood Mortgage can help. Northwood is more flexible and has access to better rates than the banks. Approval is based on equity in your home and not just your income. And Northwood provides fast closing turnaround with a payment plan that suits your budget. For an easy home equity loan, visit northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
Committing to Liana was easy. Now we look to sell our condos and buy our forever home. So many questions. Where do we start?
Do you have a wet, damp, or moldy basement? Call the oldest and largest waterproofing company. Call RCC. Whether your basement needs to be repaired from the outside or the inside, we'll consult you on the right solution. Call RCC Waterproofing today. Family owned and operated since 1920.
Do you want a healthy home? Get your rugs cleaned by Love Your Rug. Steam cleaning your rugs won't remove dust and allergens. Love Your Rug's 6-stage process means your rugs get cleaned properly. Free pickup and delivery services all over Ontario.
It's time to love your rug. Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Do you love deli meat but are careful about your sodium intake? Try new Schneider's Deli Meat. It has 25% less sodium, delicious taste, and it's an excellent source of protein. Plus, it comes in resealable packaging. Try new Schneider's Deli Meat.
Hey, it's Monday, April 8th, and did you know there's an eclipse today? How cool is this for anybody celebrating? Wow, someone's excited behind me. Hey, Billy. I'm on solo duty today, as you can see. Billy's got an awesome assignment in Niagara, and we've got your milestones. We're going to kick it off with you, Ethan. Happy 8th birthday with lots of love from Mom, Dad, Ashley, and Grandpa. Happy 19th birthday going out to Michaela with lots of love from Mom, Barry, and all your friends and family. We are so proud of you. Happy 21st birthday, Mattia, with lots of love from Mama, Tata, Antun, and Anika. Marissa, you're no longer a teenager. Happy 20th birthday. Love your entire family. Wishing you a happy birthday, a wonderful year, and success in all you do. You know, we love a first birthday here at CP24 Breakfast, and this one's going out to Erin. Happy birthday with lots of love from Grandma, Yashdeep, Japjit, and Ariane. We have a happy first wedding anniversary to Elroy and Shyamali Cumberbatch with lots of love from your entire family, wishing you many, many more. Happy solar eclipse birthday, Thad, with lots of positivity for this year and lots of love from your girls. Happy 5th birthday to Isla Rose. Love Daddy, Mommy, Aaron, and Jared. Happy 9th birthday, Isa. Enjoy your first solar eclipse. Love from Mom, Dad, Zaina, and Zishan Mamu. Double digits for you, Maya. Happy 10th birthday. Lots of love from Dad, Auntie, Nicole, Brianna, Uncle Christian, Grandma, and Grandpa. Another 10th birthday, this one going out to you, Kobe. Lots of love from Dad, Mame, and Miko. Happy 9th birthday, Lincoln. Lots of love from your mom and all of your family. Ashley is sweet 16. Happy birthday. Best wishes from your parents and your brother. Happy 6th birthday to you, Amy, with love from Dad, Mom, and Leo. And we'll wrap it up with a happy 1st birthday to Leandro. Lots of love from Dad, Mom, and Amy. And if you have a special birthday, it doesn't matter if it's not on an eclipse day. We love to celebrate your birthdays, anniversaries, whatever it is. Send us your pics, details, and pronouncers to milestones@cp24.com.
Okay, we are going to take you live into Niagara Falls. You can see the crowds are starting to gather. We will meet up with a group planning to welcome in the eclipse in a very unique way. Oh, you can see our Nick Dixon getting involved in this already.
Yeah, crystals on Crystal Beach. So
I like it.
Yeah, we're going to tee it up right after we come back.
Thousands stranded on 9/11. A small town in Newfoundland that welcomed them in. This is the remarkable true story of Come From Away. Coming home to Toronto's Royal Alexandra Theatre this September. Book at mirvish.com.
This new Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. New Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Kevin and Sarah have one of the world's largest collections of souvenir plates. They also have a teenager, so they got their plates insured. But they don't have life insurance. Kevin's worried his diabetes will make it hard to qualify, and Sarah does not like medical exams. So we got them some new plates to tell them about Canada Protection Plan. Canada Protection Plan has solutions for both the healthy and hard to insure, with no needles or medical exams required on most plans. You'll get great coverage at a price you'll love. And there are no payments in your first month. Anybody between 18 and 80 can apply. And there are great member benefits, including rewards for active living and giving back. As part of the Forrester's family, your coverage is backed by our excellent financial strength. Contact your advisor or call now to get a no-obligation quote in minutes. Canada Protection Plan, protecting what matters most, you.
Did you know 80% of women struggle with hair damage? New Pantene Miracle Rescue Deep Conditioner with Melting Pro V Pearls helps hair lock in moisture to repair up to 6 months of damage, guaranteed or your money back. If you know it's Pantene.
Come From Away is as stirring and inspiring as it is joyful, funny, and exuberant. It takes you to a place you never want to leave. Come From Away. Coming home to Toronto's Royal Alexandra Theatre this September. Book at mirvish.com.
Closed captioning of this CP24 program is brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers, Canada's largest injury law firm with over 60 lawyers across Canada.
Okay, let's give you a live shot of Niagara Falls right now. It is 7 degrees in the GTA, though. The temperature might vary there. We're going to take you live where Bill Coulter is standing by on the ground. And Bill, today it's a different kind of Mr. Drizzle for you because you're close to the water and the falls. And you've got your Eclipse glasses on already. You look great.
Can you see anything, Bill? I don't think you can, right?
Yeah.
No, that makes it hard to do the weather. I can't see the program. But you're right. Yeah, the mist or drizzle that's coming in off Niagara Falls has made it a little chilly here this morning. But it kind of has been shifting a little bit every now and then. It drifts back a little further to the north as the winds kind of shift with it. Winds have been coming in out of the east. They'll shift to southerly here in Niagara, but they will stay easterly in Toronto. We are looking right now at generally overcast skies. A few little breaks as this boundary works its way in. It's going to bring some isolated showers mid-late morning into the midday hours. And then for the Niagara region, we should start to see a little bit of temporary clearing right around eclipse time. So I'm very hopeful for areas like Crystal Beach, maybe Niagara Falls. For Toronto, it doesn't look as promising. It's going to get up to about 10 degrees in Toronto, but the risk of showers will continue into the early afternoon. That could butt up against your viewing of the eclipse. And because it's not going to be in the path of totality, it's not going to be as dramatic. If it is overcast, you might not even really notice. You know, I'm hopeful that it could move a little bit quicker or degrade a little bit, but at this point, it's not looking for at great visibility for the eclipse in Toronto. 11 degrees for a high. 17 tomorrow. We start off with sun cloud mix, but we could get into some evening showers and even hear the rumble of thunder, a few thunderstorms, and then we get another warm day on Wednesday. 18 degrees with morning clearing, an absolutely beautiful hump day, and then the rain moves back in for Thursday and Friday. But today, all the focus are on the skies above around 3:18 when the eclipse moves into totality here in the Niagara region and on the north shore of Lake Erie. So we'll be all over that and continue to give you updates, but for now, I'll send it back inside.
Okay, Bill Coulter live for us in Niagara Falls, the kind of the center of where the path of totality will be. He's got his eclipse glasses ready, and we will check back with you later, Bill. Thank you.
I feel like with Niagara Falls, you have to have a bag of clothing, right? Because a couple of different elements you're dealing with there, and of course, the sunglasses, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's go over to Crystal Beach now. That's where our Nick Dixon's standing by live. Nick, you talked about the many different activities that will be taking place on the beach there, and it seems every time we talk to you, there's another group arriving, people who are looking for a good spot there on the beach.
Yeah, you know it. I mean, over one shoulder here, you can see there's a group of people doing some yoga this morning. On the other side, people are sort of setting up their chairs, setting up their blankets, getting ready for what's happening. But there's also going to be something really special happening here today. This is a group called Infinity Hearts. They're a trio here right now. We've got crystal bowls, we've got some drums and cymbals. Jay, I'll start talking to you because Crystal Beach wouldn't be the same without crystal bowls, I suppose, on a day like this. So tell me about these bowls and what you hope this is going to add to the experience at the time of the eclipse.
They're set up to they're healing bowls, so we're coming together as community today and hopefully bringing some love and some healing to people and celebrating this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So,
what are your thoughts ahead of this, ahead of the actual eclipse? Like you must have been thinking about this for a while. What's kind of going through your mind this morning?
Just hoping the weather holds up and yeah, just the more people the better, and just if we can all share some love together, that would be a good day.
The world could always do with a whole bunch more of that. Absolutely. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to keep moving. Jay, thank you. Scott, over to you now. I appreciate you drumming a little quietly so we can hear you as well. What are your thoughts about performing during an eclipse this afternoon? What's going through your head?
It's going to be extremely magical. Never done that before. Mm-hmm. So yeah, just really looking forward to everybody coming together and actually just focusing on the same thing, because we're all just so busy nowadays doing our own individual thing, right? So it's just going to be nice to kind of take a break from everything and just focus on the cosmic wonders.
It sounds like you're kind of going to be almost drawing some experience from what's going to be happening in that moment. Is that fair to say?
Yes. I'm very connected to the sky and space and everything. So I've seen a lot of things. I'm really into all the cosmic events that are happening, and yeah, just really feel connected to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a celestial delight, that's for sure. And Blue Raven, I'll chat with you as well, because you've kind of put all of this together here. What does today mean to you?
Well, it's a day of peace. It's when Grandmother Moon and Grandfather Sun get to be in front of each other and communicate, just like family, when you haven't seen your family for a long time, and they come together. And 800 years ago, with the Haudenosaunee people of this land, the peacemaker came, and I'm hoping that a lot of peace will ripple out from today.
Peace, love, and harmony, they all go hand in hand, and unity indeed. And I mean, just the fact that you'll be doing this as the eclipse happens, with the crystal bowls, the drum, like it just seems like a beautiful addition to the whole thing, doesn't it?
It's like a rebirth, and with all the crystal bowls going at the same time, it will affect the whole planet and sending that beautiful love and peace out into the light,
Now, I understand, so you're drumming right now, but Jay isn't going to be, an octopus and one man banding all these bowls. All three of of you will be down there.
We'll start with calling in the 7 directions. All 3 of us will be on the 14 crystal bowls, and then we'll go into some drum trance dance. And then as the eclipse happens, we'll just really be quiet and do like a heartbeat. Yeah. And then finish off with the gongs.
Okay, look, I'm going to get back on because I was doing that tease to break, and I really kind of enjoyed this. So as we get ready to go to a break here, Jay, I'm going to join you again. Thanks for the tips as well. You got to give it a good whack, and then you roll it around, and you can really brings out the echo. So again, Crystal Bowls, Crystal Beach, Infinity Hearts here on Crystal Beach as we await the eclipse later this afternoon. We've got more CP24 breakfast coming up right after this. Nice.
This is a place where imaginations can run wild. Maybe it's time to come set yours free.
Hi, I'm Mike Holmes. Are you looking to renovate your kitchen or bathroom? Hiring a reliable and honest professional who treats your home like it's their own is critical. That's why I recommend AGM Renovations.
Mike, far too often homeowners reach out to us after realizing they've hired the wrong contractor. Bad work machine, delays, hidden fees.
AGM are the only kitchen and bathroom renovators I trust to get the job done right.
AGMRenovations.com.
Call now and get $3,000 off.
Your renovation destination.
Head & Shoulders is launching something huge. The bare minimum. Anti-dandruff shampoo made with just 9 ingredients. No sulfate, silicones, or dyes. And packaged with 45% less plastic. Giving you clinically proven dandruff control and leaving hair beautiful and moisturized. Dandruff control. Minimal ingredients. Job done. New Head & Shoulders Bare.
And so we're predicting record heat this summer.
You might not know the best time to get a new air conditioner. But we do. Right now, save 20% with the Reliance Early Bird Sale.
Call on Reliance.
A rich life means different things to everyone.
With a Capital Direct Flexi line, you have the freedom to invest on your terms.
Call us today.
CapitalDirect.ca.
We are playing to win.
The best sports series, the latest hit movies, and riveting documentaries.
I'm coming for you.
Stream now. Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month.
Good morning and welcome to CP24 Breakfast on this Monday, April the 8th. This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity day with the solar eclipse coming later on this afternoon. Welcome to the show. I'm Jennifer Shung.
Good morning. I'm Courtney Heels, and we have a lot in store for you today. We have many different angles. We'll start with this live look from Niagara Falls, where really millions of gallons of water falling. The area will fall into darkness later today as part of this solar eclipse. It's gorgeous right now. You can see Bill Coulter live on location. He has your full weather forecast there.
And we're also live at Crystal Beach this morning in Fort Erie, a really beautiful spot all year round. And today especially, the sun will project a spot from the moon on this small community that's really going to surge in size come sometime this afternoon. So Nick Dixon has got his eyes on the ground and the sky over there.
Yeah, got to get there early for a good spot. And if you are a Jays fan, you probably won't let anything eclipse your mood today. That's because the Boys of Summer play here at the Dome for the first time this season, and we are getting a sneak peek at some of the renovations.
let's bring in Nick and Bill once again. And Nick, I must say you're pretty good on those crystal bowls. I feel like you mastered it.
Got some talent
there. It may surprise you, or may not surprise you, that I've never played a crystal bowl before, but it seemed appropriate on Crystal Beach on this eclipse day to do that. And really, it sort of it felt like it set a bit of a mood, and the beach is starting to fill up. There's more people, out walking their dogs, as you can hear right now. But people are certainly, the locals are showing up saying, I wonder when everyone's going to get here. When are people going to get here? Because everyone's curious about just how busy this beach is going to get and this area is going to get. I mean, there's beaches for as far as the eye can see right now. So lots of anticipation ahead of the big event later this afternoon.
Yeah, lots of questions. What will it look like? Let's talk about the weather forecast for this big moment this afternoon. For that, we'll bring in our expert, Bill. So, Bill, what do we need to know for today?
Well, I hope the wet hair look is trendy because the mist coming in off the waters of Niagara Falls is giving us an indication there's a light easterly wind right now. That wind will be consistent in Toronto, but it will shift to more southerly for Niagara. And it's looking like we may see sort of a mix of sun and cloud right over the Niagara region around 3 p.m. At least one model suggesting that as we get a little bit of a dry slot coming in and the boundary skirting off to the east. Toronto doesn't look as promising. Niagara getting up to 15 degrees under variable to mainly cloudy skies with some breaks early afternoon. It's possible we could see a late morning isolated shower, though. And for Toronto, that risk continues into the early afternoon, thereby giving you not as great viewing probability around 3:18, overcast with the risk of a shower. However, if this boundary degrades just a little bit, we might be able to see some breaks right around that time. But it's looking a little bit more promising for Niagara than it is Toronto, topping out at 10 degrees today. I'm going to send it back inside.
Thanks so much for that, Billy. I've been checking some of the traffic patterns. If you're planning travels perhaps into Niagara, I'll get to that in a second because we do have an ongoing situation that really is causing delays on the West 401, and I was anticipating this to happen. A couple of right lanes blocked now. West 401 Express past Leslie. That's because of a stall. It's pretty busy from Markham Road. Good news on the northbound 404. It's recovering following a collision that cleared past 16th Avenue. Southbound delays towards here. Let me take you through parts of Mississauga right now. QEW Niagara bound. Here's a look heading into Oakville. You can see definitely slowing through Royal Windsor and even into Burlington now through Guelph Line. So just a friendly reminder, if you're going to tackle the roads, you want to catch a glimpse of the eclipse today, pack your patience and give yourself some drive time. I'll send it back to you, Court and Jen.
Yeah, really good advice there, Lisa. Thank you. And Niagara Falls Mayor Jim Diodati, he's expecting about upwards of 1 million people in his city. He spoke to us about what they have planned for when the eclipse occurs.
While it's happening, the Niagara Symphony Orchestra is going to play very appropriate music as we're taking it in. And when it goes full, blocked out, we're going to look for the rainbow going pink. Then we're going to kick it off with a ton of great Canadian entertainment. We got the Canadian Space Agency. We've got NASA.
And you can expect road closures early this evening in Niagara Falls, Fort Erie. Road closures, that is, in Fort Erie and Crystal Beach begin at 8 o'clock, so really already in place. And the closures in Niagara Falls begin at 11, so you still have a little bit of time here. You can visit niagarapolice.ca for a full list of the areas that will be blocked off.
And if you're using public transit, Metrolinx is increasing GO train service today in anticipation of record numbers of travelers. There is special service on the Lakeshore West line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips are being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls. Return trips are being added and modified as well to give customers more departure options. There will also be special event service on Lakeshore West, Lakeshore East, and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays home opener, and they take on the Seattle Mariners as well as the Leafs game tonight.
It is a busy news day. Another big story we'll be following closely. A man accused of killing a Toronto police officer is expected to testify in his own defense today. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup. Northrup died after he was struck by a car in a parking garage near City Hall while investigating a stabbing in 2021. Prosecutors allege Zamir caused Northrup's death by making a series of maneuvers with his car. The defense claims the incident was an accident and Zamir didn't know Northrup was a police officer.
3 people have been taken to hospital after a multi-vehicle crash in Brampton. This happened just before 5:30 p.m. yesterday near Mississauga Road and Wanless Drive. Paramedics tell CP24 that 1 person was airlifted to a trauma center in serious condition, while 2 others were taken to hospital with minor injuries. The cause of the crash is unknown at this time.
The federal government is set to release its long-awaited update to Canada's defense policy later today. This new policy replaces one that came out in 2017, sets out the military's priorities for the next 20 years. It has been in the works since shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. The new policy also lays out plans for major equipment purchases that are part of $164 billion in capital spending. The Defense Minister, Will Blair, is scheduled to unveil this policy later this morning in Trenton.
Okay, so aside from the solar eclipse, it's going to be a really busy sports day for Toronto sports fans. The Leafs will be looking for their second straight victory when they host the Pittsburgh Penguins tonight.
That's right. Toronto is coming off a 4-2 win over the Montreal Canadiens on Saturday. And in this game, Austin Matthews recorded his league-leading 64th goal of the season. He also reached the 100-point mark for just the second time in his career. Tonight's big game set for 7 o'clock over at Scotiabank Arena.
And turning to some college basketball south of the border, South Carolina has capped off a perfect season with an exciting NCAA championship win.
Perfection with a touch of sweet redemption. Undefeated South Carolina.
South Carolina beat Iowa 87-75, becoming just the 10th Division I team to go undefeated through a season. But it was a heartbreaking end here to Iowa star Caitlin Clark's college career. She did all she could to lead the Hawkeyes to their first championship. Clark scored 30 points, including a record-breaking 18 in the first quarter.
It's really hard to win these things. I think I probably know that better than most people by now. And to be so close twice, it definitely hurts. But at the same time, like, you know, we were right there. We battled. We took down some really great teams to get back to this point. It's something that's really hard to do. And, you know, I think when I think about women's basketball going forward, you know, obviously it's just going to continue to grow, whether it's at the WNBA level, whether it's at the college level. Like, everybody sees it. Everybody knows. Everybody sees the viewership numbers. When you're given an opportunity, women's sports just kind of thrives. And I think that's been the coolest part for me on this journey.
We'll go at Burns now. The jump hook is good and shakes his head. You can't guard me.
Meantime, it's going to be a big day for Toronto's Zach Edey as he and the Purdue Boilermakers get ready to take the court in the men's NCAA final. Edey led the way for Purdue against North Carolina State Saturday night. The 7'4" center played all 40 minutes in the game, posting 20 points and 12 rebounds. The Boilermakers beat the Wolfpack 63-50 to reach the final.
Kick out, Lawyer, corner three, rise, fire.
And Purdue will be taking on UConn in the championship game. All 5 Husky starters scored in double figures as UConn beat Alabama 86-72 on Saturday. Tonight's final will feature a battle of #1 seeds. UConn looking for back-to-back titles, while it's Purdue's first appearance in the big game since 1969.
1969, that was before the last solar eclipse was visible in Canada.
Another date for you there today.
Everything's in relation to the eclipse today.
It is. We're all going to tie it back.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk some entertainment now. Jelly Roll was the big winner at the CMT Music Awards in Texas, and the singer, who spent years in prison, has not forgotten where he came from.
It's important that I stand up here tonight and represent those that are looking for second chances. The kids back in the Metro Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility, the kids down here in the Austin Juvenile Detention Facility are watching this tonight. I'm cheering y'all boys on. You can be this guy. You can change. You can turn it around. I promise you can, baby.
Jelly Roll took home 3 awards at the event that celebrates the best in country music videos. He won Performance of the Year, Video of the Year, and Male Video of the Year.
As country singers, we live and breathe this music, and we're proud to be part of this night and this moment.
With this house on this ground.
Tanner Adele, Tiara Kennedy, Raina Roberts, and Brittany Spencer represented CMT's Next Woman of Country initiative. They presented the award for Duo or Group Video of the Year to Dan and Shay. The quartet also backed up Beyonce on her version of the Beatles song Blackbird on her new album, Cowboy Carter.
Your new favorite.
Right? Yes. I love Blackbird's a great version of it, and also Levi's Jeans, her duet with Post Malone.
All right.
Yeah.
You're wondering what to check
Very
out there.
cool. Exactly.
Well, coming up, our Jian Lee is at the Rogers Center. This is ahead of the big home opener tonight. The Blue Jays are back. Here's a look at the field. Everything looks so fresh. We are ready to go. It's certainly an exciting time.
Yeah, also very exciting because, of course, today is the solar eclipse. Coming up after the break, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen is in Niagara Falls for his first ever total eclipse. He joins us next on CP24 Breakfast after this. And we're also live at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie. Let's give you a live shot from the Chopper 24. The drone, actually, the sand, the water. Definitely more people making their way out to the beach, but a lot more will be packing there later this afternoon. Nick Dixon's there, so we're going to check in with him as well.
Can we see him? No.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to PeelChrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online. Save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
My grandson can choose to be anything he wants to be. Which reminds me, I've got a few choices to make of my own.
Welcome to Senior's Choice. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy?
Depending on the coverage you choose, it would be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
Senior's Choice are the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-834-2722 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Hey, what you doing?
I'm just looking up how to install hardwood flooring.
No, honey, not a good idea. Let's go to Alexanians. We'll get it done right.
For expert advice, huge selection, and professional installations, visit Alexanian now for fantastic spring savings, like luxury vinyl from $249 a square foot, waterproof laminate from $299 a square foot, and Canadian-made hardwood from $599 a square foot. Hurry to one of Alexanian's 19 locations or alexanian.com.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to PeelChrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online. Save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
Closed captioning of this CP24 program is brought to you by Presler Injury Lawyer. Injured in a car accident? The number to call is 1-800-JUSTICE for a free consultation and our no-win, no-fee policy.
Okay, the Blue Jays back in town tonight for the big home opener against the Seattle Mariners at the newly renovated Rogers Center.
Here's a live shot outside the dome this morning. It is 7 degrees. Things look pretty peaceful, but let's take you inside because that's where Jian Lee is there this morning, and she's been checking out all the kind of new additions, and it certainly looks fresh, G.
It does look fresh. There is something special about being here on the field right by home plate. Joining me now is Tom Farrell. He is the Director of Field Operations. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so we know the lower section here, it's all brand new. Is the field brand new?
Yeah, the actual field is brand new. So when we started last year's Phase 1 renovation, we were able to salvage most of the field. We cut the turf back, rolled it up, and we were able to return it for the season. With this renovation, because it was so extensive, we literally had to tear the whole field out and replace it with a brand new one.
The players came in last night. They had a chance to finally see all the renovations. What was it like?
Everybody we've seen that stepped on the field and seen the renovations has loved it. They're blown away by how much was done in such a short period of time.
So you obviously are excited for a brand new season. You've been here since 1987?
Yeah, I actually started at Exhibition Stadium as a kid in 1987 as a ticket taker, and then moved over to grounds crew and just worked my way up to director.
So you've been here, you were here when they won back-to-back World Series.
Yes,
that
I
must
was
have been
actually on the field when they won that.
What was that moment like?
It was surreal. I was actually stationed behind third base. I've told the story before. My goal was to get third base and pull it and secure it for risk that fans might come out and grab it. So I got a little excited when Joe hit his home run, ran up to third base, hit the brakes just at third base dirt area. As I see Joe running towards me, I almost pulled the base out before he got there. So if you see the clips of that time period and Joe's running around third, you'll see me in the background, stunned and thankfully still employed because I didn't pull the base out.
I'm going to look at the footage a little bit closer now. We'll see a young you right there. Tell me a little bit more. Like I said, is this painted on, this logo?
No, actually, the logo behind home plate is actually woven in. So each of those fibers, the different colors, blue, white, and red, are actually colored fibers that are stitched in when the turf is being fabricated. And there's some areas, like if we put special logos for special events, we can paint them on the field and remove them, but this one's actually permanent.
Wow. Okay, so as we mentioned, the field is fresh.
Here,
I get to do something really special. I'm going to run the bases. What's the distance like between each base?
You got 90 feet between each base, so...
Okay, here we go.
Breath.
Are you ready? Okay, cheer me on, Tom.
All right,
ready?
let's go.
Let's go.
Come on, let's speed it up.
Go, G, go!
The speed is...
All right, let's see if she slides it home. This is the big moment. Yeah!
There we go.
Oh my gosh! Hey, Blue Jays, if you ever need a runner, Gia Lee.
We've got a sub for you.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Congrats on the new season. I'm out of breath. Again, the Jays against the Mariners tonight. First pitch after 7. We'll send it back to you. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Gee, that is amazing. Sliding to home base. Okay, we'll see if that happens today for the Jays. Hopefully they win.
Yeah.
She's out of breath. We'll
Catch your breath there, G. We'll check in again soon. Thank you. I can't get over how great the dome looks, too. Everything looks so ready for today. It's going to be a really exciting one. Speaking of exciting, so for many millions of Canadians, today's Eclipse is expected to be a once-in-a-lifetime event and also their first ever experience. And that includes Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who joins us live on CP24 Breakfast. Good morning, sir. It's such an honor to speak with you.
Oh, good morning. Yeah, an exciting and fun day ahead for lots of us.
Yeah. Hi, Jeremy. So I understand you came to Niagara Falls because you've never witnessed an eclipse in your life. You're 48 years old, but you also say that you're just excited about today as you are about your trip to the moon next year. So why is that?
Well, I think today is just going to be fun to be surrounded by lots of folks who are outside, observing nature, sensing that community. I mean, this is going to be a fun day regardless. And then the highlight is going to be when the moon completely blocks out the sun. Regardless of what the weather is for you, that is going to happen. The lighting conditions are going to change. I've never experienced that. So I'm just interested to see, what does it look like, the environment? People talk about colors kind of looking different sort of effects you can see on the ground, observing nature, and then the fun part of just observing people while we experience this together.
Yeah, there will be many people to observe in Niagara Falls for today. And I understand, Jeremy, you were there yesterday. How would you describe the buzz and the energy in the community in the lead up to this?
It's true. I've been in the area since Friday. I've been speaking with the community and youth. People are really pumped up about it. And what's cool is I meet people that have seen other total eclipses, and they're back and they're excited and they know it's worth their time and their effort. So that kind of gives me some anticipation of, well, this is going to be a special event. But I love the idea that we can just talk about science during a time like this. And I think there seems to be maybe some misunderstanding what science is. Science is simply humanity trying to figure out what is fact and what is theory and yet to be proven. And so here's an opportunity to talk with our youth and just say, look, there's nothing to fear about science. It is just a bunch of people trying to get on the same page about what is actually happening. We've been doing this all through history, and we'll continue to do it as we go forward to try and get smarter and smarter every year.
Yeah, and Jeremy, maybe you can speak to the rarity of this event, because this is a really big year, 2024. The path of totality is crossing, you know, Mexico, U.S., and Canada. And I was joking earlier saying that's kind of like a tee up to what the 2026 World Cup of Soccer is going to be like. But why is this so rare for the path of the moon to cross, you know, the sun and the earth?
Well, it's not that it's rare that this happens on the Earth, but it's rare that you can see it. And so that's the rare thing for us. Obviously, it hasn't happened in my 48 years. I think it did happen when I was 3, but I don't remember it. And I know some partial clips have happened, but I've been able to see them. But I think this happens maybe every 18 months or so, the two align. However, do they align in a place? Like, is the path of the sun and the moon over your location or over land even? I mean, it would happen over the Pacific Ocean most of the time. And so that's why it's rare for us. And so take advantage of it. If you have the opportunity today, if you're in the path of totality, please, you know, take the time to go outside. If you have the special glasses, observe the actual moon covering the sun. If you don't have them, don't look at the sun, please, but do check out the environment, even if you don't have the glasses. I think you'll be impressed by what you observed. And think about what have the people done in the years past when we didn't understand what was happening? You know, for thousands of years, people have been observing this. And I wonder what they thought when they didn't understand the solar system like we understand it today. Just kind of fun to think about.
Yeah, certainly. We've learned so much. And this is, you know, such a big moment for so many people. I also want to ask about your big moment. Your mission is coming up next year. How are preparations going?
Yeah, really well. I mean, we're pretty busy. Obviously, I had enough time to come up here and do this, so that's great. But other than that, we're pretty busy. Last week, I spent a bunch of time in the simulator working on some of the orbital mechanics and some of the reentry profiles. We're staying pretty busy. We have a dress rehearsal at Florida coming up in the next month, where we'll go through another day of launch rehearsal with the entire ground team. So there's lots to do to get ready to fly.
Okay, exciting times. Jeremy, listen, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Enjoy your time in Niagara Falls, and happy eclipse viewing.
Thank you, and same to all of you. I really hope everybody enjoys their day today. It'll be worthwhile.
Okay, Jeremy Hansen joining us live. Take care. Thanks so much.
Have a nice morning.
So long.
Okay, let's head over to Crystal Beach now. That's where we are giving you a nice look from one of our drone cameras overlooking the beach. It doesn't look too busy there right now. Our Nick Dixon is down there. Nick, what are you seeing in terms of activity? I'd imagine more and more people are starting to show up and get that good spot.
Courtney, your assessment checks out. It is not too busy right now. That is true. But it will start filling up. And behind the scenes here, there are more people kind of coming and looking and checking out. I think some of the locals are kind of checking to see when do I need to come down and maybe throw down a beach chair or a towel or something to kind of get yourself in position. You can see I've got my sort of Eclipse glasses here just to show you, because we want to talk a little bit about this, because if you're going to look at the sun at all today, look at the eclipse, you need to be wearing the proper safety wear, because otherwise you can obviously do some serious damage to your eyes. But we also want to give you a sense of what we're going to be using as well on our cameras too, because you can destroy the lenses of your cameras or cell phone cameras, etc. So we actually have these basically universal lens filter. That's what this is right here. Okay, and you see it's kind of dark and reflective. It's very similar to that. And what it's going to do is actually going to go right on top of the lens. Now, the sun is not being our friend right now, or the clouds are not being our friends, because they're not coming up. But I'm going to do this. So Matt's going to hold the camera position here, get as close to the sun as we can, and then I'm going to put this across. Get ready for some television magic.
Whoa. Oh, perfect. Oh.
Well, okay, it goes kind of black. All right, it goes kind of black. But if the sun were out, you would notice the effect, and that would change things. So we're going to be using these, you know, throughout the day, or throughout the eclipse, obviously, because it's just going to start just after 2 o'clock, and obviously looking at that with a naked eye or without a proper filter on, you know, so we've got these for all of our cameras. I'm not sure if the drone has one or not, but it's one of these things that you need to be ready for, and these glasses, I mean, you can pick them up for $2 or $3 at a lot of different places. You got to make sure you got the right ones, of course. But this drone picture on Crystal Beach really gives you a sense of what this place is. And a local just told me about the history of this place, that there used to be a complete amusement park in and around that pier area there. And this is what, if you were growing up in Fort Erie, say 40 or 50 years ago, there was bumper cars and a Ferris wheel, and there was all kinds of amazing attractions there. It's different now, but of course, it's still an absolutely beautiful beach with plenty of space for people. Like you said, Courtney, not a whole lot of people have showed up yet, but we've seen a yoga group. We, of course, spoke to Infinity Hearts, you know, as they were playing with their crystal bowls and their drums. But it's starting, And, you know, people are starting to show up. The curiosity is here. The bigger question, of course, though, is, will the skies clear? That is really the big thing, because, you know, if you want to be able to, even if it's cloudy, you still need these safety lenses in place. So again, we've got these set up for our cameras here, ready to go to make sure the cameras are okay, and of course, making sure our eyes are okay with the Eclipse glasses as well. So we've got it all kind of covered here. And yeah, I'm really excited. I remember getting up as a kid to watch like Halley's Comet at sort of 2 o'clock in the morning many years ago. And I think I remember seeing another Eclipse, but I'm an adult now. Well, I play one on television. So I'll at least, you know, have a better sense of, you know, what kind of a memory this will be for sure today.
Yeah, one to remember for sure.
For sure, and eye safety is so important. I like the look you had earlier, Nick, when you put your Eclipse glasses over your glasses. But that one for the camera is pretty awesome as well.
I have this giant head, so it doesn't fit that well. So yeah.
All right, that's our Nick Dixon.
I think I got it. I got it. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. He's going to show there.
Right,
oh wow.
Probably not even sure where to look right now, right?
Oh gosh, yeah. You want to wear your Eclipse glasses and look up, because you know you won't feel it if it does, but it can do damage afterwards. So keep those glasses on later on today. We're live once again at Crystal Beach. We're also at Niagara Falls this morning. We're going to have a lot more on the show coming up. Stay with us.
Nice.
Has your disability claim been denied? You are not out of options. The lawyers at Burgell McGinsey are here to help you in your time of need. Call us today for your free consultation.
Burgell McGinsey, 416-665-2000.
Did you ever dream of seeing the wonders of the world? Breathtaking landscapes, historic ruins and treasures, incredible creatures. Look no further than the Florida Keys. You'll discover a place that's magical, colorful, and unforgettable. The Florida Keys and Key West.
Hey, it's Brian Baumler. I'm here in Vaughan, Ontario at Canadian Choice Windows and Doors, where they're always keeping up with the latest technology and trends, and this is one of them, the window wall. As you can see, floor-to-ceiling lighting, enhanced view, nice attractive design, energy efficient, bring the outdoors in, great for between a room and a patio, and very secure when the doors are closed. And you keep the bugs out. Can't get enough of that.
When we moved, I went online with Onlia and insured our home right from my phone.
Heads up! No!
I went online with Onlia and submitted a home insurance claim right from my phone.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Burgell McGinsey Personal Injury Lawyers has recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for car accident victims. If you've been injured, let our family take care of your family.
Burgell McGinsey, 416-665-2000.
Good morning. It is Monday, April the 8th, 2024, day of the solar eclipse, a day that really is once in a lifetime. Thanks for joining us on CP24 Breakfast. I'm Jennifer Shung.
Good morning. I'm Courtney Heels. Here's what you need to know this morning, and it is a big morning. We are live in Niagara Falls, where millions of gallons of water falling, and the area will fall into darkness later today. Bill Coulter is live on location for us.
And here's a shot of Crystal Beach this hour in Fort Erie. We're also live here, a beautiful spot all year round. And today, the sun will project a spot from the moon on this community during today's solar eclipse. Nick is there on the ground, and he'll be joining us shortly.
And if you're a Jays fan, you probably won't let anything eclipse your mood today. The Boys of Summer play at the Dome for the first time this season, and we are live inside.
bring in Nick Dixon. He's not in the studio. He's on the beach this morning. Pretty awesome assignment. Nick, it's so special because, you know, this eclipse is really bringing so many people together. We've already seen various groups assemble on the beach there behind you.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much curiosity surrounding this really once-in-a-lifetime event, at least in this area specifically, right? There's all this curiosity. But the biggest thing is, you know, what is the situation, cloud cover like going to be around that 3:18 period? Of course, you know, this is going to start just after 2 and go all the way to 4. But we are in the path of totality. That's why we're here, because if the skies are clear enough, we'll get 3 minutes and 46 seconds of that complete eclipse. So that is really going to be something magical to watch. And I've been watching, you know, as people arrive on the beach here, they're trying to scout out the best spot for the best location. Trying to project, you know, whereabouts the sun is going to be in the afternoon so that they can then establish the best opportunity to catch as much of this as possible.
It looks like you have a really great spot where you are as well, Nick.
Yeah, we're well covered. We have a couple of cameras here today. Plus, you've seen some of those drone shots as well, Courtney, and that's giving us, you know, this incredible vantage point. I mean, this beach is incredibly expansive. It goes so far, you know, in both directions. Really, there is definitely room for thousands of people, and that's the thing that police aren't really clear on, is exactly what are the numbers going to be like. And then, of course, there's Niagara Falls right now, which of course is where we've seen Bill all morning long as well. The mist is definitely coming out, so they're getting a different kind of a spray and getting covered in that mist. But of course, Bill is now on his way to come join me here in Fort Erie, so we're going to be watching to see what kind of progress he makes and see how the traffic is. I can tell you, it's, you know, I thought there were actually going to be more people here at this point. I would say there might be about 100 or so at this point, a few more people behind the cameras as well, but it's a thing. I think it's going to fill up throughout the day. I mean, keep in mind, it's not till 3:18 the actual peak, so I think over the next several hours, we're going to see more and more people showing up here. But like you said, you know, we have this ability here with the different cameras we have, and of course the lens covers. Make sure that we got the
Your back pocket.
just in case. That's all here and available, right? So we are good to go from that perspective as well here. And it's just this whole idea of what's it going to be like? What are we going to see? What's it going to mean? What's it going to feel like? So many questions, so much anticipation, and so many people just here to sort of try to take it all in with likely thousands of other people. Okay, so let's talk about what we may learn here as well. We were talking with Raluca Ellis. She's a scientist from the Ontario Science Centre. We talked to her earlier about potentially what could be learned here. What could scientists actually get from this? Here's what she told me a little while ago.
One of the things that scientists can learn is actually just studying the corona, the atmosphere, because we don't often get to be able to measure the atmosphere of the sun, because it's too bright to observe in any other duration. And we can also look at animal behavior. So animals will behave a little bit strangely, perhaps, during the eclipse, because it gets dark in the middle of the day, and some nocturnal animals might be waking up. Some birds will start their nighttime routines, perhaps go quiet. So it's also a chance to look at animal behavior.
And Raluca is going to be here with the Ontario Science Centre throughout the entire day here, sort of helping people learn and sort of talk their way through it. The other side to all of this, of course, and we've alluded to this, is the security, the police presence, the roads, the closures. I mean, they're expecting so many people here that it's an all-hands-on-deck day from Niagara Regional Police. Here's a little more from the staff sergeant in charge of Crystal Beach and Fort Erie this morning on what their message is, and just to make sure people can take this day in and enjoy it safely.
We want to make sure that the messaging is that be prepared for large crowds. If you're stuck in a vehicle, make sure you have water supplies, your medication, food. We're hoping that it's not as bad as we may anticipate, but anticipate you could be in a vehicle for 3 or 4 hours, and if that's the case, you have all your things with you.
Okay, so there is the warning. We'll see if people heed them as well, and we'll see how things go. The parking lot across from the beach right here, that's definitely filling up. I expect to see the side streets as well, and more people are just coming in, Jennifer and Courtney, with their blankets, with their bags. People are really making a full day of this, and again, everyone's just really crossing their fingers that, in fact, the clouds do clear and they can get a complete glimpse of this complete eclipse here in Crystal Beach and Fort Erie. It's going to be really exciting. So again, Bill Coulter's going to come join me. He's getting in his car any minute, and we'll see how long it takes him to get from Niagara Falls to Fort Erie as well. It's back to you for now.
Looking forward to that. It'll be great to see Bill there. You'll have some company. I'm sure you'll have a lot of people there as well later on, Nick. Thank you. I believe, are we going to bring in, okay, we're going to go back to Niagara Falls. Live look now, as you can see, it's just gorgeous here. Now, we spoke with Niagara Falls Mayor Jim Diodati about the excitement and the buildup ahead of the eclipse this afternoon. Have a listen.
This feels like a combination of Super Bowl, Woodstock, and Christmas morning. Everybody is so excited. There's people camping out, and the buzz around the world. I did so many international media interviews, and I love the fact that Niagara Falls, we got killed during COVID, and domestic tourism's largely come back, but international has not. And this is a way to get the headlines and take Niagara Falls from the back burner onto the front burner, and I think this is going to go a long way for our recovery.
Now, if you are going to stay in Toronto like we are for the Eclipse, there are many places in the city that are actually holding a few events. So you can buy your tickets in advance to go up the CN Tower and get a higher vantage point, or you can go to Toronto Metropolitan University for Sci-X Change's Solar Eclipse Watch Party. That's happening in the TMU Quad. Many branches of the Toronto Public Library are also holding free viewing events. And lastly, the Royal Canadian Institute for Science is hosting a viewing party at West Toronto's Etienne Brûlé Park.
The Toronto Zoo will be watching to see how the eclipse will impact animals. The zoo is inviting students to help with its welfare science team document what the animals will be doing during and right after the solar eclipse.
I think this is just a great reminder for all of us of how curiosity about the natural world is something that unites us all. And there's amazing things that go on around us every single day. But this is truly one of those literally almost once in a lifetime experience for our local community. And I love the fact that people are rallying about it, they're learning about it, and really taking a moment to see our place in the broader universe and in our community. And hopefully that will translate to more broader thinking around conservation.
Meantime, the Toronto Police Marine Unit will be keeping an eye on the water today. They're expecting an increase of boat traffic due to the eclipse. They've issued a reminder about boat safety and the risks of cold water immersion and the laws surrounding drinking on boats. They're also cautioning boaters to keep an eye out for any sudden changes to the weather conditions while out on the water.
And rental properties have been a hot commodity, really, along the path of the total eclipse. Short-term rental hosts such as Airbnb and Vrbo saw year-over-year demand increasing by 207.4% for listings in the path of totality. That's according to data by short-term rental company AirDNA. You can see the red dots on this map shows cities with over 50% listing occupancy compared with the blue dots that represent less than 50% occupancy.
And in other news we are following today, the man accused of killing a Toronto police officer is expected to testify in his own defense. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup. Northrup died after he was struck by a car in a parking garage near City Hall while investigating a stabbing in 2021. He was in plainclothes at the time. Prosecutors allege Zamir caused Northrup's death by making a series of maneuvers with his car. The defense claims the incident was an accident and Zamir didn't know Northrup was a police officer.
3 people have been arrested and more than 20 stolen vehicles recovered in a joint investigation between the Peel Police and the Canada Border Services Agency.
An investigation began in a local trucking yard in Brampton, expanded to Bolton and the Port of Montreal, where these particular vehicles were destined for overseas. In March of 2024, 3 men from the Greater Toronto Area were arrested and charged.
Police say the investigation was launched in December and led officers to an industrial location in Bolton that was being used to load stolen vehicles that would be shipped to the Middle East. At least 20 vehicles valued at almost $2 million were recovered. 3 men were arrested on March the 26th as part of this investigation. They are facing several charges now, including trafficking stolen goods.
3 people have been taken to hospital after a multi-vehicle crash in Brampton. This happened just before 5:30 p.m. yesterday near Mississauga Road and Wanlis Drive. Paramedics tell CP24 that 1 person was airlifted to a trauma center in serious condition, while 2 others were taken to hospital with minor injuries. The cause of the crash is still unknown at this time.
Well, it's a big day. The Blue Jays play their first home game tonight after going 4-6 on their opening road trip.
Bichette sends one to right. This is over the head of Soto. And that's strike 3 called, and that's the ball game.
Yesterday, in their final game of this series against the Yankees, the Jays gave up 5 runs. They just couldn't generate enough offense in an 8-3 loss. Toronto welcomes in the Seattle Mariners to the newly renovated Rogers Center tonight. And we also caught up with Blue Jays president and CEO Mark Shapiro this morning and talked to him about how the team's slow start to the season is going.
We've got 2 of our best relievers in Eric Swanson and Jordan Romano, both hurt, but they're coming quickly. They both threw in the past couple days in games down in Dunedin. Both guys should be back in a short period of time. That will significantly change the dynamic of the bullpen. And then we've got Alek Manoah still coming back, and he's throwing the ball well. And then Yariel Rodriguez, who was a Cuban player that we signed in the offseason, both preparing to contribute as well. So 4 major reinforcements potentially if we need to.
And first pitch is set for 7:07.
Okay, and don't go away because guess who's here? Shauna Thomas for this special edition of Meal Prep Mondays on a solar eclipse day. And what are we doing today? She's going to show us how you can make 3 easy meals out of 1 store-bought rotisserie chicken. We love this one. Thanks, Shauna. We'll be right back after this.
Rolex, my cash for your used or new Rolexes. Bring me your Submariners, your Yachtmasters, your GMTs, your Dates or your Datejusts. Oliver Jewelry pays the highest prices for Rolexes. oliverjewelry.ca. Oh, yeah.
For 40 years, Tribute Communities has been building with a vision. A tribute to home, community, and the families that live in them. With over 40,000 homes built across the GTA, our reputation delivers quality, award-winning communities, customer service, and leadership within our industry. Driven by passion and integrity for over 40 years, we continue to build and maintain a tradition of excellence.
My Tribute.
Ram Power Days are here. The power to choose from the most awarded truck brand over the last 5 years. Like Ram Classic, as versatile as it is capable. Ram 1500, voted best large pickup in Canada. Or Ram Heavy Duty, with a no-charge Cummins turbo diesel engine. The power is yours. The time is now. Get 20% off MSRP on Ram Classic for up to $14,200 in discounts. Plus get 4.99% financing.
Hi, I'm Mike Combs. Are you looking to renovate your kitchen or bathroom? Hiring a reliable and honest professional who treats your home like it's their own is critical. That's why I recommend AGM Renovations.
Mike, far too often homeowners reach out to us after realizing they've hired the wrong contractor. Bad work machine, delays, hidden fees.
AGM are the only kitchen and bathroom renovators I trust to get the job done right.
AGMRenovations.com.
Call now and get $3,000 off.
Your renovation destination.
Hello! Now that I'm in Yorkville, I am the class man. Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Tiffany, Rolex, you name it, we've got it. Look rich, stay rich. 88 Yorkville, baby. Oh, yeah!
All right, well, with the eclipse on everyone's mind today, you may need a quick and easy dinner recipe to make after being outside this afternoon. Luckily for you, Shauna Thomas, friend of the show, nutrition consultant, she's here today with 3 recipes you can make from 1 store-bought rotisserie chicken or 1 that you made from scratch at home.
Sure.
Whatever. But for me, I'm buying that chicken.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, sometimes, or I find most of the time now, buying the already cooked store-bought is cheaper than getting a raw chicken, right?
Yes,
so
for sure.
It's easy, it's convenient, and so delicious, right? Who doesn't love a rotisserie chicken?
Absolutely. So, Shauna, the first one today, I'm so intrigued by this because I was speaking to Courtney and she's like, oh, Meghan Markle made it for Prince Harry.
Yeah.
Marry Me Chicken. What is this?
Yeah, so this is sort of a TikTok sensation, right? And the premise is that whoever you make it for is going to propose to you because it is that good. And you know what? I'm already married, happily married, so I don't need anybody to propose to me. So I actually lightened this up a little bit. I used evaporated milk instead of heavy cream. You know, I added in some spinach and some onions because I can't help myself. I like to have those extra veggies. But the sun-dried tomatoes are what really make it here. It is so delicious. And the original recipe, you cook the chicken in the pan and then make the sauce in that pan.
Yeah.
But this, I just added in the breast from the rotisserie chicken and then spoon sort of the sauce on top of it. And it is so ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, it's like a pasta chicken.
Yeah, and you could serve it on pasta, right?
It's
You could
so
serve
delicious.
it on pasta, on rice to soak up all that delicious sauce.
Oh my gosh.
So good. So this one definitely is a keeper. I'm going to be making that one
So
quite a bit.
delicious. You can see how it goes with so many things. Okay, next up, we've got a chicken salad using apples, I see, right?
Yeah, so this is an apple cranberry chicken salad. So we've already used the chicken breasts and the Marry Me chicken. You use the legs and the thighs and shred them up for this one. And like I said, in the name of the recipe, there's apples, there's cranberry, there's onion. I use half mayonnaise, half Greek yogurt, because I've got to use Greek yogurt. And then you just add it all together, a little celery for crunch. And the dressing is really easy. I added a little curry powder, lemon juice, salt and pepper to taste. So it's a really simple one to make, but a great one to use up that shredded chicken from that rotisserie chicken. And it is so fresh and delicious, right? It has that savory, that sweet, all of that good stuff.
Totally.
You could have it on lettuce leaves, in a sandwich, on a cracker, like you right here.
Anything.
A wrap, anything.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Perfect thing to make.
Really, really nice.
And lastly, we've got this chicken noodle soup, which just looks really delicious. I love the curly noodle going on.
Yeah, so this one's really easy. I make it all the time, and this is what you're going to use all the bones for. So the bones and all the scraps of the chicken that are left, and you put it in a pot, you boil it. I boil it for like almost an entire day, just to make the broth as well. So you don't even have to buy the broth. Carrot, celery, onion, pasta chicken, super easy, really simple, and all of these recipes and videos to show you how to do it too are going to be on my Instagram, Shauna Thomas Nutrition, so you can find it all there this week.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you took like 3 very different recipes from one whole chicken.
One chicken,
That's amazing. Shauna, thank you so much for simplifying our lives on this Eclipse Day. Hey, happy Eclipse viewing with your kids today, because they're off school, right?
They will be this afternoon,
Okay,
So
awesome.
I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be really fun.
Thanks so much, Shauna. We'll see you again next week.
For sure.
Courtney, back to you.
All right, Jen, thank you. And coming up after this quick break, we'll check in with Nick, who is standing by at Crystal Beach to see how local businesses are going to be embracing today's eclipse. We have full coverage for you. We have cameras really right across the greater Toronto Hamilton area. And we're going to take you live to Crystal Beach. You can see it's beautiful. It's not too busy yet. So if you're watching now, maybe a good idea to get out there and get a good spot. We'll also give you a live look at Niagara Falls. Again, just beautiful pictures into our newsroom. Many people gathering to take in the falls ahead of this historic day.
Do you have a wet, damp, or moldy basement? Call the oldest and largest waterproofing company. Call RCC. Whether your basement needs to be repaired from the outside or the inside, we'll consult you on the right solution. Call RCC Waterproofing today. Family owned and operated since 1920.
Do you want a healthy home? Get your rugs cleaned by Love Your Rug. Steam cleaning your rugs won't remove dust and allergens. Love Your Rug's 6-stage process means your rugs get cleaned properly. Free pickup and delivery services all over Ontario.
It's time to love your rug.
Welcome to Rosedale Village. Pass through our gates and witness a world-class adult lifestyle community. See for yourself the beautiful bungalows and manicured grounds. Enjoy all the activities around our clubhouse. At Rosedale Village, you get a sense of community, activity, and adventures. Live your best life today at Rosedale Village. Call today for your private introduction. Call the team of realtors where the magic happens. That's the Al Sinclair team, 416-500-0486.
The Jeep No Limits event is here, which means more trails to blaze, more challenges to meet, more sights to discover. Get into a Jeep Gladiator, the only open-air pickup truck in its class. Or Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. Jeep No Limits is here. Time to test your limits. Get up to 10% off MSRP on select Jeep models for up to $8,700 in discounts.
Is it time to renew your mortgage? Struggling with credit card debt? Owe money to the CRA? Have difficulty paying your mortgage? Or need cash for any reason? Northwood Mortgage can help. Northwood is more flexible and has access to better rates than the banks. Approval is based on equity in your home and not just your income. And Northwood provides fast closing turnaround with a payment plan that suits your budget. For an easy home equity loan, visit northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
Closed captioning of this CP24 program is brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers, Canada's largest injury law firm with over 60 lawyers across Canada.
Jen, I have to say, the images into the newsroom today, just spectacular, right? With the
So
sun coming
stunning.
up, you know, even just this, look at the Niagara Falls, beautiful, and so many people gathering. You can really feel the anticipation, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, welcome back, by the way. We've been asking our viewers all morning long, what are your plans for the solar eclipse this afternoon? So let's get to some of the responses that we've received, starting with Kathy. Actually, it's Margaret. Margaret says, wishing I was in Niagara Falls. It all looks so exciting. Would love to be on the path of totality.
I was thinking that, too. I'm jealous of
so am
Bill
I.
and Nick. They're in a good spot today. We'll share with you what Vivian is sharing with us. I am going to watch the coverage on CP24 because I'm in the Philippines right now for a vacation. Oh, that's wonderful.
Wow.
Glad you're tuning in. I will be watching via the CP24 app. That's a great way to take it in, right? If you're not able to do it locally.
For sure.
We'll have lots of different perspectives for you.
Yes, thank goodness for the app, and thanks for being such a dedicated viewer. Next up, Carol says, we healthcare professionals are expected to maintain our care of the patient population. Sickness does not stop for something like this. That's life. And that is the reality for some essential workers that, you know, cannot leave what they're doing to take a moment outside.
And we're very grateful for the work Carol does. So thank you, Carol. Clyde says, I have my trusty DSLR cameras ready with appropriate filters. That's smart to capture this big event. This will be the 5th such event that I have witnessed, with only 2 being observed in the GTA during my lifetime. In this case, the clouds may very well serve the purpose of being additional filters. I guess that's one way you could kind of look at it, because the clouds, we really don't know exactly how that's going to affect things during the big moment.
And if you've tried on those solar eclipse glasses, like, they really filter out
you can't see
all
anything.
light. Like, you need to be looking at a bright sun for even to see a speck of light. So hopefully, you know, fingers crossed, the clouds will part ways and people will get a view of the eclipse, or even a partial eclipse. So this is what it's looking like in Niagara Falls. So much more different than it was at 5:30 this morning when it was just Bill. But Bill has left this area now. He's actually in the car heading over to Crystal Beach, where Nick is, and it's starting to also kind of fill in there too. Not as many people here as in Niagara Falls, but there's a lot of activities there, and they are prepared.
And I feel like this is just such a perfect spot to take in this incredible moment that we're all so excited for. Let's bring in Nick, who I think is standing by. Nick, are you there? Okay, there he is. Good stuff.
I am here, yeah. We're live actually outside one of the local restaurants here on Erie Road in Crystal Beach. On the other side of the street here, Matt can pan over and show you, there's an entire food truck set up in this area. It's called The Grove. And basically all through there's going to be food trucks today, so people can, you know, grab their snacks, grab their food. And then just on the other side of where those houses are, that's where the beach is, and that's where people are going to be setting up. As we walked along here too, I can tell you that there's a couple of places where people have set up so-called Eclipse parking, because that's expected to be at a premium today here in Crystal Beach. I'm actually just waiting on Robin Bannerman to come out here. She's the secretary of the Fort Erie BIA. Of course, this is Crystal Beach, pardon me, and this is going to be such a significant event, you know, for this area here. You got to keep in mind, we've heard Mayor Jim Diodati from Niagara Falls talk about how the pandemic really hurt some businesses locally so hard over the last few years. So this is an opportunity to kind of help recover and come through that. Why don't we just kind of go in and see if we can find Robin right now and have a quick conversation with Robin. So let's try. She might be serving a customer, but is Robin around? Yeah. Can you come out, Robin? We're actually live on CP24.
Why?
So yeah, so let's talk about this, Robin. Let's come on back in for a sec here. Let's talk about today, the eclipse, how busy your restaurant is. How important is a day like this to a small business like yours?
It's just paramount. We're just so happy that we could be part of this, and absolutely, it's great. We knew we couldn't handle the masses, so hence brought in a festival of food trucks and entertainment. So it's been amazing. But you know, we've had some ups and downs on this road, especially with post-COVID, and coming back has been great, and yeah, thank you very much.
So how would you, clearly you're excited. I'm assuming this is kind of the theme about all of the other businesses around here, just feeling like, my gosh, we're going to see a lot of people today.
Absolutely, yeah, we forecasted, I think they told us 1.5 million in Niagara Falls, and within the greater Ridgeway, Crystal Beach area, we were looking at 150,000 people, and we knew there was no way we could handle that on our strip. We certainly wanted to make guests comfortable with washrooms and food choices and beverage choices, and then we threw in some entertainment, so it's been amazing.
So how long have you been in business, Robin, and have you ever had any sort of a day that could potentially equal what you're about to see today?
I don't think there could be anything that would equal today. We're used to kind of an onslaught with the summer seasonal business, because we do really see those pops in the summertime. Yeah, no, it's just, it's a little overwhelming, to be honest with you, but we've got great community, great team, and yeah.
Well, this is great. I mean, look at this. This is, you know, we're live inside here. Robin, appreciate the time. I'll let you get back to it because I know you're really busy today.
And to answer your question, celebrating 6 years this June.
6 years. Okay, all right, perfect. And can I ask you a really quick question while we're live on TV about, are you here because of the Eclipse today? Where did you come from?
From Toronto.
From Toronto, okay. So you recognize CP24?
Yeah.
Why did you decide to make the effort to come out today?
Because it happens maybe once in a lifetime for me, so might as well come out.
Are you crossing your fingers hard about the forecast and these clouds?
I know. We were thinking about that. Hopefully it gets better.
How was the drive out here, or did you stay last night?
We stayed last night.
Smart.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, listen, enjoy the Eclipse today. Let's cross our fingers and hope it works out well. Go ahead and get your food there. All right. So this really gives. Can I talk to you really quickly as well? Sure. So where have you come from today?
Oh, Mississauga.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
How was the traffic this morning?
Very light.
Very light.
Okay.
Extremely light. Like when you came down, probably super light.
It wasn't too bad of a drive. Why is it so important for you to be here today?
Actually, in the 90s, there was one that was about 85%. And it was cool. I was driving a truck at the time when it happened.
Yeah.
And this time, because it's 100%, I actually want to see the whole thing this time.
Yeah.
So,
How nervous are you about the potential cloud cover?
It'll clear.
Yeah.
I think it'll clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good vibes, positive vibes. Okay, listen, enjoy your day. Have fun. Nice to meet you all. Jen and Courtney, we are going to be here throughout the day here on CP24, giving you the complete coverage of everything that happens here as the eclipse happens. Of course, 3 minutes and 46 seconds of complete totality here in Fort Erie. That's why we're in Crystal Beach. The coverage should be excellent, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing what happens. I'll send it back to you for now, though.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, too. And I believe we have perspective from Bill, who is en route to you right now, Nick. So, okay, there's a live look at Bill in the car. This is going to be such an exciting day, right? We've got team coverage of this moment.
Yes, and you can see how things are gearing up in Crystal Beach. Bill's got his Eclipse glasses
No, those
on.
are the regular glasses.
Oh, those are his regular glasses.
He won't be wearing those. I think they're blue.
But he's en route from Niagara Falls to Crystal Beach. You guys are going to reunite. I'm so jealous because it looks like it's going to be just a fun time, and everyone's going to be so excited. You know, regardless of what the weather forecast is, it really is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity. So, guys, excellent coverage today.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Nick. Bill, we'll see you soon, and we'll be watching you here on CP24 throughout the day.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye, guys. Have a great day.
All right, and thank you to our viewers for sending in your responses and for joining us. A live shot once again of the Niagara Falls, where the water is falling, but darkness is going to fall later this afternoon. Keep it here on CP24. The news continues with Jamie Goodfreund after this.
Have a great morning.
This isn't just golf. It's the Masters. On TSN and TSN Plus. Presented by Mercedes-Benz Electric. Lead the charge.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to PeelChrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online. Save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
Today was amazing. Today was amazing.
Today was amazing.
But my favorite part was being with you.
We all know a rich life means different things to everyone. With a FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest now and in your future on your terms. Whether it's a new business venture or that kitchen reno you've been thinking about, we have the solution. Could you use $80,000, $280,000, or even $2.8 million? If you're ready to take the next step, call us today and let's get started on your financial journey.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Often, insurance companies are denying disability claims on the basis that there's insufficient medical evidence. If you've been denied long-term disability, don't give up. We can help.
Your long-term disability firm, Kotak Law.
Welcome to McDaddy's Open House with CFL Hall of Famer Pinball Clemens.
Hey Pinball, how did your nickname come to be?
The coach said we have this new guy that bounces around like a pinball.
What do you love most about Canada?
The people, yes!
What inspired you and Diane to start the Pinball Foundation?
We just want to help people, that's simple.
Must-haves in a house.
A kitchen and a bedroom.
We're the leaders in the GTA for 13 years and have the best players to get your home sold.
Choose the all-star brokerage in the GTA. Visit McDaddy.com.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to PeelChrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online. Save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
Get the jump on a new sump pump. Book with Roto-Rooter before May 1st and save $50.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Roto-Rooter.
Call 1-800-GET-ROTO now.
To 50 years with my best friend.
Quick, the Quicker Picker-Upper. One sheet of Bounty is all you need. And Bounty's 50% more absorbent so you can use less. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
Do you wish you had a larger home with more living space? Finishing your basement is the solution. I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations, Canada's basement renovators.
Thanks, Mike. For over 20 years, we have turned thousands of basements into home theaters, man caves, kids' playrooms, anything you can think of, whatever you can imagine.
AGM is the only basement renovation specialist I recommend.
AGMRenovations.com.
Get $5,000 off your new basement.
For over 55 years, Green Park Group has consistently built communities people proudly call home. Introducing Thompson Towers, Green Park's newest condo in Milton, with suites starting from the low 600s. Residents will enjoy a full range of unique modern amenities, a rooftop pool, stylish lounges, and state-of-the-art recreational facilities, inspiring the people who bring communities to life. Green Park is the people's builder. Visit greenpark.com for condos, now selling across the GTA.
Shopping for a new Jeep or Ram truck? It's never been a better time to buy. The biggest selection. The best deal. It's not just about the car, it's about you. From sales to service, we're here for you. Your service priced right, done right. Downsview Chrysler, where you get more and pay less. Get more, pay less. It's never been a better time to buy. Get more, pay less. Get more, pay less. We make it easy. Just sign and drive.
Come on down to Downsview.
Well, the big day is finally here. We are just hours away from a total solar eclipse. Niagara will be the place to be as it plunges into total darkness this afternoon. We will have coverage from that region, from Falls to the Crystal Beach. Well, getting around today could be complicated, especially if you're traveling in some of the eclipse hotspots. We'll tell you what you need to know. And the Toronto Blue Jays are back in town. Baseball fans are getting set to enjoy the first home game of the season and take in the latest renovations at the Rogers Centre. Well, good morning. 9:35, 8 degrees from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24, hello. I'm Jamie Goodfroy. Well, massive crowds are expected in the path of today's total solar eclipse. The path of totality, where the sun goes directly behind the moon, will first cross through southwestern Ontario around 3:15 p.m. and move east through Quebec and Atlantic Canada before exiting Newfoundland around 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The Niagara region is among the cities in the path and has declared a state of emergency due to an expected influx of up to 1 million people today. And CTV's Rahim Ladhani is in the middle of the action in Niagara Falls. He joins us live with a preview. Set the scene for us. What's it like over there?
Well, Jamie, good morning. It is a bustling scene already here in Niagara Falls. I'll tell you, a lot of people are here just to see the falls. Niagara Falls is busy on a Monday morning as it is, but already we're seeing lots of groups of people bring out their lawn chairs. I've seen a few people with telescopes. They have their blankets, and they're really here for the long haul. And what's really interesting is what this experience is going to mean to a lot of different people. We've seen a lot of kids here already, and they're starry-eyed looking up, and obviously there's not much to see right now, but they're excited for this moment. And then others, earlier this morning, I saw an Indigenous group taking part in a prayer circle. And so what's really fascinating about this experience, from what we're quickly learning, is the fact that this total solar eclipse is going to mean something different to everyone, whether you're here just because it's a cool thing to see or whether it's an emotional moment for you. That's what's going to be really interesting to see as the day goes on and as things transpire. Obviously, weather conditions are not ideal right now, Jamie, but there are some advantages to that as well.
Give us a sense of just the influx of foot traffic. I can imagine that so many of the restaurants and other places are benefiting from a lot of this extra visitors to the region. How is that like, and how are these establishments responding?
Yeah, I mean, today is the culmination of the event, but the influx of visitors, as you mentioned, it's been having a ripple effect on a number of different industries. Restaurants have been packed. We've been hearing from restaurants telling us that, they've ordered more food. They're expecting an influx of visitors. When it comes to parking, what might have been $5 last week has certainly increased significantly. We've heard that hotels are in the numbers of $500 a night, and so it certainly is adding to the tourism. I mean, they're expecting more than 1 million people here. The last thing close to that in the Niagara region was 2012 when Nick Wallenda was walking the tightrope. That was just 150,000 people. So seriously, a significant fraction compared to what is going on. And you mentioned earlier the Niagara region declared a state of emergency, and so that's having an effect here as well. They want to make sure that there are a number of resources here just in case, if there's a major accident, if there's an infrastructure failure. We heard the chairman of Niagara region say even if there's a potential earthquake, they want to make sure that they're not caught unprepared, and that's one of the reasons why they declared that state of emergency. And so there is a serious ripple effect here in the Niagara region because of that. And the foot traffic, I mean, there is still space to walk right now as I turn around here. There's still plenty of room, but it is filling in, but you can be sure in a couple of hours from now it's going to be shoulder to shoulder.
Well, we appreciate the update. It's going to be an exciting day. CTV's Rahim Ladhani, thank you.
You're welcome.
And with more on how things are looking just hours ahead of the total solar eclipse, we're joined live by Michael Daly, a professor of Earth, Space Science and Engineering at York University. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on CP24. So let's talk about how the conditions are lining up so far in terms of what we're going to be able to see this afternoon. Is everything favorable as of now?
Well, I think it's a little cloudy where I am here in Burlington, so I'm hoping things clear up and we get this sun at the right time.
Can you go over some of the differences in what people can expect if they're taking in the solar eclipse, let's say here in Toronto versus somewhere that's in the path of totality like Niagara?
Sure. Well, in Niagara, you can expect 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes of total solar eclipse. If you're in Toronto or in Burlington where I am, I'm expecting to get about 1.5 minutes. So closer you are to that center line, the more totality time you're going to get. So it's good to get as close as you can with as much, depending on how many people you want to rub shoulders with, I suppose.
Let's talk about some of the advice for people who are maybe this is going to be their first celestial event. Obviously, there's a lot of curiosity. When you tell people don't do things, oftentimes they'll just do it. But when you're talking about people's eyesight, I mean, this could be pretty severe, the consequences. So let's offer some advice for people who are watching.
Sure. Well, I mean, a lot of people think an eclipse is more dangerous than looking at the sun the rest of the time, and that is not true. The reason why it's there's more chance of eye injury is because we're not normally wanting to look at the sun. I mean, this sun is a big bright disk, and that brightness keeps us from looking directly at it just because it's uncomfortable. However, when most of that light is blocked, it becomes easier to look at the sun. And of course, we have more reason to look at the sun during an eclipse. But that ring, or a partial disk is still just as bright as the regular sun, and if you stare and let that image on your retina, you can get some eye damage. So please do not do that without approved safety glasses.
Michael Daly, we appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us. Thank you.
You're most welcome.
Well, Metrolinx is increasing GO train service today in anticipation of a record number of travelers. There is a special service on the Lakeshore West line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips are being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls. Return trips are being added and modified, as well as to give customers more departure options. So there will also be special event service on the Lakeshore West, Lakeshore East, and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays home opener and Leafs game. Well, Lisa joins us now with the latest traffic update. I noticed it was a little bit lighter on the roads in my driving to work, possibly from a lot of the students not having school.
Absolutely, Jamie. That's pretty much what I would say it's attributed to, which is not a terrible thing. And we didn't really see too many incidents today. And I've also been keeping my eyes on the drive heading towards Niagara region. If that is your plan today, well, here's what it's looking like right now. It's been a little sluggish through Mississauga and now into Oakville, QEW Niagara bound. That's the 403. This is the QEW. And you can see it stays busy out to about Trafalgar. But now it's starting to get a little bit slower in sections from Burloak out towards Guelph line. I haven't heard of any live lane issues. Of course, if that changes, I'll keep you posted. And into Niagara region, it's actually not bad at all. The westbound 401, it's been pretty sluggish in sections through parts of Scarborough. So in sections from about Kennedy out towards the Bayview area, a long-standing issue is long cleared in the Express. But then it's really slow again from approaching Kiel all the way out towards Dixon Martin Grove. Just a case of volume. Again, no problem areas. I'll send it back to you, Jamie.
Thanks, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Well, the Blue Jays are finally back in town. Well, they'll take on the Mariners tonight in their home opener at the newly renovated Rogers Centre. The 100 level has seen a complete overhaul with new seats that are angled towards the infield. Well, there are also lots of new food and drink options at the Dome this year. First pitch is set for 7:07. Jose Barrios gets the start. And we caught up with Blue Jays president and CEO Mark Shapiro this morning and spoke to him about the team's slow start to the season.
The pitching overall, we've had a couple rough spots, has been pretty good, but we're going to be as good as our star players, as good as Vladdy and Bo and the great players on this team are. They're going to need to carry us.
A man accused of killing a Toronto police officer is expected to testify in his own defense today. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup. Northrup died after he was struck by a car in a parking garage near City Hall while investigating a stabbing in 2021. Prosecutors allege Zamir caused Northrup's death by making a series of maneuvers with his car. The defense claims the incident was an accident and Zamir didn't know Northrup was a police officer. Well, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Defense Minister Bill Blair are making a long-awaited announcement on Canada's defense policy today. For more on this, let's go live to CTV's Colton Prale. It's good to speak with you, Colton. Let's talk about the Prime Minister. He's been on a pre-budget spending spree with lots of money for housing, especially here in Toronto. And yesterday it was billions for AI, and today he's at CFB Trenton. So is there any money going to the military?
Jamie, that's certainly what we're expecting. You mentioned that spending spree. It totals just shy of $28 billion. But what's interesting is well over half of that is in the form of loans. As you mentioned, so much of it goes towards housing, just shy of $24 billion. But with such a focus on loans, you get a sense of how the federal government is trying to navigate the fiscal situation that they're in. They know that there is a budget crunch. They know that the deficit is very high, that the debt servicing charges, we're talking $40 billion, are also astronomically high. And so they're trying to operate in a way where they're spending money, but some of it's coming back. And defense is an interesting one because defense needs a lot of money, and that money isn't coming back. And this is an expectation that Canada is going to up its spending because they've been saying they're going to do that. They've been saying they're going to hit that 2% of GDP NATO target since 2006. And so what point do we finally get there? At what point do we ever get there? That's what we're looking to have answered today. And so the question is going to be, how much money is the government announcing when it comes to military spending? Because for the last 2 years, they've been doing a policy review on defense, but they've also been promising an increase to spending from about $19 billion in 2016 to just shy of $33 billion in 2027, a 70% jump in finances for the defense budget. And so we know that there are planned increases. The question is this going to be on top of that? And to give you a context for why Canada is so desperately in need of these increases to our budget for the military, you can just look at our NATO allies. Canada is the only country in the group that is both below the 2% target for GDP, but also below the 20% target for defense spending on equipment and research and development. The only country in the more than 30 plus that comprise NATO. And that is something that our allies are starting to talk about, some more pointedly than others. Finland and Poland, for example, have been very clear that they expect Canada to reach those baseline goals, if not surpass it. The U.S. has been a little less harsh. They've highlighted the fact that in real dollars, Canada does spend a significant amount, 7th in NATO, about 14th or so in the world on our military, but also highlighting that Canada helps out in other ways, even if we're not hitting that 2% target. Still, though, the U.S. ambassador has been pushing Canada to get closer to that military spending target, urging the country to meet that baseline. And this is having a real-world impact as well. It's not just dollar figures we're talking about. We're talking about a shortage of roughly 16,000 members in the Canadian Armed Forces. We're talking about equipment that is outdated, that isn't ready to deploy. These are having very real-world effects, and how the government addresses that today and how much they address it is going to be the big question. We're watching for that, Jamie.
That's CTV's Colton Braille. We appreciate that report. Thank you.
Anytime.
It's 9:47, 8 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24. Israeli troops have withdrawn from a city in southern Gaza as defense officials say soldiers are regrouping ahead of a planned offensive in another part of the territory. We'll have the latest on the Israel-Hamas war after the break.
I mean to fight this war and win it.
Not against the king, and I will pay it back 100 times over.
You must crush this beast at its head. The path to victory now is one of violence.
To war, then.
We fight for our queen!
And so we're predicting record heat this summer.
You might not know the best time to get a new air conditioner, but we do. Right now, save 20% with the Reliance Early Bird Sale.
Call on Reliance.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
People think you are only owed 2 weeks' pay when you lose your job. EmploymentLawyer.ca says that is a myth. You may be owed much more than 2 weeks per year. Don't settle for less. Always check with the employment lawyer first at EmploymentLawyer.ca.
It's hard. I'm starting over. But it's the right choice for a better tomorrow. Where can I find the right rental so I can afford to bring my family over sooner? So many questions. Where do I start?
Well, a milestone over the weekend, marking the 6-month mark since Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel, murdering 1,200 people, kidnapping over 250, and launching the latest Mideast conflict between Israel and Hamas. But there are new signs that Israel is continuing with its military offensive, taking a new direction in Gaza. Let's check in with CTV's Tony Grace with the latest on this. Tony.
Jamie, good morning. Yes, Israeli troops now essentially withdrawing from the southern Gaza city of Khan Yunis, where they had been for some time, and this is considered to be wrapping up a key phase in the offensive to root out Hamas in Gaza. Now, residents back there in Khan Yunis this morning surveying the aftermath of neighborhoods that sustained heavy damage during the fighting that's been happening in Khan Yunis over the last little while during those Israeli operations targeting Hamas. But we understand that the withdrawal from Khan Yunis does not mean that the campaign is over. It's simply that the Israeli military is now going to regroup and move into Rafah, which is considered Hamas's last stronghold right along the southern border of Gaza. Rafah, of course, 1.4 million people, more than half of the population of Gaza and a lot of concerns about what an offensive in Rafah will do as far as the humanitarian crisis goes. But Israel's war chief, Jamie, saying just last night, quote, "We are far from stopping. The heads of Hamas are still hiding. We will reach them sooner or later," and quote, "We have plans and we will act when we decide." Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu meeting with his cabinet yesterday and reiterating that there cannot be a ceasefire deal without a deal for the release of hostages, more than 100 of them still believed to be held by Hamas since that deadly Hamas attack on southern Israel on October the 7th, Jamie.
That's CTV's Tony Grace. We appreciate that report. Thank you. It's 9:51, 8 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The Blue Jays are not the only ticket in town for sports fans tonight. The Leafs, they're back in action at Scotiabank Arena with Austin Matthews coming off another successful outing over the weekend.
Hello, I'm Russell Oliver, and I am the cash man. Bring me your used jewelry, and I will give you cash. Oh, yeah!
Is it time to renew your mortgage? Struggling with credit card debt? Owe money to the CRA? Have difficulty paying your mortgage? Or need cash for any reason? Northwood Mortgage can help. Northwood is more flexible and has access to better rates than the banks. Approval is based on equity in your home and not just your income. And Northwood provides fast closing turnaround with a payment plan that suits your budget. For an easy home equity loan, visit northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
Have you lost your job? Don't sign any agreement until you call Kornblum Law at 905 Lost Job.
Call today and book a free consultation. Don't sign anything until you're sure the offer is fair.
Kornblum Law will review your case for free, and we don't get paid unless you get paid more than originally offered.
Kornblum Law with convenient locations across Ontario. Call 905 Lost Job or visit lostjob.ca.
Hello, I'm Russell Oliver, and I am the cash man. Bring me your used jewelry, and I will give you cash. Oh, yeah!
Oh, yeah! Chum 1045 wants you to stack that cash.
Who's stacking what?
Money, Marilyn, piles of it. Listen weekdays for your chance to win thousands of dollars. Stack that cash.
Stacking up the cash.
Chum 1045.
Closed captioning of this program is brought to you in part by Bell. Switch to Canada's fastest internet.
Well, Lisa joins us now with a look at the roads in and around the GTA. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Jamie, and I'm happy to report we don't have any major incidents at this time, which is really, really good news if you're planning any travels. Let me show you the drive on the QEW because it has been a little bit busier now in the last half hour or so, I would say. So QEW Niagara bound 427 in sections, pretty much right in towards Oakville through the 403 junction, and then loading up in sections from about Appleby line out towards the Guelph line. That's the worst of it right now. I've had a peek through Grimsby into St. Catharines, Niagara region. It's actually looking great. Also looking great, the drive into downtown on the eastbound side of the Gardiner. I should use my green arrow for that because it's looking really good. South 404 down Valley Parkway looking pretty normal. Anywhere from Finch down towards the Eglinton stretch, and then West 401 from about the 400 out towards the 427. I'm seeing some delays. Again, no live lane issues, just a case of volume.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Well, the Leafs will be looking for their second straight victory when they host the Pittsburgh Penguins tonight. Toronto is coming off a 4-2 win over the Montreal Canadiens on Saturday. Austin Matthews recorded his league-leading 64th goal of the season. He also reached the 100-point mark for just the second time in his career. Tonight's game is set for 7 o'clock at Scotiabank Arena. And the Raptors were looking for a second straight win as they took on the Wizards last night.
Quickly. And he ties a season high.
Emmanuel quickly led the way with 31 points as the Raptors beat the Wizards 130-122 at home. It's the first time the Raptors have won back-to-back games since February. The Raptors host the Pacers tomorrow. Well, this is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The excitement is building as crowds begin to gather for this afternoon's solar eclipse. We'll go back to Niagara when we come back.
why I selected you.
To crush anyone who makes you weak.
Anyone who dares insult me or my country shall feel my fury. Yep, good.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to PeelChrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online, save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
Often, insurance companies are denying disability claims on the basis that there's insufficient medical evidence. If you've been denied long-term disability, don't give up. We can help.
Your long-term disability firm, Kotak Law.
Since 1978, Claire Windows and Doors has embodied quality and trust. Limited time offer. Get 50% off all installation and pay nothing for 1 year. Upgrade your home with Claire today.
Nuclear power is lighting the path to the future. A future where clean, reliable electricity meets rising energy needs. A future with a prosperous economy founded on job growth. A future where new medical isotopes triumph over disease. For decades, Bruce Power has provided clean, reliable energy to Ontario and cancer-fighting isotopes across the globe, and will continue to play a vital role in powering a clean economy for the next generation.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to PeelChrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online, save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
If you ask me about my choice of windows, my recommendation would be Draft Lock. It's a technology with the thicker insulated frame, especially for larger windows. That thicker, heavier duty frame prevents warping, cracking, sagging. You can get them in double pane or triple pane. They seal very well and lock out any airflow, hence the name Draft Lock, so that retains more heat. They're Energy Star rated. And they're manufactured in so many different colors and styles. There's an option for everyone. So Draft Lock is definitely my top choice.
New Head & Shoulders Bare. Clinically proven dandruff control with just 9 essential ingredients. No sulfates, no silicones, no dyes. Dandruff control. Minimal ingredients. Job done.
New Finish Ultra Max, engineered for the toughest conditions. Dry, burnt-on stains, old dishwashers, very hard water. New Finish Ultra Max with Cycle Sync technology helps deliver the ultimate clean.
Did you know there's another form of debt consolidation? It's called a consumer proposal. This government-regulated alternative to bankruptcy helps you repay a smaller portion of your debt based on what you can afford. Simply make one monthly payment and put an end to both interest charges and collection calls. Take the first step with a free consultation. You'll wonder why you didn't do this years ago.
Hi, Toronto. I'm Teddy Wilson.
And I'm Nicole Cervinas. Welcome to Things to Know TO.
Each week, this show shines a spotlight on a wide variety of local businesses, services, events, and initiatives from across the Greater Toronto Area.
These companies are part of what makes Toronto one of the world's most vibrant cities and a great place to live, work, and play.
Join us every week on Saturday mornings for Things to Know TO.
And don't forget to visit our website, thingstoknowto.ca, to check out all of our great content.
Well, the big day is finally here. We are just hours away from a total solar eclipse, and Niagara will be the place to be as it plunges into total darkness this afternoon. We have that region covered from the Falls to Crystal Beach. Well, getting around today could be complicated, especially if you're traveling in some of the eclipse hotspots. We'll tell you what you need to know. The Toronto Blue Jays are back in town. Baseball fans are getting set to enjoy the first home game of the season and take in the latest renovations at the Rogers Centre. Well, good morning. It's 10 o'clock, 8 degrees. A little bit of sunshine out there from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Hello, I'm Jamie Goodfreund. Well, massive crowds are expected in the path of today's total solar eclipse. The path of totality, where the sun goes directly behind the moon, will first cross through southwestern Ontario around 3:15 p.m. and then move east through Quebec and Atlantic Canada before exiting Newfoundland around 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, the Niagara region is among the cities in the path and has declared a state of emergency due to an expected influx of up to 1 million people today. And CTV's Rahim Lanhani is in the middle of the action in Niagara Falls. He joins us live with more. We talked about in our last half hour about setting the scene, and I can only imagine that more people are going to be flooding into the region where you are. But I'm curious, do you see a lot of people with the glasses? I know that was kind of a hot ticket item.
Yeah, it's been a hot commodity. Yes, everyone here has their glasses on standby. No one's really wearing it right now because obviously if you're wearing it, you can't see anything. But they do have them on hand. Everyone's well prepared. We're seeing people with telescopes. And I'll tell you, Jamie, we talked about the crowds in the last half hour. After I spoke, I went down just to go chat with some people and see where they're from. We met a family from Virginia. They said they came here on Saturday. They booked their hotel 6 months ago. And it's a family that came down. They wanted to see the solar eclipse. One of their daughters, I think she's about 13 years old, she says she's really into astrophysics, and so it's really interesting to see the cross-section of people who have made the trek here. It's not just people from Toronto. A lot of people from south of the border are here as well.
Also, let's talk about just the overall economic impact to this region. Obviously, there's a lot of tourism that flocks to Niagara Falls, on a regular weekend, but obviously this is something special. And you even touched upon the Nick Lowenda walk from about a decade ago. I was there for that, and it drew a lot of people. This is going to be way bigger.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about that, at the time in 2012 when Nick Lowenda was walking, there was 150,000 people, and everyone was saying, wow, what an incredible feat. Look at the size of this crowd. It's a fraction of that. We're expecting over 1 million people. And so, yes, there is a huge ripple effect when it comes to the economic impact. And speaking with that Virginia family, actually, they said parking, wow, it's certainly gotten a lot more expensive over the last couple of days. Speaking with restaurant owners, they said they've ordered a significant more amount of food, and we've heard of hotels going for like $500 a night at least. And so, yes, there is a significant economic impact. It's certainly going to help with the tourism, and that's one of the reasons why they also implemented the state of emergency, the region of Niagara did, to help with that, and then to also help and make sure that they have all the resources to account for these expected 1 million people.
That's CTV's Rahim Lanhani. We appreciate that report and update. Thank you. And the solar eclipse is expected to impact people traveling through the area today. Sean Davidson is the Senior Advisor of Communications and Media Relations at the Greater Toronto Airports Authority and joins us live on CP24 with some advice for anyone heading to Pearson today. Thank you so much for joining us, Sean. Obviously, when it comes to the eclipse and talking about safety and aviation, all important stuff. So let's talk about the preparations at Pearson. What are you guys doing, and any challenges that you're encountering ahead of this total solar eclipse?
So I think the biggest challenge today actually will be because the roads are busy around the GTA, the 400 series highways. Getting to the airport could take a little bit of extra time. So we're asking people to give themselves extra time getting to the airport. But Toronto Pearson operates in day and night conditions, obviously all year round. So there are some things, though, that are different today. So what is unusual for a bit during the eclipse, we're going to have our full lighting system. Will be on the runways, taxiways, and aprons, and this is just to give people pilots who are landing or taking off a better view of the runway, but also our crews who are operating on the ground better lighting when they're working as well. So those are just one of the things that is different when we're operating during a solar eclipse.
Sean Davidson, we appreciate that update. Thank you so much. We're going to head actually live right now to our very own Nick Dixon, who is in the Niagara region with something special that's going on. Nick.
Hey, Jamie, it's pretty remarkable, right? So we actually just finished a conference call, and on the conference call, Bakari Savage said, I wonder if anybody's going to get married today. What a moment that would be, to mark the eclipse with a wedding. And we were like, well, we're not in Niagara Falls, we're at Crystal Beach, so we're not sure. Turns out, as we were having that conversation, we see what we think is a bride and a bridal party walking by. Well, sure enough, that's Stephanie, about to walk not down the aisle, but down the sand here on Crystal Beach, as she and her soon-to-be husband, Noel, are going to basically say their vows right here on Crystal Beach to mark the day here. Of course, in the middle of this eclipse day, they decided they wanted to mark it. I had a quick conversation with them. I said, are you guys really getting married today? And yeah, so they've got a few family here. You can notice the people that are perhaps a little more formally dressed on the beach today are actually about to get married. I think I found someone who might have been part of the wedding party. Are you with them? What can you tell me about Stephanie and Noel?
Oh, they're a fantastic couple. They've been together for about 5 years now, and they picked this date during the eclipse the day of the eclipse to get married. So it's a big deal.
So how many of you came down here for this, and how were you nervous about getting here in terms of traffic, or did you stay last night?
We were told there's going to be a lot of traffic, but it turns out there was no traffic. So it took us about an hour 10 to get here from Burlington.
Yep. And tell me about this. I know you're not getting married today, but it must kind of feel special to be watching a wedding taking place on the eclipse day.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Especially these two, Noel and Stephanie, who have been such an important part of our life for the last number of years, all the way through COVID. And
right. How do you know them? How would you describe your relationship or friendship?
Yeah, they're triathletes. Okay. So and I'm a triathlete as well. So we do a lot of training together and a lot of swimming, biking, and running.
Yeah. What are you going to say to them on this special day after they tie the knot here on the beach?
Just a huge congratulations, and let's party.
And is this her father?
No.
No, okay. All right, we're going to watch this happen here as Stephanie and Noel get married here on Crystal Beach. Thank you so much for letting us know. So we're going to continue watching this here, folks, live. This is pretty remarkable. A wedding taking place here. A couple of triathletes who've decided today's the day to tie the knot. You can see the emotion already, too, on well, not only Noel's face, but some of the small crowd that they have assembled here as well. So this is quite something. Yeah, you can see also the officiant has some sort of a foot injury, so he kind of had to hobble down here to get here. But here we go. This is getting underway now.
Nick, the only thing that would make this more perfect is if we could get you to serenade the couple to Bonnie Tyler's Total Eclipse of the Heart. I think that would be the cherry on top.
I think that might be a spoiler to their wedding day if they heard me sing. But listen, I tell you what, I'm going to let them get married. We will watch this. We'll record a little bit of this, and then we'll bring it back to you guys a little bit later on. But I'll leave the singing to you, Jamie. You're the rock star, not me.
Nick, I'm curious. You know, we just spoke with CTV's Rahim Ladhani. He's near the falls, and he was setting the scene for us. And obviously, we're expecting more people to flood through the region throughout the afternoon. But do you sense that, you know, people are galvanizing towards this event, that, you know, people are kind of coming out of the woodworks and they just feel compelled that they have to take part in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?
Yes, there absolutely is that feeling that despite the fact that it might be a little overcast right now, there is that feeling that this is going to be something that, you know, no one else is ever going to see again in their lifetime in this space. Yes, these things from time to time, but the fact that it's happening here today is a special moment, especially a lot of the Crystal Beach and Fort Erie residents that I've been speaking to. They're excited about the fact that this is happening in their community and that this is something, you know, so special and so unique. So there's a real vibe about that. And then you have the beach now. I mean, Matt is sort of focusing, of course, on the wedding and the wedding party, but the beach has got a lot of people now coming out, taking pictures, kind of surrounding them. So their guest of about 9 or 10 is now swelled to probably 20 or 30 standing around kind of watching and taking in, and I can't wait to hear the applause and celebration when it's all official and when they both said their I do's.
Well, the lucky couple has a beautiful backdrop, that's for sure.
I love that Matt's standing right there too.
It's all live on TV, and I'm sure this is going to be a day that they'll never forget. Nick Dixon, we will check back in with you and maybe warm up the vocals. Maybe we can get you to sing to the couple later on. Who knows? Wishful thinking. Thanks, Nick. 10:09, 9 degrees. Let's check in with Lisa for a look at the traffic. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Jamie. Well, nothing as exciting as a wedding on a beach right now, that's for sure. Hopefully no one's getting married on the 401. What I can tell you, though, is traffic is certainly slow on the westbound side of the 401. I did come across a stall. This is in the express lanes past Weston. It's kind of close to that off-ramp lane to Islington on the 409, and it's busy from Kiel, pretty much out towards Dixon Martin Grove. Now, there is a situation. So this is the ramp from Bayview Bloor to North Bayview. You can see the ramp is off limits. This is for a collision, so worth noting if you are planning travels out that way right now. One of the busier routes has been the QEW Niagara bound through parts of Mississauga into Oakville, and then we've had some stop-and-go delays heading towards Burlington. I have to say, overall, it really isn't terrible. The drive, if you're heading into Niagara right now, or perhaps Fort Erie, Crystal Beach, also looking quite good. I'll send it back to you, Jamie.
Thanks, Lisa. Well, the Blue Jays are finally back in town. They'll take on the Mariners tonight in their home opener at the newly renovated Rogers Center. The 100 level has seen a complete overhaul with new seats that are angled toward the infield. And there are also lots of new food and drink options at the Dome this year. First pitch is set for 7:07. Jose Barrios will get the start. And we also caught up with Blue Jays president and CEO Mark Shapiro this morning, and he spoke about the team's slow start to the season.
We've got two of our best relievers in Eric Swanson and Jordan Romano, both hurt, but they're coming quickly. They both threw in the past couple days in games down in Dunedin. Both guys should be back in a short period of time. That will significantly change the dynamic of the bullpen. And then we've got Alek Manoah still coming back, and he's throwing the ball well. And then Yariel Rodriguez, who was a Cuban player that we signed in the offseason, both preparing to contribute as well. So 4 major reinforcements potentially if we need to.
Bichette sends one to right. This is over the head of Soto.
Well, the Blue Jays went 4-6 on their opening road trip yesterday. In their final game of their series against the Yankees, they gave up 5 runs early and couldn't generate enough offense in an 8-3 loss. Well, dozens of Toronto businesses will be taking part in Spectrum Works today. The event is Canada's biggest job fair for people on the autism spectrum. It aims to find them meaningful work and features virtual interviews, job skill workshops, and even resume help. Recruiters from companies including RBC, IBM, MLSE, and Scotiabank are taking part this year.
At Spectrum Works, we want...
The true inspiration behind the event was actually my co-founder, Xavier Pinto's son, Xavi. He had come to me in 2017, and he was like, Neil, I'm really concerned for my son's future. He's autistic, but he's got abilities to work in the workforce, and there's not a lot of opportunities. And I'd like to do something with that. And my profession is I'm in a marketing agency. I own a marketing agency, and I get paid to be creative. And I just came up with this idea when I started to learn a bit about sort of the statistics behind, autistic unemployment. And I said, let's just do a job fair for people with autism. Here we are 8 years later. It's now a national affair, and I didn't realize how big of an issue it was for that community.
Well, a recent survey finds 86% of Canadian autistic adults are unemployed. 10:13, 9 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. We've got more news after the break. Stay with us.
Saigon, 1975.
My protege. Jesus.
I was a spy, a sleeper, a man of 2 faces.
You work for me while pretending to work for them.
Let's get down. Let's get funky.
Get down.
What are you concealing?
I love lowballing employee severances, then having a rousing laugh about it at the country club. That's why I hate Whitten and Lublin, because they empower employees to take control and get what they're owed. And there's nothing rousing about that.
What do you... Book outlet?
Right on time.
Do you have a wet, damp, or moldy basement? Call the oldest and largest waterproofing company. Call RCC. Whether your basement needs to be repaired from the outside or the inside, we'll consult you on the right solution. Call RCC Waterproofing today. Family owned and operated since 1920.
Do you want a healthy home? Get your rugs cleaned by Love Your Rug. Steam cleaning your rugs won't remove dust and allergens. Love Your Rug's 6-stage process means your rugs get cleaned properly. Free pickup and delivery services all over Ontario.
It's time to love your rug.
Welcome back. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Defence Minister Bill Blair, they're making long-awaited announcements on Canada's defence policy today. Well, for more on this, let's go live to CTV's Colton Prail. Thank you so much for joining us. We're learning about a pre-budget spending spree with lots of money for housing. We had a lot of those announcements here in Toronto. But let's talk about the billions for artificial intelligence and how the Prime Minister plans to, I guess, improve what's happening with the military.
Yeah, Jamie, really what we're seeing here is a political, almost campaign-style series of announcements ahead of the budget. And as you mentioned, it did focus a large part of this on housing. In the last 2 weeks, the Prime Minister has announced spending or loans totaling just shy of $28 billion worth. 23.5 of that is specifically going to housing, housing construction, or housing-related initiatives. But there have been other very significant spend totals as well. You think of the National Food Program that was announced, $2.4 billion for AI implementation and research yesterday, that targeting specifically the lack of productivity in the Canadian economy, trying to get more output from workers for the hours they're working so that the economy actually increases and that employees and Canadians are feeling the pressure of inflation just a little bit less, creating a stimulus for their wages to actually increase. So in the last 2 weeks, we've seen a number of announcements from the Prime Minister, and while they have all targeted very significant issues in our country, they've also all targeted very politically significant issues. Housing is one of the biggest things on people's minds. Affordability is right there behind it. And what's growing relatively quickly, especially in Canada, is military spending. This hasn't been a political hot-button topic for a long time unless you are a conservative voter, but recent polling shows that the majority of Canadians now think we should be spending 2% of our GDP, or the NATO target, on our defense budget. It also shows that about a third of Canadians now find that military preparedness is one of their top issues. That's up from about 12% a decade ago. These are massive changes in Canadian perception around military spending, and that's in no small part why we're seeing the Prime Minister making a pre-budget announcement from a military base today. The other reason that he's doing that is because, simply put, Canada needs to spend on its military. It hasn't been funded at the level that it's required to be, or at the level that Canada has said it would aim to target. Since 2006, Canada has repeatedly promised to aim for that 2% NATO target and never hit it. We're only at about 1.3% this year, projected to go up to about 1.4% in the coming year. That's still far below our allies. In fact, we're the only NATO country that's below that 2% target, and also below the 20% target for military spending on research and development and equipment. This is an area where Canada really has been underfunding, and it's showing up in our military preparedness. Right now, only about 60% of the total forces personnel is able to, at any point, become operational. That is a disastrously low number, according to military experts and former ambassadors to NATO. That's something that really does need to be improved, but can't be improved quickly, and there's reasons for that. The first of which is a shortage of personnel. The Canadian Forces shy about 16,000 personnel. The other of which is just the equipment that we currently have, whether that's tanks, whether that's planes, boats, all of that is vastly outdated. And so how the Prime Minister plans to tackle that really large problem is something we're going to find out at about 11:30 today when he makes that announcement. Jamie?
We're looking forward to that. CTV's Colton Prale, thank you. Well, Israel appears to have wrapped up one of the key phases of its ground offensive against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military has withdrawn its forces from the city of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. The defense officials say troops are regrouping ahead of a planned operation in the city of Rafah. Well, Israel has vowed to launch a ground campaign in Rafah for weeks, and for more than half of Gaza's population has sought shelter there, but Israel claims it is Hamas's last remaining stronghold. Australia is launching its own probe into an Israeli drone strike that killed 7 aid workers in Gaza last week.
It is in Israel's interests as well for there to be transparency around these incidents. They have shaken the world. And the 7 people who were directly affected, aid workers, who their countries of origin, of course, have all expressed their anger.
Australia has appointed a retired national defense chief to look into the attack. The World Central Kitchen workers were delivering food when their convoy was hit. A Canadian citizen was among those killed. The Israeli military says the strike was authorized in violation of its rules of engagement and was based on a single incorrect observation that someone in the convoy was armed. The Israel Defense Forces dismissed 2 officers and reprimanded 3 others for their roles in the attack. Well, trucks carrying humanitarian aid rolled into Gaza today through the Rafah crossing. Israeli officials say they have increased the aid access to Gaza. The United Nations has warned of a looming famine and complained of obstacles to getting aid in and distributing it throughout the Palestinian enclave. Israel recently agreed to reopen 2 other border crossings in northern Gaza and another in southern Israel to facilitate the entry of more aid. Well, 6 months of cross-border airstrikes, shelling, and rocket fires between Israel and Hezbollah have reduced the southern Lebanon villages to rubble. Well, more than 340 people have been killed by Israeli strikes in Lebanon since October 8th, including at least 50 civilians. Hezbollah has been battling Israel alongside the escalated regional tensions by the October 7th Hamas attacks and ongoing war in Gaza. Well, the latest traffic update, that's coming up next. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Stay with us.
Some people say there are doers, and there are dreamers. But what's wrong with a little dreaming, especially when it's shared? With hard work, little dreams grow into big ones. At Kubota, we know that your work never stops, and we're inspired by those who dream. But our equipment is built for dreamers and doers, like you. Kubota, built for those who do.
After a lot of research, we chose AGM to renovate our kitchen and bathroom.
AGM made it so easy, and they built our kitchen and bathroom exactly the way we wanted.
All of our friends are so amazed with our new kitchen and bathroom, and we increased the value of our home.
Now, finally, we have the home of our dreams. I'd recommend AGM to anyone.
AGMrenovations.com.
Call now and get 20% off.
Hey, little dude, your planet's pretty spectacular, right? How's the 5G?
Once you have Bell 5G, you can't live without it.
Can I just get my phone?
A rich life means different things to everyone. With a Capital Direct Flexi line, you have the freedom to invest on your terms. Call us today.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Are you sure you want this? We deserve this.
I am scrubbing in.
I'm leaving you in very capable hands.
I have 5 rules.
A new episode of Grey's Anatomy, Thursday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
It's time to SmackDown!
That trophy is mine!
A new episode of The Masked Singer, Wednesday on CTV.
Well, Lisa joins us now with a look at the roads in and around the GTA.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Jamie. Thank you so much. And most of our routes actually haven't been terrible. A lot of the kids were off school today, so things were a little bit lighter than normal. We do have a problem spot right now, and this is what I can show you. So no access from Bayview Bloor to northbound Bayview particularly right now, and this is because of a collision in that. A stretch of Bayview also shut down Pottery Road to the DVP, so definitely something you want to avoid in the meantime. One of the busier routes for sure now is the QEW Niagara bound, off and on 427 in sections heading towards Oakville and into Burlington. Now, again, I haven't heard of any live lane issues, but I've been suggesting if you're planning travels to maybe catch the eclipse in areas like Niagara, Fort Erie, Crystal Beach today, you want to give yourself the drive time. The QEW right now heading into Niagara doesn't look so terrible. That's the good news, and it does check in trouble-free. I'll send it back to you, Jamie.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Well, South Carolina has capped off a perfect season with an exciting NCAA championship win.
Perfection with a touch of sweet redemption. Undefeated.
Well, South Carolina beat Iowa 87-75, becoming just the 10th Division I team to go undefeated through a season. But it was a heartbreaking end to Iowa star Caitlin Clark's college career. She did all she could to lead the Hawkeyes to their first championship. Clark scored 30 points, including a record-breaking 18 in the first quarter.
It's really hard to win these things. I think I probably know that better than most people by now. And to be so close twice, it definitely hurts. But at the same time, like, you know, we were right there. We battled. We took down some really great teams to get back to this point. It's something that's really hard to do. And I think when I think about women's basketball going forward, obviously it's just going to continue to grow, whether it's at the WNBA level, whether it's at the college level. Like, everybody sees it, everybody knows, everybody sees the viewership numbers. When you're given an opportunity, women's sports just kind of thrives. And I think that's been the coolest part for me on this journey.
We'll go at Burns now. The jump hook is good and shakes his head. You can't guard.
Well, it's going to be a big day for Toronto's Zach Edey as he and the Purdue Boilermakers get ready to take to the court in the men's NCAA final. Edey led the way for Purdue against North Carolina State Saturday night. The 7'4" center played all 40 minutes in the game, posting 20 points and 12 rebounds. The Boilermakers beat the Wolfpack 63-50 to reach the final. Purdue will be taking on UConn in the championship game. All 5 Huskies starters scored in double figures as UConn beat Alabama 86-72 on Saturday. Tonight's final will feature a battle of #1 seeds. UConn is looking for back-to-back titles, while it's Purdue's first appearance in the big game since 1969. 10:26, 9 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The excitement is building as crowds begin to gather for this afternoon's solar eclipse. We'll go back to Niagara after the break.
Crave is home to the best reality shows.
Oh my God, here we go.
Wow. Every twist and every turn, they'll keep you coming back for more.
Too much?
Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month.
I receive a lot of emails about my dog Snow, so I thought I'd do a commercial about her. I got Snow when she was 1 from a dog rescue, and now she's 8. Snow's favorite treats are blueberries, and her favorite activity is going for a walk. You can get Snow's weekly pet safety tips at Snow Safety Tips on Instagram. And if you call the office to speak to Snow, please know that she's recently retired. Come on, Snow, let's go.
We need to switch. Oh, sweet. 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 But can we do it?
Oh, yeah. We can definitely make the switch.
Sweet.
Hi, I'm Brian Baumler, and I only trust one company for windows and doors, and that's Canadian Choice Windows and Doors. Because their products are manufactured right here in Canada, and they're not just any installer, they are the trusted installer for Canadian homeowners. There's a lot of other people selling windows and doors out there, but when it comes to making that decision, make the smart decision and go with Canadian Choice Windows and Doors for all your home improvement needs. For quality and my seal of approval, choose Canadian Choice Windows and Doors. Your home deserves the best.
The Jeep No Limits event is here, which means more trails to blaze, more challenges to meet, more sights to discover. Get into a Jeep Gladiator, the only open-air pickup truck in its class, or Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. Jeep No Limits is here. Time to test your limits. Get up to 10% off MSRP on select Jeep models for up to $8,700 in discounts.
Do you have a question about personal injury? Can I sue?
I'm Wendy of Sokoloff Lawyers. I have over 30 years of experience and I can answer your questions, so call me.
Don't put it off, call Sokoloff.
With certifications at STC, prepare students for a career making up to $100,000 a year in just 3 short months.
Plumbing, electrical, carpentry, drywall, and masonry.
Hello! Enroll today at Skilled Trades College.
Is your roof over 10 years old? I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations.
Mike, roofs over 10 years old cause mold and major water damage to a home's interior.
Always. Many homeowners don't even think about the roof until it's too late. Damaged ceilings, walls, flooring, furniture, I've seen it all.
These disasters can be easily avoided by just replacing your roof on time.
Don't wait. Replace your roof now.
AGMRenovations.com.
Call now and get $3,000 off.
Is it time to renew your mortgage? Struggling with credit card debt? Owe money to the CRA? Have difficulty paying your mortgage? Or need cash for any reason? Northwood Mortgage can help. Northwood is more flexible and has access to better rates than the banks. Approval is based on equity in your home and not just your income. And Northwood provides fast closing turnaround with a payment plan that suits your budget. For an easy home equity loan, visit northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
Well, the big day is finally here. We are just hours away from a total solar eclipse. And Niagara will be the place to be as it plunges into total darkness this afternoon. We have that region covered from the falls to Crystal Beach. Getting around today could be complicated, especially if you're traveling in some of the eclipse hotspots. We'll tell you what you need to know. And the Blue Jays are back in town. Baseball fans are getting set to enjoy the first home game of the season and take in the latest renovations at the Rogers Centre. Well, good morning. 10:31, 9 degrees from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24. Hello, I'm Jamie Goodfrein. Well, this just into CP24. 2 people have been taken to hospital after a fire broke out in the city's west end. Crews responded to a 2-alarm fire in the Dundas Street West and Mabel Avenue area shortly before 10 a.m. Toronto Fire says 2 people were rescued from an apartment unit, but it's not clear what condition they are in. CP24 has a crew on the way to the scene, and stay with us for the latest on this developing story. Well, massive crowds are expected in the path of today's total solar eclipse. The path of totality, where the sun goes directly behind the moon, will first cross through southwestern Ontario around 3:15 p.m. and move east through Quebec and Atlantic Canada before exiting Newfoundland around 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The Niagara region is among the cities in the path and has declared a state of emergency due to an expected influx of up to 1 million people today. And Niagara Falls Mayor Jim Diodati spoke to us about the excitement in the city ahead of the eclipse.
This feels like a combination of Super Bowl, Woodstock, and Christmas morning. Everybody is so excited. There's people camping out, and the buzz around the world. I did so many international media interviews, and I love the fact that Niagara Falls, we got killed during COVID, and domestic tourism's largely come back, but international has not. And this is a way to get the headlines and take Niagara Falls from the back burner onto the front burner, and I think this is going to go a long way for our recovery.
Well, let's go live to CP24's Nick Dixon and meteorologist Bill Coulter in Crystal Beach. That community in Fort Erie is one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon. I believe we just lost their signal. Oh, we got them back right now. Hey, you never know. Oh, maybe the eclipse is doing something to us down here. We'll carry on and we'll check back with them once we get a stronger signal. We can tell you to expect road closures starting this morning and running until early this evening in Niagara Falls and Fort Erie. Road closures in Fort Erie and Crystal Beach are already in place, and closures in Niagara Falls begin at 11 a.m. You can visit niagarapolice.ca for a full list of areas that will be blocked off. And Metrolinx is increasing GO train service today in anticipation of a record number of travelers. There's a special service on the Lakeshore West Line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips are being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls. Return trips are being added and modified, as well as to give customers more departure options. Well, there will also be a special event on service on the Lakeshore West and East lines and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays home opener and Leafs game. If you're going to be staying in Toronto for the eclipse, there are many places in the city holding events. You can buy your tickets in advance and go up the CN Tower. You can go to Toronto Metropolitan University for SciEx Changes Solar Eclipse Watch Party. That's in the TMU Quad. And many branches of the Toronto Public Library are holding free viewing events. And lastly, the Royal Canadian Institute for Science is hosting a viewing party at West Toronto's Etienne Brule Park. Well, the Toronto Police Marine Unit will be keeping an eye on the water today. They're expecting an increase of boat traffic due to the eclipse. They've issued a reminder about boat safety, the risks of cold water immersion, and the laws surrounding drinking on boats. They are also cautioning boaters to keep an eye out for any sudden changes to the weather conditions while on the water. Well, let's go back live to CP24's Nick Dixon and meteorologist Bill Coulter. Bill, I heard some of your clips on John Moore's show this morning, and you've witnessed one of these before in Nashville. How do you think this is going to shape up to this year?
Well, I got to tell you, I'm actually looking forward to living vicariously through people who have never experienced the total eclipse before, because I wouldn't call it the novelty, but the experience of going it through the first time is literally mind-blowing. You're looking up at the sky, and you're realizing your place in the universe is so infinitely small, and you think back to those earlier cultures that thought the gods must have been angry, because it is unbelievable. Day turns to night. Birds flying all over the place, animals act weirdly, and the shared experience with everyone, and you know, we're going to be together for this. You go from trepidation to pure elation. It's going to be really impressive.
And it's Bill's enthusiasm about this that has me so excited about it too, because he's been showing me his videos from Nashville in 2017, checking that out and describing it, and just, I'm really excited. And then when you take a look, the beach, I thought the beach was actually be much more full than this. Of course, we're still several hours away from the complete totality, you know, 3:18-ish is when it's going to start here. I was expecting a little more of a crowd already, but I'm sure it's going to grow in, and just to take it in with this many people. I know you said you were in a Cracker Barrel parking lot when it happened with you. So how many people were there when you sort of experienced it?
You know, it was interesting because this happens over, you know, they say the zone of totality is fairly narrow, but it still stretches, you know, dozens of kilometers at least. So you are looking at a lot of opportunities for people to catch in different places. It's a little different because it's really just hugging the north shore of Lake Erie. So a lot of people are gathering in smaller, tight-knit areas. But I think there was maybe 100 people in that Cracker Barrel parking lot. But it still was an incredible experience. Here, and I don't know, maybe some people have changed their plans given the weather condition wasn't as favorable. I mean, it was pure sunshine when I was down in Nashville. But of all the places that we've kind of been to this morning, Toronto and then Niagara Falls and Crystal Beach, you know, I was actually geeking out with a couple of meteorologists that were on site in Niagara Falls, and we kind of all agreed that Crystal Beach is probably the best of those three spots to catch this little dry slaughter right around 3. Mother Nature has given us some drama and something to talk about where we might get this clear out that won't happen in Toronto and might take a little longer to get to Niagara Falls proper. So we could be in the spot of those to be catching a really good view of the eclipse.
And Jamie, I know we were talking about 30 minutes ago or so, that wedding that just happened was pretty remarkable. On the beach here, there were, you know, this one couple decided this was the day they were going to get married. It was Stephanie's idea. She got Noel on board, and he was totally in. And they had this beautiful ceremony right on the beach here, and she said, you know, just everything was so lined up today, the moon and the sun uniting. So she was uniting, you know, now they're husband and wife, and they're quite thrilled about that. But it was a really remarkable scene. As it ended, you know, the sort of beach sort of erupted into applause as they were, in fact, there's Noel now walking by.
And you didn't feel like a wedding crasher, because that's what happens on a day like this. It's almost like you want to be able to share this experience, even a wedding, with all the people around you.
Yeah, it's pretty remarkable. And so there's going to be so much more to come here throughout the day. And like Bill's saying, if that clearing around 3 o'clock, because right now it has kind of clouded over. We can see some clearer skies behind us.
There will be so we're preparing for a few showers, probably from about 11 till 1:30. That will linger up until about 3 in Toronto, but we should clear out after 1:30. But so you do have to, don't get discouraged if you see some showers coming in. That's actually a good sign. They'll come in and then they'll move out.
And I think the other side to this whole story as well is I did not think I was going to be standing next to you at this time of the morning, but the fact that you were able to make it from Niagara Falls to Crystal Beach so quickly, that bodes well for people watching us now thinking, hey, this might be the spot.
Yeah, especially if you're in the area and you planned well, you won't have trouble right now getting to this spot to come, and if you do, say hi.
Yeah. So who throws back to Jamie, you or me?
Oh, I'll let you do it.
Okay, this time it's my turn, Jamie. It's back to you.
I have control. I do not.
Thanks, boys. We'll check in with you soon. Appreciate it. Well, Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen joined CP24 Breakfast with more on why he is excited to view the eclipse.
I think today is just going to be fun to be surrounded by lots of folks who are outside, observing nature, sensing that community. I mean, that's just going to be a fun day regardless. And then the highlight is going to be when the moon completely blocks out the sun. Regardless of what the weather is for you, that is going to happen. The lighting conditions are going to change. I've never experienced that. So I'm just interested to see, what does it look like, the environment? People talk about colors kind of looking different sort of effects you can see on the ground, observing nature, and then the fun part of just observing people while we experience this together.
Rental properties have been a hot commodity along the path of the total eclipse. Short-term rental hosts such as Airbnb and VRBO saw year-over-year demand increase by 207.4% for listings in the path of totality. That's according to data by short-term rental data company AirDNA. The red dots on this map show cities with over 50% listing occupancy compared with the blue dots that represent less than 50% occupancy. Well, let's check in with Lisa for a look at the roads. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Jamie. So let's talk Eclipse traffic, if I can call it that. The good news is that the drive into Niagara right now isn't terrible, but it's a lot busier now through Mississauga, and I'll show you that right now on the QEW. This is a look through Mississauga Road. In fact, from the 427 pretty much all the way out towards the 403 junction, we're noticing a whole lot more volume. The good news, again, it's trouble-free, and into Niagara region, it's actually not terrible. Nick was alluding to the fact that the beach wasn't looking so busy in Crystal Beach, so if you're heading out that way, now is the time. That would be my advice. This is some new problems on the southbound 400. This is the ramp to Highway 7, and it looks like vehicles or emergency services are dealing with potentially something in the ditch. Right lane is off limits. A collision as well. West 401 Express right near the alley in the left lane, and no access from westbound Bloor to North Bayview. That's for a collision, which also has Bayview closed from Pottery Road to the DVP. I'll send it back to you, Jamie.
Thanks, Lisa. Well, the Blue Jays are finally back in town. They're taking on the Mariners tonight in their home opener at the newly renovated Rogers Centre. The 100 level has seen a complete overhaul with new seats that are angled toward the infield. There are also lots of new food and drink options at the Dome this year. First pitch is set for 7:07. Jose Barrios gets the start. And we caught up with Blue Jays president and CEO Mark Shapiro this morning and spoke to him about the team's slow start to the season.
The pitching overall, we've had a couple rough spots, has been pretty good, but we're going to be as good as our star players, as good as Vladdy and Bo and, you know, the great players on this team are. They're going to need to carry us.
Bichette sends one to right. This is over the head of Soto.
Well, the Blue Jays went 4-6 on their opening road trip yesterday in their final game of their series against the Yankees. They gave up 5 runs early and couldn't generate enough offense in an 8-3 loss. Well, a man accused of killing a Toronto police officer is expected to testify in his own defense today. Umar Zamir has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder in the death of Detective Constable Jeffrey Northrup. Northrup died after he was struck by a car in a parking garage near City Hall while investigating a stabbing in 2021. Prosecutors allege Zamir caused Northrup's death by making a series of maneuvers with his car. The defense claims the incident was an accident and Zamir didn't know Northrup was a police officer. The federal government is set to release its long-awaited update to Canada's defense policy today. The new policy replaces one that came out in 2017 and sets out the military's priorities for 20 years. It has been in the works since shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. The new policy is also expected to lay out plans for major equipment purchases. Defense Minister Bill Blair is scheduled to unveil the policy later this morning in Trenton. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. We've got more news straight ahead. Stay with us.
You gotta get me out of here, Frank.
I'm leaving for Boston in a few days.
Thinking about sticking around?
I was. Now I'm not so sure.
I'm pregnant. I'd rather have control of my life than leave it up to chance.
But isn't life all about taking chances?
Last year's #1 Canadian drama returns. Sullivan's Crossing. New season Sunday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
Meet Noodles. She's part short hair and part ninja. Meet the Bissell Crosswave Hydro Steam. It's part vacuum, mop, steamer, and ninja nemesis. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
The Heart and Stroke Lottery is back. Play for 2 grand prizes of $1 million, plus 1 to 2 odds of winning over $4 million in prizes.
And give people like me more hope after a stroke. It's a win-win. Buy tickets at heartandstrokelottery.ca.
Did you know
that if you're injured on private property by falling on snow and ice, you must provide written notice within 60 days?
What?
That's right. And time is not on your side. Call Presler Law. We can help. Because what you don't know can really cost you. Call Presler Law now. 1-800-JUSTICE. One call, that's all.
Well, welcome back. Israel appears to have wrapped up one of the key phases of its ground offensive against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military has withdrawn its forces from the city of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Defense officials say troops are regrouping ahead of a planned operation in the city of Rafah. Israel has vowed to launch a ground campaign in Rafah for weeks. More than half of Gaza's population has sought shelter there, but Israel claims it is Hamas's last remaining stronghold. Meanwhile, Australia is launching its own probe into an Israeli drone strike that killed 7 aid workers in Gaza last week.
It is in Israel's interest as well for there to be transparency around these incidents. They have shaken the world, and the 7 people who were directly affected, aid workers, who their countries of origin, of course, have all expressed their anger.
Australia is appointing a retired national defense chief to look into the attack. The World Central Kitchen workers were delivering food when their convoy was hit. A Canadian was among those killed. The Israeli military says the strike was authorized in violation of its rules of engagement and was based on a single incorrect observation that someone in the convoy was armed. The Israel Defense Forces dismissed 2 officers and reprimanded 3 others for their roles in the attack. Well, trucks carrying humanitarian aid rolled into Gaza today through the Rafah crossing. Israeli officials say they have increased the aid access to Gaza. The United Nations has warned of a looming famine and complained of obstacles to getting aid in and distributing it through the Palestinian enclave. Well, Israel recently agreed to reopen 2 other border crossings in northern Gaza and another in southern Israel to facilitate the entry of more aid. And 6 months of cross-border airstrikes, shelling, and rocket fires between Israel and Hezbollah have reduced the southern Lebanon villages to rubble. Well, more than 340 people have been killed by Israeli strikes in Lebanon since October 8th, including at least 50 civilians. Hezbollah has been battling Israel alongside the escalated regional tensions by the October 7th Hamas attacks and ongoing war in Gaza. Well, it's been nearly a year since the start of the civil war in Sudan, and not a single person has made it to Canada through a federal program aimed at bringing relatives of Canadians to safety. The Sudanese Canadian Communities Association is urging Ottawa to do more. It's calling on the government to join the U.S. and the European Union in sanctioning people who are helping fund warlords in Sudan. Canada announced $165 million in aid last summer for the people fleeing the conflict. Well, this is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The Blue Jays are not the only ticket in town for sports fans tonight. We'll have an update coming up after the break.
Have you lost your job? Don't sign any agreement until you call Kornblum Law at 905 Lost Job.
Call today and book a free consultation. Don't sign anything until you're sure the offer is fair.
Kornblum Law will review your case for free. And we don't get paid unless you get paid more than originally offered.
Kornblum Law with convenient locations across Ontario. Call 905 Lost Job or visit lostjob.ca.
You got my attention, baby. I can't make a move.
The magic window wall can change faster than you can.
Quick, after them. So where have they gone?
They escaped, sir, at the speed of light.
Well, let's get after them at the speed of light, too. Let's go.
It's just that we only have cable speed, sir.
In that case, cable speed.
Roger that. Cable speed, engage.
We don't seem to be going any faster than before.
Well, it is cable speed, sir.
Why did we choose cable? Is it cheaper at least?
Not really, sir.
Ah, great.
This is our private travel hacker.
See all the ways that I can save you money?
Ooh, she works harder than any of our other employees.
I just use Skyscanner. It searches billions of prices to get you the best deal in just one tap.
Billions?
How luxe.
Next time on The Amazing Race.
Ready to go, baby. Take back our #1 spot.
In Santiago, Chile. Teams scale new heights.
The Amazing Race, Wednesday at 9:30, 7 Mountain on CTV.
Only children believe in monsters.
Under Ontario law, drivers involved directly or indirectly in a collision shall remain at or immediately return to the scene, render aid, and provide full details as to driver's license, vehicle ownership, and insurance policy details. Some drivers are reluctant to provide full information, sometimes promising to pay or minimizing damage, injury, or trying to convince the other person not to report. If you've suffered loss or injury in a crash, you have the right to full information, and you should exercise this right. If the other driver refuses, call the police. If you don't have full information, especially if damage or injury is greater than it appeared, you could have significant problems. When it comes to car crashes, always know and exercise your rights.
Know Your Rights on CP24 is brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers, Canada's largest injury law firm with over 60 lawyers across Canada.
Well, Lisa joins us now with a look at the roads in and around the GTA. How are they shaping up?
You know, getting a little bit busier out there, Jamie, and with more volume, we tend to see some more issues, and we have just that. So we'll start off on the southbound side of the 400. This is approaching the ramp to Highway 7. Crews have the right lane off limits for a collision. A little slow, mainly in the collectors through here. And then we have big delays on the westbound side of the 401, mainly through Midtown, Bayview out towards the Allen. Emergency crews just pulled up to this scene with a collision left lane and kind of a piece of the center lane off limits here. So stick with the collectors. You can see they are a much better alternative. No access from westbound Bloor to North Bayview. This is for a collision, which also has Bayview closed, Pottery Road to the DVP. And I just came across some new problems if you're planning travels into Oakville on the West 403 getting onto the QEW. That's West 403 approaching the QEW. And you can see the left lane is off limits. Definitely slow right into Burlington now on that QEW. I'll send it back to you, Jamie.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
The Leafs will be looking for their second straight victory when they host the Pittsburgh Penguins tonight. And Toronto's coming off a 4-2 win over the Montreal Canadiens on Saturday. Austin Matthews recorded his league-leading 64th goal of the season. He also reached the 100-point mark for just the second time in his career. Tonight's game is set for 7 o'clock at Scotiabank Arena. And the Raptors were looking for a second straight win as they took on the Wizards last night.
Quickly. And he ties the season high.
Emmanuel quickly led the way with 31 points as the Raptors beat the Wizards 130-122 at home. It's the first time the Raptors have won back-to-back games since February. The Raptors host the Pacers tomorrow. Well, the men's NCAA basketball national championship tonight pits Purdue against UConn. CTV's Scott Hurst has more on the big game. Scott, we're into the home stretch of March Madness, and there is a Canadian burning up the court. What we can expect from this giant of a student, Zach Edey.
Yeah, you mentioned it, giant, 7'4", 300-pound young man from Toronto, Zach Edey, looking to get the Purdue Boilermakers their first ever NCAA men's national championship title. So we have a Canadian on the court and a Canadian dominating the court all season long, and for the last 2 seasons, for that matter, the second straight player to win, second year in a row to win Player of the Year, and the first time someone has won that award back-to-back in nearly 40 years. And if you see that, some of the highlights right here, he is physically imposing. As we mentioned, 7'4", incredible underneath the basket, scoring for Purdue, but also grabbing a lot of rebounds. Really the reason why they're one of the #1 teams, and now going up against one of the other #1 teams, University of Connecticut, here in the championship game tonight, Jamie. However, University of Connecticut is the defending national champion, so they'll be in tough tonight to bring home a trophy for the Canadian and for the University of Purdue, based in West Lafayette, Indiana, Jamie.
Well, let's talk about the women's side. It was obviously a big win for South Carolina. Heartbreak for the best player of the tournament and probably one of the best female players on the planet. Walk us through the championship game and what's next for Caitlin Clark.
Jamie, it's been quite an incredible college career for Caitlin Clark, quite an incredible year where she broke so many records, but when it came down to it, she couldn't win the final game of her college career and couldn't win the NCAA Women's Championship. South Carolina ended up winning, and it's hard to say that they weren't due either, because South Carolina, despite all the hype for Caitlin Clark, Jamie, South Carolina this whole year has gone undefeated. Just a few teams have ever been able to go undefeated and win the national championship, but South Carolina was able to do that. Their coach, Dawn Staley, winning Coach of the Year as well this year. Caitlin Clark had 30 points last night, but South Carolina throughout most of the game was able to control the rebounding and also have much more bench scoring as well. So more of a well-rounded attack that was able to take down Iowa, but it's not over for Caitlin Clark, and it's really just beginning, in fact, Jamie. She might not have won the national championship and her college career may be over, but her WNBA career is just around the corner. The WNBA draft is about a week away, and Caitlin Clark is expected to be the #1 overall pick. So you know, you'll hear a lot more about Caitlin Clark very soon and for many years to come, Jamie.
I can already hear the endorsements starting to roll in. CTV's Scott Hurst, we appreciate the update. Thank you. It's 10:56 at 9 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The excitement is building as crowds begin to gather for this afternoon's solar eclipse. We'll go back to Niagara when we return. Stay with us.
Chum 1045 wants you to stack that cash. Who's stacking what?
Money, Marilyn. Piles of it.
Listen weekdays for your chance to win thousands of dollars. Stack that cash. Stacking up the cash. Chum 1045.
Throughout this land, for thousands of years, it's been said that everything has a spirit. Not surprisingly, it's where you might find your own. Newfoundland and Labrador.
Hi, it's Doug Ford. Just giving you a call back. Well, it's the people. That's what gets me up every single morning. Really busy. Morning to night. I'll be there in a little bit. Thank you. You take care. They're working hard every single day because they believe in a better future right here in Ontario. And so do I. I think the future of Ontario is very, very bright. It's the best place anywhere in the world to raise a family. I always ask my team, what are we doing to make life better and easier for folks out there? You can change people's lives with one phone call, you really can. If I can help them, it makes my day. And that's what I'm here for, to listen and to do what we can to try to help the people. You can't always get it right. And let me tell you, when I don't, I hear from the people. But that's what it's all about, listening and working hard to make things better for every single person in Ontario. Getting it done for the people. If there's anything else I can help you with, don't hesitate to reach out.
A message from the Ontario PC Party.
Hi, Toronto. I'm Teddy Wilson.
And I'm Nicole Cervinas. Welcome to Things to Know TO.
Each week, this show shines a spotlight on a wide variety of local businesses, services, events, and initiatives from across the Greater Toronto Area.
These companies are part of what makes Toronto one of the world's most vibrant cities and a great place to live, work, and play.
Join us every week on Saturday mornings for Things to Know TO.
And don't forget to visit our website, thingstoknowto.ca, to check out all of our great content.
Most of our clients who come through our door who are suffering from mental illness, they're feeling a sense of despair and a longing for help. Often, insurance companies are denying disability claims on the basis that there's insufficient medical evidence. We've represented hundreds of clients who suffer from anxiety or depression. We fight for our clients' right to receive the compensation they deserve. If you've been denied long-term disability, don't give up. We can help.
Your long-term disability firm, Kotak Law.
Is your roof over 10 years old? I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations.
Mike, roofs over 10 years old cause mold and major water damage to a home's interior.
Always. Many homeowners don't even think about the roof until it's too late. Damaged ceilings, walls, flooring, furniture, I've seen it all.
These disasters can be easily avoided by just replacing your roof on time.
Don't wait. Replace your roof now.
AGMRenovations.com.
Call now and get $3,000 off.
Shopping for a new Jeep or Ram truck? It's never been a better time to buy.
The biggest selection.
The best deal. It's not just about the car.
It's about you.
From sales to service, we're here for you. Your service priced right, done right.
Downsview Chrysler, where you get more and pay less.
Get more, pay less. It's never been a better time to buy.
Get more, pay less.
Get more, pay less. We make it easy. Just sign and drive.
Come on down to Downsview.
The big day is finally here. We are just hours away from a total solar eclipse. Niagara is going to be the place to be as it plunges into total darkness this afternoon. We have that region covered from the Falls to Crystal Beach. We are on the scene of a fire in the area of Dundas and Mabel, where 2 people have been taken to hospital in critical condition. We'll tell you more about that coming up. And the Toronto Blue Jays are back in town. Baseball fans are getting set to enjoy the first home game of the season and take in the latest renovations at Rogers Centre. It is 11:01, 9 degrees from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Good morning, and thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lena Ladifat. This just into CP24. 2 people have been taken to hospital in critical condition after a fire broke out in the city's West End. Crews responded to a 2-alarm fire in the Dundas Street West and Mabel Avenue area shortly before 10 a.m. CP24 has a crew on the way to the scene. This is a live shot of it. Stay with us for the latest on this story as it develops. Well, massive crowds are expected in the path of today's total solar eclipse, the path of totality, where the sun goes directly behind the moon, will first cross through southwestern Ontario around 3:15 p.m. and then move east through Quebec and Atlantic Canada before exiting Newfoundland around 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The Niagara region is among the cities in the path and has declared a state of emergency due to an expected influx of up to 1 million people today. Niagara Falls Mayor Jim Diodati spoke to us about what the city has planned for when the eclipse happens.
While it's happening, the Niagara Symphony Orchestra is going to play very appropriate music as we're taking it in, and when it goes full, blocked out, we're going to look for the rainbow going pink. Then we're going to kick it off with a ton of great Canadian entertainment. We got the Canadian Space Agency, we've got NASA.
And let's go live now to CP24's Nick Dixon in Crystal Beach. That community in Fort Erie is one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon. Nick, how's it going? How are people feeling?
Perhaps a little concerned about the conditions right now, and this could be a little bit misleading because we're going to get into it with Bill in a little while about, you know, how it potentially could be clearing in the 3 o'clock hour, which would be absolutely perfect. But there's a pretty good sized crowd gathering. I was actually expecting a little more people, but again, we're still a few hours away from that moment of the path of totality going right across here around 3:18. But people are showing up. Peter bumped into Bill and I, sort of started talking to us. He said, hey, let's talk to you, Peter. So Peter, what brought you out here today? Why did you want to come and be part of this?
Well, I was an astronomy geek as a kid, and I've been looking forward to this for decades, so yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
So
once
here
in a
I am.
lifetime thing. You were saying,
Absolutely.
you know, I'm looking at the next time this happens in the general area is 2099, I think, and I'm like, better take advantage of this one
Exactly.
now. What are you hoping to see? You know, you say you were an astronomy geek. I'm a science geek, obviously, as well.
Yeah.
And you've experienced one before? You said
No.
So what are you hoping? Because I have, and I got to tell you, it was life changing in the sense that you feel different connection to the universe. I mean, what are you hoping for generally?
I'm hoping for that kind of experience. I've heard that's the case, that it can be life-changing. It's certainly once in a lifetime experience. When that's life-changing, it's certainly a once in a lifetime opportunity. So,
and Peter,
very stoked.
Why did you choose Crystal Beach in particular?
Because probably Niagara Falls is going to be a zoo, traffic and such. But no, and I love Crystal Beach. We came here yesterday, and it's a lovely little hamlet.
Did you think it was going to be a little busier by now, or what were your expectations for crowd at this point?
I did think it was going to be busier, but I think the cloud is probably turning a lot of people off. Why travel if it's going to be cloudy? But no, I did expect much bigger crowds. I even expected the traffic to be a bit heavier coming in yesterday. But no, smooth sailing so far.
And there'll be some benefits for those that actually did, gamble, I will say. Sometimes looking at the weather, sometimes when models are not in agreement, it feels like a bit of a gamble. It does look like you may be rewarded. This, of the three places, Niagara Falls, Toronto, and Crystal Beach. Crystal Beach, I think, is the best chance to see some breakup. And a lot of people might be deterred, even in the next few hours. See some showers rolling in around 11 till 1:30. You're like, okay, never mind. And by the time it starts to clear out, it's too late to get here. So forewarned is forearmed. Pre-planned is paradise sometimes. And Peter, you're also kind of making a bit of a trip out of it, a couple of nights here, which I think is going to help the local economy. We've been talking to some businesses. That's kind of nice after the pandemic, right? To sort of help inject the crowds.
Absolutely. The pandemic must have really took a toll on communities like this. So something like this, especially in the peninsula here, is good for everybody.
You gonna take a swim? Because I saw some people in there.
Really?
Oh yeah,
we
did see a couple.
If there's no kids in there, then it's really cold.
That's so true. Later in the summer, we'll be back at Crystal Beach. Yeah, exactly. All right, Peter, thanks for joining us. Enjoy everything today. Let's hope that the clouds do clear a little bit. And Bill's given us some hope there. So we'll cross our fingers. And nature likes some drama, I think. Exactly. All right, Jamie, or pardon me, Lena, it's back to you.
All right, thanks so much, guys, and we'll continue to check in with you. Great stuff. Updating one of our top stories now, we're going to take you back to the scene of a fire near Dundas and Mabel in the West End. Our Beatrice Faisman has just arrived on scene as she's been speaking with fire officials. What can you tell us, Beatrice?
Well, let's hear directly from the division commander with Toronto Fire now, Lena. I've got Rob Pennington with me. So, Commander, tell me about what your crews encountered here when they arrived.
Well, on arrival, they've had heavy smoke in an apartment on the 4th floor here. It went to a second alarm. Our crews went in, so again, they encountered heavy smoke. They found a couple of patients in the apartment who have since been transported to hospital by our partners in Toronto EMS.
What can you tell me about these two patients? Do you have genders, approximate ages?
At this time, I don't know their ages for sure. They're two gentlemen.
And do they live here? Are they family members?
That I can't say.
Okay. What can you tell me about the circumstances surrounding this? Obviously, your investigators will be taking over and trying to determine what sparked it, but any ideas at first glance?
Not right now. So the fire's just been put under control a short time ago. So our investigators are en route. And they will have a look and they will determine the cause and origin of this fire.
What's the process of that, Commander, in terms of your investigators actually combing through all the evidence to figure out where it started and why?
Well, they'll come and they'll start right here at the bottom. They'll talk to the crews that were on scene first and get as much information as they can, and then they will systematically go from here to the fire floor, have a look through the building, sift through the debris, and try to come up with a cause. They're very good. There are signs that they look for. There's science that they use to help them determine what the cause would be.
I don't know if you've had a chance personally to go up there, if you've been told secondhand. Do you know where in the apartment unit the fire ignited?
Not at this time. So there's very heavy smoke. So and it's a small apartment, so I can't tell you exactly where it started.
Anything suspicious at this point?
No, not at all. Not right now. The fire investigators will determine that.
Can you tell me about, what your crews encountered when they got here? You mentioned heavy smoke, and was there a fire alarm that was sounding when your crews got here?
I believe the fire alarms were sounding. Now that I cannot confirm, but I believe they were. Again, when they arrived at the fire floor, there was smoke in the hallway, very heavy smoke in the apartment itself. And as far as the fire condition, I haven't been updated on that yet.
How many of your crew members would you say were here responding to this?
Well, we have about 14 apparatus here right now, so we roughly 50 people on scene.
Is that standard response, I guess, when there's an apartment or high-rise?
Yes, our standard response for a fire in a high-rise like this is a second alarm, so that would give you that many personnel.
And I understand there was an animal as well inside the unit. What can you tell me about that?
Yes, from what I understand, a cat may have perished.
But as far as you know, the 2 people that your crew members pulled out, they've got a pulse, they're on their way to the hospital. No one's been pronounced deceased.
That's right. I was just talking to my partner in EMS, and he assured me that they were en route to the hospital, and they had a pulse and were breathing when they left.
Division Commander Rob Pennington, thank you for your time.
Thanks,
thank you. So still a very large, obviously, presence when it comes to first responders here. Toronto Fire now wrapping up their immediate response here at the scene. You can see there's probably half a dozen fire trucks here at the scene. Lena, to show you where it happened, it's the 4th floor. You can see the windows in the unit shattered, either shattered by smoke and flames or shattered by firefighters to help the smoke get out of the unit when they first arrived. But as you heard the Division Commander say, 2 men pulled from this unit by firefighters. Paramedics telling CP24 both of them have gone to hospital with critical injuries, both of them in life-threatening condition. And now we know that a cat has also perished, Lena, in this fire here on Maybell. Back to you.
All right, Beatrice Faisman working on this developing story. Thanks so much for this, Beatrice. It is 11:10, 9 degrees. Let's get a check on the traffic situation. For that, we turn to Lisa Morales. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Lena. And turning out to be a little bit of a busier morning now. We had kind of an easygoing morning. A lot of the kids were off school today because of the eclipse, and I'll get to eclipse traffic in a second because that's what I've been dubbing it. This is West 401. Some new problems into the desk in the Express just past Yonge. Right lane, right shoulder affected by a collision. Nobody here yet. Stays busy all the way out towards the Allen, where only the right lane gets by. You can see how busy it is in the Express. This was a collision. No access from West Bloor to North Bayview, and this is because of an earlier collision as well. That also means no access on Bayview between the DVP and Pottery Road. Heading into Oakville, well, a couple of things to show you. A collision, first off, which is jamming things up. This is West 403 past Dundas. OPP are here. They're letting a slight piece of the right lane by, and then delays basically off and on between Mississauga and Burlington on the Niagara-bound side of the QEW. No collisions, but if you are planning travels into that region to catch the eclipse, you want to pack your patience. Send it back to you, Lena.
Yeah, that is good advice, Lisa. Thanks so much for this, and we'll check in with you, of course, throughout the morning. The Blue Jays are finally back in town. They'll take on the Mariners tonight in their home opener at the newly renovated Rogers Center. The 100 level has seen a complete overhaul with new seats that are angled toward the infield. There are also lots of new food and drink options at the Dome this year. First pitch is set for 7:07. Jose Barrios gets the start. And we caught up with the president of the Blue Jays this morning and spoke to him about the team's slow start to the season.
We've got 2 of our best relievers in Eric Swanson and Jordan Romano, both hurt, but they're coming quickly. They both threw in the past couple days in games down in Dunedin. Both guys should be back in a short period of time. That will significantly change the dynamic of the bullpen. And then we've got Alek Manoah still coming back, and he's throwing the ball well. And then Yariel Rodriguez, who was a Cuban player that we signed in the offseason, both preparing to contribute as well. So 4 major reinforcements potentially if we need to.
Bichette sends one to right. This is over the head of Soto.
The Jays went 4-6 on their opening road trip yesterday in their final game of the series against the Yankees. They gave up 5 runs early and could not generate enough offense in an 8-3 loss. Time now is 11:12, 9 degrees. You're watching Toronto's breaking news. CP24. Ottawa is set to announce the long-awaited update to Canada's national defense policy today. We'll have the latest coming up.
When I was a kid, there was a gangster. Real old school type. He has a heart attack and dies. They throw a parade in his honor. A friggin' parade. Can you imagine to be remembered like that?
Installing flooring in your home is a job you want done correctly, so using the right underlayment is key. DMX One Step 2.0 is VOC-free and has one of the highest sound reduction ratings of all underlayments. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold.
We all know a rich life means different things to everyone. With a FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest now and in your future on your terms.
Whether it's a new business venture or that kitchen reno you've been thinking about, we have the solution.
Could you use $80,000, $280,000, or even $2.8 million?
If you're ready to take the next step, call us today and let's get started on your financial journey.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Here, anything is possible, as long as you can imagine it. And that's what makes Orlando unbelievably real.
Welcome back. It has been nearly a year since the start of the civil war in Sudan, and not a single person has made it to Canada through a federal program aimed at bringing relatives of Canadians to safety. The Sudanese Canadian Communities Association is urging Ottawa to do more. It's calling on the government to join the U.S. and the European Union in sanctioning people who are helping fund warlords in Sudan. Canada announced $165 million in aid last summer for people fleeing the conflict. The Vatican has released a document that rejects gender theory and gender reassignment surgery. The 20-page declaration, titled Infinite Dignity, has been in the works for 5 years and was approved last month by Pope Francis after substantial revisions. It says any sex change intervention, as a rule, risks threatening the unique dignity the person has received from the moment of conception. The document outlines several threats to human dignity, including poverty, the death penalty, war, assisted dying, abortion, sexual abuse, and the abuse of women. Well, closer to home, dozens of Toronto businesses will be taking part in Spectrum Works today. The event is Canada's biggest job fair for people on the autism spectrum. It aims to find the meaningful work and features virtual interviews, job skill workshops, and even resume help. Recruiters from companies like RBC, IBM, MLSE, and Scotiabank are taking part this year.
Really, it comes down to just a lack of understanding and awareness of what autism is and isn't. You know, there's a bit of a disconnect with that educational awareness piece. So one of our big pillars really is educating employers and the general public and even job seekers to say, hey, listen, if you're good at this, there's opportunities here for you, regardless if you're autistic or not. So there was just a lot of barriers of really just educating, employers and attendees and everybody else to let them know, like, hey, listen, you don't just have to be good at one thing.
A recent survey finds 87% of Canadian adults with autism are unemployed. Well, work on a stretch of the Gardiner is set to resume tonight, which means there will be lane closures for drivers to deal with. One eastbound lane will be shut down between Dufferin and Strawn starting at 11 p.m. as part of the Gardiner Expressway rehabilitation project. The city says there will be intermittent overnight closures of a second lane as needed. The eastbound on-ramp from Lakeshore east of Jameson, that will also be closed. One westbound lane will be shut down starting on Wednesday. It is 11:17. We're sitting at 10 degrees in the city, feeling like it as well. And you're watching Toronto's breaking news, CP24, your latest traffic update. That's coming up. We're going to check back in with Lisa Morales.
It's your time to dream in the Princess Margaret Home Lottery. The $2.6 million early bird prize, the $7.3 million grand prize, plus be part of the world's biggest 50-50. Early bird deadline is Friday, April 12th.
People think you are only owed 2 weeks' pay when you lose your job. EmploymentLawyer.ca says that is a myth. You may be owed much more than 2 weeks per year. Don't settle for less. Always check with the employment lawyer first at EmploymentLawyer.ca.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Is it time to renew your mortgage? Struggling with credit card debt? Owe money to the CRA? Have difficulty paying your mortgage? Or need cash for any reason? Northwood Mortgage can help. Northwood is more flexible and has access to better rates than the banks. Approval is based on equity in your home and not just your income. And Northwood provides fast closing turnaround with a payment plan that suits your budget. For an easy home equity loan, visit northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
Only 4 days to the Princess Margaret Home Lottery early bird deadline. Win the $2.6 million early bird prize, a lakefront cottage, plus $100,000 cash. Only 4 days left. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com.
Tonight, from Niagara to the GTA.
Biggest crowd that we've ever had.
Turn your gaze to CTV News.
It's just going to be a magical moment.
For full coverage of the total solar eclipse, tonight on CTV News at 6.
Did you shave in my hot tub?
Just my pet.
Let's get to work. Come on. What the?
11:19, 10 degrees. Lisa Morales joins us live now with a look at the roads in and around the GTA. Happy Solar Eclipse Day.
Happy Solar Eclipse Day to you, Lena, and happy Jays Opener Day. I'm rocking my Jays blue. But look, if you're going to try to get around today, you just really need to plan ahead. And depending on where you're traveling, well, it's going to be a little busier than some other areas. West 401 has been really slow through Midtown. We have this new problem, West 401 Express past Yonge, right lane out for a collision, and not far away from there, west of there, near the Allen in the Express, we still have only the right lane getting by. This was a collision. You can see another ambulance traveling towards this scene. Stick with the collectors if you're heading out this way. Check out the drive into Oakville. Really busy on the westbound 403 right out of Mississauga. And this is towards the upper middle Ford Drive ramp and the QE Junction. You can see that basically only a piece of the right lane gets by. Emergency crews tending to that collision. Let's talk Eclipse traffic, as I've been calling it. QEW Niagara bound through parts of Mississauga into Oakville, Burlington getting busier. Have to say, though, it's still looking okay into Niagara region. So if you are planning your travels right now, I'd still suggest now is the time.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Turning to some sports this morning, South Carolina has capped off a perfect season with an exciting NCAA championship victory.
Perfection with a touch of sweet redemption. Undefeated South Carolina.
South Carolina beat Iowa 87-75, becoming just the 10th Division I team to go undefeated through a season. But it was a heartbreaking end to Iowa star Caitlin Clark's college career. She did all she could to lead the Hawkeyes to their first championship. Clark scored 30 points, including a record-breaking 18 in the first quarter.
It's really hard to win these things. I think I probably know that better than most people by now. And to be so close twice, it definitely hurts. But at the same time, like, you know, we were right there. We battled. We took down some really great teams to get back to this point. And it's something that's really hard to do. And, you know, I think when I think about women's basketball going forward, you know, obviously it's just going to continue to grow, whether it's at the WNBA level, whether it's at the college level. Like, everybody sees it. Everybody knows. Everybody sees the viewership numbers. When you're given an opportunity, women's sports just kind of thrives. And I think that's been the coolest part for me on this journey.
We'll go at Burns now. The jump hook is good.
And it's going to be a big day for Toronto's Zach Edey as he and the Purdue Boilermakers get ready to take to the NCAA, the men's NCAA final. Edey led the way for Purdue against North Carolina State Saturday night. The 7'4" center played all 40 minutes in the game, posting 20 points and 12 rebounds. The Boilermakers beat the Wolfpack 63-50 to reach the final. The federal government is set to release its long-awaited update to Canada's defense policy today. The new policy replaces one that came out in 2017 and sets out the military's priorities for 20 years. It's been in the works since shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. The new policy is also expected to lay out plans for major equipment purchases. Defense Minister Bill Blair is scheduled to unveil the policy later this morning in Trenton. And that defense policy is one of several pre-budget announcements the Trudeau government has unveiled before the budget is tabled next week. His political opponents are not necessarily on board for what the federal government has planned. And for more on that, let's bring in CP24's Jamie Goodfoy. Jamie.
Well, thank you very much, Lena. Right now, I want to bring in federal conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to talk a little bit more about these pre-budget announcements. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Poilievre. I want to start with, obviously, the newest information today about the federal government set to release their defense policy announcement today. I want to get your reaction to what you're anticipating, but also the fact that you said you would work towards meeting NATO spending targets. Tell us a little bit about what you would do, and do you think that the federal government is going to hold up their end of the bargain and meet those NATO targets that other countries are asking for?
Well, I hope they work towards it. After 8 years of Trudeau, our military is reeling. We have military members who are forced to couch surf and eat at food banks because of the cost of food that his carbon tax has driven up. We also have botched procurements of equipment that have cost billions of dollars to taxpayers without delivering for our troops. So my common sense plan would cut back on foreign aid to pull away from money from dictators, terrorists, and multinational bureaucracies, cut back on botched procurement and back office bureaucracy, and put that money into frontline equipment and benefits for our soldiers. I want to expand the reserves and ensure that our reservists are able to take their military skills and apply them in the civilian economy so that we get a win-win for our security and our economic strength.
In the past, you said you would work towards meeting those NATO spending targets. With the notion that you would meet those targets, how long would it take for a conservative government to balance the budget?
Well, we have to find out how bad the mess is before we can tell you how quickly we'll clean it up. We know Trudeau has doubled the national debt, adding more debt than all prior prime ministers combined. This has driven up inflation and interest rates. That's why I'm demanding that we fix the budget. That is to say, one, let's axe the carbon tax, the Trudeau tax on farmers to bring down food prices. Two, let's build the homes, not the bureaucracy, by requiring cities permit 15% more home building as a condition of getting federal funds. And three, that we cap spending with a dollar-for-dollar law that requires the politicians find $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending so that we can bring down deficits, interest rates, and inflation.
On the housing front, which is clearly one of the most pressing issues for Canadians right across the country, the Prime Minister and other officials have been making a series of these pre-budget announcements, especially here in Toronto. Even just last week, $15 billion more for apartment construction loans program. But there are a lot of benchmarks and there's a lot of conditions that the federal government is attaching to these. And these are conditions that even Premier Doug Ford said he wouldn't accept this money given these conditions. What is your take on that? What would you do differently? And also, would you work around the premiers and go directly to the municipalities like the Prime Minister is saying he would do?
Well, but before I begin with my policy, let's point out the obvious. Trudeau's been in power for 8 years, and he's been making announcements like that since 2015. What are the results? He's doubled housing costs. The proof is in the pudding. After 8 years of Trudeau, rent costs double, mortgage payments cost double, the needed down payment for a home, double. That's Trudeau's 8-year record. So creating more federal government bureaucracies is not going to change that. What I would do is pay for results. I would require cities permit 15% more housing completions per year as a condition of getting federal funding. There's 1,000 ways they can do that. They could lower development charges, speed up permits, increase the efficiency of their planning departments, invest in sewers and roads that get infrastructure built, build high-rises next to transit stations, sell municipal land. The list goes on and on. My job is not to micromanage them. My job is to pay them for the results. When you hire a realtor, you don't tell them that you're going to plan their daily schedule so that they sell your home. You just pay them a commission when they sell the home. Same with the builder. You don't micromanage how he builds your home. You simply pay him when the house is built. That's what I want to do for the cities. Let's pay them for the results. And that way they'll have a financial incentive to speed up and lower the cost of permits and free up land to build. Common sense.
Mr. Poilievre, that's all the time we have for now, but we appreciate you coming on CP24. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And just a heads up, the budget will be delivered, Lena, on April 16th. Back to you for now.
All right, Jamie, thanks so much. Time is 11:28, 10 degrees. You're watching Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The excitement is building as crowds begin to gather for this afternoon's solar eclipse. We'll go back to Niagara Falls right after this as our coverage continues. Stay with us.
Showtime. Crave is the place to stream the funniest shows.
Can confirm?
Like the final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Oh, there you go.
Get Crave now. Plans starting at $9.99 a month.
Hi, I'm Brian Baumler, and I only trust one company for windows and doors, and that's Canadian Choice Windows and Doors. Because their products are manufactured right here in Canada, and they're not just any installer, they are the trusted installer for Canadian homeowners. There's a lot of other people selling windows and doors out there, but when it comes to making that decision, make the smart decision and go with Canadian Choice Windows and Doors for all your home improvement needs. For quality and my seal of approval, choose Canadian Choice Windows and Doors. Your home deserves the best.
Shopping for a new Jeep or Ram truck?
It's never been a better time to buy.
The biggest selection.
The best deal.
It's not just about the car.
It's about you.
From sales to service, we're here for you. Your service priced right, done right.
Downsview Chrysler, where you get more and pay less.
Get more, pay less.
It's never been a better time to buy.
Get more, pay less.
Get more, pay less. We make it easy. Just sign and drive.
Come on down to Downsview.
At Burgell-McGenzie, we know that an accident doesn't just affect the injured person.
It affects their entire family.
We'll listen and help you understand your rights.
We'll treat you with respect and compassion.
And we'll fight to get you the compensation you deserve.
As if you were family.
For almost 50 years, Burgell-McGenzie has recovered hundreds of millions of dollars for injured clients and their families. Let our family take care of your family.
Burgell-McGenzie, 416-665-2000.
For over 55 years, Green Park Group has consistently built communities people proudly call home. Introducing Thompson Towers, Green Park's newest condo in Milton, with suites starting from the low 600s. Residents will enjoy a full range of unique modern amenities, a rooftop pool, stylish lounges, and state-of-the-art recreational facilities, inspiring the people who bring communities to life. Green Park is the people's builder. Visit greenpark.com for condos, now selling across the GTA.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Not happy with what you got?
Honey, what are you doing?
Sorry, just really enjoying these new floors. Don't imagine it. Upload a photo and visualize it at endoftheroll.com.
Hey there. Meet a few Home Equity Bank customers. Hi, everyone. Hi. We're talking today about how big changes in the world are affecting retirement plans. Now, what I'm learning is that thanks to CHIP, Canadian homeowners age 55 and better are able to retire in their own home and have the freedom to live the secure retirement that they deserve. Did I get that right?
Right, Kurt.
If you're 55 or older, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-877-739-2447 for your free, no-obligation guide.
In a changing world, you can rely on the stability and experience of CHIP. All right, guys, where were we?
For your free guide, call 1-877-739-2447. That's 1-877-739-CHIP or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
A live look from Niagara Falls this morning. The big day finally here. We're just hours away from a total solar eclipse. Niagara is supposed to be one of the places to be as it plunges into total darkness this afternoon. Our crews are on the ground, continuing our coverage. We're also on the scene of a fire in the city's West End where 2 people have been taken to hospital in critical condition. We'll check in with our Beatrice Faisman. That's coming up in moments. And the Toronto Blue Jays are back in town. Baseball fans are getting set to enjoy the first home game of the season and take in the latest renovations at Rogers Centre. From 299 Queen Street West, this is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Good morning, and thanks so much for being with us. I'm Lena Latafat. 2 people have been taken to hospital after a fire broke out in the city's West End. Crews responded to a 2-alarm fire in the Dundas Street West and Maybell Avenue area shortly before 10 a.m. And that is where we find CP24's Beatrice Faisman this morning. Beatrice.
Lena, good morning. The investigation now underway here at the scene. A lot of firefighters have now cleared now that their initial operations are done. We know from paramedics that 2 people were sent to hospital, both of them men. Both of them are in critical condition as far as we know at this point. Neighbors that we've been talking to identifying to CP24 the 2 people as a father and son who live here in this 4th floor unit here on Maybell Avenue. This is a situation where firefighters arrived, encountered some pretty heavy smoke here just around 10 o'clock this morning. Several neighbors telling me that the father uses oxygen tanks, and so there's some concern here from neighbors that possibly might have contributed to the fire. One woman saying that she heard some explosions just before the fire alarms went off in this building, alerting residents to get out of their units. The 4th floor unit where this fire happened, the windows are blown out. I can see some pretty significant smoke damage as well inside the unit. Essentially a lot of just black inside. It looks like black soot on the ceiling, Lena, from our vantage point. The windows either blown out from the flames and the smoke, or firefighters typically break windows in these kinds of scenarios to help let the smoke escape, to give it an exit route. I had a chance to talk to the division commander with Toronto Fire, who was here with his crews responding, and here's what he told me about what happened.
They'll come and they'll start right here at the bottom. They'll talk to the crews that were on scene first and get as much information as they can. And then they will systematically go from here to the fire floor, have a look through the building, sift through the debris, and try to come up with a cause. They're very good. There are signs that they look for. There's science that they use to help them determine what the cause would be.
And so that's obviously the early part of this investigation, determining cause and origin. The division commander was not able to tell me with certainty where exactly in the unit the fire ignited or what caused it. But again, several residents who know these 2 people, the father and son, telling CP24 that the father does use oxygen tanks. So obviously fire investigators will be looking at as whether that was a contributing factor to this fire. Thanks to the quick work of Toronto firefighters, the fire did not extend outside of this one unit. All residents are allowed to be back inside their units at this point, Lena, but certainly a troubling situation for people who live here on Maybell Avenue. They tell me they watched as the father and son were pulled out of the unit by firefighters. Chest compressions performed on both, but thankfully paramedics telling us a pulse was regained, and they're both in critical condition in hospital. A cat has also perished in this fire, Lena.
All right, Beatrice Faisman reporting live from the city's West End. Thanks so much for this. Massive crowds are expected in the path of today's total solar eclipse today. The path of totality, where the sun goes directly behind the moon, will first cross through southwestern Ontario around 3:15 p.m. and then move east through Quebec and Atlantic Canada before exiting Newfoundland around 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The Niagara region is among the cities in the path and has declared a state of emergency. This is because of an expected influx of up to 1 million people today. It is going to be real busy. Let's go back to Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter. They're both in Crystal Beach. That community in Fort Erie is one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon. Nice to see you again, Nick. All eyes on the forecast. Yeah. Is that making some people nervous?
I think it is, and I think that speaks to the fact that it's not quite as busy, although I have to say in the last half an hour, it certainly has filled out here a little more at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie. So that's definitely an encouraging sign, as is this little bit of sunshine that we're getting right now. That is also an encouraging sign that perhaps maybe the skies will clear. Of course, we're still at least basically, 3-4 hours out, Bill, aren't we, from of course, the potential, the totality of the eclipse. But Bill's here. We've also got Gary Pooler here, who's kind of like a local historian. He's written a book, Crystal Beach Out of the Park. Gary, you're here today to sort of take in the eclipse, and you're also sort of talking up Crystal Beach to the people that have gathered here as well. You've sort of written a book that's very historically accurate to Crystal Beach. How do you think this is going to add to the history of the area today?
It'll add to the long list of unique, eclectic events that have taken place down here over the decades that really are way more than the ones that people know about through Google and Wikipedia. Like a lot of cool, eclectic, historic events have taken place down here, and this is just another one of them.
So I kind of discovered that, I mean, I've been through the Niagara region a lot, and this is one of the best places in this region to see the eclipse today. It's kind of like discovering a little treasure. I had no idea there was the beach here for one, and then you started telling me about all these little eclectic things, the sports. I mean, give me a couple of the real highlights from the past that people might scratch their head going, I had no clue.
It's funny you say that because Jesse Owens said that exact same thing after he came and competed here in our stadium.
Really?
The world famous four-time Olympic gold medal. He said, I had no idea that little enclave existed in Canada, because you have to remember the lake and the pier here was the front door to Crystal Beach from over there, from the United States. Over here from Canada, very, very little media coverage, and which suited the American owners nicely, because they weren't scrutinized a lot by whatever Revenue Canada was back then. It was an American enterprise, American little enclave that we liked. We loved our little secret down
Absolutely.
here.
Well, listen, the secret's out today, of course, and of course the eclipse is happening later on this afternoon. Gary, thanks so much for talking to us. Do appreciate this. He's kind of been playing tour guide for a lot of people here throughout the morning, and I'm sure you'll be here this afternoon.
I am conducting historical tours.
Historical tours, indeed. Okay, in the meantime, Lena, I've got to send it back to you.
All right, thanks so much for this, Nick. Much appreciated. We're going to take you live to Trenton now. That is where the Prime Minister is making a defense announcement ahead of next week's budget. He's joined by Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland and National Defense Minister Bill Blair.
It's defense spending before 2026. These investments have allowed us to increase our contributions to NATO, to modernize and bolster NORAD, and to increase our presence in the Indo-Pacific region.
We are supporting our friends in Ukraine as they push back against Putin. Russia's illegal and unjustifiable invasion is a direct attempt to fracture the foundations of democracy and our global rules-based order. It's an attempt to undermine the values and principles that previous generations fought for, subsequent generations benefited from, and that we must secure for this generation of Canadians and the next. This is why we are stepping up once again, to preserve and defend the rules-based order that has allowed people around the world to prosper for the better part of the last century, to stand up for Canadian values like freedom, justice, fairness, and peace, to keep Canada and the world safer in a time of increasing difficulty. Now is the time to do even more, and our government is answering the call with this investment. Avant de terminer,
before concluding, I would like to address directly the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces. The world is changing, but our values as Canadians are not changing.
You, as proud members of the Canadian Armed Forces, show us what service to country, service to the values, ideals, and people of this country means. We need you. The world needs you to continue to step up. And we will be there to give you the support and resources and tools you need to match your courage and your convictions. Merci pour tout ce que vous faites. I will now turn it over to the Deputy Prime Minister. Chrystia.
Good morning. Today it's worth reminding ourselves why Canada steps up, why we devote time and treasure to foreign policy and defense, why we send Canadian soldiers, sailors, aviators, diplomats, aid workers, intelligence officers, doctors, nurses, medics, and engineers into dangerous places, even when Canadian soil is not directly at risk. Force is, of course, always a last resort. But the principled use of force, together with our allies and governed by international law, is part of our history, and it must be part of our future. To have that capacity requires a substantial investment, which our government is making. À maintes reprises, les forces armées canadiennes, que ce soit en Lettonie ou en Nouvelle-Écosse, ont répondu à l'appel
or in Nova Scotia, have responded to Canadians' call. Now, it is our turn to do our part for our armed forces.
When I was in Poland with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense in February, I had the opportunity to meet members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are training members of the Armed Forces of Ukraine as part of Operation Unifier. They were amazing. I was so moved and inspired by their dedication and their commitment to service, to serving others and to serving Canada. Every day, they are helping democracy triumph over dictatorship. They are proud of their work, as we all should be. So I want to take a moment to say to them and to all members of our Canadian Armed Forces, including the great people who are with us here today, thank you. Merci beaucoup. We are here for you, just as you are here for us every single day. As a country, we are so proud of you, and we are tremendously grateful for your service. À une époque où les besoins en matière de défense et
At a time when defense and security needs are changing faster than ever, our armed forces members need to have access to the tools, equipment, and resources they need to provide Canada's security and protect its population.
Canada's national interest in investing in a capable, professional, and robust military is clear. If middle powers are not prepared to stand up for, and if necessary, fight for, peace and stability around the world, the rules of the game, including international borders, will be left for the great powers to determine between themselves. That would not be good for the world. And that most certainly would not be good for Canada and Canadians. We cannot be at the mercy.
All right, we've been listening to the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland. They're making a defense announcement ahead of next week's budget. The National Defense Minister, Bill Blair, there this morning as well. They'll likely be taking questions, so we'll have more on this announcement throughout the day for you. It is 11:46, 10 degrees. You're watching Toronto's breaking news, CP24. More news straight ahead. And, of course, the live shot of beautiful Niagara Falls. It is Solar Eclipse Day. Our coverage continues. Stay with us.
sports with a big-time deal. Get a TSN 3-month pass for just $40 and go all in on March Madness.
Caitlin Clark, a showstopper.
The Masters.
It's all about John Rahm.
The French Open and Wimbledon. F1, Indy, NASCAR, and more. Also included TSN Plus. With games and bonus content you won't see anywhere else. Subscribe and start streaming now. Offer ends April 14th. Terms apply. Visit tsn.ca/subscribe.
There's only one place to get this close to figure skating stars. Stars on Ice, coming this spring with Canadian legends Elvis Stoico and Patrick Chan. 2024 World Champions Deanna Stellato-Dudek and Maxime Deschamps, Ilya Malinin, and more. Stars on Ice 2024 Tour, directed by Kurt Browning. Coming to Toronto May 3rd and St. Catharines May 4th. Get your tickets now at starsonice.ca.
You have anxiety about working in the office, anxiety about COVID, and were diagnosed with an anxiety disorder. And still, your insurance company denies your disability claim. My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability claim has been denied for any reason, call me at 416-661-4878 or pound LTD on your cell phone. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or pound LTD. Come on, Snow, let's go.
Welcome back. It is 11:48, 10 degrees. Lisa Morales joins us now with a look at the roads in and around the GTA. It is going to be a really busy day in the city. Lots going on, Lise.
So much going on, Lena. And so we've been suggesting to, I say pack your patience, give yourself some extra drive time or even commuting time if you're heading out to Niagara region. I was seeing some footage of some really busy go buses earlier on. But let's talk about the drive. West 401 into Midtown has been slow from the DVP out past Yonge. There's a collision cleanup situation. Right lane is still blocked. It stays busy out towards the Allen, but you can see the express lane starting to look a little bit better. That's because problems near the Allen have since cleared. No access from Bayview Bloor to North Bayview right now. This is because of an earlier collision, so Bayview closed DVP to Pottery Road as a result. The drive into Oakville is still really busy on the westbound 403 out of Mississauga. That's collision cleanup. Only a piece of the right lane is available. And the QEW Niagara bound, well, I'm starting to see some more volume as you make your way out of Burlington towards Stony Creek. Here's a look at the Burlington Skyway on the Niagara bound side. So again, friendly reminder, if you are going out to that area, Niagara region, Crystal Beach, Fort Erie, you'll need a lot of extra drive time.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Thanks so much, Lisa. It was an extra special day for this couple who got married on Crystal Beach this morning. Have a look.
Really just the opportunity just to share our moment with other people was pretty cool, but to me, it's just to have this woman beside me. It's just to share anything. It's the most special thing.
And how about you, Stephanie? Same question. With the significance of this date, and people are going to be remembering this day forever, and you guys are going to have an even more special reason.
I think it's nice because it's the union of the sun and the moon, and it's our union. So yeah. I think it's very nice. It's romantic.
Noel Thompson and Stephanie Robinson exchanged their vows this morning along the shoreline. They invited a small group of friends and family and enjoyed the moment with their 4-year-old son, Troy. The couple had said they wanted something quiet, but that was before they were spotted by our CP24 crew. Congratulations to the newly married couple. And Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen joined CP24 Breakfast with more on why he is so excited to watch this eclipse.
I think this happens maybe every 18 months or so, the two align. However, do they align in a place? Like, is the path of the sun and the moon over your location or over land even? I mean, what happened over the Pacific Ocean most of the time. And so that's why it's rare for us. And so take advantage of it. If you have the opportunity today, if you're in the path of totality, please, take the time to go outside. If you have the special glasses, observe the actual moon covering the sun. If you don't have them, don't look at the sun, please. But do check out the environment, even if you don't have the glasses. I think you'll be impressed by what you observed.
And rental properties have been a hot commodity along the path of the total eclipse. Short-term rental hosts like Airbnb and Vrbo saw year-over-year demand increase by over 200% for listings in the path of totality. That is according to data by short-term rental data company AirDNA. The red dots on this map show cities with over 50% of listing occupancy compared with the blue dots that represent less than 50% occupancy. Turning to sports, Mayor Olivia Chow is celebrating the return of the Blue Jays.
Okay, Blue Jays, let's play ball!
She and several city councilors were joined by the team mascot Ace to raise the Blue Jays flag at City Hall in honor of tonight's game.
Expectations are high. I know the pressure is on and it's a long road ahead, but you can be sure that Toronto is behind you and will be cheering you on along the way.
Tonight's game kicks off a 9-game homestand for the Jays. It is 11:52 now, 10 degrees. You're watching Toronto's breaking news. CP24, a sentence is handed down for actor Jonathan Majors on assault and harassment charges. We'll have those details coming up.
Welcome to McDaddy's Open House with CFL Hall of Famer Pinball Clemens.
Hey Pinball, how did your nickname come to be?
The coach said we have this new guy that bounces around like a pinball.
What do you love most about Canada?
The people, yes!
What inspired you and Diane to start the Pinball Foundation?
We just want to help people, that's simple.
Must-haves in a house.
A kitchen and a bedroom.
We are the leaders in the GTA for 13 years and have the best players to get your home sold.
Choose the all-star brokerage in the GTA. Visit McDaddy.com.
It starts with a grill, but it becomes so much more. An extension of your home. Not just a weekend retreat, but an everyday getaway right in your backyard. New Age makes it possible with beautiful all-weather cabinetry, grills, and appliances that transform your backyard into a complete outdoor kitchen. Visit newageproducts.com to book a free design consultation and create the outdoor living space you've always wanted.
Justice, you are not alone. We can help. If you've been denied long-term disability, you need our help. Call me, Wendy, at Sokoloff Lawyers to get you the money you deserve.
Don't put it off, call Sokoloff.
Floors aren't always even. DMX Easy Shims works seamlessly with One Step 2.0 to quickly and easily help you even out areas of your floors by up to 3 millimeters. So you can be confident your flooring is level. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold.
No one is dying today.
You have to be tough.
You're the love of my life.
Here we go, 19. Buckle up.
A new episode of Station 19, Thursday on CTV.
Sharpen your knife. We are back.
Let's go.
This season, you'll have to earn your place on one of our teams. Are you ready?
Next Level Chef, Thursday, 8/9 Mountain on CTV.
Jonathan Majors has been sentenced to probation and ordered to complete a year-long counseling program for assaulting his ex-girlfriend. The 34-year-old actor was convicted of misdemeanor assault and harassment during a December trial in New York City. Following the verdict, Majors was dropped by Marvel Studios. The conviction stemmed from an altercation last March in which Majors' then-girlfriend accused him of attacking her in a car, but Majors claimed she was the aggressor. It is 11:55, 10 degrees. You're watching Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Stay with us as the excitement is building as crowds begin to gather for this afternoon's solar eclipse. We'll give you a live shot of Crystal Beach in the Niagara Falls region. We'll go back to Niagara next on CP24 Live at noon. Stay with us.
We are playing to win.
The best sports series, the latest hit movies, and riveting documentaries.
I'm coming for you.
Stream now. Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month.
Hello! Now that I'm in Yorkville, I am the class man. Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Tiffany, Rolex, you name it, we've got it. Look rich, stay rich. 88 Yorkville, baby. Oh, yeah!
We need to switch. Oh, sweet. 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 But can we do it?
Oh, yeah. We can definitely make the switch.
Sweet.
Have you lost your job? Don't sign any agreement
until you call Kornblum Law at 905 Lost Job.
Call today and book a free consultation. Don't sign anything until you're sure the offer is fair.
Kornblum Law will review your case for free, and we don't get paid unless you get paid more than originally offered.
Kornblum Law with convenient locations across Ontario. Call 905-LOST-JOB or visit lostjob.ca.
Rolex, Rolex, Rolex. My cash for your used or new Rolexes. Bring me your Submariners, your Yachtmasters, your GMTs, your Dates or your Datejusts. Oliver Jewelry pays the highest prices for Rolexes. oliverjewelry.ca. Oh, yeah.
Record heat this summer.
You might not know the best time to get a new air conditioner, but we do. Right now, save 20% with the Reliance Early Bird Sale.
Call on Reliance.
Do you wish you had a larger home with more living space? Finishing your basement is the solution. I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations, Canada's basement renovators.
Thanks, Mike. For over 20 years, we have turned thousands of basements into home theaters, man caves, kids' playrooms, anything you can think of, whatever you can imagine.
AGM is the only basement renovation specialist I recommend.
AGMRenovations.com.
Get $5,000 off your new basement.
Since 1978, Claire Windows Indoors has embodied quality and trust. Limited time offer. Get 50% off all installation and pay nothing for 1 year. Upgrade your home with Claire today.
Kevin and Sarah have one of the world's largest collections of souvenir plates. They also have a teenager, so they got their plates insured. But they don't have life insurance. Kevin's worried his diabetes will make it hard to qualify, and Sarah does not like medical exams. So we got them some new plates to tell them about Canada Protection Plan. Canada Protection Plan has solutions for both the healthy and hard to insure, with no needles or medical exams required on most plans. You'll get great coverage at a price you'll love. And there are no payments in your first month. Anybody between 18 and 80 can apply. And there are great member benefits, including rewards for active living and giving back. As part of the Foresters family, your coverage is backed by our excellent financial strength. Contact your advisor or call now to get a no-obligation quote in minutes. Canada Protection Plan, protecting what matters most, you.
Well, the countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is on. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered. Coming up, everything you need to know about the big event. This is a live look from Fort Erie this hour.
And Metrolinx is increasing its GO train service in anticipation of a record number of travelers.
Plus, 2 people were critically injured after a fire broke out in an Etobicoke apartment building. We'll take you live to the scene.
Good afternoon and welcome to CP24 Live at Noon. I'm Bakari Savage.
And I'm Lena Latafat. Thanks so much for joining us. In just a few hours, the sun will be blotted out by the moon as the solar eclipse passes across southern Ontario.
Thousands are expected to be in the Niagara region today, as well as east of the city. This is where they will experience a total eclipse. So these areas have been preparing for the influx of visitors for months with road closures as well as extra police. The eclipse should only be viewed with specific protective eyewear, with experts warning that staring at the sun at any time can be extremely damaging to eyes.
And Metrolinx, that's a live shot of Niagara Falls. A lot of people going to be there today. It is supposed to be one of the best and busiest places to take in the solar eclipse. Metrolinx is increasing GO train service today in anticipation of a record number of travelers. There is special service on the Lakeshore West line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips are being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls. Return trips are being added and modified as well to give customers more departure options. There will also be special event service on the Lakeshore West, Lakeshore East, and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays home opener and Leafs game.
All right, right now, let's go live to Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter. They are in Crystal Beach. You know, that community in Fort Erie is one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon. You got to tell us, how are things looking right now? It looks, is it overcast a little bit?
A little, yeah. I mean, well, probably a lot. Bill, I'll leave that to you. How would you describe the sky?
Yeah, I would say it's mainly cloudy right now with some breaks. You are seeing the sun kind of trying to break through, and there's a real festive atmosphere. In fact, right behind us, the band started, I don't know if it's a sound check or starting to pick up. There are food trucks not all that far away. And what started as a few dozen people early this morning is, what would you say now?
It's getting up to close to 1,000. I think we're getting close to that. So Bakari mentioned thousands. I mean, the thing is, you don't have to come down to the beach to watch it. That's the other thing, right? I mean, maybe you just want to watch it from your backyard. And there are about, just under 10,000 people live in the Crystal Beach community. So you can kind of watch it from anywhere. And a lot of the local community residents have been coming to check it out to sort of get a sense, do I need to rush and stake out my position on the beach now? It seems like no right now.
Yeah, and in its totality, which is the most impressive portion of this, this will last 3 to 4 minutes. Yes. And this is still, 3.5 hours away. So people have an opportunity to kind of explore this town itself. I'd never been here before. This is an absolutely beautiful beach. I'm going to come back here in the summer. So I think people are coming down, like you said, kind of check out, is it too late to get a spot? And it's no. So let's wander around. Let's see what else this town has to offer. And it is going to be a bit of a party festive atmosphere. And I don't think once it's done, it's just going to clear right out. I think people are going to continue to hang around. And I've actually done a wardrobe change. This is the original wardrobe I'd planned to wear because it's kind of yellow for the sun. Right. But I had to throw on, I was in Niagara Falls this morning, and the mist was coming off, and I was like frigid. It's 4 degrees, probably feeling closer to the freezing mark. Came down to Crystal Beach, and I'm starting to warm up. We had some people in the water earlier, right?
Yeah,
you were impressed by that.
Yeah, I was not going to go in, but I was definitely checking that out. And it's amazing because there's all kinds of different things. Bill just mentioned the band. There's been people doing yoga here. There's people with crystal bowls and drums, kind of like trying to set the scene and give us kind of like this vibe, this celestial vibe that's kind of happening today. But the beach is definitely filling up much more than it was even just an hour ago, and that's good to see because I think there's this collective communal sort of curiosity about what's going to happen above us, how much we're going to be able to see of it. And this is, we chose this place because we're getting 3 minutes and 46 seconds. That's how long we're in the path of totality as well. So that's a great spot for it. We're just, of course, hoping that the sky's clear enough that we get a chance to see as our cameraman Matt is sort of panning up and giving a sense of what it looks like right now. But you've been checking the radar closely.
I have. And, I was kind of thinking, is this boundary, the low itself is going from the upper Midwest to Northwestern Ontario. It's well away from us. So it's these boundaries, this differentiating line between warmer and cooler air. And as it ran into the high pressure that brought all the sunshine yesterday, it kind of petered out, it's weakening, and it continued to do so. So even originally this morning, I was looking at a line of showers from 11 to 1:30, at times more moderate showers. Even that's really dwindled down, just possibly a few spotty showers. And as that weakens, we're also looking at the cloud deck above starting to thin. So I think here in Crystal Beach between 3 and 4, there's a pretty good chance of having half the sky covered with cloud, which will also give you some great viewing. I don't think it's as good for Niagara Falls or Toronto, but the more it improves here, the better chance of that speeding up and clearing there as well.
The other benefit to this Crystal Beach here and even the Niagara region is just the fact that they were hammered during the pandemic in terms of the businesses, the small businesses here. Of course, a lot of this is seasonal, so they're already used to lulls and up and down, but the pandemic hurt them. We've been talking to the local business improvement area and other, business people here saying this is a big day for them. They want to see the crowds as much as the police have also told us about road closures and trying to make sure that everyone's safe and has enough space to move around. There is a economic aspect to this eclipse as well. So there's sort of a couple of different sides to the coin, aren't there?
Yeah, and I don't know how busy the roads will be now, but I anticipated. It's funny. The production crew was Shirley. She brought an electric scooter, thinking that if I couldn't get to Crystal Beach as I was driving down from Niagara Falls, I'd get on this and kind of go down this side of the road. But we ran into no traffic. We were here in about 22 minutes, which is what they suggest on your Google or whatever maps you're using. And I was shocked to see that. So if you are still thinking, maybe you're already in the Niagara region or St. Catharines or Grimsby, and can I make it? I think you can make it. Give yourself plenty of time. You never want to drive unsafely, but you can probably make it to Crystal Beach. And if you do, say hi.
Yeah, come by and say hi because our setup is pretty obvious down here. So yeah, it's great. So we're again waiting. I guess just after 2 o'clock, that's when we're going to start to see the sun if the clouds clear.
It might take till closer to 3. I mean, we'll probably see sky conditions like we are with some brighter patches, but it looks like that window between 3 and 4 is when one band of cloud kind of departs before the other one comes in. Mother Nature loves drama, giving us something to talk about.
Yeah, right, Lena?
Absolutely. Nick, I have a little bit of a story for you. During our morning meeting, we were talking about the solar eclipse, and Bakari actually said, I wonder if someone's going to get married today. And then minutes later, we got an email from you. You got to witness a really special moment where you are. Can you tell me more about that?
That's a great, I'm glad you picked up on that, Lena, because it was pretty remarkable. Bakari was sort of, as we're having this sort of team meeting, said, I wonder if anyone's getting married today. And then Matt Reed, who's working the camera, one of our cameras this morning, said, hey, I think that's a woman in a wedding dress. So I kind of ran down. I said, are you here to get married right now? And she said, yeah, we chose this day deliberately. So Stephanie and Noel got married about 50 meters behind us on the beach. And Matt and I and Bill were kind of on there taking some pictures and video. And it was a really remarkable moment. But she felt that the unity of the sun and the moon was a perfect way of encapsulating the unity that she and Noel were going to have. And Noel said he let her do all the planning. But it was kind of a neat moment, wasn't it?
It was a shared moment. We didn't feel like we were wedding crashing.
No.
The sound of that, you're chasing someone down the street. But
they were very welcoming.
They were very welcoming. Yeah, we were all, it was a privilege to be part of that.
Yeah, it was really cool. Yeah.
All right, Nick and Bill live in Crystal Beach for Eclipse coverage. Hey, don't go too far because we're going to be checking in with you throughout the afternoon, okay?
Thanks so much, guys.
We'll be here. You bet.
Okay, and looking at headlines closer to home, a cyclist is dead after being struck by a vehicle near Evergreen Brickworks. This happened earlier this morning on Bayview Avenue. The police say that the cyclist died of their injuries in hospital. Bayview is closed in both directions from Evergreen Brickworks to the Bayview Bloor Bridge for the investigation.
Well, 2 people are fighting for their lives in hospital after a fire broke out at an apartment building in Etobicoke.
And this is where we turn to CP24's Beatrice Vaisman, who joins us live right now from the scene with the latest. Beatrice.
Bakari, people who live here who know these 2 people who were pulled from the building here on Maybell Avenue tell CP24 they believe it was a father and son that were pulled out from the 4th floor unit here on Maybell Avenue. This is in the Dundas and Islington area. The fire broke out in this unit. We're showing you live pictures of it right now where you can see the window broken either by the sheer force of the smoke and flames or by firefighters to allow smoke to actually get out because there was lots of it when fire crews got here. We spoke to the division commander who told me there was tons of smoke. Fire crews went inside. They managed to pull these 2 men out of the unit, bring them outside, where I've seen video of first responders working on them, delivering chest compressions. Thankfully, it sounds like a pulse was regained, and both of these 2 men were rushed to hospital with critical injuries. And so now there's going to be an investigation here at the scene to determine cause and origin. Several neighbors, again, who knew these 2 people tell me that the father used oxygen. So whether that played a role in contributing to this fire, that's going to be part of this investigation. But the division commander telling me at this point it is not believed to be suspicious. Here's what one neighbor told me about what she knows about the 2 people who live here and what she saw and heard first thing this morning.
I heard the fire alarm and I opened the door, see what's going on. Then my neighbors opened the door too and we saw a whole bunch of smoke. I actually know them because we go to the church. Over there. And I see them all the time in the lobby. He's a very, very sweet guy. And that's his son, too. I think it was the father and the son. But, yeah, I hope that they're good.
And so a lot of people here are certainly hoping for the recovery of these 2 men, again, identified to CP24 as a father and son. The fire investigators are here at the scene. It's going to be their job to go through all of the evidence here at the scene to determine what caused this fire to ignite. I'm hearing from residents the fire alarms did sound, thankfully, alerting them to get out at just around 9:40 this morning when this fire broke out. Lena and Bakari, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Beatrice, thanks so much for this. Coming up next on CP24 Live at noon, we're going to take you back to Fort Erie and look ahead to this afternoon's solar eclipse being described as a once-in-a-generation event. Stay with us. And this is a live look of Niagara Falls, also expected to be incredibly busy today. That is because it's in the path of totality. We'll be right back.
I mean to fight this war and win it.
Not against the king, and I will pay it back 100 times over.
You must crush this beast at its head. The path to victory now is one of violence.
To war, then.
We fight for our queen!
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Ram Power Days are here. The power to choose from the most awarded truck brand over the last 5 years. Like Ram Classic, as versatile as it is capable. Ram 1500, voted best large pickup in Canada. Or Ram Heavy Duty with a no-charge Cummins turbo diesel engine. The power is yours. The time is now. Get 20% off MSRP on Ram Classic for up to $14,200 in discounts. Plus get 4.99% financing.
A rich life means different things to everyone. With a Capital Direct FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest on your terms. Call us today.
CapitalDirect.ca.
All right, the countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse, it continues.
And joining us live from Fort Erie is CP24's Bill Coulter. Bill, the weather matters every day, but it really matters today. What are the models telling you?
Yeah, it really does matter today. I mean, it will be an experience either way as day turns to night. But what I've been checking at is this boundary that's working its way towards us, bringing the cloud and what was earlier the risk of more significant showers, kind of petering out a little bit in terms of the active weather, maybe some isolated showers. However, the cloud cover, it's a little bit dicier to predict. It looks like there may be some breakup here in Crystal Beach around 3 to 4, enough so that we could get some solid views of the sun. Niagara Falls and Toronto, not as much a possibility, but there are a lot of people excited for the fact that here, and areas especially further to the west, we'll get enough clearing to see the eclipse in its totality, which will last almost 4 minutes. I have some guests, some wonderful family coming down here from Milton today. I'm going to get you to say your name.
Navira.
And yours?
Jadalyn.
And tell me a little bit about what, I mean, you've probably been talking to your friends about what to experience. What are you looking forward to maybe seeing here today?
The solar eclipse and how the moon's gonna be covering the sun.
Yeah, and do you realize that this is like, it's a once in a lifetime sort of thing? The next time this happens in around Toronto will be 2099. Now, you might still be around, but tell me a little bit about how excited you are for this.
I'm really excited. I've heard it at schools and stuff, and like, I've never seen one, so my first time.
Okay, I gotta tell you, I was at the first time getting exposed to the eclipse in 2017 when I was in Nashville. I didn't really know at that time what to expect either, but it's unbelievable. For those minutes when you're in totality, day turns to night, birds are going all over the crate, you feel the temperature drop. Does that kind of thing, I mean, I know you're kind of imagining it, but, and you came from Milton, which is a bit of a trip. Does that make it worth the drive?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And what are you going to tell your friends when you get back to the city?
That I was on the news.
Yeah, and this is something you're going to remember for a long time. You're here with your family, right? Have you, when you were driving down here, what were you all talking about in the car?
How excited we are, and that a full solar eclipse only happens like in like 100 years.
It does. It does. Here in this, you could probably go to Europe and see it in a couple of years, but you might as well do it here because it's so close, right? So tell me a little bit about how long you've been talking about this at school, and what are some of the things they've been teaching you about it?
Basically what a solar eclipse is. I think we've just been talking about it since like March, and yeah.
Your friends are going to be jealous if you get to see this full thing, because Toronto is going to be a little bit cloudy. Have you been texting your friends going, you guys should be here?
Yeah.
And what do you think of Crystal Beach, too? I've never been here before, and you said you came down to check it out?
Yeah. It's pretty nice. I want to come here in the summer, too.
Me, too. Maybe I'll see you back at the beach in the summer. And have you been to Crystal Beach? Is this your first time, too?
This is my second time here.
Oh, it's your second time here? Did you come in the summer, or?
No, we just came a few weeks ago, actually.
Oh, just to scout it out?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, it is a beautiful place, and I want a high five from you, and I want a high five from you. And I really hope, you know, it's looking like the clouds are going to break up, and if we get this experience, you will have a story to tell at school when you're back there. Okay, thank you so much for being on CP24. I'm going to set it back, thank you. Who's going to set it back inside the studio. We'll have much more from Crystal Beach coming up in just a bit.
All right, looking
Fingers
forward.
crossed the cloud breaks up.
Our fingers and toes are crossed, Billy. Thanks so much for this. And joining us live now from Fort Erie, our CTV's Kelsey McEwen and CTV's science and technology expert, Dan Riskin. Good afternoon to the both of you. Thanks so much for joining us. Give us a sense of what you're hearing from solar eclipse catchers today.
Everybody's psyched. I mean, it's a really exciting day. You know, you get, people walking down the street, people in the elevator at the hotel, your waiter at a restaurant. Everybody just wants to talk about the eclipse. And that's why everybody's here. We're seeing license plates from all over the place.
Yeah.
I've seen Rhode Island. I've seen
New York, New Jersey,
Illinois. I mean, like all over the place, several provinces. It's just, there's just this sort of like festival spirit right now, and it's really great.
There is, but it's interesting. Everyone's also talking about the weather, and it's really cloudy where we are right now. I think a lot of people are really hopeful this front barrels its way through. I know Bill was talking about the weather. We already know that there's sunshine in southwest Ontario, so fingers crossed that in a couple hours that sky starts to clear.
We'll be checking in with. Okay, we will definitely be checking in live in Fort Erie. CTV's Kelsey McEwen and CTV science and technology expert Dan Riskin. Thank you very much. Well, coming up next on CP24 Live at noon, we're going to head back to Fort Erie and look ahead to this afternoon's solar eclipse. Stay with us.
Only 4 days to the Princess Margaret Home Lottery early bird deadline. Win the $2.6 million early bird prize, a lakefront cottage, plus $100,000 cash. Only 4 days left. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Have you lost your job? Don't sign any agreement until you call Kornblum Law at 905 Lost Job.
Call today and book a free consultation. Don't sign anything until you're sure the offer is fair.
Kornblum Law will review your case for free, and we don't get paid unless you get paid more than originally offered.
Kornblum Law with convenient locations across Ontario. Call 905 Lost Job or visit lostjob.ca.
Shop Etsy until April 15th and get up to 30% off thoughtful pieces made by real people to brighten your home. Save on lighting, furniture, gifts, and more. When you need just the thing to make your space feel like new, Etsy has it.
Only 4 days to the Princess Margaret Home Lottery early bird deadline. Win the $2.6 million early bird prize, a lakefront cottage, plus $100,000 cash. Only 4 days left. Buy now at princessmargaretlotto.com.
Tonight, from Niagara to the GTA.
Biggest crowd that we've ever had.
Turn your gaze to CTV News.
It's just going to be a magical moment.
For full coverage of the total solar eclipse, tonight on CTV News at 6.
It's time to SmackDown!
That trophy is mine!
A new episode of The Masked Singer, Wednesday on CTV.
Welcome back. It's a special day all over North America. Our live coverage of the solar eclipse continues right now. This is being described as a once-in-a-lifetime or once-in-a-generation event.
Okay, and for that, let's turn to CP24's Nick Dixon, who's in Crystal Beach. Nick, you've been there all morning long. So I have to ask you, have you seen people dressed in medieval garb? And I ask because the last time that I did some eclipse coverage, I saw that, and it was pretty cool. I got a chance to talk to them.
I haven't seen anybody in medieval garb. I just actually saw someone with an Eclipse t-shirt on, but she's too far for me to call her over here. But yeah, medieval, no. Most people are actually just kind of dressed in layers because quite frankly, it's a little breezy out here and it was interesting. You know, it's warmed up a little bit now, but when we got here, it was about 8 or 9 degrees this morning, but then it dropped by about 4 or 5 degrees. Really cool down here. That didn't stop some people from going into Lake Ontario, so they are wearing their bathing suits. But everyone is pretty much dressed really for the conditions, and I think everyone's hoping that the conditions conditions change, like Bill's been sort of hoping for in his forecast as well. So we actually get a little more sun rather than these overcast skies that we're dealing with, Bakari, Lena.
Yeah, and Nick, I want to talk to you about your location, because on a day like this, location really matters. And there's a big difference. It may not seem like it, but there's a big difference between a 90% or 95% eclipse versus a 100% eclipse. Can you break that down for us?
Yeah. Certainly. I mean, you think, okay, 90%, that sounds good. Like if that was a test score, you'd take it. 99%, which is sort of Toronto, you'd love that. But in actual fact, 100% is where you actually see the entire impact of this eclipse. Even just 99.9 or, even 90, which sounds good, it's not really enough when it comes to the eclipse. That's why we're here, because, Fort Erie, Crystal Beach is in the path of totality. I was talking with scientist Renuka Ellis from Ontario Science Centre, who tells me we're going to get 3 minutes and 46 seconds of eclipse, crossing our fingers that the sky's clear enough. But even if it doesn't, that gives us the time that maybe if the clouds do, open up for us a little bit more, we'll get that opportunity to see that corona, to see the moon right in front of the sun, and to see what's happening with the sun, because that moment, as Bill Coulter's been describing throughout the morning, is going to be so remarkable. So we are here at a point which is going to give us the absolute longest opportunity to catch the eclipse between 3:18 and 3:22 this afternoon.
And speaking of location, Nick, I see there's still room out there on the beach. What time did people start arriving at the beach to stake out their location? You have been there all morning long, like even before the sun came up.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I got here before 5 o'clock this morning. Yeah, so we were the first to arrive. Honestly, there was a few security people here, but it was basically us and our crew. But yeah, people sort of started, I would say, coming in 5:30, 6 o'clock. There were maybe 3 or 4 groups on the beach. But here we are, just past, I guess, 12:15 now, and there's probably 700-800 people out there now. And the crowd, I mean, basically, I can see the parking lots are filling up, the side streets they're starting to fill up. And there's what you also need to keep in mind is probably 300 or 400 meters down from where we are, there's an entire area. It's called the Grove. It's got food trucks galore. I probably counted at least 12 when we walked by earlier during breakfast. And you have to assume that it's lunch hour right now, so people are probably there lining up as well. So you've got different pockets of people around here. But on the beach per se right now, I'd say we're probably pretty 700-800 at this point. And again, keep in mind, because the eclipse is so far from, basically 3 hours away at this point, if you live close by, you don't necessarily need to be here. And especially if you're watching CP24 and you can see there's still space on the beach, there's not an urgent need, I think, if you live right here, to rush down here right away.
Nick, everything about the story is fascinating, and some eclipse chasers have spent months, some have spent years preparing for this celestial event. Give us a sense of some of the stories you're hearing this afternoon.
Well, definitely. I mean, for example, there was one person here, and we're going to try to speak to him in a little while. His business is telescopes, and he's going to actually be here with a pretty detailed setup, because he's been to 4 eclipses now. He sort of ties in business with his curiosity about the sky. We've also just had, just your occasional people saying, you know what, this is my chance in my lifetime. He told me he was turning 66 this year. He wanted to make sure that he was in the right place for the eclipse. He came in from Brampton to spend a couple of nights here and to take this in. People are really getting the sense that, sure, you can travel for eclipses and you can go around the world because they happen at different points throughout. But this is really going to be the only one for pretty much anybody alive where we are right now to get the chance to sort of be within, half an hour of where you live during our lifetime. So it has that extra added, hey, it's in my backyard. I want to be here. I want to see it. But I think, Lena, what really the biggest vibe I get right now is people looking up and kind of going, are these clouds going to clear? Are they going to separate? Are they going to open? That's the thing. You look at the conditions just over the weekend, how perfect they would have been. Today, not exactly ideal.
Well, Nick, my next question was going to be about telescopes, but it looks like you're going to have that covered. We're going to get that answer from you when we come back. Nick Dixon live in Crystal Beach, continuing our coverage of the eclipse, along with meteorologist Bill Coulter. We'll check back with you.
Thanks so much, Nick. And the countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is certainly on. This right here is a live look from a very busy Niagara Falls. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to right here in the GTA, we have you covered today. Coming up next on CP24 Live at noon, everything you need to know about the big event.
Chum 1045 wants you to stack that cash.
Who's stacking what?
Money, Marilyn, piles of it. Listen weekdays for your chance to win thousands of dollars. Stack that cash.
Stacking up the cash.
Chum 1045.
Selling your valuables is easier than ever. With Oliver's insured mail-in option, we offer a free, safe, and convenient way for you to appraise and sell your items from anywhere in Canada. Go to oliverjewelry.ca.
Is your roof over 10 years old? I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations.
Mike, roofs over 10 years old cause mold and major water damage to a home's interior.
Always. Many homeowners don't even think about the roof until it's too late. Damaged ceilings, walls, flooring, furniture, I've seen it all.
These disasters can be easily avoided by just replacing your roof on time.
Don't wait. Replace your roof now.
AGMRenovations.com. Call now and get $3,000 off.
We need to switch.
Sweet. 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 Sweet.
But can we do it?
Oh, yeah. We can definitely make the switch.
Sweet.
Selling your valuables is easier than ever. With Oliver's insured mail-in option, we offer a free, safe, and convenient way for you to appraise and sell your items from anywhere in Canada. Go to oliverjewelry.ca.
I love lowballing employee severances, then having a rousing laugh about it at the country club. That's why I hate Whitten and Lublin, because they empower employees to take control and get what they're owed. And there's nothing rousing about that.
Is it time to renew your mortgage? Struggling with credit card debt? Owe money to the CRA? Have difficulty paying your mortgage? Or need cash for any reason? Northwood Mortgage can help. Northwood is more flexible and has access to better rates than the banks. Approval is based on equity in your home and not just your income. And Northwood provides fast closing turnaround with a payment plan that suits your budget. For an easy home equity loan, visit northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
The Heart and Stroke Lottery is back. Play for 2 grand prizes of $1 million, plus 1 to 2 odds of winning over $4 million in prizes.
And give people like me more hope after a stroke. It's a win-win. Buy tickets at heartandstrokelottery.ca.
With higher interest rates, we've been looking for ways to make our mortgage more affordable.
So we decided to build a rental suite in our basement, and we hired AGM Renovations.
AGM created the perfect basement apartment for only $800 a month. And now we're making $3,000 a month in rental income.
And you know, in the future, our kids or our parents can move in, so we can all be closer together.
AGMRenovations.com. Book now and get a free kitchen in your new basement.
There's only one place to get this close to figure skating stars. Stars on Ice, coming this spring with Canadian legends Elvis Stoico and Patrick Chan. 2024 World Champions Deanna Stellato-Dudek and Maxime Deschamps, Ilya Malinin, and more. Stars on Ice 2024 Tour, directed by Kurt Browning. Coming to Toronto May 3rd and St. Catharines May 4th. Get your tickets now at starsonice.ca.
And the countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is on. This is a live look at the sun as it shines down from Quebec. This is from our photographer, Tom Stefanek. We will continue our coverage all afternoon from Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA. We have you covered. Coming up, everything you need to know about the big event.
2 people were critically injured after a fire broke out in an Etobicoke apartment building. We'll get you the latest on that story coming up.
And not to be outshined, anticipation's building as the Blue Jays play their home opener tonight at the newly renovated Rogers Centre. We're going to have a preview in moments.
Good afternoon and welcome to CP24 Live at Noon. I'm Lena Latifat.
And I'm Bakari Savage. In just a few hours, the sun will be blotted out by the moon as the solar eclipse passes across southern Ontario.
Thousands are expected to be in the Niagara region today, as well as east of the city, where they will experience a total eclipse. This is a live shot from CP24 this hour. These areas have been preparing for the influx of visitors for months, with road closures as well as extra police. In fact, Niagara Falls had to declare a state of emergency in anticipation of this once-in-a-generation event. The eclipse should only be viewed with specific protective eyewear, with experts warning that staring at the sun at any time, that can be extremely damaging to your eyes. So that is a big no-no. Do not do that.
And Fort Erie is one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon. Right now, let's go live to Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter in Crystal Beach. So I do have to ask, I didn't see this earlier, do you all have your eclipse glasses or not? Because if not, you're going to have to wear at least 3 pair of sunglasses.
Imagine that. 3 pairs of sunglasses and some medieval garb, maybe, Bakari. Yeah, you know, you definitely need to wear the solar eclipse glasses if you have any inkling about looking up into the sky this afternoon. Right now, we're listening to Sunshine of Your Love, the Cream classic, and it's a sunshine that we need, Bill. That's what
funny.
we're looking
I was
for.
trying to remember the name of the song, and it seems very appropriate to play it on a day like this. But, you know, I was getting some questions from some viewers about, well, when do I have to wear my glasses? Is it only during those few minutes of the total eclipse, or during the entire 2-hour period? And my answer to that, and I think it's good to pass that information on, is anytime you look directly at the sun for longer than would normally you just turn away, it does damage to the eyes. We've got this instinct that if you look up to the sun, you immediately want to turn away. What becomes problematic is when you start to go into the eclipse, the reactiveness, your instinctual pull away isn't as effective. It doesn't feel like it hurts as much, and you tend to look longer than would be good for your eyes. So anytime, the answer is anytime you're looking directly at the sun, you need to be wearing these thick glasses, with the only exception being in, and if you're in that zone of totality when the moon completely covers the sun. Now, there are times, and you can look up when those exact times are, and this is what I did when I was in Nashville. I knew exactly when it was in totality, and there's about 3 and a bit minutes. I put my alarm to 2 minutes because I wasn't going to take any chance. As soon as it hit 2, I put the glasses back on. But only in that zone of totality, in a clear sky, you are seeing something you will never see again. It was a ring of fire dancing. I couldn't even capture it on my phone. It was just that impressive.
It's going to be quite a moment here, and I think you could say, like, now we got the band playing, we've got people here, there's some tents getting set up, there's people on the beach kicking balls around, you know, playing crystal bowls. I mean, there's kind of a vibe going here, isn't there? There's an energy here that something's going to happen, but again, it's that really, like, will this clouds break up? That really seems to be the vibe and then the question.
Yeah, and we've been looking very closely at that, and there's what's called scribe 12 hours. So it kind of takes a short-term approach to taking the models and the information, the data putting back in. And what it is suggesting, at least here for Crystal Beach, that between the 3 and 4 o'clock hour, it will go from 90% cloud cover, 80% cloud cover, to about 10 to 20 by 4 p.m. So somewhere in that 3 to 4 hour, you could see a significant clear out here in Crystal Beach, enough to give you good viewing. So hopefully it'll happen a little bit closer to 3. And we were talking to someone who works with instruments that capture this, and he reminded us that during total eclipse, when the sun's blocked out, the temperature can fall by 3-4 degrees. That's cooler air, that's sinking air, that helps to clear out the clouds. And he said he's been to 4 eclipses, and every time that happens, when there's been a cloud, it's just completely dispersed it. So that may also be another benefit to help it clear out.
So that gives us some hope, and that also gives an indication about what we're going to talk about next, and that's the traffic situation here, because Bill, you made it really well from Niagara Falls to here Crystal Beach, Fort Erie earlier, but take a look in this live traffic camera shot that we've got coming up for you. This is a QEW around Appleby Line heading Niagara bound. We understand that there's already a pretty good slowdown here, so this could be, and I know we don't have this confirmed, but this could be people watching and saying, hey, turns out this is going to be the place to go. Let's get out there. Maybe things are going to clear up. So this is unusual for this time of day. We're not aware of any collisions or wrecks on the road. This is traffic heading Niagara bound, not specifically maybe Crystal Beach, but I think people might be paying attention to this and maybe making a little more of a last minute, oh my gosh, I want to get out there because I want to experience it.
Especially because we're putting the differentiation where Toronto, it does look like it's going to be overcast. It's going to be, for the most part, outside the zone of totality. Yeah. There's a lot of reasons where people even just want to hang just south of Hamilton or some of those areas right along the lakeshore near Hamilton, Burlington, that do enter the zone of totality, so at least they can experience it. Because in Toronto, if you're overcast and you're only getting 99, well, I say only, but you get 99%, it'll just look dimmer. You won't really get the same effect that we will get here. So in some ways we're encouraging it, but in other ways we're also advising you that this is what you'll run into if you do try to make
And of course, we do know that, whether it's the Niagara region, which declared, as we talked about, a state of emergency, or Niagara Regional Police, who we've spoken to several times, they have plans in place. They have roadblocks in place. It's basically an all-hands-on-deck day here in this entire Niagara region as they prepare for whatever influx of visitors there may be. So there have been a lot of preparations. There's been a lot of planning, and they're planning for all different levels of, up to 1 million people. I mean, that's certainly not the case here right now, but I think this is going to really explode a little bit in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and the reason for doing that is to make sure that people here have a good time and do it safely. It's not to be sort of a downer on this whole event.
Yeah, yeah.
They love the tourism, they love the exposure, but they want to make sure everything's done safely and we don't get these kind of bottlenecks that can cause real problems.
I know Jim Bradley, the regional chair here, told me on Friday, he said, I didn't want to call a state of emergency, but there's nothing called the state of preparedness, which is really more what this is. Anyway, Lena Bakari, that is the latest here from Crystal Beach. As Bill and I are here on Eclipse Watch, we will have our glasses at the time when it goes, but we'll send it back to you live.
All right, looking forward to that. Nick and Bill, thanks so much.
Well, Metrolinx is increasing GO train service today in anticipation of a record number of travelers.
And joining us with more is Senior Manager of Media Relations for Metrolinx, Andrea Ernesax. Andrea, thanks so much for joining us. This has got to be an incredibly busy day for you guys as well. How have you been preparing?
Yeah, it's been great. We've seen a ton of people moving. Obviously, you guys have been talking about that we've had a lot of extra service running on Lakeshore West today. So we had 3 trains already leave this morning. So far, reports are great. We're seeing a lot of people moving, but there hasn't been a single person left behind. Everyone's moving really well. I think the last train actually should be in Niagara Falls any minute soon. So we're seeing things moving really well so far.
And Andrea, along those lines, will there be trains actually moving during the eclipse? And how have you prepared the operators to deal with that, in terms of turning on all the lights and things like that?
Yeah, so we're moving normal schedule today. So there may be a few trains or buses at that time. All of our staff are equipped with all of the equipment that they need to be safe today. That's including on bus and train, both.
Okay, what is your message to commuters who want to catch this solar eclipse today? What is your advice?
Yeah, we've been encouraging for a couple of days now. I mean, we've known that there's going to be big crowds traveling today. And so we've just been saying to everybody, take your time, plan ahead, make sure that you're checking schedules in advance because we know there's going to be big crowds. Obviously, we've been introducing extra service, so we know we're ready for it. But just if everybody can just sort of take their time and make sure to check schedules in advance.
Okay, and Andrea, for those who will be on one of the buses and one of the trains during the eclipse, what do you want to say to them as they kind of peek out of the window?
Hopefully they will already have arrived in Niagara at that time. Obviously, everyone's been saying, make sure that you don't look directly into the sun, that you have your glasses on, but hopefully during that time, folks have arrived in Niagara.
Okay, Senior Manager of Media Relations for Metrolinx, Andrea Ernesax. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Okay, let's get a check on the roads right now. For that, we turn to Angela Encilia this afternoon. Aj, how is the pre-eclipse traffic looking?
It's getting really, really busy. I'll get to the eclipse traffic, but we do have one problem happening in the opposite direction of the eclipse traffic. This is the eastbound 401 in the collectors of Bakari, just as you make your way east to Mississauga Road. Just a stalled vehicle. Now, if you're on the westbound 401, definitely dealing with traffic delays. They start from the Don Valley Parkway and they continue out to Kipling. No problems. It was just traffic, and I'm attributing that to the eclipse. If you're on the westbound Gardner, it is slower than normal as you try to make your way out of the downtown core, maybe hop onto the QEW. Delays from Jarvis out to Jameson. And here's where the heaviest traffic is, really slowing down on the Niagara-bound lanes of the QEW through Mississauga, and then at a virtual standstill as you head into Oakville, starting from the Ford plant. Continue slow all the way up and over the Burlington Skyway. Again, because of all these drivers trying to get to either Crystal Beach or Niagara Falls, this is the reason why you're dealing with all those delays. So definitely want to pack a whole lot of patience. Send it back to you, Lena and Bakari.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
And as the song goes, the boys are back in town. Boys are back in town. Our boys of summer, they're back in town.
They are back. Coming up on CP24 live at noon, a preview of tonight's Jays home opener with TSN Radio's Matt Cause. I wasn't going to sing along. Horrible voice. Stay with us.
Saigon, 1975.
My protege. Jesus.
I was a spy, a sleeper, A man of two faces.
You work for me while pretending to work for them.
Let's get down. Let's get funky.
Get down.
What are you concealing?
Join the heat pump revolution with an all-electric or hybrid heating and cooling system. Save up to 50% on utility bills while using only one system to cool and heat your home. Make the switch to Mitsubishi Electric, Canada's #1 brand in mini-split heat pump technology.
People think you have to sign back a severance offer by a deadline. EmploymentLawyer.ca says that is a myth. Deadlines are used as a pressure tactic. Make sure the offer is fair before you sign. Always check with the employment lawyer first at EmploymentLawyer.ca.
Hey, little dude. You want to take us to your world where it's all love and happiness and stuff, right? Just one thing. How's the 5G? Oh.
Once you have Bell 5G, you can't live without it.
Sorry, could I just get my phone? Okay.
Some people say there are doers, and there are dreamers. But what's wrong with a little dreaming, especially when it's shared? With hard work, little dreams grow into big ones. At Kubota, we know that your work never stops, and we're inspired by those who dream. But our equipment is built for dreamers and doers, like you. Kubota, built for those who do.
Change is inevitable. It can send you off in new directions, show you the unexpected. Like how your favorite spot isn't yours anymore. It's theirs. Introducing the completely reborn 3-row Hyundai Santa Fe. WA changes everything.
Baseball is back in town as the Blue Jays play their home opener tonight at the newly renovated Rogers Center. And TSN Radio's Matt Cos joins us now with a preview of tonight's much-anticipated game. Okay, Matt, let's start off with a look back at spring training and preparation for tonight.
Yeah, I think spring training, the main takeaways that I took away from it, because I'm always nervous about numbers because players are just trying to get into shape, trying to get ready. The main issues with Alek Manoah, never was able to get back to the guy we saw 2 years ago. In fact, he just had a very poor rehab start with Dunedin the other day. It also led the injuries to Eric Swanson and Jordan Romano. So I don't think that spring training would come off as an A+ by the Blue Jays organization. Now, as for the start of this year, there's two ways of looking at it. If you want to be positive, you can say, sure, they're 4-6. But they were all on the road against New York, Seattle, Tampa, excellent teams, and despite not hitting the ball well, they still managed to go 4-6. Now that's with the glass half full. The other side is the Jays offense through only 10 games. That's a tiny sample size. They're near the bottom in Major League Baseball in almost every important statistical category. So I'm trying to be more of an optimist considering it is the home opener tonight against Seattle, but the Jays offense is making it a little tricky for me to do that.
Okay, so Matt, I do have to ask you, in terms of how everything's going to line up, what's your outlook for this year? Is this going to be the year?
No, I mean, it could be. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm nervous because the offense looks like what we saw last year. I'm nervous because a player like Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and George Springer, we've seen their numbers go down. Springer is older. That can be expected. But for Vlad, he just doesn't look like the guy that he was in 2021. That certainly makes me nervous. The other part that makes me nervous is the Kevin Gausman, some issues with his velocity. And I'll do the caveat again of saying it is early, but there's a lot more red flags out there right now for a team that was preaching they're going to get better because of internal development. So far, the players that were here last year haven't looked like they have made a major bounce back. Now, I could come on a month from now, we could replay this tape, I could look like a fool. But through the first 10 games, albeit all on the road against tough teams, I'm not exactly feeling wildly confident. I wouldn't say this year is the year, considering how good Baltimore, I think, is going to be, and the Yankees look great so far.
Okay, and then, you know, just looking immediately at tonight's game with Seattle, and then this series, any flukes related to the Eclipse, or how are the Jays going to do?
Listen, I think it's going to be a well-pitched series. You've got the top 3 pitchers for the Mariners from last season. They're all lining up tonight. So it's funny for Toronto, if they were looking to get home and immediately get the offense bouncing back, they're going to be doing it against very difficult competition. I expect these to all be sort of low-scoring affairs. You have Jose Barrios on the mound against Luis Castillo. That should be a really good game. But if I was going to make a horrible weather pun, and I hate myself right now, the Jays' chances offensively, very cloudy right now. And to everyone watching, I hate me more than you hate me right now for that.
Not what I wanted to hear, but you know what? It's okay. I'll take it as is. TSN Radio's Matt Cause, keeping it like it is. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
And coming up
next on CP24 Live at noon, it is Solar Eclipse Day. Our extensive coverage continues. More than 1 million people in North America, they'll be trying to catch the celestial event. This is a live look from Crystal Beach in Fort Erie. Stay with us as our coverage continues.
Live from Chuck's Roadhouse, Relief Fandom, song, and charms are lucky. And when the puck drops, eyes go way up. And where we all wear blue. Blue? It's a Chucking miracle! Chuck's Roadhouse! Here, every year could be our year.
$4 18-ounce Molson Canadian pints on Leaf scales. Chuck's Roadhouse. Food the way it ought to be. Price the way it used to be.
Do you have a wet, damp, or moldy basement? Call the oldest and largest waterproofing company. Call RCC. Whether your basement needs to be repaired from the outside or the inside, we'll consult you on the right solution. Call RCC Waterproofing today. Family owned and operated since 1920.
Do you want a healthy home? Get your rugs cleaned by Love Your Rug. Steam cleaning your rugs won't remove dust and allergens. Love Your Rug's 6-stage process means your rugs get cleaned properly. Free pickup and delivery services all over Ontario.
It's time to love your rug.
Feel the summer heat with Boots and Hearts. Featuring Jason Aldean, Thomas Rhett, Matchbox 20, Cody Johnson, and more. August 8th to 11th at Burroughs Creek. Tickets on sale now at bootsandhearts.com.
This new Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. New Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
The Jeep No Limits event is here, which means more trails to blaze, more challenges to meet, more sights to discover. Get into a Jeep Gladiator, the only open-air pickup truck in its class, or Jeep Grand Cherokee, the most awarded SUV ever. Jeep No Limits is here. Time to test your limits. Get up to 10% off MSRP on select Jeep models for up to $8,700 in discounts.
Georgia.
This isn't just golf. It's the Masters.
Georgia.
On TSN and TSN Plus. Presented by Mercedes-Benz Electric. Lead the charge.
Only children believe in monsters.
Our live coverage of the eclipse continues right now on CP24's Bill Coulter is in Crystal Beach.
Yeah, keeping a close eye on the weather and looking ahead to the eclipse. Bill, the weather is the real wild card today. How's it look in the forecast?
Yeah, that's a, you know, that it really is the wild card in some cases. When we were looking at this a few days ago, it was looking good to the areas to the east, but things changed very quickly. What we were tracking is a low moving from the upper Midwest of the U.S. to northwestern Ontario, and you say, oh, that's so far away. Why is that impactful for us? Well, there's boundaries extending from that low, and one of them was a warm front that's kind of stalled to our southwest, but ahead of it gave this little ripple of lift. Ran into the high pressure that brought all that sunshine yesterday, so it's weakening, And that's the big hope, that we're keeping our fingers crossed that it weaken enough to give some breakup. I'm here with Ray Kahn, and I was talking to Ray Kahn a little bit earlier, not only about finding glasses that are certified and that will protect your eyes, but also about the promise that sometimes the drop in temperature during total eclipse can help with the clear out. And you said if you got plans,
just show up.
Just show up. So tell me a little bit about your you've been to 4 different eclipses, and you also have a background in optics. Tell me a little bit about why that matters.
Well, because we understand the importance of safe use of solar eclipse glasses, and unfortunately in Canada and Ontario particularly, thousands and thousands of fake solar eclipse glasses have been sold. And these could be harmful or dangerous. The effects aren't necessarily immediate after you use the glasses, but they can be more immediate down the road and could result in dangers. It's very harmful for children and adults and people of all types.
So what are the red flags if so many have been out there just for purchase?
Okay, so there's a few things to look for. First of all, I'm going to give you an example of what I suspect is a fake glass.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any of the proper certifications on it, like the ISO standard, which should be marked clearly, which I'll show you on the genuine pair. It does say ISO here, but it doesn't have certification. It does not give the address, the manufacturer's address, of where these Eclipse glasses are manufactured, who made them, who certified them. There are actually fake certificates that are produced by manufacturers, and on the approval certificate it says, this does not approve any certification of any kind to use these glasses.
And you said the NASA, it says NASA approved right here on the side.
So NASA approved is a sure indication that they're fake, because NASA does not approve anything. Now, NASA does recommend specific suppliers and companies to go to purchase these products from, but they don't approve anything directly. What you're looking for is the certification standard and the manufacturer and their address and their website where they have the actual certification certificates.
So do your due diligence. And just quickly before we hand it over to Nick, you've been to 4 eclipses before. You would have won in Aruba. You've got experience with these things. So remind me, why is it that the drop in temperature can be helpful with the clouds?
Well, the drop in temperature changes the weather very rapidly. We're by the water because that's particularly one of the better places to be. And so being close to water, you can have the lake effect, which will change the overall temperature, the drop, and the skies can open up magically at the moment of the eclipse, literally seconds before. I've seen it happen twice.
That's amazing.
And then you will experience something you may not. And then right after the eclipse is over, the weather, it could rain or whatever could happen. But interesting things can happen. No guarantee. But if you don't show up, you'll miss it.
Yeah. So show up, and even if we do remain under maybe mix of sun and cloud, the fact that the whole sky will turn tonight will make it impressive. And you've been to 4. They're not all equal the same, but you've been impressed, I'm sure, both all times.
Absolutely. Now, this one is particularly interesting because it's possible that we can see the planets Jupiter visible. It's a bright star. It'll be up sort of directly in the southeast, and possibly Venus as well. And there's also a comet that's visible, which will be harder to see, but it's sort of a greenish tinge. So there's a lot of interesting things that can be seen, and stars will come out.
It's gonna be amazing. I cannot wait. And I know the control room was telling me, I think, to send back to studio or send it over to Nick. If they could just let me know again. It was a little loud by the band.
I know you're having trouble hearing us, Bill.
Okay, we're gonna send it back inside.
Thanks so much, Bill. Let's send it over to CP24's Nick Dixon, who is also in Crystal Beach. Hey there, Nick. How's it going where you are?
Lena, it's good. I'm a little further from the band than Bill is, so I can hear you loud and clear. So it's all good. And I want to give you a sense of some of the installations that are set up here. Not the constellations, but the installations here. This is the Ontario Science Centre, and this is Raluca Ellis. You've set up a sort of booth, a tent here. What's the idea here? What are you trying to help people understand today?
Oh, well, we've got a bunch of activities here for families and kids to come and do. We've set up, actually...
Should we go in?
Yeah, let's go check it out. Check out our tent. This is our solar viewing tent. We've actually got solar film up in here where it's just the same film as your glasses.
Okay.
And when the sun does emerge, we can look through and observe safely without having anything on our eyes. And then we've set up some activities here, a UV bead bracelet making activity. drawing out the eclipse and the corona, and then of course our giant eclipse glasses.
And safety first. I mean, on a day like today, people really do need to keep in mind that it's got to be the right glasses, and it's got to be, you know, on when you're looking at the sun, because you don't want to take any chances today, do you?
Absolutely, yes. And these are also safe for viewing. We're using the same film as well. Our fabrication team back at the Ontario Science Centre did an amazing job with them, and people have been loving taking selfies with them.
So, Raluca, what are some of the questions that you've been asked today, whether it's by kids or adults, about what's going on?
A lot of the questions have been asked today is it going to get clear? So we're all looking for that weather, but I've been trying to tell people that even if it's cloudy, it'll still get dark. It's still going to be an amazing experience, and it's such a wonderful atmosphere right now. Some great music playing, lots of people enjoying.
Yeah, I mean, right, and we're going to get these glasses opening in just to give another sense, but those are giant. But they drive home the point about the idea of what you need to do, blocking that, those really harmful rays to your eyes. What sort of a damage could happen if you didn't wear proper protection?
Yeah, it's really safety first, as you said. It's very important that we never ever look directly at the sun. It can cause some pretty bad damage to our eyes. It's because the retina in the back that collects the light actually doesn't have any pain receptors, so you could be doing some real damage to your eye without even realizing it. Anywhere from low vision to even partial blindness.
Right. I know you've been super excited about today. We've been talking, you know, on the lead up to today. What's been the sort of best thing or most exciting thing you've seen so far today here at Crystal Beach?
I just love seeing all these people out here, just excited for this natural phenomenon that we get to experience, once in a lifetime experience. So it's been really fun.
Raluca, thanks so much. Good to chat with you again. And I like what you've done here with the Ontario Science Centre. It really helps people understand more of what's really going on here. So Lena and Bakari, again, we're crossing our fingers for some clearer skies a little bit later on. But that's the latest here from Crystal Beach, which is certainly filling up this afternoon.
Yeah, it looks busy. Thanks so much for this, Nick. And we'll continue to check in with you. Of course, the countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is on. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered.
And coming up next on CP24 Live at noon, everything you need to know about the big event and some other headlines coming up as well. Stick around.
Hi, it's Doug Ford. Just giving you a call back. Well, it's the people. That's what gets me up every single morning. Really busy. Morning to night. I'll be there in a little bit. Thank you. You take care. They're working hard every single day because they believe in a better future right here in Ontario. And so do I. I think the future of Ontario is very, very bright. It's the best place anywhere in the world to raise a family. I always ask my team, what are we doing to make life better and easier for folks out there? You can change people's lives with one phone call. You really can. If I can help them, it makes my day. And that's what I'm here for, to listen and to do what we can to try to help the people. You can't always get it right. And let me tell you, when I don't, I hear from the people. But that's what it's all about, listening and working hard to make things better for every single person in Ontario. Getting it done for the people. If there's anything else I can help you with, don't hesitate to reach out.
A message from the Ontario PC Party.
New Finish Ultra Max, engineered for the ultimate clean in the toughest conditions. Dry, burnt-on stains. Old dishwashers. Very hard water. Even when you skip the rinse, its new Cycle Sync technology releases the right ingredient at the right time. And Finish Ultramax breaks down stains, cuts grease, and boosts shine for the ultimate clean, even in the toughest conditions.
Hey, it's Brian Baumler. I am here at Canadian Choice Windows and Doors in Vaughan, Ontario, having a look at the Euro Tilt and Turn window. Great thing about these, you can install them anywhere in your home. Nice secure latches here, and you can tilt or you can turn. So this can also be used for egress. Beautiful windows, very popular style in Europe and becoming more popular here in North America. Nice secure latch. That's a great looking window.
Two people were critically injured after a fire breaks out in an Etobicoke apartment building. We have coverage coming up. And the countdown's on to this afternoon's solar eclipse From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered. Coming up, everything you need to know about the big event and anticipations building as the Blue Jays play their home opener tonight at the newly renovated Rogers Center. We're going to have a preview in moments. It's 1 o'clock, 10 degrees from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Good afternoon. I'm Bakari Savage. Massive crowds are expected in the path of today's total solar eclipse. The path of totality, that's where the sun goes directly behind the moon, will first cross through southwestern Ontario around 3:15 this afternoon and move east through Quebec and Atlantic Canada before exiting Newfoundland at around 3:45 p.m. That's going to be Easter time, of course. The Niagara region is among the cities in the path, and it has declared a state of emergency due to an expected influx of up to 1 million people today. Niagara Falls Mayor Jim Diodati, he spoke to us about the excitement in the city ahead of the eclipse.
It's like a combination of Super Bowl, Woodstock, and Christmas morning. Everybody is so excited. There's people camping out, and the buzz around the world. I did so many international media interviews, and I love the fact that Niagara Falls, we got killed during COVID, and domestic tourism's largely come back, but international has not. And this is a way to get the headlines and take Niagara Falls from the back burner onto the front burner, and I think this is going to go a long way for our recovery.
And right now, let's go live to Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter in Crystal Beach. That community in Fort Erie is one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon. Okay, how are things looking right now?
Are we talking crowd-wise? It's looking all right. The beach is definitely filling up, Bakari. There's, more and more people are showing up. We even showed that traffic camera about half an hour ago showing that the Niagara-bound traffic is definitely thickening up, and that's pretty rare for this time of day on a Monday afternoon. That's more of a weekend thing rather than that. So perhaps that speaks to the conditions crowd-wise here. But Bill, I guess Bakari's bigger question is likely how are things looking?
He is, but he might want to know about. He might have been hearing that music in the background, and we were talking to some of the musicians. This is Phoenix, I think, on bass guitar. From the Fort Erie School of Music. So a lot of local talent out here having fun and kind of putting us in the mood as well. But yes, Bakari was probably referring to sky conditions. Now we're still looking at mainly overcast skies right now. But the gentleman I was talking to earlier who had gone to 4 eclipses already said that when the totality actually happens, the temperature drops and the proximity to the water here as well can make things very changeable and possibly clear out right as we're experiencing it. So that's something that we're looking forward to. I've been looking at the models, and the really short-range models suggest that between about 3 and 4 here in Crystal Beach, the clouds may clear dramatically. I just hope it happens closer to 3 p.m. than 4 because it's 3:18. I don't know the exact number. I'll check it before we go on, but that's when we want to see the clear skies.
There are apps that sort of give you an indication of specifically where you are, specifically when it's going to be happening. The other thing that happened this morning, which was really kind of a bit of an out of the blue thing, and it was something that Bakari had been looking for, was, is anybody going to choose today to get married? Typical where you were this morning, Niagara Falls, but instead a couple from Hamilton actually decided, you know what, we're going to do it at Crystal Beach, the day of the eclipse, the unity of the sun and the moon. Stephanie was her name. We felt it represented the unity between her and her now husband, Noel. It was a nice moment.
I mean, and they seem to be one of the only ones who actually did it today, so I'm glad you caught that early on. I thought maybe you'd inspire people to come down and maybe do a shotgun,
exactly.
shotgun eclipse wedding. But I think there are going to be a lot of firsts today. We were talking to some kids earlier who had talked about this in school, and maybe their friends back in Toronto won't get quite the same experience, but this is something you remember for a lifetime, and you'll share, with your kids, your grandkids, if you have them.
And that's a good point about first, because for some people it'll be the first and only, right? Unless you have necessarily the budget to travel or the opportunity to travel, this may well be for people in this area. If you're not going anywhere, your chances are you may not see another event just like this exactly right here, right? That's the crucial part of this. The way this all is lined up, this is the place to see it, and this is your chance.
And it takes me back to when I experienced it in Nashville, that excitement of not knowing exactly what to expect, the trepidation, the nervousness, and everyone's like, "Wah," and then suddenly it's just it's elation as you're experiencing this with everyone around you. So I'm actually looking forward to having been through it before, living it vicariously through everyone who's experiencing it for the first time, because I remember what it feels like, and I'm really excited to see it. It's like going on a roller coaster, getting a friend saying, "Oh, you got to try this," and then watching their reaction.
I can't wait for that too, because this will certainly be my first time. I remember when you were in Nashville, I was actually on the CNE grounds because it was in August. August that year, 2017, when it happened.
Yep.
It was a really hot day. I was wearing a suit and tie, and it was completely muggy, but we only got, was it 85 or 75% coverage at that point, so it wasn't the full thing. This is going to be so different. So if these clouds clear, even if they don't, though, we're still going to sense and
Dave
feel
will turn
the
in
difference.
tonight. Absolutely. Being in the zone of totality, which unfortunately Toronto isn't, it'll just get a little dimmer. Here, whether it's cloud cover or not, you will sense what's going on.
Yeah, right on. Okay, back to you, Lena Bakari.
Okay, so Nick and Bill, this question is more for Bill. I was in Nashville during that last eclipse. I was working on the morning show for the station I was at, and I remember I was lying on the ground, you know, with my back, looking up. And when the eclipse actually happened, it was the coolest thing ever. I literally couldn't talk, but I heard all of the cicadas, and it was cool. What do you remember most about that moment?
Yeah, I do remember, and I actually have a video taken of it, is that when everything, besides the gasps of, oh, it was, there was a flock of birds that just kept going left and then right and then left and then right. And you just sensed that not only the people around you were being impacted by this, but the ecology at large, man, beast, the sky turned to black. And then I was thinking, this must have been so wild before people really understood the science of it, to just think, what is causing day to turn? So the early cultures thinking the gods were angry and all these things, it makes complete sense. But I'm kind of glad I understand why it happens, and we can predict where to go to experience it again.
And I'm also glad Bakari's given us permission to lie down on the job when the totality of the eclipse is taking place here.
Okay, yeah, you can throw me under the bus for that one. Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter live at Crystal Beach. Don't go too far. We're going to be checking back in with you throughout the afternoon. Okay, bringing things inside to the studio. Lots of small businesses in the path of totality. They're hoping for a boost from the eclipse. And joining us live right now is Ontario's Tourism, Culture and Sport Minister, Neil Lumsden. Minister, thank you very much for taking time to speak with us. So let's talk about this boost right now, because, look, a lot of businesses, they're still recovering pre-pandemic. Right?
Absolutely. Listen, an influx in any situation, whether it's a championship game or a series, but when something like this, when people come from everywhere, not just Ontario, which is great, but when that influx happens, the small businesses that rely on tourism, and there's close to 400,000 people that are involved in tourism from a work perspective. That does so much for an economy locally and on a large-scale basis that people forget sometimes that when you come in from out of town, you're going to go to a restaurant, you may get a six-pack of beer, you may fill up with gas, you're going to stay at a hotel. And the other side of it is that I think is really important, that I hear certainly from the tourism industry, is they get there once, and if they hadn't been there before, they want to come back. And when they come back, they'll stay longer, they'll spend some more, and that's the foundation of getting tourism going.
Okay, Minister, give us maybe an idea of how these businesses prepare, because we know, Mayor Diodati, he had to prepare or declare a state of emergency just to prepare for the crowds. How do these individual businesses get ready?
Well, I think you try to get a sense of an idea of how many people can come. You ramp up, because in some of the industries, you don't have to worry about, hotel rooms are going to be the same whether they're there or not. They're full, which is great. Those are supply of service. I'm assuming they'll all ramp up and get ready to go to take a huge influx over a period of maybe last night, throughout today, tonight, and then a lot of people will leave tomorrow. So it's about preparation, no question about it.
And speaking of preparation, you touched on this a little bit. Let's talk about this opportunity for people to come back, an opportunity to woo people to say, hey, we want to spend more money here. We want to come back. We want to experience this place longer.
Well, it's about, the word you used, experience. That's what it's all about in tourism, as it is in sport. When tourism is, they're coming here for this, but maybe they didn't get a chance to go see the wineries. Maybe they really didn't get a chance to go down to Niagara Parks and see what Niagara Parks has to offer. Maybe they didn't get a chance to stop in Hamilton on the way and go see the waterfalls. There are so many other things from a tourism perspective you can wrap in a big ball to say, hey, look, we're glad you came, but please come back.
How is it that, you all go about preparing to make sure that we put our best foot forward?
Well, that's a great question, and I think we rely on, and there's a lot of great people out there, and this is an industry that has come through a pandemic that have been smart. They've taken advantage of opportunities, and they've rebuilt their businesses, small, medium, and large. So I never have a concern when I'm talking about those people that have those businesses to get ahead of things, to create opportunity, and to use what we just talked about to make sure they come back. Because this opportunity is unique. I mean, people from around the world follow eclipses. Well, you just talked about it, right? You were lying flat on your back at one point, taking in whatever you were taking in. But maybe you'll go back at some point if you hadn't been working there to visit some of the things that you only saw when you drove in and came out or heard about.
And also, Minister, this is an opportunity to, display just everyday friendliness to people that we may meet. What do you want to say?
Well, this is a great time. Anytime you can get people together and get them to smile and experience some things, and back on that word again, it's a good thing, because those experiences bring people together. You meet new people, you create relationships, and maybe that trip back, you get with another family, and you come back to the hotel, spend a few days, go to the falls. You can't do everything in one day. Everyone knows that when you travel. So you got to go back to see more, no matter where you are.
And before we wrap, do you have your Eclipse glasses?
I don't. I don't even know where I'm going to be. But everyone should be prepared, even though I'm not.
Okay, Ontario's Tourism, Culture and Sport Minister Neil Lumsden. Hey, thank you very much.
Hey,
we really appreciate you coming by.
It's great to see you.
Okay, and right now it is 1:11, 10 degrees. Let's get a check on the roads with Angela Bois. Pre-eclipse traffic, how's it looking?
It is pretty busy out there on a lot of the routes that head westbound. Everybody is on their cars, probably trying to make it out towards Crystal Beach or Niagara. I will show you the Don Valley Parkway. This does nothing to do with eclipse traffic, but it is jammed at Bayview Bloor all the way to approaching Don Mills. I do have a bit of good news. Traffic will clear up. It was a collision, had the right lane blocked. That problem cleared. Now, I will get to the eclipse traffic. It is really, really slow on the westbound Gardiner, trying to get out of the downtown core. Drivers making a mad dash to make it out to Crystal Beach or Niagara Falls, so delays from Jarvis out towards about Jameson, then continuing on to the QEW. There are some busy pockets, Niagara bound through Mississauga. As you make your way into Oakville, traffic basically stops from Ford Drive all the way out to the Burlington Skyway. Once you get up and over the Burlington Skyway, things start to ease off and dissipate as drivers try to make their way in. This is going to get easier and lighter as you get closer to the eclipse. But again, you want to drive with a lot of extra care and caution. Outside of camera view, we are dealing with a police investigation in Etobicoke. Eglinton is closed between Kipling and Martin Grove. I'll send it back to you, Bakari.
All right, thanks a lot, Angela. Well, we do have other headlines that we need to tell you about. 2 men have life-threatening injuries after a fire in the West End, and CP24's Beatrice Vaisman joins us live with the latest there. Beatrice.
Bakari, this is Maybell Avenue. The fire happened in this apartment building behind me. It's a TCHC complex here out in Etobicoke. The fire erupting on the in a unit on the 4th floor of this building. You can see the windows are smashed out. Typically, that's something firefighters do to allow ventilation to happen, to allow smoke to actually have somewhere to escape. At this point, we know that 2 men are taken to hospital. Not a lot of information from first responders about those victims, but the neighbors that I've been talking to describe them to me as a father and a son. I had a chance earlier to talk to the district commander with Toronto Fire here at the scene about what his crews encountered when they got there, and I asked if the fire alarms were sounding as well, and here's what he told me.
I believe the fire alarms were sounding. Now that I cannot confirm, but I believe they were. Again, when they arrived at the fire floor, there was smoke in the hallway, very heavy smoke in the apartment itself, and as far as the fire condition, I haven't an update on that yet.
There are about 15 different units with Toronto Fire that were here at the height of this, Bakari. It happened just before 10 o'clock this morning. Not clear at this point yet what caused the fire to happen. Also, firefighters did great work, and it was contained just to that one unit. The residents that we've been talking to here in this building on Maybell, they tell me again they know the father and son, telling CP24 the father used an oxygen machine, or they saw him out and about using an oxygen machine. Whether that contributed to this fire, at this point, too early to say, but fire investigators are here at the scene, and I'm told the Ontario Fire Marshal's office has also been notified. When it comes to resident reaction, obviously they're distraught by what happened. Here's what one young woman who knows the father and son told CP24.
The son and the dad, I think the son takes care of the dad. I volunteer at the food bank, and we give them food all the time, and we see them and we just know them. And so seeing them like bring the dad down and like doing chest compressions on both of them was like really hard to watch.
The good news, or the silver lining here, Bakari, you heard Sarah, they're talking about chest compressions. We're told that paramedics were able to regain a pulse on both these 2 men, and they were rushed to hospital in critical condition, where they remain this hour as well. So again, the fire investigators here on scene, they're going to be looking at what caused the fire to start, and then the Ontario Fire Marshal's office also being brought in to investigate, Bakari.
Okay, CP24's Beatrice Vaisman, thank you. Well, the Blue Jays are finally back in town. They're going to take on the Mariners tonight in their home opener at the newly renovated Rogers Centre. The 100 level has seen a complete overhaul with new seats that are angled towards the infield. There are also lots of new food and drink options at the Dome this year. First pitch is set for 7:07. Jose Barrios gets the start. We had a chance to catch up with Blue Jays president and CEO Mark Shapiro this morning, and we had a chance to talk to him about the team's slow start to the season.
We've got two of our best relievers in Eric Swanson and Jordan Romano, both hurt, but they're coming quickly. They both threw in the past couple days in games down in Dunedin. Both guys should be back in a short period of time. That will significantly change the dynamic of the bullpen. And then we've got Alek Manoah still coming back, and he's throwing the ball well. And then Yariel Rodriguez, who was a Cuban player that we signed in the offseason, both preparing to contribute as well. So 4 major reinforcements potentially if we need to.
Amir Chow celebrating the return of the Blue Jays as well.
Okay, Blue Jays, let's play ball!
All right, she and several city councilors were joined by the team mascot, Ace, to raise the Blue Jays flag at City Hall in honor of tonight's game.
Expectations are high. I know the pressure is on, and it's a long road ahead. But you can be sure that Toronto is behind you and will be cheering you on along the way.
Bichette sends one to right. This is over the head.
All right, so the Jays went 4-6 in their opening road trip, including yesterday's loss to the Yankees. Tonight's game kicks off a 9-game homestand. Right now it's 1:16. 10 degrees, this is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Ottawa is set to announce the long-awaited update to Canada's national defense policy today. We're going to have the latest after the break.
No amount of studying can guarantee a gambling win. Find tips for safer play at gamblingisrandom.ca.
Mandarin is celebrating 45 delicious years of hosting all your special moments. We love putting smiles on your faces with our selection of unforgettable dishes. We want to thank you with our 45th anniversary Make Your Dish Come True contest. Visit any of our locations to learn how to enter for a chance to win exciting prizes, including Mandarin for a year. Come celebrate our 45th anniversary with us.
A celebration of taste, Mandarin.
We all know a rich life means different things to everyone.
With a FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest now and in your future on your terms.
Whether it's a new business venture or that kitchen reno you've been thinking about, we have the solution.
Could you use $80,000, $280,000, or even $2.8 million?
If you're ready to take the next step, call us today and let's get started on your financial journey.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Here's a recap of some of the stories that we are following for you this afternoon. The countdown to the solar eclipse is on. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered. This is a live look from Mazatlan, Mexico right now. And coming up, everything you need to know about the big event right here. And 2 people are critically injured after a fire breaks out in an Etobicoke apartment building. CP24's Beatrice Vaisman continues our coverage. And Metrolinx is increasing its GO train service in anticipation of a record number of travelers. And stay with CP24 for more on these stories and other headlines. And for more details, just go to our website, cp24.com. Well, the federal government's long-awaited update to Canada's defense policy includes billions in spending, but it still falls short of NATO's target. Ottawa intends to spend $73 billion by 2044 to upgrade and modernize the military. It would boost defense spending to about 1.7% of GDP by 2030, which is below the 2% figure Canada and its NATO allies have agreed to spend. The new policy replaces one that was released in 2017. It puts a particular focus on Arctic sovereignty and includes new submarines, missiles, and early warning aircraft.
Whereas in the entirety of the 20th century, we sent our people out to the front lines across the world, we are now on the front lines of new and evolving threats. Technological advances and cyber attacks mean there are myriad ways for engagement that go beyond traditional borders. Rising and disruptive powers like China and Russia mean NATO's northern and western flank is the Canadian Arctic.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre criticized Ottawa for its defense policy and says that things are much worse, under the Trudeau government for members of the military.
After 8 years of Trudeau, our military is reeling. We have military members who are forced to couch surf and eat at food banks because of the cost of food that his carbon tax has driven up. We also have botched procurements of equipment that have cost billions of dollars to taxpayers without delivering for our troops. So my common sense plan would cut back on foreign aid to pull away from money from dictators, terrorists, and multinational bureaucracies, cut back on botched procurement and back office bureaucracy, and put that money into frontline equipment and benefits for our soldiers.
And the government first promised to update Canada's defense policy more than 2 years ago. This is shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine. Right now it's 121, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. We're going to have a check on the roads coming up next.
Change is inevitable. It can send you off in new directions, show you the unexpected. Like how your favorite spot isn't yours anymore. It's theirs. Introducing the completely reborn 3-row Hyundai Santa Fe. WA changes everything.
People think you are only owed 2 weeks' pay when you lose your job. EmploymentLawyer.ca says that is a myth. You may be owed much more than 2 weeks per year. Don't settle for less. Always check with the employment lawyer first at EmploymentLawyer.ca.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Shop Etsy until April 15th and get up to 30% off thoughtful pieces made by real people to brighten your home. Get extraordinary items that complement your style and help bring your vision to life. Order until April 15th for up to 30% off lighting, furniture, gifts, and more. You need just the thing to make your space feel like new. Etsy has it.
Tonight, from Niagara to the GTA.
Biggest crowd that we've ever had.
Turn your gaze to CTV News.
It's just going to be a magical moment.
For full coverage of the total solar eclipse. Tonight on CTV News at 6.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with a heart so big, it shows. Visit Desjardins.com/heart today.
It's 123, 11 degrees. It's time for a check on traffic. And for that, we turn to CP24's traffic specialist, Adjoa Insia-Yabois. Hey, Adj.
Hey, Bakari. Yeah, it continues to be a busier than normal Monday. It's not a usual Monday. We're calling it Eclipse Monday here at CP24. So if you're making your way out, it is impacting the westbound lanes of the Gardiner. The eclipse hasn't happened yet, but it's drivers trying to make their way out west towards Crystal Beach or towards Niagara Falls. If you're on the westbound Gardiner, here's your delay. It is slow from Jarvis all the way out towards Jameson. The good news, no problems to pass along. And then continuing on to the QEW, it's getting busier through Mississauga. Opens up and then really barely moves in towards Oakville all the way out up and over the Burlington Skyway. Again, no problems. It's strictly volume delays as commuters try to make their way out west. Onto the 401, it's really slow in either direction, actually, between Bayview and Kipling. Haven't spotted any issues. If I do spot a problem, I'll let you know. Outside of camera view, crews on scene of a collision on Highway 27 in Finch, and we are still dealing with this situation in Etobicoke. Police investigation has a stretch of Eglinton closed between Kipling and Martin Grove. I'll send it back to you, Bakari.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Well, it was an extra special day for this couple who got married on Crystal Beach this morning.
Really just the opportunity just to share our moment with other people was pretty cool, but To me, it's just to have this woman beside me. It's just to share anything. That's the most special thing.
And how about you, Stephanie? Same question here with the significance of this date, and people are going to be remembering this day forever, and you guys are going to have an even more special reason.
I think it's nice because like it's the union of the sun and the moon, and it's our union. So yeah. I think it's very nice. It's romantic.
And you got to love it. Noel Thompson and Stephanie Robinson exchanged their vows this morning along the shoreline. They invited a small group of friends and family, and they enjoyed the moment with their 4-year-old son, Troy. The couple had said that they wanted something quiet, but that was before they were spotted by our CP24 crew, and they were good sports about letting us capture the moment. So we thank you and wish you so many years of happiness and success. Right now it's 1:26, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is on. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered. Coming up, everything you need to know about the big event. Stay with us.
Do you know why I selected you?
To crush anyone who makes you weak.
Anyone who dares insult me or my country shall feel my fury. Yep, good.
Hey Ontario, introducing new Dream Draws. From March 26th until May 3rd, every time you buy a Lotomax ticket, you'll automatically get a Dream Draws ticket for a chance to win one of 3 guaranteed grand prizes of $100,000. So don't delay. Get a Lotomax ticket today for your chance to win Dream Draws. Only until May 3rd.
Hi, it's Doug Ford. Just giving you a call back. Well, it's the people. That's what gets me up every single morning. Really busy. Morning to night. I'll be there in a little bit. Thank you. You take care. They're working hard every single day because they believe in a better future right here in Ontario. And so do I. I think the future of Ontario is very, very bright. It's the best place anywhere in the world to raise a family. I always ask my team, what are we doing to make life better and easier for folks out there? You can change people's lives with one phone call. You really can. If I can help them, that makes my day. And that's what I'm here for, to listen and to do what we can to try to help the people. You can't always get it right. And let me tell you, when I don't, I hear from the people. But that's what it's all about, listening and working hard to make things better for every single person in Ontario. Getting it done for the people. If there's anything else I can help you with, don't hesitate to reach out. A message from the Ontario PC Party.
As a contractor, I know how important quality and trust are when choosing a manufacturer or supplier. And that's why we choose DraftLock for all our projects. Manufactured right here in Canada, it's a level of quality that can't be beat. They have a full line of windows, patio doors, and tilt and turn products for all your construction needs as a contractor or builder. Join me and countless other contractors and builders who have chosen DraftLock, because at the end of the day, it's your reputation on the line, and every detail matters.
Hi Toronto, I'm Teddy Wilson.
And I'm Nicole Cervinas. Welcome to Things to Know TO.
Each week, this show shines a spotlight on a wide variety of local businesses, services, events, and initiatives from across the greater Toronto area.
These companies are part of what makes Toronto one of the world's most vibrant cities and a great place to live, work, and play.
Join us every week on Saturday mornings for Things to Know TO.
And don't forget to visit our website, thingstoknowto.ca, to check out all of our great content.
Have you lost your job? Don't sign any agreement until you call Kornblum Law at 905 Lost Job.
Call today and book a free consultation. Don't sign anything until you're sure the offer is fair.
Kornblum Law will review your case for free, and we don't get paid unless you get paid more than originally offered.
Kornblum Law with convenient locations across Ontario. Call 905 Lost Job or visit lostjob.ca.
Is it time to renew your mortgage? Struggling with credit card debt? Owe money to the CRA? Have difficulty paying your mortgage? Or need cash for any reason? Northwood Mortgage can help. Northwood is more flexible and has access to better rates than the banks. Approval is based on equity in your home and not just your income. And Northwood provides fast closing turnaround with a payment plan that suits your budget. For an easy home equity loan, visit northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
And the countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is on. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered. Here's a live look at the situation right now. This is in the larger part of the screen, and then you can see below the eclipse. The partial eclipse begins. Coming up, everything you need to know about the big event. And 2 people were critically injured after a fire breaks out in an Etobicoke apartment building. Anticipation's building as the Blue Jays play their home opener tonight at the newly renovated Rogers Center. We'll have a preview in moments. It's 1:31, 11 degrees from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Good afternoon. I'm Bakari Savage. Massive crowds are expected in the path of today's total solar eclipse. The path of totality is where the sun goes directly behind the moon. Will first cross through southwestern Ontario around 3:15 this afternoon, and then it will move east through Quebec and Atlantic Canada before exiting Newfoundland around 3:45 Eastern Time. The Niagara region is among the cities in the path, and it has declared a state of emergency due to an expected influx of up to 1 million people today. Niagara Falls Mayor Jim Diodati, he spoke to us about what the city has planned for when the eclipse occurs.
While it's happening, the Niagara Symphony Orchestra is going to play very appropriate music as we're taking it in, and when it goes full blocked out, we're going to look for the rainbow going pink. Then we're going to kick it off with a ton of great Canadian entertainment. We got the Canadian Space Agency, we've got NASA.
And expect road closures running until early this evening in Niagara Falls and Fort Erie. Road closures in Fort Erie and Crystal Beach are already in place. Closures in Niagara Falls, they started at 11 o'clock this morning. And visit niagarapolice.ca for a full list of areas that will be blocked off. And Metrolinx is increasing GO train service today in anticipation of a record number of travelers. There is special service on the Lakeshore West line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips are being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls. And return trips are being added and modified as well to give customers more departure options, rather. And there will also be special event service on the Lakeshore West, Lakeshore East, and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays home opener and Leafs game.
We've been encouraging for a couple of days now. I mean, we've known that there's going to be big crowds traveling today. And so we've just been saying to everybody, take your time, plan ahead, make sure that you're checking schedules in advance because we know there's going to be big crowds. Obviously, we've been introducing extra service, so we know we're ready for it. But just if everybody can just sort of take their time and make sure to check schedules in advance.
And if you're going to be staying in Toronto for the eclipse, there are still a lot of places in the city holding events. You can buy tickets in advance or go up the CN Tower. You can go to Toronto Metropolitan University for SciExchange's Solar Eclipse Watch Party. This is in the TMU Quad. Many branches of the Toronto Public Library are holding free viewing events. And lastly, the Royal Canadian Institute for Science is hosting a viewing party. This is at West Toronto's Tenay Brûlé Park. Right now, let's go live to Nick Dixon and meteorologist Bill Coulter in Crystal Beach. The community in Fort Erie is one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon. Okay, so Bill, you already have your glasses on. Okay, Bill, listen.
This is for a reason.
Okay, I'm listening. Go for it. Take it away.
Because we are about to do a dramatic recreation of what will happen at 3:18 and let you know when it's safe to take off your glasses. So I, with the yellow shirt, represent the sun.
And I, with a black leather jacket and black hoodie, represent the moon.
Let the recreation begin. And stop. So when I am completely hidden, I can look up safely, only for a fraction of the time before it actually begins again. We put them back on, and then it finishes. The sun comes back out. You don't want to burn your eyes. And then there it will be done. Hopefully, it will be more spectacular than that.
So the question is, do you get an Oscar or a Tony for that? I don't know.
EGOT.
I think we get a
thing.
Razzie.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with a Razzie.
Hey, but Bill, how's the cloud cover looking down there?
That's the question.
We're on the same wavelength, my friend. I think it has something to do with these glasses. So this is incredible. I'm looking to the west, and I am seeing huge breaks in the cloud deck. I'm seeing blue sky. And the other thing that's significant is think about the arc of the sun. It came up in the east, it goes down in the west. If the clearing is coming from the west and the sun is moving towards the west, that could perfectly align. So we're going to get big gaps in the cloud deck here. I mean, we're still, what, an hour and a half away from the sun coming into full totality. But this is boding better and better for Crystal Beach. I knew when I just decided, it was decided for me to come down and share the stage here at Crystal Beach with Nick, that this would be the place over Niagara Falls and over Toronto. And I think Niagara Falls actually could see a pretty decent show as well. Yeah. But Toronto both being outside totality and also getting a later clear out, probably not the best.
And you know, there's sort of evidence that people are watching, and I think it's pretty clear because we are seeing more and more people start to show up. This beach is definitely getting, Bakari, much more packed than it's been. You know, there's easily a couple thousand people here now for sure. It's definitely filling up, and more people kind of by the minute are rolling in with their, you know, baby strollers and wagons and, you know, beach chairs. People are ready for this, and they are looking forward to seeing something. And I think what you've just said is going to potentially even bring more people out. I mean, we're an hour and a half away right now.
Yeah, and you know, being on a beach, you'd expect people to have smiles on their faces when they're coming. Yeah. Maybe not necessarily in April, but certainly in the middle of the summer. Yeah. But there's a different vibe. People are coming in, and it smiles, but it smiles with a giddiness. Like, it's like, ooh, we're going to have a show here today. And yeah, there's music playing in the background, which is kind of a show, but this is going to be bigger than all of us. And I think there is that sense, nervousness, excitement, trepidation, and expectation. And if everything aligns, you're going to have a show of a lifetime.
And I've got to say, personally, it just got a bit more real for me looking up and seeing that break in the sky, because that gives me some hope, because I had certainly been the trepidation, the concern about whether
over my forecast.
We're actually not about your forecast. I think because I trust your forecast so much, that was my concern. So seeing this now and seeing that it seems to be accelerating a little bit more into a schedule that's favorable for what we're here for. And the reason we're here, of course, is that we should be getting, according to Raluca from the Ontario Science Centre, 3 minutes and 46 seconds of totality under the eclipse. That is a long time, one of the longest times, at least in our viewing area, to actually catch the entire eclipse. So the longer it lasts, the better. The more the clouds clear, the better. So I think that's going to get people even more excited about what we're
There's a lot of pressure on the meteorologists, too, because, you know, this looked good a week and a half ago. 5 days ago, it was looking worse and worse and worse. And our breakfast show director was like, I don't think this is going to be working. I don't think this is going to be working. I'm like, we have to trust the process. Sometimes you just got to trust the process. And the closer we got, this looked better and better and better, and it continues to do so. We're still an hour and a half away. I don't want to bust it. I don't want to jinx myself.
Of course, Bakari, we did already show you what it's going to look like. Almost, you know, just right. Perfect.
Oh man, you guys, Abbott and Costello over here. I love it. Hey, you all have been out there since like the early hours of this morning. And can you kind of talk about the timeline of the crowds growing and how excited people were, you know, chatting with each other and you guys?
Sure. Yeah, I'll take that because Bill joined us about sort of 9:30, quarter to 10.
Slacker that I am.
Well, you were coming from Niagara Falls, and we thought it might have taken Bill a lot longer. That's the one thing about the traffic. Hasn't been as burdensome as expected. But in terms of the crowds, I can say in the last hour, it may have even doubled. I think that's a pretty fair assessment, actually. And, you know, this morning, it started early. People were sort of kind of like ones and twos of groups. You know, there was a few pockets on the beach that had a few sort of blankets and chairs up. But now, I mean, you know, there's still space. So look, if you still want to come down to Crystal Beach, there's still a good opportunity to come down, but it's certainly filling up, and I would say filling up relatively fast. Wouldn't you say, Bill?
Yeah, I would say. I was actually, in the beginning of the segment, when you mentioned that there are a lot more people, I kind of turned around and I literally was a bit aghast because I was like, where'd all those people come from? But yeah, cartwheels and all kind of circles of chairs. This is really kind of fun community at its best.
And they're coming from everywhere, too. Toronto, Mississauga, Oakville. We've spoken about Aurelia. I mean, there are people coming from all over
Virginia
to come.
This morning, I spoke to people.
Virginia, yeah. Okay. So it's happening, and it's happening right here at Crystal Beach, and we've got you covered, Bakari, for the rest of the afternoon.
Okay, Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter, hey, we appreciate the fantastic, stellar job that you guys are doing and will continue to do this afternoon. Thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you in a little bit. But right now, with more on the solar eclipse, we're joined live by Victoria G., researcher and programmer at the Ontario Science Centre. Victoria, thanks so much for joining us. So I don't know if you have been able to watch our programming, but we have in the lower box a live video feed from Mazatlan, Mexico. This is where we can see a partial eclipse beginning. Hey, can you talk to us about what we can expect to see here and sort of that timeline?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Glad to be here. So what we're going to expect to see in Toronto is about 99% coverage. So we won't see the 100% totality where we're able to take our glasses off, see the sun's corona, the outermost atmosphere of the sun. But in Toronto, we'll see 99% coverage. So we'll see a very tiny sliver of the sun left at 3:19 p.m. this afternoon. That's when we're expecting peak. And so in the path of totality, as you just showed down in Mexico or the folks down in Fort Erie, Niagara Falls, they're going to get that 100%. And so Toronto will get dark. We won't get as dark as those locations. We'll feel a bit cooler, although it is pretty chilly out today. I'm thankful for my lab coat when I go outside, but it'll still be a very cool spectacle to experience.
So along those lines, Victoria, I do have to ask, I mean, the cool factor of not being in the path of totality, it's still there because we still get to see a little bit of the outline, right? I mean, I think that's a little bit cooler than having a total block of the sun.
It's true. I mean, any chance to see a type of eclipse, whether it's total, partial, annular, it's still so thrilling because we on planet Earth, we're so lucky of our position in the solar system that the sun and the moon are able to line up. The math works out. The moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, and the sun is 400 times farther away from us. So it's a very, very cool celestial event, and we're lucky to experience whatever piece of an eclipse we can get.
So along those lines, can you talk about this in terms of, the universe? How this is all coming together and how small we are.
I know, the universe, it is a very wide, vast place. And so I'm not too sure about what goes on past our solar system, but I know for ourselves, on Earth, we're so lucky to have that experience. For other planets, the math is a little bit different. Of course, for planets that have moons, their moons do eventually pass in front of the sun. That's how the orbits work, going around the sun in their year and their day cycle with the moons orbiting the planet. But it won't be as, exciting on other planets as it is for Earth. We truly are very lucky where we're positioned in the universe and our solar system.
All right, Victoria G., researcher, programmer at the Ontario Science Centre. We know how busy you are today, so thank you for making time for us. We appreciate it.
Absolutely, and best of luck to anyone viewing. I can't wait to get outside.
All right, thanks a lot. And with that, it's 1:42, 11 degrees. Let's get an early look at the roads with traffic specialist Angela Bois.
Yeah, Bakari, it does continue to be very busier than normal for the afternoon commute. And again, it is because of eclipse traffic. And then adding to the eclipse traffic, we have a minor situation on the eastbound lanes of the 401 in the express through Leslie. Crews were dealing with a collision, managed to squeeze over to the side. So this one not creating too much of a slow pocket. On the westbound 401, it is busier than normal, starting from Bayview all the way out towards about Kipling. A lot of commuters making their way towards the eclipse, and then they'll head on to the southbound 427 and continue onto the QEW, which I will show you. QEW getting busier and busier on the Niagara lanes coming through Mississauga. It does open up, slows again from the 403 at the Oakville end, and you don't start to see traffic start to break up until you head up and over the Burlington Skyway. Been watching my cameras, no live lane issues, so it does appear to be drivers headed towards Niagara Falls or Crystal Beach to head to see the eclipse. Outside of camera view, just a heads up, crews are on scene of a police investigation impacting Eglinton, closed both ways still between Martin Grove and Kipling. Bakari, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Adra, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
And 2 men are in critical condition after a fire at an apartment building in Etobicoke. It broke out on a fourth-floor apartment shortly after 9:30 this morning on Maybell Avenue near Kipling and Dundas. 2 men were pulled from the unit. They were rushed to hospital with life-threatening injuries. Investigators say that the fire was contained to 1 unit.
I believe the fire alarms were sounding. Now that I cannot confirm, but I believe they were. Again, when they arrived at the fire floor, there was smoke in the hallway, very heavy smoke in the apartment itself. And as far as the fire condition, I haven't an update on that yet.
You could just hear it for I'm saying 10 minutes straight. All you heard was sirens. And then you came out and there was 12 trucks. There's the paramedic bus, the TTC buses. It was a crazy response.
I see them all the time. He'll be sitting down in the lobby sometimes, or the son would walk to Dollarama. He has a routine. Every other Wednesday we go to the church dinner, and then I see them there as well too. They're very kind, sweet people.
And the TTC bus was brought to the scene to shelter occupants who were evacuated. Well, a cyclist is dead after being hit by a vehicle near Evergreen Brickworks. This happened earlier this morning on Bayview Avenue. And police say that the cyclist died of their injuries in hospital. Bayview's closed in both directions from Evergreen Brickworks to the Bayview Bloor Bridge for the investigation. And baseball's back in Toronto as the Jays take on the Mariners in tonight's home opener. CP24's Jamie Goodfriend joins us live with the preview. And Jamie, fans not only can welcome back the Jays, but they also have, new stadium and new food choices, right?
Yeah, well, this is the final phase of this massive $400 million renovation that took place over the last couple of years. So there's going to be a lot of new changes, especially when it comes to the 100 seating level for the Jays fans. But, as you mentioned, we're kicking off the home opener. Not the best start to the season so far. Jays posting 4 wins and 6 losses in their first 10 games against matchups versus the Rays, Astros, and New York. But keep in mind, those are very good teams. So we did walk away with 4 wins, but still, obviously, we want to do better. That home opener kicking off tonight at 7:07 against the Seattle Mariners. Jose Barrios, he's taking the mound. Oh, and by the way, for all you Jose Barrios fans, April 12th is going to be the first bobblehead giveaway of the season for Jose. So that's something to keep in mind. But there's a lot of themes and giveaways over the next couple of days as the Jays make their way into a 9-game homestand after kicking off the season with 10 games on the road. We did have a chance to catch up with President and CEO Mark Shapiro to talk about how the beginning of the season has gone so far.
We've got 2 of our best relievers in Eric Swanson and Jordan Romano, both hurt, but they're coming quickly. They both threw in the past couple days in games down in Dunedin. Both guys should be back in a short period of time. That will significantly change the dynamic of the bullpen. And then we've got Alek Manoah still coming back, and he's throwing the ball well. And then Yariel Rodriguez, who was a Cuban player that we signed in the offseason, both preparing to contribute as well. So 4 major reinforcements potentially if we need to.
And we also had a chance to catch up with TSN Radio's Matt Cause. He always has something to say about how the team is performing. Here's what he had to say about the season so far.
As for the start of this year, there's 2 ways of looking at it. If you want to be positive, you can say, sure, they're 4-6, but they were all on the road against New York, Seattle, Tampa, excellent teams, and despite not hitting the ball well, they still managed to go 4-6. Now that's with the glass half full. The other side is the Jays offense through only 10 games. That's a tiny sample size. They're near the bottom in Major League Baseball in almost every important statistical category.
And Bakari, as you were talking about, there is some major changes to the lower seating bowl, the 100 level seating, including cup holders for those very expensive beers, additional leg room, slats on the back of each chair to increase airflow. We also know that the renos included a new clubhouse, additional player facilities built on the third base side. There's also a lot of renovations up in the 500 section that has basically been changed to make room for 5 open social spaces as well. And there's also, I know you're going to love this, lots of new food, including a little bit of a twist on a ballpark classic, a hot maple bacon hot dog, a Mediterranean hot dog with beef shawarma and tzatziki, jerk chicken, and poke bowls. I haven't eaten lunch. I don't know about you, Bakari, but I'm getting very hungry. And by the way, there's also something for the young fans as well. There's a dedicated child zone located in Section 237. So a $400 million renovation. And finally, everyone's going to see the final touches of those renos today. Back to you for now.
All right, Jamie, speaking of that food, you're talking to my soul. CP24's Jamie Goodfriend. Thanks, Jamie. And coming up next, we're going to head back to Fort Erie and look ahead to this afternoon's solar eclipse. Stick around.
You gotta get me out of here, Frank.
I'm leaving for Boston in a few days.
Thinking about sticking around? I was. Now I'm not so sure.
I'm pregnant. I'd rather have control of my life than leave it up to chance.
But isn't life all about taking chances?
Last year's #1 Canadian drama returns. Sullivan's Crossing. New season Sunday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
We need to switch. Oh, sweet. 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 Sweet.
But can we do it?
Oh, yeah. We can definitely make the switch.
Sweet.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On BetMGM Casino.
All right, this is a live look at Crystal Beach as the countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse continues. And joining us live right now from Fort Erie, our CTV's Kelsey McEwen and CTV's science and technology expert, Dan Riskin. So we have to talk about this in terms of people wanting to go out with telescopes or anything like that. Have you seen that? Kelsey and Dan, is that even advisable?
Yes, it's advisable to get out and experience this. I mean, you don't want to be pointing a telescope at the sun unless it's a special telescope that's made for that. The sun is very bright, and you know what happens with the magnifying glass in an ant. A telescope's way more powerful than a magnifying glass, and your eyeball is much more sensitive than an ant. So don't do that. But get out and experience the eclipse. There are lots of ways to do it safely, and I think it's just really important to be outside and just take in this moment.
Well, and I'll tell you, like from our drive from Niagara Falls to Fort Erie, we saw so many groups of people who have set up and are sitting together and experiencing that. And so I think even beyond the amount of cloud cover that we've been contending with through the day today, that's been really cool to see, that people are just excited. We've talked with so many people up and down the beach who are just thrilled to be here and experience it together. And I, for one, really can't wait.
I was just going to ask you that. Where exactly are you right now? And then, you know, how does it look? Like, how clear is it when you look up right now?
Yeah, so we're in Fort Erie. We're right on the shores of Lake Erie. We can see buffalo across the water there. What we're watching is behind us. So this is the back edge of the front that moved through, that brought the rain. That is continuing to move its way out of the area. And why we know it's moving its way out is we see pockets of blue sky. We felt a change in the wind maybe about an hour ago, and it's certainly gotten a lot warmer. It's starting to get brighter. I'll tell you, the sun is fully obscured by clouds right now, but we're hoping that some of the more patchy cloud that we're seeing to the back of us starts to move its way in. Areas like Chatham in full-on sun already. London, it's still mainly cloudy, but we can see with our forecast models that that cloud is pushing its way out.
Okay, so as we talk to you all right now, in one of the lower boxes on our screen, we are watching the eclipse as it goes through Mazatlan, Mexico, as it passes over there. So can you all, why are you shaking your head, Dan?
No, I'm so excited. I'm like feeling emotional. So that is amazing. So the eclipse has begun for North America at 2:04. That partial eclipse begins here. So, I mean, we're what, 10 minutes away from the beginning of this great ride. And so the sky doesn't have to be perfect at just one moment. We've got quite a few hours where there could be patches of visibility. And even if the clouds stay the whole time, as that shadow moves from Mexico and comes all the way to here, there's going to be a time where all of a sudden it's not daytime anymore. It's totally dark like night. And where clouds are not, that's going to be unreal. I've never experienced this before. Talking to Bill Coulter from CP24, of course, he was saying that he feels like his life was changed by experiencing a total eclipse in 2017.
Well, I felt emotional hearing Bill this morning do some of his radio hits, and he was describing his first experience, describing this, talking about possible future plans, and I felt emotional hearing the way he spoke about it. So I think we're all looking forward to that collective, life-changing experience.
Okay, CTV's Kelsey McEwen and CTV's science and technology expert Dan Riskin. We're going to be checking back in with you all throughout the afternoon. Thanks a lot. And right now it is 1:54, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. We're going to have a check on the roads coming up after the break, but you are looking at heavy traffic on the QEW right now. Stay with us.
Did you know the most car accident claims for pain and suffering have a deductible of over $44,000, even if it wasn't your fault?
What?
It's true. That's why you need to call Presser Law now.
With Lotto 649, what possible could you find? With 2 jackpots, the growing gold ball jackpot of $28 million, plus the classic jackpot of $5 million.
To 50 years with my best friend.
Quick, the Quicker Picker-Upper. 1 sheet of Bounty is all you need, and Bounty is 50% more absorbent so you can use less. Bounty, the Quicker Picker-Upper.
For over 55 years, Green Park Group has consistently built communities people proudly call home. Introducing Thompson Towers, Green Park's newest condo in Milton, with suites starting from the low 600s. Residents will enjoy a full range of unique modern amenities, a rooftop pool, stylish lounges, and state-of-the-art recreational facilities, inspiring the people who bring communities to life. Green Park is the people's builder. Visit greenpark.com for condos, now selling across the GTA.
Chum 1045 wants you to stack that cash. Who's stacking what?
Money, Marilyn. Piles of it.
Listen weekdays for your chance to win thousands of dollars. Stack that cash. Stacking up the cash. Chum 1045.
Closed captioning is brought to you in part by Desjardins Insurance. Insurance with a heart so big, it shows. Visit desjardins.com/heart today.
Well, we are dealing with a busy afternoon, and now you're running into a rollover that's impacting the commute on the eastbound lanes of the 401 in the Express through Dixie. Multi-vehicle collision. That vehicle rolled over in the left lane and is very slow on the approach. Now, trying to make your way out of the city and towards the QEW, which takes you to Crystal Beach or Niagara Falls. It's busy on the Gardner exiting the downtown core, and more delays on the QEW as you make your way through Mississauga, Oakville, and into Burlington. Again, it's going to continue to be a busy afternoon. I'll send it back to you, Bakari.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
It's 1:57, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is on from Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA. We have you covered. Coming up, everything you need to know about the big event.
Are you sure you want this? We deserve this.
I am scrubbing in.
I'm leaving you in very capable hands.
I have 5 rules.
A new episode of Grey's Anatomy, Thursday at 9/10 Mountain on CTV.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. But a little Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil psyllium fiber gels to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down, and also helps lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels, so you can feel lighter. Lighten up every day the Metamucil way, and try Metamucil Fiber Plus Collagen Peptides to help promote digestive health and reduce joint pain.
Kevin and Sarah have one of the world's largest collections of souvenir plates. They also have a teenager, so they got their plates insured. But they don't have life insurance. Kevin's worried his diabetes will make it hard to qualify, and Sarah does not like medical exams. So we got them some new plates to tell them about Canada Protection Plan. Canada Protection Plan has solutions for both the healthy and hard to insure, with no needles or medical exams required on most plans. You'll get great coverage at a price you'll love. And there are no payments in your first month. Anybody between 18 and 80 can apply. And there are great member benefits, including rewards for active living and giving back. As part of the Foresters family, your coverage is backed by our excellent financial strength. Contact your advisor or call now to get a no-obligation quote in minutes. Canada Protection Plan. Protecting what matters most. You.
Hey there. Meet a few home equity bank customers. Hi, everyone. Hi. We're talking today about how big changes in the world are affecting retirement plans. Now, what I'm learning is that thanks to CHIP, Canadian homeowners age 55 and better are able to retire in their own home and have the freedom to live the secure retirement that they deserve. Did I get that right?
Right, Kurt. If you're 55 or older, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-877-739-2447 for your free, no-obligation guide.
In a changing world, you can rely on the stability and experience of CHIP. All right, guys, where were we?
For your free guide, call 1-877-739-2447. That's 1-877-739-CHIP or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
My name is Steve, founder of Clara Windows and Doors. We are kicking off the year with the best sale ever. Enjoy 50% off windows and doors installation. And the first 100 customers to call will get a free upgrade to sound reducing glass. And the best part, you don't have to worry about paying for 1 year. It is a way of saying thank you for choosing Clara. Clara Windows and Doors. We are the oldest because we are the best.
Shopping for a new Jeep or Ram truck? Looking for the GTA's biggest selection of new and used vehicles? Searching for the GTA's best deal? Looking for expert service on your car SUV? Come on down to Downsview Chrysler, where you get more and pay less. From sales to service, we're here for you. Come on down to Downsview Chrysler, your one-stop shop. The biggest selection, the best deal. It's never been a better time to buy. We make it easy, just dine and drive. Come on down to Downsview.
The countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is on. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered. And here's a live look at Crystal Beach this afternoon. Crowds starting to gather. We've got more coming up with Bill Coulter and Nick Dixon. And 2 people were critically injured after a fire breaks out in an Etobicoke apartment building today. More on that coming up. Plus, anticipation is building as the Blue Jays play their home opener tonight at the newly renovated Rogers Centre, and we will have a preview coming up in moments. It is 2 o'clock, 11 degrees from 299 Queen Street West. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Hello, I'm Lindsay Biscaya. We are just minutes away now from the partial solar eclipse beginning in Ontario, and massive crowds are expected today to take it in. Now, the path of totality, where the sun goes directly behind the moon, will first cross through southwestern Ontario around 3:15 p.m. and then move east through Quebec and Atlantic Canada before exiting Newfoundland around 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. The Niagara region is among the cities in the path and has declared a state of emergency due to an expected influx of up to 1 million people today. And Niagara Falls Mayor Jim Diodati spoke to us about the excitement in the city ahead of the eclipse.
This feels like a combination of Super Bowl, Woodstock, and Christmas morning. Everybody is so excited. There's people camping out, and the buzz around the world. I did so many international media interviews, and I love the fact that Niagara Falls, we got killed during COVID, and domestic tourism's largely come back, but international has not. And this is a way to get the headlines and take Niagara Falls from the back burner onto the front burner, and I think this is going to go a long way for our recovery.
And lots of small businesses in the path of totality are hoping for a boost from the eclipse today. Ontario's Tourism, Culture and Sport Minister Neil Lumsden joined us live in studio with more on that.
An influx in any situation, whether it's a championship game or a series, but when something like this, when people come from everywhere, not just Ontario, which is great, but when that influx happens, the small businesses that rely on tourism, and there's close to 400,000 people that are involved in tourism from a work perspective, that does so much for an economy locally and on a large-scale basis that people forget sometimes that when you come in from out of town, you're going to go to a restaurant, you may get a six-pack of beer, you may fill up with gas, you're going to stay at a hotel. And the other side of it is that I think is really important that I hear certainly from the tourism industry is they get there once, and if they hadn't been there before, they want to come back.
And Metrolinx is increasing GO train service today in anticipation of a record number of travelers. There is special service on the Lakeshore West line for riders heading to view the solar eclipse. 2 extra trips are being added from Union Station to Niagara Falls, and return trips are also being added and modified as well to give customers more departure options. There will also be special event service on the Lakeshore West, Lakeshore East, and Barrie lines for fans coming into the city for the Jays home opener and the Leafs game.
We've been encouraging for a couple of days now. I mean, we've known that there's going to be big crowds traveling today. And so we've just been saying to everybody, take your time, plan ahead, make sure that you're checking schedules in advance because we know there's going to be big crowds. Obviously, we've been introducing extra service, so we know we're ready for it. But just if everybody can just sort of take their time and make sure to check schedules in advance.
Okay, we are going to go live now to Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter in Crystal Beach, that Fort Erie community, a really big hub for watching this eclipse. You two have been there all day. Looks like the crowds are really building where you are. Still cloudy, though.
Well, hold on a second. This is Toronto's breaking news, and I can tell you there is a bit of breaking news. There was a break in the clouds, Lindsay, about, 10 minutes ago? Yep. There was a big eruption of cheers from everybody who's gathered here at the beach because it was like, finally, we're seeing a break in the clouds. We're seeing some enthusiasm. We're seeing some positivity, some hope, Bill, that the sky's going to clear.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a tense, emotional roller coaster. So like you said, when you got the break, when you got the blue sky and the sun was perfectly visible, I looked up and it was a full sphere because the partial eclipse begins at 2:04. That's when you start to see the moon cut little slivers out of the sun if you're looking up with protective glasses. And then a bit of cloud moves back in, and then it's kind of like, it's almost like when the opposite team scores a goal and everyone goes hushed for a little bit. Will it come back? But I'm looking to the west, and I don't know if you can see behind us in this shot, Simon's doing a great job picturing up there. You can see a line of blue, and as long as the sun continues to move that way, it will likely find its way through some of those gaps in the next hour. So we're almost into the partial eclipse, and this is when people really want to be able to see the sun fully, because that's when you can see it clearly through the protective glasses. And then once we hit 3:20,
yeah, it's going to be happening. I mean, it's going to be glasses off because it'll be safe at that point to watch in complete totality of the eclipse here. I can tell you, I'm not sure what you're able to hear behind us, but the programming here, there's been a band that's been playing for the last couple of hours, but now the programming is kind of starting. They're explaining to the crowd what's going to be happening once, the partial eclipse begin, and then, of course, the full eclipse begins as well. That is that's the scientist we've been speaking to from the Ontario Science Centre. Raluca Ellis is kind of guiding people through what's going on here. And, Bill, it's amazing to see the crowds, doubling in size, really, in about the last hour and 20 minutes or so. I think people are realizing, either A, based on your forecasting and our reporting, that this is the place to come, or B, it's just like, hey, we're getting in our car, we decided we're going to come and check this out.
And to be honest, this is when it gets exciting. I remember when I was in just south of Nashville, I didn't really want to show up 3 hours early and just, chat with people I don't really know. It's a great opportunity here because a lot of people have a lot more in common. But it was sort of the lead up. Once it started the partial, that's when everyone just felt that something is going on. Something just changes in the air, and I start talking to people I don't even know, and I'm like, is this happening? Yeah, this is happening. Oh, are you talking about the glasses you have, talking about where you're from. It's just something you can't quite put your finger on, but it is incredible. And then you start to look at it, and everyone starts looking up at the sky, and you start looking around going, what is going on? And then you hit that full 3 minutes plus of totality. The sky turns to black, and you're just aghast. You're in awe. And then it's done. And it's 3 minutes, but that is 3.5 minutes that's burned in your mind, hopefully not in your eyes, for a lifetime. You'll share that experience. You know where you were. You know who you're with.
And speaking of shared experiences and memorable occasions, I mean, this is going to be a memorable occasion for everybody who comes down here. But earlier today, when the beach was far less crowded, we ran into a couple, Stephanie and Noah from Hamilton, who decided, you know what, today's the day we're going to get married. They texted some of their friends, and they showed up here on Crystal Beach earlier this morning. I think it was about, actually, I know for sure, it was about 10 o'clock in the morning, because we were actually having our sort of team meeting as we were trying to establish how we were going to, unfold the rest of the day. And suddenly, a wedding was happening. So we chatted with Stephanie, and Noel right after they tied the knot, said their vows. It was pretty emotional. Here's a little bit what they had to say and about why they chose today to get married.
Really, just the opportunity just to share our moment with other people was pretty cool. But to me, it's just to have this woman beside me. It's just to share anything. It's the most special thing.
And how about you, Stephanie? Same question. With the significance of this date, and people are going to be remembering this day forever, and you guys are going to have an even more special reason.
I think it's nice because like it's the union of the sun and the moon, and it's our union. So yeah. I think it's very nice. It's romantic.
What a moment.
Yeah, it was incredibly sweet. I'm glad I got a chance to enjoy that, and I'm sure they're going to have a beautiful day and a beautiful life together.
I didn't expect that today at all.
Yeah. You're a lot of things that you won't expect. Yes. I'm going to live vicariously through you. Yeah. We're going to show you a shot from Mazatlan. We're still about an hour and 15 minutes from totality here. But look at this. This is a shot from Mazatlan. And I'm not even sure this, I mean, this is an incredible shot, but it doesn't even do it justice. What you see with your eyes, that there's a little bit of fuzz, right, around it. With your bare eyes, you actually see them. It's like watching the flame of a fire, and you see it dance. It's like this celestial dance around the moon for 3 minutes that captivates. It's like watching a performance, just nature at work, and then it just slowly starts to drift away. But it will move its way from Mazatlan, Mexico, this totality, up towards central Texas, kind of, and then it will continue to work its way up towards Ohio, and then overhead here, and then 4 minutes later it will be over Kingston, and then then southern Montreal, and then Newfoundland, and off.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, you were talking with Dan Riskin, our science and tech guru from CTV, and he said that it's actually picking up speed, the shadow and everything as it goes across North America.
It is, and that's got everything to do with the position of the sun and the moon as it arcs across the sky. So it's like taking a flashlight over a basketball. It will kind of move faster as you hit the other side of it, as opposed to just being right over it. He explained it really, really well. It was fun to actually geek out with Dan Riskin this morning. I think we both inspired us, each other, to kind of prepare for the next one. Oh, look at this, though. You can almost see it. Yeah, you can almost see it starting to move out of totality, and more sun coming back. And obviously, they have all kinds of filters on their cameras there. This is a little closer to what I remember looking up at, except you just see kind of the little tail ends of that halo dance around. It's something I will never forget. I really hope we see something similar.
They're never going to forget it here in Crystal Beach either. They are so proud that this is happening here. Of course, it's an entire, fluke of nature, really, that it happens to be coming across this part of southern Ontario. But all the people we've been speaking to are so happy to see.
Did you see that picture? So I did. I think that was Mazatlan from the ground, which normally would be daytime hours. You could see some palm trees. I don't know if they still have that other picture, but it was dark as night. Like, I was kind of like, what are we looking at the sky? I'm like, no, that is what it's going to be like. You're going to look around, and it's so strange, the middle of the afternoon, to be, I can see you in front of me, but I can't see beyond about 10, 15. Well. Temperature drops, the animals, there's a far off shot. And this is kind of what I tried to get with my camera. I don't know. This isn't there it is coming out of totality, and you can start to see this is the most dangerous part. You need to have your glasses on right there, because if you see that with the bare eye, you run real risk of damaging your eyes. So, we're going to be in it for 3 minutes and 48 seconds. I wouldn't even trust myself beyond 3 minutes. So I set my timer 3 minutes, and even, you're looking at your watch 2.5, and I'm going up and down, up and down, up and down. It's not worth it, but it is worth it to see this and experience it. And I'm going to let you send it back inside.
Right? I mean, this is basically the longest point in southern Ontario of the totality here at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie. So, Lindsay, lots more to come. And again, we expect in a minute or so that we'll start seeing the moon just start to make that creep across, biting into the sun. So much more coverage to come here.
And Bill's getting his glasses on, getting ready, making sure no damage is done. Yeah, you got yours as well. Okay, I love hearing all those stories from Fort Erie today from both of you. Thanks so much. That is Nick and Bill down at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie. And we are going to continue watching this because, of course, a lot of people still maybe possibly trying to make their way up to Niagara region on the QEW. So roads, we'll have to see how those look with Adjoa, and she is standing by for a look at that right now. Adjoa, how's it looking?
I am, Lindsay, and those last-minute commuters trying to make their way out that way towards Crystal Beach or even Niagara Falls to watch the total eclipse. It's going to take you a while. We have problems through Oakville now. This is on the 403 westbound on the approach to Dundas. Crews dealing with a collision. It does have the right lane blocked, so it's very, very slow going from well before Mississauga Road. Now, I will show you problems not really impacting the drive to the eclipse, but just impacting your drive just the same. This is the eastbound 41 in the express through Dixie. 2 left lanes blocked with a vehicle which rolled on its side. Other vehicles were involved in this collision, so that's adding to your slowdown, and it'll get you back if you're trying to make your way out either towards Crystal Beach, Niagara Falls, or some drivers even heading out to Hamilton to watch the partial eclipse. It's really slow from Ford Drive up and over the Burlington Skyway all the way out towards Eastport. That's where everything opens up. Now, outside of camera view, paid a bit of extra money, thought the 407 was the good route. Getting word from 407 Control that it is completely jammed coming from Appleby line. It continues with the merge onto the 403. So just a very busy afternoon, Lindsay. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Adjoa, thanks for that.
Welcome.
And we are following news here in Toronto as well, including in Etobicoke. 2 men are in critical condition after a fire at an apartment building there. Now, it broke out in a 4th-floor apartment shortly after 9:30 this morning on Maple Avenue near Kipling and Dundas. 2 men were pulled from the unit and rushed to hospital with life-threatening injuries. Investigators say the fire was contained to just 1 unit.
I believe the fire alarms were sounding. Now that I cannot confirm, but I believe they were. Again, when they arrived at the fire floor, there was smoke in the hallway, very heavy smoke in the apartment itself. And as far as the fire condition, I haven't been updated on that yet.
You could just hear it for 10 minutes straight. All you heard was sirens. And then you came out and there was 12 trucks. There's the paramedic bus, the TTC buses. It was a crazy response.
I see them all the time. He'll be sitting down in the lobby sometimes, or the son would walk to Dollarama. He has a routine. Every other Wednesday, we go to the church dinner, and then I see them there as well too. They're very kind, sweet people.
And a TTC bus was brought to the scene to shelter occupants that were evacuated from that building. Time now is 2:15, 12 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24, Ottawa is set to announce the long-awaited update to Canada's national defence policy today. We'll have the latest after the break.
When I was a kid, there was a gangster. Real old school type. He has a heart attack and dies. They throw a parade in his honor. Freaking parade. Can you imagine to be remembered like that?
Not happy with what you got?
Honey, what are you doing?
Sorry, just really enjoying these new floors. Don't imagine it. Upload a photo and visualize it at endoftheroll.com.
Is it time to renew your mortgage? Struggling with credit card debt? Owe money to the CRA? Have difficulty paying your mortgage? Or need cash for any reason? Northwood Mortgage can help. Northwood is more flexible and has access to better rates than the banks. Approval is based on equity in your home and not just your income. And Northwood provides fast closing turnaround with a payment plan that suits your budget. For an easy home equity loan, visit northwoodmortgage.com.
We're working harder for you.
Every locker tells a story. Find the space you need to live every chapter of your story. Access Storage, here for you. Try 4 weeks free. Visit accessstorage.ca.
Welcome back. Here is a recap of some of the stories we are following this afternoon. The countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is very much on. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered. Here's a live look at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie today. You can see a lot of people there, a lot of people getting ready to watch the solar eclipse under an hour now until it really starts to peak here in Ontario. Everything you need to know about the big event coming up. And 2 people were critically injured after a fire breaks out in an Etobicoke apartment building today. Plus, Metrolinx is increasing its GO train service in anticipation of a record number of travelers today. And stay with CP24 for more on these stories. And for further details, you can, of course, always head to our website, cp24.com. Well, the federal government's long-awaited update to Canada's defence policy includes billions in spending, but still falls short of NATO's target. Ottawa intends to spend $73 billion by 2044 to upgrade and modernize the military. That would boost defence spending to about 1.7% of GDP by 2030, which is below the 2% figure Canada and its NATO allies have agreed to spend. The new policy replaces one that was first released in 2017. It puts a particular focus on Arctic sovereignty and includes new submarines, missiles, and early warning aircraft.
Whereas in the entirety of the 20th century, we sent our people out to the front lines across the world, we are now on the front lines of new and evolving threats. Technological advances and cyber attacks mean there are myriad ways for engagement that go beyond traditional borders. Rising and disruptive powers like China and Russia mean NATO's northern and western flank is the Canadian Arctic.
And Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre criticized Ottawa for its defense policy and says things are much worse under the Trudeau government for members of the military.
After 8 years of Trudeau, our military is reeling. We have military members who are forced to couch surf and eat at food banks because of the cost of food that his carbon tax has driven up. We also have botched procurements of equipment that have cost billions of dollars to taxpayers without delivering for our troops. So my common sense plan would cut back on foreign aid to pull away from money from dictators, terrorists, and multinational bureaucracies, cut back on botched procurement and back office bureaucracy, and put that money into frontline equipment and benefits for our soldiers.
Now, the government first promised to update Canada's defense policy more than 2 years ago, shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine. And it's been nearly a year since the start of the civil war in Sudan, and not a single person has made it to Canada through a federal program aimed at bringing relatives of Canadians to safety. The Sudanese Canadian Communities Association is urging Ottawa to now do more. It's calling on the government to join the U.S. and the European Union in sanctioning people who are helping fund warlords in Sudan. Canada announced $165 million in aid last summer for people fleeing the conflict. And the Vatican has released a document that rejects gender theory and gender reassignment surgery. The 20-page declaration titled Infinite Dignity has been in the works for 5 years and was approved last month by Pope Francis after substantial revisions. It says any sex change intervention, as a rule, risks threatening the unique dignity the person has received from the moment of conception. The document outlines several threats to human dignity, including poverty, the death penalty, war, assisted dying, abortion, sexual abuse, and the abuse of women. Time now is 2:21, 12 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24 coming up. We will have a check on the roads right after this break. Stay with us.
You're in debt. It happens. You're overwhelmed. We get it. You need a solution. We have it. For decades, we've helped thousands of people take control over their lives. Call us for a free consultation today.
It's Vision's Electronics Clearance Sale. Massive discounts on clearance, demo, and open box. With full warranty as we make room for new 2024 models. Plus, save even more when you pick up in store. And take up to 3 years to pay interest-free. See all the deals at visions.ca.
Let's talk about Haribo Goldberry. The red one is more gooder to me because it tastes like berries. They're really squishy. Then I'm going to fly it into my mouth.
You betting the spread?
You know it.
Bet mode activated.
Who are they?
The Score and the Score Bet, my News and Stats Plus betting. What's Buffalo against the spread this season?
5-1.
What's the line?
6.5. Want it?
Bet it.
Bets placed. So they just work together like that? Well, does my app do that?
Yeah, I do that. Hold on, I got lots of info. I got something right here. That's a parking ticket. I gotta pay that, okay.
Debt. It's hard to deal with. It's overwhelming. It's stressful. Collection calls getting you down? We'll deal with all your creditors. Rebuild your financial future with David Sklar & Associates. Call us today for a free consultation.
Tonight, from Niagara to the GTA.
Biggest crowd that we've ever had.
Turn your gaze to CTV News.
It's just going to be a magical moment.
For full coverage of the total solar eclipse. Tonight on CTV News at 6.
Did you shave in my hot tub?
Just my pets.
Let's get to work, come on. What the?
Well, it has been a busy afternoon drive and problems in the mix now on the eastbound lanes of the 401 happening in the Express. This is right as you make your way through Dixie in the Express. 2 left lanes blocked with a collision involving a rollover. Again, delays now extend from well before the 410, and then the slowdowns continue on the eastbound 401. We're in the Express at Leslie. It looks like a collision which was off to the side. MTOs arrived on scene and they are blocking that right lane. Problems hindering the drive for last-minute commuters trying to make their way out to see the Eclipse. So this is the westbound 403 approaching Dundas. Heads up for a collision involving a truck. Does have that right lane occupied. And taking a peek at your drive on the QEW Niagara bound, it is slow going starting from the 403 up and over the Burlington Skyway as these last-minute commuters try to make their way to Crystal Beach or even head towards Niagara Falls. And also it's busy on the 403 westbound into Hamilton. A lot of commuters looking to see the partial eclipse because they can't make it out towards Crystal Beach. Outside of camera view, a reminder, we are dealing with a police investigation. Eglinton closed between Martin Grove and Kipling. I'll send it back to you, Lindsay.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Missy Elliott will headline her first arena tour this summer, and she'll be joined by some of the talented artists that she's worked with over the years. Busta Rhymes, Sierra, and producer Timbaland will hit the road for Elliott's Out of This World, the Missy Elliott Experience Tour. It kicks off in Vancouver on July 4th with stops in Toronto and Montreal. Pre-sale begins tomorrow, and tickets will become available to the general public starting on Friday. It is 2:25 now, 12 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. The countdown to this afternoon's solar eclipse is still very much on in Ontario. Here's a live look at the eclipse in Quebec right now. From Niagara, though, to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we do have you covered. Coming up, everything you need to know about the big event. Our special coverage starts next with Lena Latifat and Bakari Savage.
Crave is home to the best reality shows.
Oh my God, here we go.
Wow. Every twist and every turn. They'll keep you coming back for more.
Too much?
Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month.
This is our private travel hacker.
See all the ways that I can save you money?
Ooh. She works harder than any of our other employees.
I just use Skyscanner. It searches billions of prices to get you the best deal in just one tap.
Billions?
How luxe.
We all know a rich life means different things to everyone. With a FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest now and in your future on your terms. Whether it's a new business venture or that kitchen reno you've been thinking about, we have the solution. Could you use $80,000, $280,000, or even $2.8 million? If you're ready to take the next step, call us today and let's get started on your financial journey.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Installing flooring in your home is a job you want done correctly, so using the right underlayment is key. DMX One Step 2.0 is VOC free and has one of the highest sound reduction ratings of all underlayments. DMX One Step 2.0. No mold, no cold.
Did you know the most car accident claims for pain and suffering have a deductible of over $44,000, even if it wasn't your fault?
What?
It's true. And that's real money out of your pocket. Let us help get you the compensation you deserve. Because what you don't know can really cost you. Call Presler Law now. 1-800-JUSTICE. And you don't pay unless you win.
The best place to store your extra stuff is in your neighbor's extra space.
Oh, yeah.
Storzy.
And so we're predicting record heat this summer.
You might not know the best time to get a new air conditioner. But we do. Right now, save 20% with the Reliance Early Bird Sale.
Call on Reliance.
Some people say there are doers,
and there are dreamers. But what's wrong with a little dreaming, especially when it's shared? With hard work, little dreams grow into big ones. At Kubota, we know that your work never stops, and we're inspired by those who dream. But our equipment is built for dreamers and doers, like you. Kubota, built for those who do.
I love lowballing employee severances, then having a rousing laugh about it at the country club. That's why I hate Whitten and Lublin, because they empower employees to take control and get what they're owed. And there's nothing rousing about that.
Nuclear power is lighting the path to the future. A future where clean, reliable electricity meets rising energy needs. A future with a prosperous economy founded on job growth. A future where new medical isotopes triumph over disease. For decades, Bruce Power has provided clean, reliable energy to Ontario and cancer-fighting isotopes across the globe, and will continue to play a vital role in powering a clean economy for the next generation.
A rich life means different things to everyone. With a Capital Direct FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest on your terms. Call us today.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Total Solar Eclipse Day, and you are watching special coverage right here on CP24.
Right now, you have a live look from our camera. This is the skies over Quebec right now, operated by our photographer, Tom Safanek. Millions of people all over North America, they have their eyes on the skies for this rare spectacle. The partial solar eclipse, it began in the U.S. and Mexico in the last hour. They are getting closer to a total eclipse right now. Then the darkness will make its way towards Canada.
And location is everything when it comes to a celestial event like this. A total solar eclipse is set to cross through parts of southern Ontario, depending on where you are. Areas like Niagara are in the path of totality, which is exactly why officials there are expecting up to 1 million visitors. Finding a clear view, though, that's going to be key.
Well, the countdown is officially on. From Niagara to Crystal Beach to the GTA, we have you covered right here on CP24. Our live coverage begins here at Crystal Beach in Fort Erie. It's one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon.
And that is where we find CP24's Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter, who are there for us right now. Good afternoon to you both. The hope is that the clouds are going to lift where you guys are.
That's the hope, isn't it, Bill?
Yeah, it is. Well, I got to tell you, I've already been pleased more than my worst case scenario. My worst case scenario was it would remain cloudy and then it would just go really dark and then it would still be cloudy. In the last maybe 15 minutes, we've heard at least 2 cheers, maybe 3, as the sun broke through the clouds and you could, with your glasses, look up and see the moon start to work its way between the sun and the earth. And it was impressive, but it's like elation and then you know,
it's going to hang around.
Again, I'm using the analogy of when your team's winning and then someone scores against you, and then the hush of the crowd waiting for it to break through the cloud deck again. Now there are thin patches of cloud. Was that live there?
Yeah, that was.
Okay,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah,
so obviously there's thin patches of cloud above, but the earlier blue that we were looking to the west seems to have filled in a little bit, and that has a lot to do with the temperature, proximity to water, and the different level of cloud and the angle of the sun. So a lot of things are working, but it's possible to see more impressive breakthroughs.
And that kind of has people on edge, I think it's fair to say, right? Because you could tell once we got that first eruption of cheers about, like you said, 15, 20 minutes ago, suddenly it was like, hoo-ha, we're here, we've given up our day, or, you know, spent the day here to try to, like, make sure we get a chance to see this. For so many of the hours, and you can hear another bit of cheering going on right now, that could have been for something else, but for so many hours, I think people were a little bit on edge. Now people are feeling the urge to put their glasses on, to sort of take a peek up, see what it's looking like, and we are seeing that slight nudge much, but again, just that slight cover as well is giving us a little cause for concern. I also have to say, Bill, that the crowd has really thickened up in the last little while. I mean, it's almost by the minute now that we're seeing more and more people show up. They continue to show up. I think if you're probably either local to Crystal Beach or just local to the Niagara region, and you suddenly realize, okay, maybe I'm planning my day thinking, where's the best place to go? You realize this is probably it, and so they're arriving.
Yeah, and something really changes once you start the partial eclipse, and people can be able to look at something. I heard someone behind me going, is this what we're looking at for the next hour? So maybe not someone as excited as everyone else, or maybe they were just like, okay, this is beginning. And it is going to stretch, you know, an hour to get to full totality, a little bit more once it began, and then once it pulls away, it will be the same sort of hour to finish. Oh, look at this.
This live shot is really instructive. This is actually from Chopper 24 right now, sort of looking down at where we are here, and you can see that main strip along Erie Road leading up to where we are here. You can see the crowds. There really are a couple of areas. There's this one right here, which is where we are. This is Crystal Beach, the sort of Crystal Beach proper, what anybody who associates it with. But then further back along the other way where it's coming in from, that's where the food truck area is as well. So there's that there as well, so that people, you know, the crowds of people here don't have to basically wait too long to get fed.
And if you're wondering where we are, the top of your screen, there was a little cabana there. We're just kind of right in front of it. This is live from around Granby, Quebec. I think that's where I used to go to the Granby Zoo when I was growing up in Montreal. And
it's a nice clear shot.
It is a clear shot. Yeah. We were showing you shots earlier from Mazatlan, Mexico, which is actually a destination I thought about booking early on, and then I had to put my house in the market. I was like, I can't really do that. And I'm glad to be here with you today, Nick. But these shots are in advance of the cloud deck that's going over here, heading towards eventually Eastern Ontario and Quebec. But this is a great shot. Tom Stefanak, our kind of storm chaser camera
It's kind of like an ice cream cone, isn't it? As the moon kind of nudging in, it's like chocolate and vanilla almost, right?
And it will just keep eating more like me when I go for the two
scoops.
But
it's good to have you here as well, Bill, today too, because people recognize you as a meteorologist, and so that you're kind of, when people walk by, they're like, hey, Bill, what's going on? What's happening? You're getting a few of those questions, and everyone has the same question is, you know, we all know the timing. The timing is clear. The timing is precise. That much we do know. What we don't know, of course, and that's I suppose the drama in one element here is, will the skies clear enough for us to catch that full eclipse?
And we had a gentleman who had been to 4 eclipses, including one in Aruba and other parts of the world. And he said on 2 occasions, it looked like it was kind of partly cloudy. And then the moment the temperature started dropping, when it went into full eclipse, the clouds just cleared, and that could have something to do with the density of the air, and just you need rising air to get cloud going, and the cooling of the temperature and the density of that may just help with the clearing, especially in conditions like this where we're not looking at a thick cloud deck. We've already seen plenty of breakthroughs, and it's very changeable. We looked and we saw plenty of blue sky to the west, and I'm seeing some to the east, and it just kind of fills in somewhere and opens up again. So I think we're going to get some drama over the next hour until total eclipse, where we're going to see people erupt in cheer and then kind of go, oh no.
Again, and there's Chopper 24 there giving you that shot, you know, giving you a real sense of this is exactly what's above us right now. So we can have a really good, I can't even see the chopper from where we are, but it's up there somewhere, giving us these bird's eye view just to give you a sense of what it's like here at Crystal Beach. And I think as much as it's busy here, I think the cloud cover is indicative a little bit of the conditions that we're facing. I know the officials in Niagara had, you know, the state of emergency was declared. They wanted to be as prepared as they could. Police, local elected officials wanted to make sure it was all kind of ready to go. Upwards of 1 million was the number that had been talked about. Probably out here, there's a few thousand. Don't know what it's like in Niagara Falls right now, but you've been saying this really is the spot. So
and no matter what, being in the zone of totality, I know we're going to send it back into studio, but when we hit 3:20 here in Crystal Beach, whether it's cloud cover or not, day will turn into night, and you're going to get a show. But I have a feeling until we get to there, we are going to get some eruptions of cheer. I'd like the sun gets brighter and a little dimmer behind us as we're speaking.
So we'll keep our eye on the sky safely with our glasses, of course. Mr. Bakari, Lena will send it back to you right now.
So I do have a question. This one is for Bill. So I was
Bill's
just
put it on the glasses. I love that.
I was just reading from NASA that this eclipse, the path of totality, is much wider than the last one. So, Bill, can you talk to us about maybe any different weather patterns that you noticed from when this happened the last time in August of 2017 versus this time, or if there's anything to that, you know, with the tides and the moons?
Yeah, I think you just kind of look at weather patterns. I was in August, you and I were both in Nashville, and August tends to be a time, at least here, where you don't have a lot of people plan their weddings in August because you get pretty dry weather at the end of the summer. You know, you get the odd thunderstorm, but it really is this transitional season of spring and fall where you get the battle between slowly retreating, in this case, cool winter air and advancing warm tropical air, and the battleground is what we call the jet stream, which is the storm track, and the storm track is the fastest current of air in the atmosphere upon which lows catch a ride. So you're just going to get, by the very nature of what I'm talking about, more cloud, more systems in the spring and the fall. So I knew I didn't think this would be the best place. That's why I thought about booking Mazatlan or heading down to, I've been to Dallas a lot of times. In fact, though, Texas, and I have friends scattered all over. I guess I just have friends who like going to the eclipses. One's heading from Dallas up towards Arkansas, or at least close to there, and still in totality, because the weather in the parts of Texas that we're expecting full totality, we're getting a lot of thunderstorms. So there's a lot of places that we're looking at not so great weather, but we're showing you pictures from ones that got great weather.
Exactly. Oh, this is Dallas, Texas
this is Dallas.
now. Look at that beautiful
okay,
shot.
Wow.
Courtesy of NASA, too. Yeah.
So I guess my friends who left Dallas to head up towards Arkansas, I'm sure they're getting great shots, too.
Yeah. But so what stage is this then, Bill? Is this complete totality?
I think they're nearing totality right now, because if we just come out of totality in Mazatlan, you know, that it moves fairly quickly. But you'll be able to see it. It is moving fairly quickly. And if we're entering full totality, you'll see in a moment the ring will come right around the moon, and it will be really impressive to watch. We're getting a bit of a wrap, but you know, if you get a chance to keep looking at that shot, it will probably be very impressive.
We're going to keep watching here as well, live from Crystal Beach. Go ahead, Lena.
I was going to say, just some beautiful pictures, and I know you guys can talk about this all day, so I'm so glad we've got you with us.
We can.
Nick Dixon, Bill Coulter will continue to check in with you. As for Toronto, Bakar, it's very interesting. We're only seeing a partial eclipse here. Residents are going to see the moon block up to 99% of the sun. And with that, here at home, there are several eclipse parties being held all over Toronto.
Right now, let's go live to CP24's Andrew Brennan, who's at an eclipse party at Toronto Metropolitan University. Andrew, you have your glasses, so you're setting a proper example. Thank you.
You're ready to go. I love that.
Yeah, I cannot see anything now, but that's actually the point. If you want to know if these glasses work, I mean, one, you should actually check to make sure that you didn't get counterfeit ones. I can't believe that there's people out there that would want to counterfeit glasses that are like for kids, for instance. But just for a second, because I don't really see you guys, but, you know, just to pretend for a second, you know, we're ready to go. And I know we're getting 99.5, give or take, % totality here. I know that this is not the path of totality, and there's something to be said about experiencing a total solar eclipse, but we're getting just about all of that here in Toronto. And I just saw the sun poke out a few seconds ago. It went away, but hey, you know what? We may get lucky here in that respect, too. The really big difference between seeing a total eclipse and something that is pretty darn close to it is really a question of photons, the amount of light that's being emitted from the edges of the sun, and how different of an impact of darkness that will make. And the other big difference is those glasses I was talking about, Lena Bakari. Just so people at home, because I'm sure they've heard this a bunch of times, but maybe it gets confusing hearing it over and over and also have it be said truncated. The eclipse glasses are for partial eclipses until totality. During the moment of totality, as there is no sun in the sky, you are allowed to, and dare I say encouraged, to take off your glasses to experience the wonders of the universe before your eyes, with your very eyes. These are meant to literally obfuscate what you're seeing to a degree that you can only see very light bright sources. And that's why when you still have some photons coming from the sun and hitting Earth here, because we are not getting a full eclipse, you wear them when you're looking at the sun the whole time. That's just, you know, I just want to make sure people at home who may be going outside their backyards, just so they know. I know we've done pinhole cameras and all that other stuff, but we're here for the main event with these. I'm going to send it back to you guys inside and get ready. I already got my my Star Pocket Square. I'm ready to go.
You are ready to go, and I love that about you, Andrew, and that is why we're going to continue to check in with you. Our Andrew Brennan live in the city. This is a live shot of the skies from Dallas, Texas. A partial solar eclipse has begun in the U.S. and Mexico. Take a look at these stunning images. Oh, we're losing that shot now. But 3:18, that is the moment of totality here at home. The countdown is certainly on. This is being described as a once-in-a-lifetime time, a once-in-a-generation event. So people are excited, and it is an exciting day. Thousands of people we know here at home are on the roads this afternoon. This is they travel across the GTA to get the best look at this total solar eclipse.
And so for reference, according to NASA, the moment that the moon actually first touches the sun, that's also called first contact. So before that happens, we want to do this. Thousands of people, they're on the road this afternoon as they travel across the GTA to get the best view of the eclipse. And so OPP Sergeant Kara Schmidt joins us live with an update on the drive and what you need to know. So Sergeant Schmidt, before we have that first contact, while it's still daylight, what can you tell us in preparation for hitting the roads?
Well, do you know what? Right now, traffic is moving fantastic. There's really no major disruptions or delays anywhere across the GTA, GTHA, right down to Niagara Falls and Fort Erie. I'm watching all the cameras here behind me as well. We're at the MTO Compass Center, just taking a look at the flow of traffic. And, of course, we're an hour away from that point. I am somewhat concerned that once we start seeing that darkening, that people will be slowing and stopping, maybe getting caught by surprise, not realizing maybe what's going on, or it's getting, they're on the highways. And that's what we don't want to see people doing, is stopping on the highways and being a distraction and being a pedestrian or just being a hazard to other motorists. So please, move off the highway completely if you are driving, or don't stop and keep your eyes on the road. This is only going to last for a few minutes, and I'm just worried about what's going to happen during those 3 minutes. And then once it's completed, after 3, 4 o'clock, as everyone starts making their way home, we could see some higher congestion volumes of traffic as people are making their way away out of the Niagara Falls region and back to their residences. So again, full attention on driving. If you're operating a vehicle, that's where your focus needs to be.
Yeah, I want to pick up on that, because gridlock, traffic jams, major concerns. How is the OPP planning on dealing with that?
Well, you know what? Anyone who's been driving down the QEW will likely have noticed an increased police presence. We're certainly monitoring from the cameras right here behind me, as well as on the roads with officers placed strategically all throughout that area. Just making sure people keep moving, and if there are any collisions or calls for service, that we can respond to them promptly and get traffic moving again quickly. So again, we are ready to respond in a moment's notice if anything happens, but we really are depending on everyone, all the drivers, all the communities, to really do their part and enjoy the eclipse, enjoy that experience. It doesn't come along very often, but the moment you get into your vehicle and start driving, your focus needs to switch from that celestial event to the traffic that you're sharing the road with.
Yeah, it's a really exciting day. It's all about the fun, but safety is a key. Sergeant Kara Schmidt, thanks so much for your time, and good luck out there. We hope to check in with you throughout the afternoon.
Thanks a lot. And you were just looking at a picture, live video of the QEW Guelph line as we watch traffic as well. So joining us now with some tips for viewing the eclipse safely is Dr. Lawrence Weisbrod, a chief of ophthalmology at Michael Garron Hospital. Thank you very much, doctor. So, we have to talk about this. Some people will probably have fake glasses. They won't know that their glasses are not real until after the event. So what are some signs that people can look for to make sure that their eyes were actually protected during the event?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I certainly wouldn't trust anything that I don't know firsthand, whether it's legitimate or fraudulent. So I would certainly not stare at the sun, even through the Eclipse special glasses, just in case you want to prevent any burns to the retina, and the center of the retina being the macula. You could look for scratches on the lens, how dark they look when you put them on. But certainly you're never going to know 100%. So I think safety and being cautious is the best policy here. And take a few glances at it for a few seconds and then look away to prevent any potential injury.
And should people keep the glasses on throughout the solar eclipse? When is it safe to take them off?
Well, certainly people should not be wearing these glasses while they're driving. So that's one thing. Make sure they're stationary and they're out of their cars when they're viewing the eclipse. But certainly safe to have the glasses off. Once the eclipse is in totality, I believe you'll have a couple minutes which you could take off the glasses. I think personally, I'd be still concerned, but from what I've been told, as there's no sunlight coming around the moon, there should be no risk of burning the retina and causing damage to the eyes. But until that point of totality and afterwards, you should have the glasses on.
And Dr. Weisbrod, just erring on the, side of caution here, like we have this window behind us during the eclipse. Since we are inside, there's sort of a tint over the window. Are we okay, or are other people okay when looking out of tinted windows to, during the eclipse, look out of a tinted window, or should we just stay away from that altogether?
Yeah, I think that would give a full sense of security. And certainly sunglasses, binoculars, any tints that are not the normal standard, which is ISO 12312-2, are not safe. So you should not be looking directly at the eclipse through any tinted windows. I would stay away from it.
And really, really quickly, can you take photos of the eclipse on your phone?
Again, I think that if you're viewing through your cell phone, you're putting your eyes at risk if you don't have the special glasses on. I've heard some reports that the eclipse might damage the phone, but I'm uncertain of that. What I do know is the person behind the phone, if they're looking through their phone at the eclipse, they can also incur sun damage. So again, wear this proper safety glasses while viewing the eclipse.
Dr. Lawrence Weisbrod.
But you have beautiful.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying you have beautiful pictures that you're showing everyone, so I don't even see the need. Your pictures are better than any, and you show it from around the world. So I think I'm just going to watch you guys.
It's so true. All you have to do is watch CP24. Dr. Lawrence Weisbrod, Chief of Ophthalmology at Michael Garron Hospital. Thanks so much for your excellent advice. We so appreciate this.
And right now it is 2:50, 12 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24. As we go to break, you are watching the eclipse as it happens. This is over Quebec. The sky's over Quebec. Our photographer, Tom Safanek, is bringing this to you. Again, this is live. There will be a longer time in totality during this eclipse than the last time it happened, a rare celestial event. It's Solar Eclipse Day. Stay with us. We have full coverage of the solar eclipse coming up.
With a big-time deal. Get a TSN 3-month pass for just $40 and go all in on March Madness.
Caitlin Clark, a showstopper.
The Masters.
It's all about John Rahm.
The French Open and Wimbledon. F1, Indy, NASCAR, and more. Also included TSN Plus. With games and bonus content you won't see anywhere else. Subscribe and start streaming now. Offer ends April 14th. Terms apply. Visit tsn.ca/subscribe.
Only 4 days to the Princess Margaret Home Lottery early bird deadline. Win the $2.6 million early bird prize, a lakefront cottage, plus $100,000 cash. Only 4 days left. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
When we moved, I went online with Onlia and insured our home right from my phone.
Heads up! No!
I went online with Onlia and submitted a home insurance claim right from my phone.
I love going out with my friends, and thanks to Sokoloff Lawyers, I still can.
I'm Wendy Sokoloff. Let Sokoloff Lawyers fight for your rights. Call 416-966-HURT or visit ruhurt.ca.
Only 4 days to the Princess Margaret Home Lottery early bird deadline. Win the $2.6 million early bird prize, a lakefront cottage, plus $100,000 cash. Only 4 days left. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Welcome back. It is total solar eclipse day, and our coverage continues right here on CP24. We're going to check in with Sean Davidson now. He's the Senior Advisor of Communications and Media Relations at the Greater Toronto Airports Authority, and he joins us live with advice for anyone heading to Pearson today. Sean, it's great to see you. Is this solar eclipse affecting flights at Pearson?
So it doesn't have a major impact on our operations. There'll be no flights delayed or canceled as a result of the Eclipse, but there are a couple of things that we're doing that are different from our day-to-day operations. One, for example, is just moments ago, we lit up the full airfield lighting to give pilots and people who are working on the taxiways and runways a little bit of a better view. But I'll just show you, we're live up in our control tower right now, one of two at Toronto Pearson. And over the last 15 minutes, it's gotten a lot darker up here, which is why we're lighting the lights on the airfield, taxiways, and runways. But for the most part, flights will take off and land as normal during this event.
Okay, so Sean, along those lines, you're in air traffic control. Can you tell us about sort of the preparation that went into this for the air traffic controllers, you know, preparing to go from light to dark and then back to light, if you can?
Yeah, so I mean, Canada's busiest airport, we're obviously dealing with daytime and nighttime conditions all the time. But any event at the airport that is abnormal to our regular operations, like we're seeing and we're about to see, there is planning that goes into place, because it's not just about the planes and keeping everybody in the air safe. It's about keeping the people who are on the ground safe too. We have thousands of people who are working on our apron to keep these planes going all the time. So there's a lot that they need to do as well to stay safe. So there are a number of measures that we put in place when we deal with events like this. And even things like you probably don't even think of. We have a lot of wildlife here at the airport. This is a massive space. And so when we go into events like this, we could see abnormal activity with, for example, birds. And that is one of the biggest things that we deal with from a wildlife perspective here, is keeping birds away from aircraft that are taking off and landing. So we have our wildlife specialists out as well, who are making sure that there's no abnormal activity with the animals.
Is there anything you want passengers to know on a day like this, something they may not consider today?
Well, I think before the Eclipse even started, we've been telling people just to make sure that they get to the airport, give themselves a little bit of extra time, just because the roads around the GTA could be very busy because people are obviously heading out to Niagara, so the 401 has been busy, so things like that. But from an airport perspective, things are going to be operating as normal, and there's obviously, as you can see, a lot of cloud cover right now. So for some of the planes that are taking off and landing in the next maybe 30 minutes, they might get the best view in the house when they just get above those clouds.
Okay, Sean Davidson, Senior Advisor Communications with the GTAA. Thanks a lot.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Well, Northcrest Developments is hosting a watch party in Dansview, and Mayor Olivia Chow is joining more than 900 children for this event. That is where we find our Beatrice Spaceman. You have the mayor with you, I hear, Beatrice. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lena. I do have the mayor to me, so happy Solar Eclipse Day, Mayor. How are you feeling?
Special that we could actually experience this. The grandmother moon and the grandfather sun, they're going to connect with each other. That's very rare. Now, we have the indigenous folks here giving us some history on how they view things. And in some ways, for me, times are sometimes dark, and but we do know the sun will come back out. So for me, this is a season of spring, of hope, even though total darkness is going to depend upon us in the most unexpected way. That's okay. Our human spirit will triumph.
I like the wax poetic from Grandmother Chow over here, right? Yes. The sun's not out. I mean, is this a bit of a damper? We're hoping it's going to peak out, but it's not yet.
No, it's okay. But even without the sun peeking out, the sky will darken anyway. So we can imagine. That's okay. We human beings have imagination. We can create a picture, because I know that before people understood astronomy back then, a story of, is it what creature is eating the sun? Is it the demon? Is it the fox? Who took the sun? And how come it came back out eventually, right? So we can let our imagination run wild.
Absolutely, and I would be remiss too. We're out of time. Just quickly, the Blue Jays home opener tonight. You've got your jersey on as well. Are you rooting the boys of summer on for maybe a World Series win this season?
I want to see that mustache on Mr. Schreiber. But yeah, absolutely. I'm going to the game tonight, the opener, and okay, Blue Jay.
Yeah.
Let's play ball.
Let's play ball, Mayor Chuck. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So let's see. The boys of summer will hope for a home run from the Blue Jays. Well, let's hope for a home run from Mother Nature as well, that the clouds start to part here, Lena and Bakar. We can get a glimpse of the sun for the solar eclipse.
All right. Live in Downs View with Mayor Olivia Chow, CP24's Beatrice Vaisman. Thanks a lot. And with that, it's now 2:58, 12 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news. CP24. We leave you right now with a live look at the solar eclipse from just outside of Granby, Quebec. We will continue to bring you live coverage of this rare celestial event. Stay with us.
Is your roof over 10 years old? I'm Mike Holmes here with Ivan from AGM Renovations.
Mike, roofs over 10 years old cause mold and major water damage to a home's interior.
Always. Many homeowners don't even think about the roof until it's too late. Damaged ceilings, walls, flooring, furniture, I've seen it all.
These disasters can be easily avoided by just replacing your roof on time.
Don't wait. Replace your roof now.
AGMRenovations.com. Call now and get $3,000 off.
Let's maximize those dreams.
That's right. The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $60 million plus an estimated 6 Max Millions.
A backyard putting green? What about a whole backyard course?
Got another dreamer.
Get your Lotto Max tickets today.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Hey there. Meet a few home equity bank customers. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
We're talking today about how big changes in the world are affecting retirement plans. Now, what I'm learning is that thanks to CHIP, Canadian homeowners age 55 and better are able to retire in their own home and have the freedom to live the secure retirement that they deserve. Did I get that right?
Right, Kurt.
If you're 55 or older, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-877-739-2447 for your free, no-obligation guide.
In a changing world, you can rely on the stability and experience of CHIP. All right, guys, where were we?
For your free guide, call 1-877-739-2447. That's 1-877-739-CHIP or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to CP24, Toronto's breaking news. You are looking at a live view of the eclipse from Quebec. It is Total Eclipse Day.
And you are watching special coverage right here on CP24. Take a look at this spectacular shot. This is from Granby, Quebec, to be more specific. Quebec, of course, is in the path of totality, one of the prime locations to take in this rare spectacle, captured by one of our photographers, Tom Stefanak, who actually identified this remarkable vantage point. This is just one of many locations where so many people are tuning in to take in all of the magic happening this afternoon.
Okay, so right now, this is a look at the skies above Illinois. This is south of the border right now. Again, this is a rare event. So the next eclipse like this is going to be in 20 years. Right now, we are just waiting for it to, continue making its way for totality right here over the skies above Canada.
Yeah, the partial solar eclipse began in the U.S. and Mexico in about the last hour. The show began over the southern Pacific Ocean. Some Canadians traveled all the way to Mexico and the U.S. for an even better vantage point. Fun fact, Mexico is going to see the longest totality during this eclipse. Now we're waiting for the darkness to make its way over to this country. Now, location is everything when it comes to a celestial event like this. A total solar eclipse is set to cross through parts of southern Ontario. Areas like Niagara are in the path of totality, and that's why we're seeing officials expecting up to 1 million visitors there. Niagara Falls having to declare a state of emergency for that very reason. Finding a clear view, though, that is going to be key.
And right now, let's go live to CP24's Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter, who are there for us. And, you know, when it comes to the time of totality, we're talking about up to 3 minutes and 21 seconds. So not a lot, but still a magical moment. Nick, Bill, how's it looking?
You know, it may not sound like a lot, Bakari, but it is the longest in our viewing area, so that's kind of why we're here. The conditions, though, right now, Bill, half an hour ago, everyone was smiling and feeling pretty good. There were some breaks in the sky. Now, suddenly, it's changed a little.
It has, but interestingly enough, if you look up, there are still blue patches in the sky. The dimness is not just from cloud, it's actually the sun being covered by the moon.
That was my next question.
And so this is what Toronto, were it to be a clearer day in Toronto, would really experience at the full impact that they'll get. But for us, and I'm still looking at the undulation of the cloud, there was kind of a darker patch of sky earlier. It took about 10 minutes to drift overhead, so that's what we're getting now. But I'm seeing some brighter sky to the west. So I'm still hopeful that come totality, we'll at least get some breaks in the cloud deck, at which point we would see huge cheers. I'm hopeful, but you are starting to sense, I don't know if you're feeling a cool down.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was going to say, temperatures definitely dropped. Yep.
Yeah, and you're also seeing a dimming. I have heard from my friends from Texas that I sent outside of Dallas, up towards the Arkansas border, a place called Hot Springs is where they landed, got the full view. They're very grateful for that. I'm hearing from people in Toronto which said they saw a few breaks, but they're not sure what a kind of view they're going to get. I still think of all the viewing area. Oh, and my friends I sent to Port Burwell.
Right. Yeah, they had some clear
They
skies,
also, are getting clear skies, and they're super thrilled about what they're seeing. Here, you can feel it starting to happen. It just feels like the cloud deck's getting thicker, but it's not. This is actually a quick advance of the eclipse happening.
So it's not necessarily the negative that some people think it is. It's actually part of what's going on.
Yeah.
What's also interesting is, you know, the crowd, and there are now a few thousand people on the beach here, Crystal Beach here. They just had a rousing chorus of Mr. Golden Sun trying to, you know, please come out and play, or however that song goes now, right? They're trying their best to try to get it going, get some sort of energy and get it back, because, boy, I tell you, when there were those breaks about half an hour ago, it was a totally different mood and vibe here. People were cheering, but take a look at this. This is, I believe...
We were showing Mazatlan.
Yes.
And then we were showing from the ground where there's palm trees, and you're kind of like, what is that? Because day turns into night. And then we were showing you shots from Dallas as that went into totality, and then it's moved up. I believe they were saying, was it Illinois or
yeah, so
Indiana?
These are the shots from the ground in Mexico. Then, with the palm trees.
That's wild. That would have been one of my prime destinations, because on the Pacific coast they tend to have a bit of a cold current there, and that would have been probably more promising to get clear skies. But I'm really happy to be doing this in my home country. When I went to Nashville earlier on, I was just, you know, I come back home and I'm telling people about it, but no one was really sharing the experience. This is something you're going to run into people in the Niagara region and go, oh, were you there? And they're going to go, yes, I remember what I was doing.
Oh, this is Arkansas now. These are live pictures from Arkansas.
So this is where I sent my friends. This is probably coming out of totality, because they, or maybe depending on where they are in Arkansas, because they were there for the full eclipse and they were close to the border, and that was probably about 10 minutes ago. So it does look like it's starting to clear again, and the sun's coming back out from behind.
I think the one thing that's giving some people some hope here in terms of, A, what you're describing in terms of this isn't just thickening cloud, but this is actually darkening skies here, part of it. But secondly, 3 minutes and 46 seconds of totality here. So that means even if it's closer to the end because of the shifting of the clouds, and if it takes a little longer, we have that much longer potentially. From some people who only had like 2 minutes or a minute.
Yeah, I mean, totality is the main show.
Yes. Yeah,
but
exactly.
if you stick around, you get some clear breaks as it pulls away. You can still see the partial eclipse. You can still enjoy that. It does start to feel like we're at dusk right now. But you got to remember, we're still at 3, just after 3 in the afternoon, and the sun doesn't go down until was it well after 7? Don't know exact time. I should check that. I will check it. But I've had some friends also say, even in the Toronto area, that the streetlights have started to come on
because they're solar activated.
So
yeah,
yes,
exactly. Well, we're going to stay activated here, but Bakari and Lena, right now, we will send it back to you from Crystal Beach.
All right, Bill Coulter and Nick Dixon live there for us. Thanks so much for this. And here at home, several Eclipse parties are being held around Toronto.
Yeah, let's go live to CP24's Andrew Brennan, who's at an Eclipse party at Toronto Metropolitan University, complete with the glasses and the pocket square to match. Andrew?
I actually have extras. But yes, with glasses. Lots of glasses. Yeah. I need to make these like adult size, but you know, we're good. So yeah, Andrew's ready to go. By the way, we just felt like a chill because we're getting close to what is, this is actually, I'm not gonna lie, really hard to talk without being able to see. I'm gonna take these off, I'm sorry, but I'm not looking at the sun, safety first. But we felt the chill as we're getting close to the peak for Toronto in a couple of minutes at 3:19, and you could literally feel the air, the temperature drop. But, you know, as much as it's a cloudy day, that's not helping. We are seeing plenty of people here. I actually have made one new friend who's doing a very good job not looking at the sun. This is Chuska. Hello. Hi. Are you going to have a lot of fun looking at the sun? I think we're going to have a lot of fun looking at the sun. What a friendly person. See? This is I know we're not in the path of totality, but I was just talking with one of the experts from Sci Exchange here at TMU. And one thing that came to mind as we're talking is one of the things that makes these celestial events, these excursions on the path called life so beautiful, is that you do them together. Yes, we're only getting 99.8% of a total eclipse here in Toronto. It's not full totality. But in these moments, you share them together. That's what's going to make them a lifetime experience. Doing this with people you may never meet again, but you did this one thing together. So to quote Leonard Nimoy in The Simpsons, solar eclipse, the cosmic ballet goes on. Back to you guys.
All right. Andrew Brennan live at an Eclipse party at Toronto Metropolitan University. Thanks so much for this. I just want to mention time now is 3:09. We are getting ever so close to that moment of totality. That is, of course, 3:18 right here at home. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, right now, let's check in with CP24's Kayla Williams, who's at a viewing party in the Distillery District. Kayla.
Hey there, Bakari and Lena. Yeah, so as you can see here, a good crowd has gathered at the Distillery District. Now, as Andrew noted as well, here in the downtown Toronto area, you definitely starting to feel the chill in the air. In fact, I actually had to change my jacket in the last 10 minutes because it got really cold out here. Now, we're also starting to feel, and you can sense the darkness, but when it comes to the cloud coverage where we are here at the Distillery District, unfortunately, as we have these bad boys in hand, as of course they're selling them, not seeing too much of the eclipse right now from our vantage point, but that's still not stopping this great event here that's brought few dozens, if not hundreds of people here to the Distillery District. So by chance, if you're in the vicinity, you still have time. They're also selling the glasses, of course, but this is definitely an area that people are wanting to gather and take in this historic, arguably once in a lifetime opportunity and experience here at the Distillery District. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. There's no doubt about it, but you can sense there's a bit of eagerness and excitement in the air. It's building, as you noted. We are just minutes away from the 99.9% totality here for the city of Toronto. And so there's no doubt, if you can see behind me, people are gathering. They've sort of set up shop. They've picked their spot. Some people are sitting, others are standing. All of them, though, have these glasses, and they're certainly ready to witness history. We'll send it back inside to you for now.
Oh, yeah. History indeed. Kayla Williams reporting live. Thanks so much for this, Kayla. You look good, by the way. Northcrest Developments is hosting a watch party in Downsview. Mayor Olivia Chow joining more than 900 children for that event, and that is where we find our Beatrice Faisman. You've been speaking with the mayor. I know she's ready to go. Do you have your glasses with you, Bea?
You have tobacco, you want to make an offering, you're welcome.
I do. They're in my back pocket. I haven't pulled them out yet because I didn't want to just scratch against the things in my pocket, but it's quite the look, Lena. You know, it's all about the solar eclipse fashion. Let's talk about the science behind it, though. I want to bring in Nicole Ramji, astronomy student at York U. When you look up, Nicole, what do you see at the sky right now? What do the skies tell you? Less than 10 minutes till solar eclipse.
So yeah, we are now literally less than 10 minutes to solar eclipse. You could able to look at the sky. The skies are getting darker, but still at Toronto is not going to experience total eclipse, but still it matters because if in total eclipse you could able to see the entire sky getting darker, but Toronto is experiencing 99.5% partial, but still it's a partial, which means we kind of have not a complete darkness as like how we experience in the night, but it looks like kind of a sunset or sunrise. So you can able to see like I'm just feeling cold right now, which means the sunlight is getting obstructed and the moon is like covering up the sun. So basically like around 3:19 you could able to see the 99.5% partial, and
I want to ask you for the advice, because you gave people some really good advice. You're a glasses wearer, so you were giving people who wear glasses some tips on how to protect their eyes to see the solar eclipse.
Yes, so the sun is so sensitive to our eyes, so if we look at the sun with our naked eyes, it's like leads to blindness. So it's really advised to wear a solar glass. I mean, not even a sunglass, because sunglass doesn't even don't have a good protection. So solar glass is really necessary if you're looking at the sun. And the other way you could look at the sun, you can make a pinhole camera, just like make a hole and make a sun on your own, and you just like point on the ground or on other paper. You could, during the eclipse you could able to see that paper, the sun like on the paper just like gets covered up with the moon as we go across the eclipse. So that's up. So
yeah, now we're less than 10 minutes away. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it. So lots of families gathering. And Nicole's right. It is getting colder out here, Lena. I mean, not only are the clouds so low and dark, but you can definitely feel a temperature change even compared to half an hour from now. But here we are, some 7 or so minutes away from the solar eclipse, once in a lifetime here in Toronto.
Once in a lifetime indeed. The skies behind you are beginning to change. Beatrice, thanks so much for this.
Okay, and right now we are looking at the eclipse as it continues through. I believe we were looking at Ohio.
Yep, that
the skies
was
high
Cleveland,
above Ohio. And right now, I guess these are just some people who are at a watch party that are there. But right now, let's bring it back home and check in with CP24's traffic specialist, Adjo Intia-Yabois, for a look at the roads as we welcome the eclipse. Adj.
Yeah, you know, there's those last-minute procrastinators still trying to at least make their way towards Hamilton. If they can do that in 15 minutes coming out of Oakville, it's going to take you a bit. Really slow as you do still make your way from Third Line up and over the Burlington Skyway out towards Eastport. And it looks like we are dealing with a collision right at the end of the on-ramp from Eastport, and we have actual drivers and commuters stopped on the side. It looks like they're not going to be able to make it to Hamilton or Fort Erie, so they decided to stop their vehicles and watch the eclipse from this vantage point. It is really slow. If you are heading into Hamilton, thought you were going to get there in time, not the case. This is the westbound 403 west to King Road, and outside of camera view past this point, I don't have cameras out at Waterdown Road. Crews on scene of a pretty serious collision that is hindering the drive to get you access to see the eclipse, so it's blocking the left lane. A very busy afternoon it's been for these commuters. I'll send it back to you.
And that solar eclipse traffic, that volume really beginning to build now. Adjoa, thanks so much.
Yeah, well, that was something that OPP Sergeant Kara Schmidt said to not do, is to pull over on the side of the road. You know what? Let's go to part of our conversation with OPP Sergeant Kara Schmidt. He joined us earlier.
We are certainly monitoring from the cameras right here behind me, as well as on the roads with officers placed strategically all throughout that area. Just making sure people keep moving, and if there are any collisions or calls for service, that we can respond to them promptly and get traffic moving again quickly. So again, we are ready to respond in a moment's notice if anything happens, but we really are depending on everyone, all the drivers, all the communities, to really do their part and enjoy the eclipse, enjoy that experience. It doesn't come along very often, but the moment you get into your vehicle and start driving, your focus needs to switch from that celestial event to the traffic that you're sharing the road with.
We're going to take you back to our meteorologist, Bill Coulter, now. He's at Crystal Beach. That community in Fort Erie is one of the prime locations to take in the solar eclipse this afternoon. Bill, I can really begin to see the shot behind you changing. Describe what you're seeing.
Yeah.
So it's almost like dusk has come upon us very, very quickly. We are about 4 minutes away from total eclipse. I am seeing some patches of dim blue to the north, which probably indicates that there are some parts, probably in the northern Niagara Peninsula, maybe around St. Catharines, maybe just north and westward of there, that may have a perfect view right now of this approaching total eclipse. But the impact we're getting right now is what felt like just cloud cover before, really almost as I'm speaking to you, turn into almost darkness of night. It is really quite an incredible effect, and there is more of a hush coming across the crowd. There's still rumbles, there's still mumbles of like, this is happening. We're showing you pictures from Granby, Quebec, not all that far from Montreal, and you can see it's nearing total eclipse. You're seeing less and less of a sliver of the sun as the moon moves in front of it, and once we're into it, it really starts to feel like night around here. You're starting to hear some cheers along the beach as people know what's going on, and we are entering that phase of total eclipse. Now, we're probably moving into it almost in the next minute or two. The pictures we were showing from Granby don't start until several minutes after we'll be in total eclipse. But there is excitement. There's certainly the feeling that something is happening. Oh, this is amazing. See, yeah, I'm getting the OMGs all over the place. It has become night here. And people, this is incredible, are just kind of looking up. They're looking for the sun. Wow. We're not really going to see that. I'm not sure if they're seeing that in the sky. I can't look without my glasses.
It's totally dark around
the feeling that it is completely night. Yeah, there's howls from werewolves around. I told you this would be a show. It's gone from day to night, and here we are at 3:20 in the afternoon. Now we're going to be in total eclipse for about
spectacular.
Almost 4 minutes, right? It is night here.
Yeah,
it is incredible. It's almost like this dark thunderstorm cloud. I don't know if you can hear that around me. People are roaring. They are cheering.
My heart's skipping a beat here.
And this isn't even seeing the ring around the sun.
Niagara Falls, you see a lot of people out with their phones. Obviously, you got to make sure that you've got your special eclipse glasses for a moment like this. But let's just take a moment to watch, because this is incredibly rare. How rare? The next time we're going to see something like this happen here at home is going to be in 2099. Let's watch for a moment.
No, this is like literally like 8, 9 o'clock.
So a full solar eclipse hasn't been seen in Canada in nearly 50 years. Our meteorologist, Bill Coulter, is taking it all in right now. Bill, how would you describe this?
It is awe-inspiring. I'm looking off into the western sky, and I'm seeing these colors and hues of pinks down on the horizon, where it would be, I guess, outside of where the eclipse is completely blocking out the sun, or where the ring of light on the other side of the moon would be shining up and lighting up the sky well to the west. We're showing you shots from the CN Tower facing west, a pretty colored sky there. So the sky in Toronto has dimmed, but not nearly to the flavor or color of night that we're getting here. It's like late dusk, and here we are at 3 in the afternoon. Now I am looking at, it's almost like being at a concert. A lot of people with their cell phone lights just on the beach. It's like almost like little fireflies on the beach here as people are experiencing this once in a generation event. It's a bit of shame that we can't see that fire ring around the sun, but it is beautiful. And it is really something.
And it was pretty cool to see the contrast with the west camera as well. So the difference between this eclipse and the last one is that this has a wider, more populated path. We're talking about 194 kilometers wide, so meaning at any given point, this eclipse covers more ground. So, Bill, again, you were at the last eclipse. How does this differ?
So, you know, it was clear skies when I was in Nashville, and I could see that fire ring, and, you know, I wish people could have seen that today, but this is a whole different other kind of wow. And I'm going to bring Nick Dixon in because I'm living vicariously through him. Talk about what you're experiencing.
The suddenness was so remarkable. People are actually letting off fireworks in the western sky over there right now, which is pretty cool as well. And yeah, it just happened so fast, and all of a sudden, you know, night went to day, day turned to night. Pardon me. Pretty remarkable. And then what we see is the phones. All of a sudden, people's cell phones lit up, and people are starting to say, "This is amazing. This is awesome." It is pitch black. Beyond the fact that we have our lights on here, it was pitch black all around us, Bill. It just happened so quickly, and the cheers and everything was just amazing. Yeah. This is Niagara Falls now as well. Is this coming up?
because I think that was you in the background. That was you in the background.
Can't even tell.
It's impressive. Niagara Falls was where I was this morning, and I know a lot of people were very excited to be able to see it over another wonder of the world, Niagara Falls itself. But we're here on the beach, and you can see all the phones. This is Quebec. This is from Granby, Quebec, and you can see they're almost at totality. Probably another few minutes, and we're only going to be. Oh, this is something interesting as well. So this is what I didn't experience when I saw. This is what they call the shadow, right? So because it's overcast right now, you can actually see where it's coming out. So this is very cool for me. This is something I didn't experience when I was in Nashville. We're facing west, and you can see the sky brighten from west to east, which is what they were calling the shadow. And you can literally see where the sun would start to re-emerge from the far side of the moon as it works its way off to the east. It's beautiful, and it's going to become day, literally.
All of a sudden, it's going to become daylight almost as soon as it.
This is stunning. This is incredible. This is something I didn't get to experience, and this is the cheer. Maybe everyone here gets to enjoy the shadow.
It is incredible. You can see these pictures from Chopper right now as well, just giving you what it looks like from above all around, you know, just Lake Erie behind us here. It is just absolutely stunning to see this. And it's the speed of it, too. Even though I knew it was going to happen quickly, you can't believe it happened so fast because you're used to daylight fading so much more slowly.
Yeah, and you're right. And it was slower when it went over Mexico, and now it's speeding up, and it'll get even faster as it heads towards Newfoundland and Labrador before it's said and done and out over the Atlantic.
Yeah, this has been something else. Yes, so we didn't get to see the corona per se, but we got to experience that suddenness of the darkness, that sort of collective thing, and now the cheers. Let's just listen to this.
Yeah. I think people will remember this.
Yeah.
And that cheer, yeah, it might have been overcast, but it wasn't raining. It wasn't minus 20.
Yep.
It was a great opportunity for people to come out and experience something like this together, and they'll go home with memories.
Absolutely. Yeah, this has been an incredibly memorable experience, no doubt about that. And just watching this crowd and the applause there at the end, I'm not sure who the applause was for, but hey, it was pretty cool regardless. Yeah.
All right, we'll send it back to the newsroom. Yeah, that was really special.
Nick and Bill, stay with us for a moment if you can. The both of you have covered so many things throughout your career. This, I'm sure, is going to be a highlight. How surreal has this been for the two of you?
You go first.
Well, I got to tell you, when I did this in Nashville in 2017, it was a very personal thing. But when I finished, I wish I could have done what I'm doing today and shared it, because it's like I was just holding on to it as a treasured moment. This being able to share it with other people, I'll be able to revisit it in conversations. I got to tell you, tomorrow morning we're going to be sharing this with Jen and with Lisa.
Exactly. And the other thing, you know, a lot of times, you know, Toronto's breaking news is often Toronto's bad news, right? It's tragic news, it's sad news, it's not the news you necessarily want, but it's the reality of what's going on in life. This was the reality of what was going on today, and it was positive news. It was exciting news. It was a collective experience of positivity and enthusiasm. And so it's been nice to be able to stand here today and smile and laugh and sort of enjoy things with people, rather than sort of, you know, sometimes you be there and it feels awkward in some cases. This has felt completely enjoyable from moment one.
Yeah, and almost predictable drama. It's almost like a formulaic reality show that is your guilty pleasure. Yes, it's like we started in the morning, we knew it was going to happen, we started to get each other excited, and then we knew it's coming, and we knew at different points, and then there was a little drama, the cloud cover, and would we see some? And we did get some sunny breaks, and that was impressive.
And I also feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, it felt darker during the eclipse than it did when I got here at 4:30 this morning. It didn't seem that dark. I don't know. I feel like it was darker.
Yeah, well, it was certainly more special than just the darkness of every day.
It wasn't like every other night, is what I'm saying.
For sure. Okay, we're going to send it back to you, but this has been an incredibly great moment from Crystal Beach.
Absolutely. It's been so great to watch the two of you take it all in. Thanks so much for the spectacular images. Bill Coulter and Nick Dixon live in Fort Erie for us.
And here at home, lots of Eclipse parties are being held all around the city. We're going to check back in live with CP24's Andrew Bredin, who is at Toronto Metropolitan University. Andrew.
Well, Bakari, Lena, we just had peak for, well, not totality, but peak eclipsing for Toronto a few seconds ago. And at around 3:18, it was just starting to get so dark, and you could feel like this is a chill in the air. The cloud cover, of course, did not help being able to try to catch a glimpse of it. I am seeing a few people that have been looking through.
James Corden.
Hey, man, I'm sorry. I'm live right now. 1 second, dude. I've been seeing people sharing photos of what they were able to get through the cloud cover. And all I can say is that this is one of those times where you kind of see where you are on this planet and where we belong in the universe. I don't know, I'm getting a little philosophical here, but I will not experience one of these in Toronto ever again in my lifetime. Let's see if there's anyone around to say hi to very quickly. Hey friends, just before you head off, wait. I just want to ask you guys a couple of quick questions. Namely, how was that?
It was pretty
I
cool.
mean, it's clouds.
No, it was pretty cool though. Like how the sky just went from light to dark. It was pretty interesting.
Did you feel the cold as yeah.
It was windy, bro. It just got windy. Yeah. It was
But
chilly
honestly,
as
it
well.
would have been nicer if the clouds were gone. You know, hopefully we could have saw the sun. But like, it's really cool to see like it getting dark.
We did see the partial eclipse.
We did. Partial.
Yeah. So I'll see you here in 2144 and we'll watch the next one, yeah? All right, good job. Thanks everyone. We're going to send it inside and yeah, I'm going to just think about the sky.
Okay, again, that's CP24's Andrew Brennan, who's live at TMU. What we are watching right now, this is from the skies above Quebec. This is from our photographer, Tom Stefanek. So what we have right now is the brightening reappearing. This is part of one of the 6 stages of the total eclipse we're talking about. You have partial eclipse, shadow bands, Bailey beads, diamond ring, totality, which we are emerging from, and entering brightening, reappearing. This is all from NASA.gov.
Just a stunning shot there over Quebec. That is in the path of totality. It's been an incredible afternoon witnessing this rare celestial event. Millions of people from all over North America have been tuning in to try and take the spectacle in. You're watching special coverage of the solar eclipse right here on CP24. We'll be right back.
Hey there, meet a few home equity bank customers. Hi everyone. Hi. We're talking today about how big changes in the world are affecting retirement plans. Now what I'm learning is that thanks to CHIP, Canadian homeowners age 55 and better are able to retire in their own home and have the freedom to live the secure retirement that they deserve. Did I get that right?
Right, Kurt.
If you're 55 or older, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-877-739-2447 for your free, no-obligation guide.
In a changing world, you can rely on the stability and experience of CHIP. All right, guys, where were we?
For your free guide, call 1-877-739-2447. That's 1-877-739-CHIP or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Welcome to McDaddy's Open House with CFL Hall of Famer Pinball Clemens.
Hey Pinball, how did your nickname come to be?
The coach said we have this new guy that bounces around like a pinball.
What do you love most about Canada?
The people, yes.
What inspired you and Diane to start the Pinball Foundation?
We just want to help people, that's simple.
Must-haves in a house.
A kitchen and a bedroom.
We are the leaders in the GTA for 13 years and have the best players to get your home sold.
Choose the all-star brokerage in the GTA. Visit McDaddy.com.
Discover BetMGM Casino and leap into a world filled with all your favorite casino games, including popular picks like MGM Grand Millions and Premium Blackjack Pro. All of it right at your fingertips. BetMGM Casino. Start your adventure. The King of Casinos is available in Ontario.
Good afternoon and welcome back to CP24 Toronto's breaking news as we continue our coverage of the 2024 total solar eclipse. This is a live look from Granby, Quebec. You're watching this from our photographer, Tom Stefanek. This is live from his camera. Millions of people all over North America, they've had their eyes on the skies for this rare spectacle. So a solar eclipse, that happens when the sun, the moon, and Earth are aligned. That's when the moon is directly between the sun and Earth, and it casts a shadow on our planet.
Right, and the total eclipse now making its way through the U.S., Mexico. That's when it started as a partial eclipse. The darkness made its way to Canada here at home. We witnessed a partial solar eclipse, depending on where you were. And there have been a number of watch parties all over Toronto. We were not in the path of totality. However, we did see a partial solar eclipse. Let's check in with CP24's Beatrice Baseman. She is at Downsview Park. You've been watching with the mayor and a couple of other people there as well. It's remarkable, Beatrice, to see just how dark it got here in the city.
No question. We're kind of in these grounds near Downsview Park. It got so dark that all the lights came out. And there's condos way over there in the distance, and we saw all the lights come on in different people's units in the condos as well. So back to business as usual. Some Indigenous groups now sharing with the people that have been here what it means to them, what the solar eclipse means to them. So let's find out what the kids learned. I've got Gabriel and Vincent. Tell me, Gabriel, what did you learn today?
I learned that the solar eclipse is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and also it's very nice learning about the Indigenous culture, land, and how they do the smudging ceremonies.
Yeah, so you're 9 years old. Obviously, this has never happened in your lifetime or in mine. What was it like when you looked around and saw the sky go dark? What was that experience like for you?
It was very dark, and it had like blue rings and lines all around the sky.
Yeah, right around the sky. Was it scary for you? Was it exciting?
It was exciting for me to watch.
Yeah. Vincent, what was it like for you? It was awesome, wasn't it? It was awesome. And you've got your glasses, some good solar eclipse fashion. Thank you, guys. Let's go chat with Alyssa, too. How old are you?
7.5.
And what was the eclipse like for you, Alyssa?
It was cool. My teacher said even though the moon is littler than the sun, it goes closer to Earth than the sun.
You're very smart.
So it blocks it.
Yeah, and what was it like for you when it started to go dark? Were you a little worried about it, or were you excited?
I was excited to see it, but also was freezing cold.
Absolutely. You felt the temperature drop, right? Yeah. Mom, why did you want to bring her out here today to experience this?
It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and the native stuff that's going on today is an absolute treat. So it's a double learning experience for her and something to experience that she'll never forget. It got dark, it got cold, it was pretty incredible. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah. Where are your glasses, Alyssa? Were you wearing them during this? Or no need?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget things too. Thank you guys so much for talking to us. Appreciate it. And so it's a great learning opportunity, Lena and Bakari, not only for the kids, but for parents. I'm learning a lot as well. We watched an airplane coming right over us here in Downsview Park, and it was awesome just to see the illumination coming off of it too, a telltale sign of how dark it was just for those few minutes. Back to you guys.
Okay, CP24's Beatrice Baseman live in Downsview. Right now, we're going to switch it up. We're going to go live to Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter, who are in Crystal Beach. They were in the path of totality, which, you know, totality lasts the longest near the center of the path, and then it decreases towards the edge. Did you guys time how long you guys were in darkness there?
We didn't, quite honestly, Bakari, mostly because we were still kind of talking and play-by-playing our way through it. You know, it felt 4 or 5 minutes just because, you know, like it got dark, then it got really dark, then it stayed dark, then it sort of, you know, came through the other side. So, you know, it had that feeling of, you know what it's like in this business. We have a sense of sort of just timing in our heads based on doing it so many times. So it was interesting to see how it all happened. But we've actually got Sven here, who came from Germany, not specifically just to see this, but Sven, you had your binoculars set up, you wanted to check this out. What did you think of what we just experienced here?
It's always a great experience, and I've seen it first time in Germany, which was 2001, and well, the nightfall and the dawn really in that short period of time gives you a thrill anyway.
Yeah.
It's looking around.
When you saw it in 2001 in Germany, were you able to see the ring of fire around the moon?
It was definitely the same experience like this one.
Okay.
So
were you disappointed that we didn't quite get the ring, but we got the darkness?
I think you need to, well, cherish all of this. It's always nature that gives you the idea, and you have to just be lucky to see all these aspects.
Right.
You do. But having seen, and we're showing the one in Quebec in Granby right now, I think they're probably just coming out of totality. There's something very special about seeing the Ring of Fire, but was actually a little surprised. I'd heard in this situation, and I didn't see the shadow because it just goes dark and then it goes light again because there's clear skies, nothing reflecting that shadow. But to see almost the circular moon passing over is a different experience. So you almost have to see both ways to get the full experience. I would still see Seeing the Ring of Fire is a 10 out of 10, and this is about a 7.5.
Yeah. Exactly, that's it. And it's always crazy when you see how quickly the shadows run over you and leave you at the end of the eclipse.
So Sven, we only have about a minute to go. Are you going to go to the next one or try to figure out where the next, like you're going to go to North Africa in a few years' time?
Would be easier, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a bit closer than those 7,000 kilometers to Canada, but definitely we try.
Okay. Flights in Europe are a little cheaper too.
Yeah, I don't know really.
Yeah.
If you're just chasing eclipses, it might be not the right hobby for someone.
Well, if you got the money, why not, Sven? Listen, thank you for stopping by and sort of helping us, talk about the experience. Good to meet you, and have a safe trip back to Germany.
Thanks.
Bakari and Lena, that's all from Crystal Beach for now, but we'll send it back to you.
All right, we'll check in with the two of you soon. Thanks so much for all of your coverage. Let's talk about the situation here at home. Several eclipse parties were held all over the city. You know who was prepared?
Who?
CP24's Andrew Brennan. He's at an eclipse party at Toronto Metropolitan University. I know we didn't get to check in with you for that moment of totality. Andrew, how would you describe what you witnessed?
In a lot of senses, chilling. The air got cold. It was dark, almost feeling like nighttime in the city. But Lena, just even in that experience for me is one thing, but you said I was prepared. Nay. May I introduce Exhibit A? Look at these fine young people. They brought, how many pinhole cameras did you guys bring today?
3, I think.
So, okay, so tell us a little bit about the preparations to get here today, and also how you're feeling, seeing the sun behind the moon and all that fun stuff.
Well,
what do you think?
I think it's kind of cool because it got really dark, like it was nighttime when people were asleep. And it got dark really fast, too.
It did. I thought it was nighttime. So, just for the people at home, can you give us a bit of a demonstration how you were using this camera a couple of minutes ago?
So, inside there's a paper on the back so that when you look through the hole, you can see the sun. Yeah. The sun shining through the little pinhole in the foil. Well, and you can see the shadow on top of it.
Very cool. Well, the marvels of modern engineering. By the way, I really like your hat. Did you have a lot of fun today?
Yes.
Yes? Well, that's a good answer. Do you have anything else? Yes, and I want to do it again. Yes, and it was really fun to be with my friends. Yes, and?
It was very interesting to look at.
I don't disagree. All right, high fives all around, everybody. We did it. Yes, 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 yes. Good and good. All right, Team Awesome, good job. And high five to Kyle, too. Thank you to Kyle for keeping up with me. You're great. Back inside.
Okay.
High fives all around. I love that.
All right, from Toronto Metropolitan University with CP24's Andrew Brennan to the Distillery District, we now turn to CP24's Kayla Williams. And Kayla, I do have a fun fact for you. I don't know if you're aware of this, but a solar eclipse only happens at a new moon, but doesn't occur at every new moon.
I did not know that, Bakari. Thank you for that fun fact. I also want to give you a live shot of what we're seeing and hearing here at the Distillery District, because literally just seconds before you came to us, people have been shouting because right now we are getting a beautiful shot of the eclipse. A lot of people here. I'm going to slowly try and pan because you can see people are taking their glasses. They're looking up right now. And it is quite a sight to see. Now, as far as the moment of totality at roughly 3:18 p.m. this afternoon, how I would describe it here at the Distillery District, it almost felt like New Year's Eve. There was a bit of a countdown. Someone went on the speaker, and we took a group shot. There was probably well over 100 folks here, and everyone was sort of shouting and cheering. But now that we're getting a better shot of it, of course, with the glasses, you want safety first, it is definitely incredible here. So it's just amazing, our coverage showing the different types of watch parties that have been going on in and around the GTA and what it looks like for people. But I can tell you here, folks that made their way down to Distillery, they, of course, grabbed their glasses. They were hanging out. There was plenty of drinks and food to eat. And then in those 3 minutes, when 3:18 came around, it kind of felt a little silent. It got chilly. And then all of a sudden, it was almost like Mother Nature was playing with the dimmer, and then it just kind of got brighter again. It was amazing. It was awesome. We'll send it back inside.
Yeah, so cool. And a once in a lifetime opportunity. I'm so glad we could all take it in with you. Kayla, thanks so much for that. Time now is 3:40, 11 degrees. Let's talk about the roads this afternoon. Solar eclipse traffic, that's a real thing.
It is.
And Celia Bois knows that really well. How's it going out there, Aj?
You know what? Now it's like a ghost town on the roads. It was really busy, not even about 20 minutes ago on the QEW into Oakville and Burlington. Not the case anymore. And I was watching commuters pull their cars over to the side of the road at the downside of the Burlington Skyway and on North Shore. They're watching the eclipse. Traffic volumes picked up and things are moving a whole lot better. We do have a problem, though. It's worth a mention. This is the westbound lanes of the 401 in the Express, just past Kiel. Crews dealing with a collision. It is in the left lane. These commuters didn't make it out to the Eclipse. They were stuck in this. It's really slow as you make your way from before the Allen. Outside of camera view, crews on scene of a collision blocking lanes on Yonge and Finch. Bakari and Lena, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Angela, thanks a lot. Right now it's 3:41, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. As we go to break, we're going to take you back to Granby, Quebec. This is a live look at the eclipse as it's still happening. This is from our photographer, Tom Stefanek. His camera, he traveled all the way there for this rare celestial event that's happening. It's Solar Eclipse Day. Stay with us. We will continue full coverage after the break.
No amount of studying can guarantee a gambling win. Find tips for safer play at gamblingisrandom.ca.
Do you love deli meat but are careful about your sodium intake? Try new Schneider's Deli Meat. It has 25% less sodium, delicious taste, and it's an excellent source of protein. Plus, it comes in resealable packaging. Try new Schneider's Deli Meat.
Paula and Lynn have found adulting particularly hard today.
Do you know how early you've got to get on a daycare list?
Yes, I did.
It's like we're already late. We don't even have a kid yet.
That's no excuse, Paula.
It's not? Dang it.
But you can still adult like a boss when you buy insurance with Sonnet.
Us?
Just go online and in minutes you're covered. And if you bundle home and auto, you save even more.
Actual adults?
Like you.
She said like us.
Correct.
Do you love deli meat but are careful about your sodium intake? Try new Schneider's Deli Meat. It has 25% less sodium, delicious taste, and it's an excellent source of protein. Plus, it comes in resealable packaging. Try new Schneider's Deli Meat.
The solar eclipse continues this afternoon. This is a live shot, a stunning shot from Vermont. We saw a moment of totality here in the GTA just a few minutes ago. And of course, all eyes are still on the skies as this eclipse continues to make its way throughout parts of southern Ontario, the U.S. and Mexico as well. And this is, of course, a moment eclipse watchers had been waiting for months. A great vantage point, Fort Erie, Crystal Beach to be exact. Let's check in with CP24's Bill Coulter, who is there for us right now. And Bill, just like that, it's over here in the GTA. You were checking in with some very special guests. They're not going to forget this day anytime soon, are they?
Here we are. Wow. We didn't actually realize that we were live at this point because we were talking to the happy couple, of course, Noah and Stephanie, who got married on the beach a few hours ago. So you did this specifically because the eclipse was happening today, the unity of the sun and the moon is uniting you. How's it felt and what was it like to be here and experience the eclipse just after getting married? Either one of you.
Well, just an eclipse is like very magical experience, especially a full one like this. I think it was full of good energy and good vibes to start our marriage, and yeah.
What about you, Noel?
I just listened. That's it. I showed up. That's it.
You got the right foot.
Were you surprised you were the only ones getting married? I thought maybe this you kind of kickstart people getting inspired to come down and tie the knot.
I didn't expect anything like this. That's all. I just wanted to be with my love. That's it, and just share the moment. I didn't expect anyone.
You didn't realize that it was going to be filling up with people to come see the eclipse, or
No, not at all. Like I came here like 7 o'clock in the morning, running, doing push-ups, and there was nobody here. Just a normal day, and then it was just like, hey, by the way, you guys are getting married. Let's do some stuff, and it's just like, okay. And to see like this amount of people here, it's pretty special. It's cool.
It's nice.
I'm honored.
I
It's
wonder,
cool.
has any of your friends said that they saw you on CP24? Because we've been broadcasting this a fair bit today. What's the reaction been like to that?
Yeah, I've had more phone calls. And hey, we just saw you. Congratulations, my friend beat you. And yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward because the ones that we didn't invite, they know that they weren't invited. So it's just
and
like,
yet we crashed your wedding, kind of. That's the first time I've ever crashed a wedding. But I felt like we were, the fact that you did it on a beach during Eclipse, it kind of made it a little bit more welcoming, right? You didn't mind we were there?
Absolutely. I wasn't expecting this amount of people in the beach when I planned it. I just saw, it's a perfect spot to do it, and then I never thought it was going to be so full of people.
If only they all brought gifts, right?
Oh, no.
They did, I guess, with their company.
It's just amazing. I mean, it turned out we didn't get the full ring of fire. You exchanged rings, didn't quite get the ring, but still a pretty memorable moment. I'm sure. What did you think of that totality when it went dark so fast?
It was good. We just sat as a family. Our son, he got freaked out that it got dark, and
scared a little bit, but he was like, "Mommy, keep me safe." I'm like, "We're safe. It's all good. It's just gonna go away."
But you got to see like the outskirts, like with the backdrop, and seeing the sun come out. Yeah, it was nice. Yeah, it was beautiful.
Circle.
Yeah, it was quite something. I think to experience it over Lake Erie like this was really kind of a magical thing, a very different thing than perhaps some other experiences. Listen, thanks again for talking to us on your wedding day. This is probably more interviews than you had for your whole life.
No, what an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, well, congratulations that you start your life together. So congratulations yet again, Noel and Stephanie. Very happy couple. Getting married here. Okay, Lena and Bakari, it's back to you.
Thank you so much for bringing that to us, and congratulations to the very happy couple, Bill Coulter and Nick Dixon in Crystal Beach. It is 3:47, 11 degrees. You're watching Toronto's Breaking News, CP24. Coming up, the other big story in Toronto today. No, we're not talking about the solar eclipse. The Jays are playing their home opener tonight. We're going to check in on that.
Get the jump on a new sump pump. Book with Roto-Rooter before May 1st and save $50.
And away go troubles down the drain.
Call 1-800-GET-ROTO now.
This new Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy edges.
It's no ordinary square. New Charmin Ultra Soft Smooth Tear has wavy perforations that tear so much better with more cushiony softness. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
We need to switch. Oh, sweet. 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 But can we do it?
Oh, yeah. We can definitely make the switch.
Sweet.
Linda just paid off over $42,000 in credit card debt. A debt management plan lowered her total monthly payments by over 40%. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services worked with her creditors to reduce her interest rates to just 1%, so she could pay off all her debt fast. Call 800-680-1629 for a free consultation or go to debthelpnow.ca. 800-680-1629. That's 800-680-1629.
No one is dying today. You have to be tough.
You're the love of my life.
Here we go, 19. Buckle up.
A new episode of Station 19, Thursday on CTV.
Closed captioning of this CP24 program is brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers, Canada's largest injury law firm with over 60 lawyers across Canada.
Well, baseball is back in Toronto as the Jays take on the Mariners in tonight's home opener.
CP24's Jamie Goodfriend joins us live with the preview. Hey, Jamie.
Thank you very much, Lena and Bakari. Obviously, a very exciting time for Jays fans now that the boys of summer are back in town. They kicked off the season with a 10-game road trip. They went 4-6, so not the best start to the season, but also not the worst. And keep in mind, those games were against the Rays, Astros, and New York, all very good teams. They lost 8-3 to the Yanks yesterday, so they're obviously hoping to rebound as they turn things back to the home turf. And so, yeah, the home opener is tonight at 7:07. That's the first pitch by Jose Barrios. He's going to take the mound against Seattle Mariners, who also, by the way, are 4-6 on the season so far. The team is only batting 193, so hopefully things are going to get a lot better and start to spark those bats as we make our way into the rest of this season. But we did get a chance to catch up with CEO and President Mark Shapiro to talk about how the season has got off at the start so far to this season. But we also got some feedback from our very own TSN's Matt Cause.
We've got two of our best relievers in Eric Swanson and Jordan Romano, both hurt, but they're coming quickly. They both threw in the past couple days in games down in Dunedin. Both guys should be back in a short period of time. That will significantly change the dynamic of the bullpen. And then we've got Alek Manoah still coming back, and he's throwing the ball well. And then Yariel Rodriguez, who was a Cuban player that we signed in the offseason, both preparing to contribute as well. So 4 major reinforcements potentially if we need to.
As for the start of this year, there's 2 ways of looking at it. If you want to be positive, you can say, sure, they're 4-6, but they were all on the road against New York, Seattle, Tampa, excellent teams, and despite not hitting the ball well, they still managed to go 4-6. Now, that's with the glass half full. The other side is the Jays' offense through only 10 games. That's a tiny sample size. They're near the bottom in Major League Baseball in almost every important statistical category.
And the other exciting thing for Jays fans is the revelation of these final renovations that were unveiled last week. This was that $400 million renovation. I think we have some pictures we can show you of some of the renovated 100-seat level, and that's really a big thing for any fans who have tickets down on the 100 level. You can all the seats are facing to the infield. There has a slat on the back of each chair to increase airflow. There's also a cup holder, which is a nice little treat for those very expensive beers of yours. And also there's a lot of renovations, obviously, to the clubhouse, the new facilities built on the third baseline. And there's also some delicious new treats that we've been learning about earlier. We heard about the hot maple bacon hot dog, a Mediterranean hot dog with beef shawarma and tzatziki, jerk chicken, and poke bowls. So definitely a little bit of an upgrade from just your regular hot dog and peanuts, I guess. Back to you for now.
All right, the Jays are back. CP24's Jamie Goodfriend. Thanks for the update. And with that, it's now 3:53, feeling like 8 degrees outside. It's time for a check on traffic. It's CP24 traffic specialist, Adjoa Nsia-Yabois.
Yeah, Bakari, we are dealing with a collision. It's impacting the drive on the westbound 401 in the Express, just on the approach, actually just past Keel Street, actually. It is a collision involving a couple of vehicles. It is the left-lane shoulder block. There's a bit of a delay from before. Dufferin starting to load up on the northbound DVP. It was light and quiet for the last couple of hours because of the Eclipse traffic heading westbound, but northbound side of delays from Eglinton up to the 401, and now you're getting the reverse traffic if you're trying to make your way out of Hamilton, out of Niagara, and out of Fort Erie, because people were watching the Eclipse. Now they're making their way back into the city, so it's already slow coming into Hamilton from the Red Hill Valley Parkway all the way out towards Third Line. It's just going to get slower and slower as the afternoon drive does continue. I'll send it back to you, Lena and Bakari.
All right, yeah, it's going to be a really busy drive out of Niagara Falls this afternoon, so pack your patience. Adjoa, thanks so much. The latest Godzilla movie dominated the domestic box office once again this weekend.
Something is coming. Something even they're afraid of.
Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, added $31.7 million in its second weekend of release. The action thriller Monkey Man, it opened in North American theaters with an estimated $10.1 million. And Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire, took third place with $9 million in its third weekend of release.
It is just about 3:55 now. We're sitting at 11 degrees in the city, and you're watching CP24, Toronto's breaking news. We'll leave you with a live look at the solar eclipse from Vermont. History has been made this afternoon. Check out this stunning shot. This is a rare solar eclipse. Entered southern Ontario. It can still be viewed from parts of the U.S. and Mexico. Day turning to night, the temperatures dropped and millions of people watched. We'll have full highlights from here at home coming up.
We are playing to win.
The best sports series, the latest hit movies, and riveting documentaries.
I'm coming for you.
Stream now. Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to PeelChrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online. Save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
Kevin and Sarah have one of the world's largest collections of souvenir plates. They also have a teenager, so they got their plates insured. But they don't have life insurance. Kevin's worried his diabetes will make it hard to qualify, and Sarah does not like medical exams. So we got them some new plates to tell them about Canada Protection Plan. Canada Protection Plan has solutions for both the healthy and hard to insure, with no needles or medical exams required on most plans. You'll get great coverage at a price you'll love, and there are no payments in your first month. Anybody between 18 and 80 can apply. And there are great member benefits, including rewards for active living and giving back. As part of the Forrester's family, your coverage is backed by our excellent financial strength. Contact your advisor or call now to get a no-obligation quote in minutes. Canada Protection Plan, protecting what matters most, you.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to PeelChrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online. Save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
Have a little space? Make money. Have a lot of space? Make Morsey. Storzy.
Hello and welcome to the Skilled Trades College Game Show, where Scotty Barnes leads again by 10,000 points. All right, open anyone here. With certifications at STC, prepare students for a career making up to $100,000 a year in just 3 short months.
Plumbing, electrical, carpentry, drywall, and masonry.
Scotty, you sure you never attended STC? Because you've won 42 shows in a row.
I'm just passionate about the skilled trades.
Enroll today at Skilled Trades College.
Hi, Toronto. I'm Teddy Wilson.
And I'm Nicole Servinas. Welcome to Things to Know TO.
Each week, this show shines a spotlight on a wide variety of local businesses, services, events, and initiatives from across the greater Toronto area.
These companies are part of what makes Toronto one of the world's most vibrant cities and a great place to live, work, and play.
Join us every week on Saturday mornings for Things to Know TO.
And don't forget to visit our website, thingstoknowto.ca, to check out all of our great content.
If you ask me about my choice of windows, my recommendation would be Draft Lock. It's a technology with a thicker insulated frame, especially for larger windows. That thicker, heavier duty frame prevents warping, cracking, sagging. You can get them in double pane or triple pane. They seal very well and lock out any airflow, hence the name Draft Lock, so that retains more heat. They're Energy Star rated. And they're manufactured in so many different colors and styles. There's an option for everyone. So Draft Lock is definitely my top choice.
A rich life means different things to everyone. With a Capital Direct Flexi line, you have the freedom to invest on your terms. Call us today.
CapitalDirect.ca.
It was a historic moment. This was the scene in Fort Erie today during the solar eclipse. We will have more on this coming up. And 2 people were critically injured after a fire breaks out in an Etobicoke apartment building. Plus, anticipation is building as the Blue Jays play their home opener tonight at the newly renovated Rogers Centre. We will have a preview coming up. Good afternoon. It is total solar eclipse day, and you are watching our special coverage here on CP24. Millions of people all over North America have their eyes on the skies for this rare spectacle. The partial solar eclipse began in the U.S. and Mexico in the last hour, and they got a total eclipse, and that made its way to here in Ontario. We are going to go live to Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter, who are in Fort Erie today at Crystal Beach, taking in all those sights and sounds. What an amazing last hour it's been to the both of you. And I see you're still chatting with people who had the chance to take all of this in with you.
It was pretty wild, wasn't it? It wasn't quite what you saw in Nashville in 2017, but it was a different experience. I think Lake Erie as the backdrop made it a different experience, didn't it?
Yeah, and Dan Riskin, or someone was telling me about the shadow that you get when there's the bit of cloud cover. Because I hadn't experienced that, it was perfectly clear when I saw it in Nashville. I just saw it go dark and then light, which was mind-blowing. This was really special because it was almost like this pink sunset everywhere you looked, taking the shape of, I guess, the moon in front of the sun, which makes sense.
So what did you make of that, Raluca? Because it was a different kind of eclipse here. We didn't get the ring, but we got a really different experience. How did you describe it, and what were your thoughts?
It was really, really cool. I was really hopeful that we'd be able to see the corona. Of course, that's really magnificent, but it got so dark so quickly, and that was really fantastic. And hearing all the people cheer and just enjoy themselves, and those 360-degree sunsets, that was spectacular. The colors coming off the lake, especially, just remarkable.
Have you experienced one before? Yes, and you got to see the corona that time probably because you were choosing where to go. Scientists have a way to find their way to the best vantage points. How does this compare then to other ones that you've seen?
It was really remarkable as well. Like the last one that I saw was also on a beach, so it was a pretty cool experience. And I remember everything being very quiet then, especially the birds were quiet, the animals were very quiet. Here, everyone was just so excited and cheering. You didn't really have a chance to hear what the animals were doing. It was a really cool atmosphere.
What did your kids think? Because I interviewed you with your children earlier today. What were their thoughts?
Oh, they were really excited as well, like clapping along and everything. You know, the little one, she's 3, she was kind of like, what's going on? We asked her, like, what do you think is happening? She's like, I don't know. But they had a great time.
Was it fun to see it kind of through your child's eyes as well?
Yeah, I was honestly been looking forward to this moment since 2017 when we had the last partial eclipse here. I was like, my daughter was 1 at the time, and I said, I can't wait for her to see totality.
I have a feeling that something like this, where you have so many families and kids coming out to experience kind of your part in a greater universe, do you think this isn't going to inspire a new generation of scientists?
Oh, absolutely. I sure hope so, because it's all about wonder and exploration and discovery, and I think this is definitely going to get people to start asking big questions and wondering and being amazed by the world around us.
I know you're a scientist, Raluca, and I know you probably have most of the answers, but were you stumped at all by either a child's or an adult's question today? Did anyone ask you a question like, never thought about that, or I don't actually know the answer?
That's a great question.
Sounds like maybe no.
No, I don't think so.
That's the question.
That one stumped me.
That was the one. Yeah.
Do you think there's anywhere? I mean, there's a few coming up, and I might become an eclipse chaser because these two experiences were very different, but beautiful in their own way. I know there's one in North Africa coming, another one in Spain a year before, a year after. Where would you like to see one of the ones that are coming in the next year? Obviously, here it's 2099. I'm not going to be around. I don't know about you.
That's a bit of a ways off, but the next one in North America is just about 20 years from now. It'll come across the United States, so I'm definitely going to go to that one.
Is that the one in Miami Beach? Is that crossing?
I think it goes across California and then across the U.S.
All right. Well, California's a pretty good destination.
Sounds pretty good. Raluca Ellis, thank you so much for helping guide us through the eclipse coverage all day from the Ontario Science Centre. I really appreciate it. It was nice to meet you and good to talk to you.
Great talking to you.
Thanks so much. All right, Lindsay. So, everything, the crowds are really dissipating here from Crystal Beach today. The sun. Oh, here it is. Okay,
Okay.
Can we
everybody,
get that again? Yeah. Okay, can we bring the moon back?
Let's get the mayor to
bring it back. Yeah. All right, back to you, Lindsay.
I thought that might happen, but okay, a lot of people probably sticking around the Niagara region, but maybe getting off the beach at this point. Nick Dixon, Bill Coulter, thanks so much.
Still see something. Okay. Yeah.
Northcrest Development is hosting a watching party in Downsview today, and Mayor Olivia Chow is joining more than 900 children for the event. That is where we find our Beatrice Baseman, who's been there as well. Okay, it looks like there's still some people behind you.
Yeah, it's starting to wind down here, Lindsay. We just saw the circle dance with an Indigenous community here who were teaching a lot of the parents and kids here about what the eclipse means to various Indigenous community. It has more of a deeper meaning than just, oh, look, it's total dark outside. So a lot of people here telling me they really learned a lot and use this as an opportunity to experience this once-in-a-lifetime event with other people, that it was about learning, about looking, about being, and obviously there's lots of parents here with kids saying this is something that the parents are going to remember, and for the kids that are old enough to remember, it's something that they're going to be able to talk about for many, many years to come. You might know it's a PA day across the city today, so parents, many of them taking the day off work too, to find a way to entertain their kids and maybe teach them a little bit during the eclipse as well. You mentioned the mayor here, Olivia Chow, was here hyping up the crowd as well before the eclipse. And when I asked her why she wanted to be here, what it meant to her, here's some of the wax poetic that she shared.
The grandmother moon and the grandfather sun, they're going to connect with each other. That's very rare. Now, we have the Indigenous folks here giving us some history on how they view things. And in some ways, for me, times are sometimes dark, and but we do know the sun will come back out. So for me, this is a season of spring, of hope, even though total darkness is going to depend upon us in the most unexpected way. That's okay. Our human spirit will triumph.
And I like that analogy too. I mean, it was really cool standing here in Downsview Park, seeing the sky get quite dark. The temperature dropped significantly. You could feel that it got colder, Lindsay. We watched as the lights on the buildings came up. There's condos pretty far from where we are, but we watched all the lights come up in the units as well, and watching airplanes go over top of us as well. The lights turned on there, and as Mayor Chow said, the sun will come out. Unfortunately, Mother Nature wasn't 100% cooperative. There was a lot of cloud cover, but the sun is back out now. It is peeking through the clouds, and just an awesome event to be a part of here over at Downsview, Lindsay.
Yeah, no kidding. I love that analogy as well. Okay, CP24's Beatrice Faisman reporting live for us. Thanks, Beat. And hundreds of people also gathered outside the Toronto Metropolitan University's Kerr Hall to watch the celestial event. The solar eclipse watch party was held by SciExchange, TMU's outreach office for the Faculty of Science. The university says the event was an opportunity to feed curiosity about our universe and to celebrate the scientists in all of us.
It feels really great. I mean, there's always that moments of nervousness, like how will it be having 750 of our closest friends here? But, you know, you see everyone coming together and enjoying, and everyone's quite behaving well. So it's really great. I can't even take the credit for all of this. The lead in our team who organized this and organized Niagara, Lee Paulseth, did most of this. And she secured the glasses and invited everybody. So I just work here.
Okay, and we know the traffic heading toward Niagara region was very heavy today, Adjoa. How are things looking right now?
You know what? Now it's the opposite direction as drivers leave Niagara and Fort Erie and even Hamilton because people are watching the partial eclipse. It is getting busier as people try to make their way home. Already looking at delays out of Grimsby, starting from 50 Road, continue slow all the way out to Pastor Folger. It's going to get slower and slower through this stretch as the mass exodus leaves those areas following the sighting of the eclipse. Bit of good news, we had some problems on the westbound of 401. It was in the express just past Kiel. Collision was in the left lane. It's out of the way. And you know, it's starting to get slower now on the DVP. Was moving nicely, not the case anymore. Delays now extend from north of Don Mills, and they continue all the way up towards the 401. Lindsay, I'll send it back to you.
Okay. Thanks, Adjoa.
You're welcome.
And CP24's Kayla Williams was at the viewing party in the Distillery District today, and she joins us live with more as well. So, Kayla, I know people couldn't really see anything because of the clouds, but just so amazing to see how dark it got as well.
Exactly. And you know what? It was more so the anticipation leading up to that moment at roughly 3:18 p.m. Lindsay, I can tell you that since
Back to Kayla shortly. In the meantime, though, we want to show you this is what it looked like in Mexico just before 2 p.m. today. You can see the city in total darkness. Well, you can see the sun right now. The city was in total darkness. The moon did pass directly in front of the sun, leaving a glowing ring in the sky. Just incredible to see those images. It is 4:10 now, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. We will have more news for you straight ahead. Stay with us.
Saigon, 1975.
My protege. Jesus.
I was a spy, a sleeper, a man of two faces.
You work for me while pretending to work for them. Let's get down. Let's get funky. Get down.
What are you concealing?
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to peelchrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online, save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
Most of our clients who come through our door and who are suffering from mental illness, they're feeling a sense of despair and a longing for help. Often, insurance companies are denying disability claims on the basis that there's insufficient medical evidence. We've represented hundreds of clients who suffer from anxiety or depression. We fight for our clients' right to receive the compensation they deserve. If you've been denied long-term disability, don't give up. We can help.
Your long-term disability firm, Kotak Law.
Have you ever walked into a big fancy car dealership and wondered, who's paying for this place? Shopping for a Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, or Fiat? Log on to peelchrysler.com. Actual photos, rock bottom prices. Click, shop, buy online, save big.
Because nobody beats a deal from Peel.
Okay, we are going to go back to CP24's Kayla Williams at that viewing party in the Distillery District. Kayla, we are having issues with your signal. Hopefully it holds for this hit. How was everything where you are?
Yeah, hopefully it does hold out. So as I was saying earlier, Lindsay, you know what? It was more so the anticipation leading up to the big moment. And really, when I arrived, it was about 45 minutes before the moment of totality. And we had clear skies. There was the sunshine coming through. So people were really hopeful. But really, at the moment that we experienced it here in Toronto, here at the Distillery District, it was quite cloudy. But it didn't stop or, put a damper on the mood. In fact, it was actually, it almost felt like New Year's Eve. The countdown, there was cheering, there were people taking videos and photos and basking in the moment. And then I would say about 10 minutes after, we got a break and in the cloud deck, and people just started cheering when they were able to put on their glasses and take in this moment and experience. But really, that's what it's all about. It was just coming together as a community in one particular location, being the Distillery District, and experiencing it from this point of view, this vantage point, so that way, hopefully, from months, days, and years from now, people are going to say, where were you that day when we had that moment of totality, and people will be able to remember it. So the crowd here has definitely dispersed now. It's pretty relaxed now. At its peak, I would say there was well over 100 people who made their way here to the area. But again, definitely a great location to enjoy a moment of history that a lot of people are going to be able to remember for many years to come. We'll send it back inside.
Yeah, no kidding. Okay, CP24's Kayla Williams reporting from the Distillery District today. Thanks, Kayla. Now we're going to turn to some other news that we have been following today. Premier Doug Ford wants the LCBO to go back to giving customers the option for paper bags with their purchases. The Premier wrote a letter to the CEO of the Crown Corporation saying he wants immediate steps taken to reverse the reusable bag policy. Ford notes that the policy has left customers openly carrying alcohol in public, is an added expense, and that the claims about environmental merits are questionable at best, considering the paper bags are recyclable. And a cyclist is dead after being struck by a vehicle near Evergreen Brick Works. This happened just before 9:30 this morning on Bayview Avenue. Police say a 59-year-old man died of his injuries in hospital. There's no word yet on possible charges, and the cause of the crash is under investigation. And 2 men are in critical condition after a fire at an apartment building in Etobicoke. It broke out in a 4th-floor apartment shortly after 9:30 this morning on Mabel Avenue near Kipling and Dundas. 2 men were pulled from the unit and rushed to hospital with life-threatening injuries. Investigators say the fire was contained to 1 unit.
I believe the fire alarms were sounding. Now that I cannot confirm, but I believe they were. Again, when they arrived at the fire floor, there was smoke in the hallway, very heavy smoke in the apartment itself. And as far as the fire condition, I haven't been updated on that yet.
A TTC bus was brought to the scene to shelter occupants that were evacuated. And the federal government's long-awaited update to Canada's defense policy includes billions in spending, but it still falls short of NATO's target. Ottawa intends to spend $73 billion by 2044 to upgrade and modernize the military. This would boost defense spending to about 1.7% of GDP by 2030, which is still below the 2% figure Canada and its NATO allies have agreed to spend. The new policy replaces one that was released in 2017. It puts a particular focus on Arctic sovereignty and includes new submarines, missiles, and early warning aircraft.
It leverages Canada's world-class technology, including in AI and quantum, so we can stay ahead of the curve. It creates jobs, and importantly, it supports all those of you who serve. This is about protecting our values, our sovereignty, and our North.
And Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre joined us on CP24. He went after the federal government over its priorities ahead of next week's budget.
We know Trudeau has doubled the national debt, adding more debt than all prior prime ministers combined. This has driven up inflation and interest rates. That's why I'm demanding that we fix the budget. That is to say, one, let's axe the carbon tax, the Trudeau tax on farmers to bring down food prices. Two, let's build the homes, not the bureaucracy, by requiring cities permit 15% more home building as a condition of getting federal funds. And three, that we cap spending with a dollar-for-dollar law that requires the politicians find $1 savings for every new dollar of spending.
The government first promised to update Canada's defense policy more than 2 years ago, shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine. Israel appears to have wrapped up one of the key phases of its ground offensive against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military has withdrawn its forces from the city of Han Yunis in southern Gaza. Defense officials say troops are regrouping ahead of a planned operation in the city of Rafah. Israel has vowed to launch a ground campaign in Rafah for weeks. More than half of Gaza's population has sought shelter there, but Israel claims it is Hamas's last remaining stronghold. And Australia is launching its own probe into an Israeli drone strike that killed 7 aid workers in Gaza last week.
We believe at this point that there hasn't been an adequate explanation for how this has occurred. What structures will be put in place to ensure that these sort of incidents can't occur in the future? There have been almost 200 aid workers have lost their life during the conflict that has occurred between Hamas and Israel, and that is unacceptable.
Australia is appointing a retired national defense chief to look into the attack. The World Central Kitchen workers were delivering food when their convoy was hit. A Canadian citizen was among those killed. The Israeli military says the strike was authorized in violation of its rules of engagement and was based on a single incorrect observation that someone in the convoy was armed. The Israel Defense Forces dismissed 2 officers and reprimanded 3 others for their roles in the attack. And trucks carrying humanitarian aid rolled into Gaza today through the Rafah crossing. Israeli officials say they have increased the aid access to Gaza. The United Nations has warned of a looming famine and complained of obstacles to getting aid in and distributing it throughout the Palestinian enclave. Israel recently agreed to reopen 2 other border crossings in northern Gaza and another in southern Israel to facilitate the entry of more aid. And 6 months of cross-border airstrikes, shelling, and rocket fires between Israel and Hezbollah have reduced the southern Lebanon villages to rubble. More than 340 people have been killed by Israeli strikes in Lebanon since October 8th, including at least 50 civilians. Hezbollah has been battling Israel alongside the escalated regional tensions by the October 7th Hamas attacks and ongoing war in Gaza. Time now is 4:19, 11 degrees outside. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Coming up, the other big story in Toronto today, the Jays play their home opener tonight. We'll have more on that coming up.
If you want me, if you need me,
Head & Shoulders is launching something huge. The bare minimum. Anti-dandruff shampoo made with just 9 ingredients. No sulfate, silicones, or dyes. And packaged with 45% less plastic. Giving you clinically proven dandruff control and leaving hair beautiful and moisturized. Dandruff control. Minimal ingredients. Job done. New Head & Shoulders Bare.
My name is Steve, founder of Clara Windows and Doors. We are kicking off the year with the best sale ever. Enjoy 50% off windows and doors installation. And the first 100 customers to call will get a free upgrade to sound reducing glass. And the best part, you don't have to worry about paying for 1 year. It is our way of saying thank you for choosing Clara. Clara Windows and Doors. We are the oldest because we are the best.
Tonight, from Niagara to the GTA.
Biggest crowd that we've ever had.
Turn your gaze to CTV News.
It's just going to be a magical moment.
For full coverage of the total solar eclipse. Tonight on CTV News at 6.
Closed captioning of this CP24 program is brought to you by Diamond & Diamond Lawyers, Canada's largest injury law firm with over 60 lawyers across Canada.
It is 4:22. We will take a check on the roads now with Adjoa. Adjoa, you said things starting to look busy coming back from the Niagara region.
Yeah, you know what they are, and the delays do start from Jordan, which is outside of my last camera view, and they continue all the way in towards Oakville, all the way out towards about the Royal Windsor stretch. That's where things start to improve for you. It looks like one of my cameras is frozen, but I will show you the Trafalgar camera. It's actually even busier past Trafalgar now. It goes all the way out towards about Royal Windsor, so it's going to get busier and busier as all those commuters who were watching the eclipse heading Niagara bound, which are creating the delays. They're doing that on the opposite side now if you're headed Toronto bound. No eclipse traffic, just typical volume delays on the northbound Don Valley Parkway this hour as you head from Don Mills all the way up to the 401. And if you're traveling on the 401, take advantage. It's a lighter than normal drive, just seeing some busy pockets both east and westbound, but again, nothing what it usually looks like during rush hour. I'll send it back to you, Lindsay.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Well, it's not all about the eclipse today. There's also the first Jays home game of the season tonight, and CP24's Steve Ryan joins us live now with a preview of that home game. Steve, I guess that team not looking to be overshadowed at all by anything today.
That's right. The exciting time. The Jays are back, and some great renovations that have been done here at the Rogers Centre. And joining me is Mark Shapiro. Mark, thank you for your time. I know you're a busy man. Your thoughts on the renos, first of all?
It's exciting to be able to show with everybody else. It's incredible to consider what was done in less than 6 months. I mean, everything that you see behind you in the lower bowl, didn't exist at one point this winter. It was all rebuilt. Incredible tribute to the over 3,000 Canadian workers that have been in here night and day over holidays and weekends and overnight. So proud, incredibly proud.
In the position that you're in, every home opener, it's such excitement around the city. Can you feel that, and does it ever get old?
Well, home openers for me are a celebration of the game, for one, which is the game that I've devoted my life to and love. It's a little bit of an emotional reminder for me of why I'm in the game, my bonds to my dad, to my siblings. We shared so many opening days together year after year after year growing up. For me, it's always a chance for family members, friends, communities to kind of reunite around the game. It signals that spring is on its way, if not here, in summer, and this year an eclipse as well. And it's a renewal. So home openers are a special time, a celebration of the game, which is a game that I love.
Well, thank you for doing this. Appreciate your time.
Sure.
It's Mark Shapiro, he's head of the Toronto Blue Jays. The Jays are 4-6, as are Seattle going into tonight's game. Hasn't been the greatest of season beginnings for the Jays, if you will. They could be a bit better than where they are standing right now, but it's early. And a lot of the players haven't hit the ball like they are expected to. Davis Schneider, I believe, is going to be in the lineup tonight. He is one of the rookies, of course, that Blue Jays fans will know has hit a lot of timely hits for the Jays. He was one of the few guys that hit on the road, and I think he's in the lineup tonight, Lindsay, so it should be pretty exciting. First pitch is at 7:07. Send it back to you.
Exciting stuff. CP24's Steve Ryan reporting live for us. Thanks, Steve. Missy Elliott will headline her first arena tour this summer, and she'll be joined by some of the talented artists that she's worked with over the years. Busta Rhymes, Sierra, and producer Timbaland will hit the road for Elliott's Out of This World, the Missy Elliott Experience Tour. It will kick off in January on July 4th with stops in Toronto and Montreal as well. Pre-sale begins tomorrow, and tickets will become available to the general public on Friday. And Jelly Roll was the big winner at the CMT Music Awards in Texas, and the singer, who spent years in prison, hasn't forgotten where he came from.
I stand up here tonight and represent those that are looking for second chances. The kids back in the Metro Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility, the kids down here in the Austin Juvenile Detention Facility are watching this tonight. I'm cheering y'all boys on. You can be this guy. You can change. You can turn it around. I promise you can, baby.
Jelly Roll took home 3 awards at the event that celebrates the best in country music videos. He won Performance of the Year, Video of the Year, and Male Video of the Year.
As country singers, we live and breathe this music, and we're proud to be part of this night and this moment.
And tenor Adele, Tiara Kennedy, Raina Roberts, and Brittany Spencer represented CMT's Next Women of Country initiative. They presented the award for Duo or Group Video of the Year to Dan and Shay. The quartet also backed up Beyoncé on her version of the Beatles song Blackbird on her new album, Cowboy Carter. It's 4:27, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. We will have a look at this afternoon's top stories when we come back. Stay with us.
Georgia,
This isn't just golf. It's the Masters.
Georgia,
On TSN and TSN Plus.
all day through.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz Electric. Lead the charge.
Feel the summer heat with Boots and Hearts, featuring Jason Aldean, Thomas Rhett, Matchbox 20, Cody Johnson, and more. August 8th to 11th at Burles Creek. Tickets on sale now at bootsandhearts.com.
Have you lost your job? Don't sign any agreement until you call Kornblum Law at 905 Lost Job.
Call today and book a free consultation. Don't sign anything until you're sure the offer is fair.
Kornblum Law will review your case for free, and we don't get paid unless you get paid more than originally offered.
Kornblum Law with convenient locations across Ontario. Call 905 Lost Job or visit lostjob.ca.
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
Linda just paid off over $42,000 in credit card debt. A debt management plan lowered her total monthly payments by over 40%. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services worked with her creditors to reduce her interest rates to just 1%, so she could pay off all her debt fast. Call 800-680-1629 for a free consultation or go to debthelpnow.ca. 800-680-1629. That's 800-680-1629.
Hi, it's Doug Ford. Just giving you a call back. Well, it's the people. That's what gets me up every single morning. Really busy. Morning to night. I'll be there in a little bit. Thank you. You take care. They're working hard every single day because they believe in a better future right here in Ontario. And so do I. I think the future of Ontario is very, very bright. It's the best place anywhere in the world to raise a family. I always ask my team, what are we doing to make life better and easier for folks out there? You can change people's lives with one phone call. You really can. If I can help them, it makes my day. And that's what I'm here for, to listen and to do what we can to try to help the people. You can't always get it right. And let me tell you, when I don't, I hear from the people. But that's what it's all about, listening and working hard to make things better for every single person in Ontario. Getting it done for the people. If there's anything else I can help you with, don't hesitate to reach out. A message from the Ontario PC Party.
I'm from Ilocotre. On the island, we felt a little bit isolated. My great-grandfather had the first Bell telephone in our community, so he took calls for the whole island. Today, as an electrical engineer, I connect people across Canada using better and more energy-efficient technology. That makes me proud, and I'm sure my great-grandfather would be too.
Nuclear power is lighting the path to the future. A future where clean, reliable electricity meets rising energy needs. A future with a prosperous economy founded on job growth. A future where new medical isotopes triumph over disease. For decades, Bruce Power has provided clean, reliable energy to Ontario and cancer-fighting isotopes across the globe, and will continue to play a vital role in powering a clean economy for the next generation.
It was a historic moment. This was the scene in Fort Erie during the total solar eclipse today. More on that and reaction from those who were viewing it coming up. The 2 people were critically injured after a fire breaks out at an Etobicoke apartment building. And anticipation is building as the Blue Jays play their home opener tonight at the newly renovated Rogers Centre. We will have a preview with CP24's Steve Ryan coming up. Good afternoon. It is total solar eclipse day, and you are watching special coverage right here on CP24. Millions of people all over North America had their eyes on the skies for this rare spectacle today, including Nick Dixon and Bill Coulter, who are there for us. And we're going to go live to them now. They are at Crystal Beach with more, okay, nice and bright where you two are now, but just incredible earlier.
You know
I cannot believe how dark it got. I don't think I was expecting it to be like that.
It is so bright. We should probably...
It turned from night to day again, and we were talking a lot about using the glasses for the eclipse, but I think now that the sun's back, we're going to use...
we're ready to go now.
We're ready to go. This is safety at its best.
Yeah, exactly.
So is it a good look? It's kind of like the Together sweater at Christmas.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we can put these down because
I'm
sure you want to see our face.
Yes, okay. We got to be put these careful because the Ontario Science Centre folks...
They said and what do they call it? The arms or the joints.
The joints are getting a little weak, as are ours.
As are ours.
Yeah.
What are we on?
It was
hour
quite
12,
a scene, wasn't it? Yeah, this is about hour 12. Remarkable, though. I mean, for those few minutes there this afternoon, as it went into complete totality, and I mean, just the sunsets all the way around, which is absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. So last time when I saw the Ring of Fire, the whole sky went dark and then it went back bright. But I was told that when you have cloud cover, you see the shadow of the moon. So it was a completely different experience, and I'm really glad I got to see this other side of it. Maybe it wasn't as visually striking, but it was visually beautiful.
Yeah, it was like the sun was kind of spilling over the edges of the sky, wasn't it? Yeah, it was really, it was just
pink
amazing.
Right on the horizon. And being along the lake too, you didn't really have anything standing in the way from catching that horizon view of that little layer of colors. So I think it was a really special experience for everyone who came down here.
I think there definitely was a certain sense of disappointment that we didn't get the full ring, but I think everybody here was still cheering because you'd experienced it before, but that sudden darkness that just came on so quickly. I mean, as the last part of it went across the moon, it just got so dark, the temperature dropped so fast, and people were just cheering and just putting their cameras up, hoping to see the corona, which they didn't. But still, it was an experience, and it was something that everyone's leaving here with definitely a great memory of.
Yeah, it kind of takes your breath away because it is something we're just so unaccustomed to, and it just feels so strange. You go through your daily life, sun up, sun down, and then in the middle of the day it turns to night. And other than a really intense thunderstorm, which also blocks out all the light, and I've seen a couple of those, but equally, there's, I think, almost an instinctual reaction to that going, there's something wrong here, what do I do? But then comforted by everyone around you sharing that same experience.
Yeah, so many shared experiences and so many great memories. And you know, I go back to one of the first things we saw today was that couple getting married, Stephanie and Noel. That was such an amazing scene. They decided that the unity of the sun and the moon on this complete solar eclipse day was representative of the unity that they were sharing there, and they definitely got the most of it. Not only did they have a great wedding on the beach, but they came back and people were recognizing that they'd done that and tied the knot today, which was a really cool experience.
And they were grateful for that too. I think sometimes people don't realize having so many people crash your wedding is going to have some implications, and now they're on TV. All these people are and it's, what was the wife's name?
Stephanie.
She said, Stephanie said, oh, we didn't get a photographer, but literally
Unfortunately,
you've
so
become the way we've captured this memory for a lifetime. So it's kind of fun to be part of that.
It was fun to be a part of all the coverage, that's for sure here. And we've still got one more to go live at 5, Lindsay. But in the meantime, we'll send it back to you as the sun is now shining brilliantly and brightly at Crystal Beach, about an hour late for the perfect experience. But still, it was a pretty remarkable thing.
Yeah, that's kind of always the way it goes, isn't it? But still, just amazing to see. Really loved your coverage today. Nick Dixon, Bill Coulter reporting live from Crystal Beach. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, Northcrest Developments was hosting a watch party in Downsview, and Mayor Olivia Chow was there. She joined more than 900 children for the event. Beatrice Faisman was also there, and she joins us live now with more. She's got her glasses on. Yeah, it's sunny now, Bea. I mean, I know you can't see anything probably at the moment, but they look so good.
So you know what? I don't even know where the camera is. I can't see nothing, pitch black. But when I look up at the sun, all I see is a big ball of fire now, Lindsay. And I just remarked to my camera operator, Albert, that I can't believe Mother Nature was that rude, that she would cause all this cloud cover during the moment of eclipse. And now bright, beautiful skies out there. If only the totality was happening now, we really would have gotten an amazing look. But it was lots of cloud cover here at Downsview. What was remarkable, though, was just seeing how dark it got. You know, you could see kind of to the distance there were little shreds of light, but otherwise the sky was quite dark. The clouds were sitting really low, and you could really tell there was a temperature change, a remarkable temperature change. It got dramatically, like a few degrees colder for sure. There were lots of people that brought blankets. They were smart enough to think ahead, realizing that there likely would be this temp change wrapped up in it. And now, of course, the sun is here to warm us up in the aftermath of the solar eclipse. But there was Indigenous communities as well here. One speaker from the Nipissing First Nation who was teaching the kids, the parents, about what this eclipse means to various Indigenous communities, that it means kind of a new beginning, the spring season, a time of reflection. And so everyone that I talked to about what does this mean to them, they really said this was a great learning opportunity and an amazing way to experience the eclipse with, be it their family and friends or strangers, just kind of being part of a community to experience this once-in-a-lifetime event. Here's some reaction.
This is something unique that we share together today. And then, of course, with all the Indigenous ceremonies, like that there's actually some meaning for this for a bunch of people who, like, that I don't know much about. So it was nice to get to learn.
Yeah, well, it was just interesting that it got dark. It was too bad that it was cloudy, and so we didn't see the actual eclipse. So at the beginning of when it started, it saw a little bit of it, but that was too bad.
No, it was really cool, and I find it really fascinating how it got like dark on one side, but when you look this way, it was like still kind of light out and stuff, and it kind of like showing the difference. And if you were more, what was that, east, west, south? Yikes. You know, it's very much darker than like it is north. So yeah, I thought that was really cool.
And for the little kids especially, I mean, the ones that are still small but old enough that they're going to be remembering this for many, many years to come. It was awesome just to see the awe on their face as well, Lindsay. The event all wrapped up here now at Downsview Park, but certainly a day to remember for all of us that got a chance to be here to experience it together, Lindsay.
Absolutely. Okay, CP24's Beatrice Faisman reporting live for us from Downsview. Thanks, Bea. And hundreds of people gathered outside of the Toronto Metropolitan University's Kerr Hall to watch the celestial event. The solar eclipse watch party was held by TMU's Outreach Office for the Faculty of Science. The university says the event was an opportunity to feed curiosity about our universe and celebrate the scientists in all of us.
Moments of nervousness, like how will it be having 750 of our closest friends here? But you know, you see everyone coming together and enjoying, and everyone's quite behaving well. So it's really great. I can't even take the credit for all of this. The lead in our team who organized this and organized Niagara, Lee Paulseth, did most of this, and she secured the glasses and invited everybody. So I just work here.
Okay, and we are right in the heart of rush hour, so it's an interesting day, a bit of a weird one, Adjoa, but still the roads are looking, the traffic at least looking pretty heavy.
You know what it is, especially if you're headed out on the QEW between Grimsby all the way out towards Oakville, and then in the mix, we'll start with the lighter traffic. It was heavier earlier in the day, but this is the Niagara-bound lanes of the QEW right around North Shore. Crews on scene of a collision that does have the right lane and shoulder block. Now, if you're headed on the Toronto-bound side, traffic is virtually stopped as you make your way out of Grimsby, starting from Casablanca. It continues slow out to Royal Windsor in Oakville. Nothing's happening. It's just everybody leaving either Hamilton, Niagara Falls, or Fort Erie, and they're making their way back in the city. So rush hour is going to come a little bit later. If you're headed on the DVP, take advantage of it. It's only slow from just north of Don Mills up to the 401. And if you're on the 401, it's the eastbound side, actually. That's the busiest from Martin Grove out to the 400. Again, the lighter than normal traffic patterns have everything to do with the eclipse, which happened earlier this afternoon. Lindsay, I'll send it back to you.
I bet it does. Thanks, Adjoa.
You're welcome.
And speaking of the eclipse, once again, this is what it looked like in Mexico shortly after 2 p.m. You can see here is a look at the actual eclipse happening, but the city was also in total darkness. And then the moon passed directly in front of the sun, leaving a glowing ring in the sky. Okay, here closer to home at least, we're going to go live now to Fort Erie once again, where we're joined by CTV meteorologist Kelsey McEwen and science and technology specialist Dan Riskin. Hi to the both of you. It's been a little while, I think. I don't believe we've spoken with either of you since the eclipse actually happened. So what did you both think? I mean, it was pretty spectacular.
Oh, it was. Dan, you go.
Yeah, I have been preparing for this moment for ages. For years, I've had it in my calendar. I have been reading everything about what to expect. You know, it's going to get cooler, it's going to get darker. All of the birds are going to get quieter, all that stuff. And then when it happened, it was a total surprise. It was like I had not prepared myself at all. I couldn't stop just saying, it's so dark. Like I just lost my brain. It was unreal. It was such a magical experience.
Was there a part of you though that like really thought it wasn't going to get that dark? Because I didn't. I really didn't. And I know that sounds silly to say, but I was like, there's no way it's really going to feel like nighttime. And it sure enough, it did. It really felt like the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right. I was going to say, both of you, I'm right there with you. Like, I really didn't expect it to get so dark. I know everyone prepares you saying that it will, but I mean, I kept saying that too. It's so dark outside. I don't know what the atmosphere was like there, or Dan, if you could see any part of the actual eclipse because there was some cloud cover as well. What did you think?
Well, there was cloud cover, and we couldn't see the corona. We didn't see that at all. But what we could see was where it is light on the horizon. So what was really neat is during totality, when we were just blown away by how dark it was, there was a pink sky way over there, and a pink sky over there, and a pink sky over there. All around us, you could see that there was light. It was just dark where we were, and that is something you don't see. And the other piece of it is just how fast that transition happened. Like, it dims at night. Okay, fine, we're all used to that. But it doesn't dim that fast. It dimmed as though you were at a theater and they were about to start the movie. The lights came down, and all of a sudden it was dark. And it was just like a weird, it was like somebody had a big fader switch in the sky.
Yeah, just incredible. Okay, CTV meteorologist Kelsey McEwen and science and technology specialist Dan Riskin. I'm glad you both enjoyed it. Thanks so much for joining us once again.
Thank you.
It is 4:43 now, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24, and we will have more news straight ahead. Stay with us.
You gotta get me out of here, Frank.
I'm leaving for Boston in a few days.
Thinking about sticking around? I was. Now I'm not so sure.
I'm pregnant. I'd rather have control of my life than leave it up to chance.
But isn't life all about taking chances?
Last year's #1 Canadian drama returns. Sullivan's Crossing. New season Sunday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
Ecotech Windows and Doors offers cutting-edge EcoSmart technology in its latest product line, meeting Energy Star compliance for substantial savings on your energy bill. Right now, we pay the tax or don't pay till 2025. See more at ecotechwindows.ca.
We all know a rich life means different things to everyone. With a FlexiLine, you have the freedom to invest now and in your future on your terms. Whether it's a new business venture or that kitchen reno you've been thinking about, we have the solution. Could you use $80,000, $280,000, or even $2.8 million? If you're ready to take the next step, call us today and let's get started on your financial journey.
CapitalDirect.ca.
Let's maximize those dreams.
That's right. The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $60 million plus an estimated 6 Max Millions.
A backyard putting green. What about a whole backyard course? Got another dreamer.
Get your Lotto Max tickets today.
Premier Doug Ford wants the LCBO to go back to giving customers the option for paper bags with their purchases. The Premier wrote a letter to the CEO of the Crown Corporation saying he wants immediate steps taken to reverse the reusable bag policy. Ford notes that the policy has left customers openly carrying alcohol in public, and it's an added expense, and that the claims about environmental merits are questionable at best, considering the paper bags are recyclable. And a cyclist is dead after being struck by a vehicle near Evergreen Brickworks. It happened just before 9:30 this morning on Bayview Avenue. Police say a 59-year-old man died of his injuries in hospital. There's no word yet on possible charges, and the cause of the crash is still under investigation. And 2 men are in critical condition after a fire at an apartment building in Etobicoke. Now, it broke out in a 4th-floor apartment shortly after 9:30 this morning on Mabel Avenue near Kipling and Dundas. 2 men were pulled from the unit and rushed to hospital with life-threatening injuries. Investigators say the fire was contained to just 1 unit.
They'll come and they'll start right here at the bottom. They'll talk to the crews that were on scene first and get as much information as they can. And then they will systematically go from here to the fire floor, have a look through the building, sift through the debris, and try to come up with a cause. They're very good. There are signs that they look for. There's science that they use to help them determine what the cause would be.
And we spoke to the residents of the building earlier today as well.
The son and the dad. I think the son takes care of the dad. I volunteer at the food bank, and we give them food all the time, and we see them and we just know them. And so seeing them like bring the dad down and like doing chest compressions on both of them was like really hard to watch.
I heard the fire alarm and I opened the door to see what was going on. Then my neighbors opened the door too, and we saw a whole bunch of smoke. I actually know them because we go to the church. Over there. And I see them all the time in the lobby. He's a very, very sweet guy. And that's his son, too. I think it was the father and the son. But yeah, I hope that they're good.
And a TTC bus was brought to the scene to shelter occupants that were evacuated. It is just about 4:48 now, sitting at 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. Coming up, the other big story in Toronto today, which is the Jays are playing their home opener tonight. We'll have more from inside the Rogers Centre when we come back.
Rolex, my cash for your used or new Rolexes. Bring me your Submariners, your Yachtmasters, your GMTs, your Dates or your Datejusts. Oliver Jewelry pays the highest prices for Rolexes. oliverjewelry.ca. Oh, yeah.
So where have they gone?
They escaped, sir, at the speed of light.
Well, let's get after them at the speed of light, too. Let's go.
It's just that we only have cable speed, sir.
Do you have a wet, damp, or moldy basement? Call the oldest and largest waterproofing company. Call RCC. Whether your basement needs to be repaired from the outside or the inside, we'll consult you on the right solution. Call RCC Waterproofing today. Family owned and operated since 1920.
Do you want a healthy home? Get your rugs cleaned by Love Your Rug. Steam cleaning your rugs won't remove dust and allergens. Love Your Rug's 6-stage process means your rugs get cleaned properly. Free pickup and delivery services all over Ontario.
It's time to love your rug.
Oh, crap.
Now we gotta get France something.
Wait, we could use Etsy's new gift mode.
All right, done.
Plateau de fromage! Ooh la la!
Don't panic. Gift easy with gift mode. New on Etsy.
Hello! Now that I'm in Yorkville, I am the class man. Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Tiffany, Rolex, you name it, we've got it. Look rich, stay rich. 88 Yorkville, baby. Oh, yeah!
Do you know why I selected you?
To crush anyone who makes you weak.
Anyone who dares insult me or my country shall feel my fury. Yeah, good.
Sharpen your knife, we are back.
Let's go!
This season, you'll have to earn your place on one of our teams.
Are you ready?
Next Level Chef, Thursday, 8/9 Mountain on CTV.
It is 4:50. We'll take another check on the roads now with Adjoa, who's watching all that traffic start to come back from Niagara.
Yeah, it is a slow go if you're coming on the Toronto-bound side. We'll start with problems first, though, Lindsay. On the Niagara-bound QEW, not as much volume, but there is a situation worth a mention on the QEW Niagara-bound. This is right around North Shore. It is this ongoing collision that does have the right lane and shoulder block. Now, if you're on the flip side, the reason why things are so heavy, in case you've been sleeping under a rock, we are continuing to deal with this mass exodus of traffic that is making its way out of Hamilton, Niagara, and Grimsby and surrounding areas, because it was in the area of totality for the Eclipse. This is the volume coming back as you make your way from Casablanca. Continue slow all the way out towards Royal Windsor, and it's getting slower and slower in towards Mississauga on the QEW now as drivers try to make their way home. Traveling up on the 401 on the eastbound side, it's getting busier now. It's rush hour, but not as heavy as normal. The only slow spot is from the 427 out to the 400, and the Don Valley Parkway is starting to get a little bit slower now as you make your way from approaching Eglinton all the way up towards the 401. Outside of camera view, a collision on St. Clair and Bathurst. Lindsay, I'll send it back to you.
The CP24 traffic report is brought to you by CapitalDirect.ca.
Okay, thanks, Adjoa. Well, this might surprise you, but it's actually not all about the Eclipse today. There's also the first Jays home game of the season happening tonight. CP24's Steve Ryan joins us live from the Rogers Centre with a preview on tonight. And Steve, as you were saying earlier, it might not be looking so good for the Jays right now, but it's early.
Oh boy, yeah, they've got 170 plus ball games left to play, and they're only 4-6. They could have won a couple of those games on the road as well. And two bright spots for the Jays were Ernie Clement and Schneider. Both of those young players really hit the ball well, and they are two of the upcoming Blue Jays that the city can look forward to seeing play for a very long time. So 4-6 are playing Seattle, who are 4-6 as well. Lots of baseball left. If the team plays to the point where they win 80 ball games, they've had a phenomenal year. So there's lots of time for the Jays to get back into gear and get their big hitters hitting like they are paid to hit. Now, earlier I spoke with Mark Shapiro. He, of course, is the president of the Blue Jays, and we heard from Matt Cause, who is with the TSN Radio. And here's more for both of them. Let's have a listen.
The pitching overall, we've had a couple rough spots, has been pretty good, but we're going to be as good as our star players, as good as Vladdy and Bo and, you know, the great players on this team are. They're going to need to carry us.
As for the start of this year, there's two ways of looking at it. If you want to be positive, you could say, sure, they're 4-6, but they were all on the road against New York, Seattle, Tampa, excellent teams, and despite not hitting the ball well, they still managed to go 4-6. Now, that's with the glass half full. The other side is the Jays' offense through only 10 games. That's a tiny sample size. They're near the bottom in Major League Baseball in almost every important statistical category.
Yeah, Danny Jansen, you're looking at the back of him right now. He just came out of the dugout. He's out with an injury as well. He's one of their key players. So as Matt Cause said there, they played three pretty good ball clubs, and they were only 4-6. So once this team starts to get back into the swing of things and some of their injuries get dealt with, like Danny Jansen and injuries in the bullpen as well, this team will be right there when it comes to the time that they need to be there, and that's come playoff time. But exciting day. Opening day, so we'll be here for that. Send it back to you.
It is an exciting day. Okay, CP24, Steve Ryan on the pitch in the Rogers Centre. Thanks, Steve. Missy Elliott will headline her first arena tour this summer, and she'll be joined by some of the talented artists that she's worked with over the years. Busta Rhymes, Sierra, and producer Timbaland will hit the road for Elliott's Out of This World, the Missy Elliott Experience Tour. It kicks off in Vancouver on July 4th with stops in Toronto and Montreal as well. Pre-sale begins tomorrow, and tickets will become available to the general public on Friday. And Jelly Roll was the big winner at the CMT Music Awards in Texas. And the singer, who spent years in prison, has not forgotten where he came from.
It's important that I stand up here tonight and represent those that are looking for second chances. The kids back in the Metro Davidson County Juvenile Detention Facility, the kids down here in the Austin Juvenile Detention Facility are watching this tonight. I'm cheering y'all boys on. You can be this guy. You can change. You can turn it around. I promise you can, baby.
Jelly Roll took home 3 awards at the event that celebrates the best in country music videos. He won Performance of the Year, Video of the Year, and Male Video of the Year. It is 4:55, 11 degrees. This is Toronto's breaking news, CP24. We will have a look at this afternoon's top stories when we come back on Live at 5. Stay with us.
Are you sure you want this? We deserve this.
I am scrubbing in.
I'm leaving you in very capable hands.
I have 5 rules.
A new episode of Grey's Anatomy, Thursday at 9:10 Mountain on CTV.
Join the heat pump revolution with an all-electric or hybrid heating and cooling system. Save up to 50% on utility bills while using only one system to cool and heat your home. Make the switch to Mitsubishi Electric, Canada's #1 brand in mini-split heat pump technology.
If you've been injured as a result of a slip and fall accident, the lawyers at Burgell McGinsey will help you get the compensation you deserve. Call us today for your no-obligation consultation.
Burgell McGinsey, 416-665-2000.
There's only one place to get this close to figure skating stars. Stars on Ice, coming this spring with Canadian legends Elvis Stoico and Patrick Chan. 2024 World Champions Deanna Stellato-Dudek and Maxime Deschamps, Ilya Malinin, and more. Stars on Ice 2024 Tour, directed by Kurt Browning. Coming to Toronto May 3rd and St. Catharines May 4th. Get your tickets now at starsonice.ca.
Dreamer line 1.
Lotto Max Dream Hotline, Maxine speaking. How can we maximize your dream today?
The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $60 million plus an estimated 6 Max Millions.
A backyard putting dream? What about a whole backyard course?
What if we get one for the whole neighborhood?
Quadruple that dream.
Good start. Now give that dream the old Lotto Max overhaul.
Got another dreamer.
The next Lotto Max jackpot is an estimated $60 million plus an estimated 6 Max Millions.
Hello, I'm Russell Oliver, and I am the Cash Man. Bring me your used jewelry, and I will give you cash. Oh,
Leon's Cyber Super Sale ends Wednesday. Last chance to get amazing cyber specials throughout the showroom. Plus, take up to 40% off select black tag furniture and mattresses. Shop our Cyber Super Sale before it's gone. Visit leons.ca for details.
You're suffering from depression, your disability claim has been denied, and now your employer threatens to fire you. Think this can't happen? Think again. My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability claim has been denied for any reason, call me at 416-661-4878 or pound LTD on your cell phone. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 416-661-4878 or pound LTD. Come on, Snow, let's go.
More Lotto 649 Classic and Gold Ball jackpots are being won everywhere, making more millionaires like him, more millionaires like them, or them, and even them. More millionaires every single week. More jackpots, more ways to win, more Lotto 649 millionaires. Play in store or online at olg.ca.
Nice dress. And tons of cash back, too. What? With Rakuten. It's a shopping app that saves you money. Unbelievable.
This is unbelievable.
Right? You're gonna get so much cash back. Okay, I'm gonna go change.
hello, I'm Russell Oliver, and I am the Cash Man. Bring me your used jewelry, and I will give you cash. Oh,
A
total solar eclipse brings a magical experience to thousands of people all over southwestern Ontario. We'll have the remarkable highlights from this rare celestial event coming up tonight.
At viewing parties here in the GTA, we're going to find out how Torontonians mark the once-in-a-generation event.
And the boys are back in town. The Toronto Blue Jays are back at the newly renovated Rogers Centre for their home opener. We're going to take you live there coming up.
This is Live at 5. Good evening. I'm Bakari Savage.
And I'm Lena Latafat. Welcome to Live at 5. A once-in-a-lifetime moment for millions who observed today's total solar eclipse.
Yeah, a rare total eclipse made its way across North America today, producing spectacular sights in Canada, the U.S., and Mexico. This is what it was like in Fort Erie this afternoon. This is where a span of moments that when it went from sunshine to total darkness.
And the path of totality for today's rare solar eclipse was up to 194 kilometers wide, which means more people saw it than the last total solar eclipse back in 2017. Among those are CP24's Nick Dixon and meteorologist Bill Coulter. And let's go live to them in Crystal Beach. You guys have been putting on some incredible coverage all day for us. It's been interesting listening to people describe how it felt. Some people say they were really emotional about it. Are you hearing that?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And this was a little bit different in the sense you couldn't see the ring of fire, but what you did see the shadow of the moon crossing the sun. And what it did is it created this pink hue right over the surface of the water, and day turned to night. And I think everyone was aghast. There was lots of oh my gosh, OMGs all over the place. And I think that shared experience made it really special for a lot of people here, including you and I.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like the sun was sort of spilling out over top of it, you know, on the outer edges. Because we were here at Lake Erie, there were so many different vantage points, and the views were so far that we could really experience it from a different way that way. Sure, we didn't get the full Corona experience here, but we got a really different experience, and it was pretty fascinating. What was interesting to me, too, was the build-up today, right? I mean, will it be clear? Won't it be clear? And we got that early clearing that gave everyone that little bit of hope, but then suddenly you were like, Nick, those clouds are thickening up a little.
Yeah, we knew at the beginning of the day it would be tough. I knew the clearing would take place by now. It's kind of a day that's ending like any other beautiful spring day, but it was a day like none other. And I said early in the morning, it's like Mother Nature wants to give us a bit of drama, a little bit of talking too. And between 3 and 4, I knew there would be some breaks over the Niagara region, and they did come to fruition. They started, we got the applause, and then I started to see the breaks a little further to the north. So sometimes you get a little lucky. If you were in St. Catharines, even parts of South Burlington.
Exactly. Yeah, my family in St. Catharines and my family in Burlington, they managed to see it as well. So that was cool. There were some interesting highlights today as well, just beyond the eclipse. I mean, it was a day that we met a couple on the beach very early this morning who decided this was the day they were going to tie the